The Witch Cult in Western Europe. By Margaret Alice Murray. Preface. The mass of existing material on this subject is so great that I have not attempted to make a survey of the whole of European witchcraft, but have confined myself to an intensive study of the cult in Great Britain. In order, however, to obtain a clearer understanding of the ritual and beliefs, I have had recourse to French and Flemish sources, as the cult appears to have been the same throughout Western Europe. The New England records are unfortunately not published in extenso. This is the more unfortunate as the extracts already given to the public occasionally throw light on some of the English practices. It is more difficult to trace the English practices than the Scotch or French, for in England the cult was already in a decadent condition when the records were made. Therefore records in a purely English colony would probably contain much of interest. The sources from which the information is taken are the judicial records and contemporary chroniclers. In the case of the chroniclers, I have studied their facts and not their opinions. I have also had access to some unpublished trials among the Edinburgh Justiciary records and also in the Guernsey Greph. The following articles have already appeared in various journals, to whose editors I am indebted for kind permission to republish: Organization of Witch Societies and Witches and the Number 13, in Folklore. The God of the Witches in the Journal of the Manchester Oriental Society, Child Sacrifice, Witches, Familiars, The Devil's Mark, The Devil's Officers, Witches, Fertility Rites, Witches Transformations, in Man. And The Devil of North Berwick in the Scottish Historical Review. My thanks are due to Georgiana Aitken, W. Bonser, and Mary Slater for much kind help, also to Professor C. G. Seligman for valuable suggestions and advice as to lines of research. M. A. Murray. University College, London. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Introduction. The subject of witches and witchcraft has always suffered from the biased opinions of the commentators, both contemporary and of later date. On the one hand are the writers who, having heard the evidence at first hand, believe implicitly in the facts and place upon them the unwarranted construction that those facts were due to supernatural power. On the other hand are the writers who, taking the evidence on hearsay and disbelieving the conclusions drawn by their opponents, deny the facts in toto. Both parties believed with equal firmness in a personal devil, and both supported their arguments with quotations from the Bible. But as the believers were able to bring forward more texts than the unbelievers and had in their hands an unanswerable argument in the Witch of Endor, the unbelievers, who dared not contradict the Word of God, were forced to fall back on the theory that the witches suffered from hallucination, hysteria, and, to use the modern word, autosuggestion. These two classes still persist, the skeptic predominating. Between the believer who believed everything and the unbeliever who disbelieved everything there has been no critical examination of the evidence, which presents a new and untouched field of research to the student of comparative religion. Among the believers in witchcraft, everything which could not be explained by the knowledge at their disposal was laid to the credit of supernatural powers. And as everything incomprehensible is usually supposed to emanate from evil, the witches were believed to be possessed of devilish arts. As also every non-Christian god was, in the eyes of the Christians, the opponent of the Christian God, the witches were considered to worship the enemy of salvation, in other words, the devil. The greater number of these writers, however, obtained the evidence at first hand, and it must therefore be accepted although the statements do not bear the construction put upon them. It is only by a careful comparison with the evidence of anthropology that the facts fall into their proper places and an organized religion stands revealed. The common beliefs as to the powers of the witches are largely due to the credulous contemporary commentators, who misunderstood the evidence and then exaggerated some of the facts to suit their preconceived ideas of the supernatural powers of the witches, thereby laying themselves open to the ridicule of all their opponents, past and present. Yet the ridicule is not fully deserved, for the facts are there, though the explanation is wrong. For even the 2 points, which are usually considered the ultimate proof of the absurdity and incredibility of the whole system, the flying on a broomstick through the window or up the chimney, and the transformation into animals, are capable of explanation. The first can be accounted for when the form of early mound dwellings is taken into consideration, and when it is remembered that among savage tribes there are often taboos connected with the door. The two-faced god being essentially a deity of the door. Besides this, the fertility rites connected with the broom should be taken into account. The second should be compared with similar accounts of transformation into animals among the cults of other nations. Mr. A. B. Cook's comment on the Greek ritual applies quite as well to Western as to Eastern Europe. We may venture on the general statement that within the bounds of Hellenic mythology animal metamorphosis commonly points to a preceding animal cult. It is interesting to note the class of mind among those contemporary writers who believed in the reality of the facts confessed at the trials as compared with those who disbelieved. It will be seen that the most brilliant minds, the keenest intellects, the greatest investigators, were among the believers: Bowden, Lord Bacon, Raleigh, Boyle, Cudworth, Selden, Henry Moore, Sir Thomas Browne, Matthew Hale, Sir George Mackenzie, and many others, most of whom had heard the evidence at first hand. The skeptics were Wyer, pupil of the occultist Cornelius Agrippa, Reginald Scott, a Kentish country squire, Filmer, whose name was a byword for political bigotry, Wagstaff, who went mad from drink, and Webster, a fanatical preacher. The skeptics, with the exception of Wyer, appear to have had little or no first-hand evidence. Their only weapon was an appeal to common sense and sentiment combined. Their only method was a flat denial of every statement which appeared to point to supernatural powers. They could not disprove the statements. They could not explain them without opposing the accepted religious beliefs of their time, and so weakening their cause by exposing themselves to the serious charge of atheism. Therefore they denied evidence which in the case of any other accusation would have been accepted as proof. The evidence which I now bring forward is taken entirely from contemporary sources, i.e. the legal records of the trials, pamphlets giving accounts of individual witches, and the works of inquisitors and other writers. I have omitted the opinions of the authors, and have examined only the recorded facts, without however including the stories of ghosts and other occult phenomena with which all the commentators confuse the subject. I have also, for the reason given below, omitted all reference to charms and spells when performed by one witch alone, and have confined myself to those statements only which show the beliefs, organization, and ritual of a hitherto unrecognized cult. In order to clear the ground, I make a sharp distinction between operative witchcraft and ritual witchcraft. Under operative witchcraft I class all charms and spells, whether used by a professed witch or by a professed Christian, whether intended for good or for evil, for killing or for curing. Such charms and spells are common to every nation and country, and are practiced by the priests and people of every religion. They are part of the common heritage of the human race and are therefore of no practical value in the study of any one particular cult. Ritual witchcraft, or, as I propose to call it, the Dianic cult, embraces the religious beliefs and ritual of the people, known in late medieval times as witches. The evidence proves that underlying the Christian religion was a cult practiced by many classes of the community, chiefly, however, by the more ignorant or those in the less thickly inhabited parts of the country. It can be traced back to pre-Christian times, and appears to be the ancient religion of Western Europe. The god, anthropomorphic or theriomorphic, was worshipped in well-defined rites, the organization was highly developed. And the ritual is analogous to many other ancient rituals. The dates of the chief festivals suggest that the religion belonged to a race which had not reached the agricultural stage. And the evidence shows that various modifications were introduced, probably by invading peoples who brought in their own beliefs. I have not attempted to disentangle the various cults. I am content merely to point out that it was a definite religion with beliefs, ritual, and organization as highly developed as that of any other cult in the world. The deity of this cult was incarnate in a man, a woman, or an animal. The animal form being apparently earlier than the human, for the god was often spoken of as wearing the skin or attributes of an animal. At the same time, however, there was another form of the god in the shape of a man with two aces. Such a god is found in Italy, where he was called Janus or Dianus, in southern France, see pages 62, 129, and in the English Midlands. The feminine form of the name, Diana, is found throughout Western Europe as the name of the female deity or leader of the so-called witches, and it is for this reason that I have called this ancient religion the Dianic cult. The geographical distribution of the two-faced god suggests that the race or races, who carried the cult, either did not remain in every country which they entered, or that in many places they and their religion were overwhelmed by subsequent invaders. The dates of the two chief festivals, May Eve and November Eve, indicate the use of a calendar which is generally acknowledged to be pre-agricultural and earlier than the solstitial division of the year. The fertility rites of the cult bear out this indication, as they were for promoting the increase of animals and only rarely for the benefit of the crops. The cross quarter days, February 2nd and August 1st, which were also kept as festivals, were probably of later date, as, though classed among the great festivals, they were not of so high an importance as the May and November Eves. To February 2nd, Candlemas Day, probably belongs the sun charm of the burning wheel, formed by the whirling dancers, each carrying a blazing torch. But no special ceremony seems to be assigned to August 1st, Lammas Day, a fact suggestive of a later introduction of this festival. The organization of the hierarchy was the same throughout Western Europe, with the slight local differences which always occur in any organization. The same organization, when carried to America, caused Cotton Mather to say, "The witches are organized like congregational churches." This gives the clue at once. In each congregational church there is a body of elders who manage the affairs of the church, and a minister who conducts the religious services and is the chief person in religious matters. And there may also be a specially appointed person to conduct the services in the minister's absence. Each church is an independent entity and not necessarily connected with any other. In the same way there was among the witches a body of elders, the coven, which managed the local affairs of the cult, and a man who, like the minister, held the chief place. Though as God that place was infinitely higher in the eyes of the congregation than any held by a mere human being. In some of the larger congregations there was a person, inferior to the chief, who took charge in the chief's absence. In southern France, however, there seems to have been a Grand Master who was supreme over several districts. The position of the chief woman in the cult is still somewhat obscure. Professor Pearson sees, in her the mother goddess worshipped chiefly by women. This is very probable, but at the time when the cult is recorded the worship of the male deity appears to have superseded that of the female. And it is only on rare occasions that the god appears in female form to receive the homage of the worshippers. As a general rule the woman's position, when divine, is that of the familiar or substitute for the male god. There remains, however, the curious fact that the chief woman was often identified with the Queen of Fairy, or the Elfin Queen as she is sometimes called. This connection of the witches and fairies opens up a very wide field. At present it is little more than speculation that the two are identical, but there is promise that the theory may be proved at some later date when the subject is more fully worked out. It is now a commonplace of anthropology that the tales of fairies and elves preserve the tradition of a dwarf race which once inhabited northern and western Europe. Successive invasions drove them to the less fertile parts of each country which they inhabited, some betook themselves to the inhospitable north or the equally inhospitable mountains. Some, however, remained in the open heaths and moors, living as mound-dwellers, venturing out chiefly at night and coming in contact with the ruling races only on rare occasions. As the conqueror always regards the religion of the conquered as superior to his own in the arts of evil magic, the dwarf race obtained the reputation of wizards and magicians. And their god was identified by the conquerors with the principle of evil. The identification of the witches with the dwarf or fairy race would give us a clear insight into much of the civilization of the early European peoples, especially as regards their religious ideas. The religious rites varied according to circumstances and the requirements of the people. The greater number of the ceremonies appear to have been practiced for the purpose of securing fertility. Of these the sexual ritual has been given an overwhelming and quite unwarranted importance in the trials, for it became an obsession with the Christian judges and recorders to investigate the smallest and most minute details of the rite. Though in late examples the ceremony had possibly degenerated into a bacchanalian orgy, there is evidence to prove that, like the same rite in other countries, it was originally a ceremonial magic to ensure fertility. There is at present nothing to show how much of the witches' mass, in which the bread, the wine, and the candles were black, derived from the Christian ritual and how much belonged to the Dianic cult. It is, however, possible that the witches' service was the earlier form and influenced the Christian. The admission ceremonies were often elaborate, and it is here that the changes in the religion are most clearly marked. Certain ceremonies must have been introduced when another cult was superimposed and became paramount, such as the specific renunciation of a previous religion which was obligatory on all new candidates, and the payment to the member who brought a new recruit into the fold. The other rites, the feasts and dances, show that it was a joyous religion, and as such it must have been quite incomprehensible to the gloomy inquisitors and reformers who suppressed it. Much stress has always been laid by the skeptical writers on the undoubted fact that in many cases the witch confused dreams with reality and believed that she had visited the Sabbath when credible witnesses could prove that she had slept in her bed all the time. Yet such visions are known in other religions. Christians have met their Lord in dreams of the night and have been accounted saints for that very reason. Mahomet, though not released from the body, had interviews with Allah. Moses talked with God. The Egyptian pharaohs record similar experiences. To the devotee of a certain temperament such visions occur, and it is only to be expected that in every case the vision should take the form required by the religion of the worshipper. Hence the Christian sees Christ and enters heaven. Mahomet was caught up to the paradise of the true believers. The anthropomorphic Jehovah permitted only a back view to his votary. The Egyptian pharaohs beheld their gods alive and moving on the earth. The witch also met her God at the actual Sabbath and again in her dreams, for that earthly Sabbath was to her the true paradise, where there was more pleasure than she could express. And she believed also that the joy which she took in it was but the prelude to a much greater glory, for her God so held her heart that no other desire could enter in. Thus the witches often went to the gibbet and the stake, glorifying their God and committing their souls into his keeping, with a firm belief that death was but the entrance to an eternal life in which they would never be parted from him. Fanatics and visionaries as many of them were, they resemble those Christian martyrs whom the witch persecutors often held in the highest honor. Another objection is that, as the evidence of the witches at the trials is more or less uniform in character, it must be attributed to the publication by the inquisitors of a questionary for the use of all judges concerned in such trials. In short, that the evidence is valueless, as it was given in answer to leading questions. No explanation is offered by the objectors as to how the inquisitors arrived at the form of questionary. Nor is any regard given to the injunction to all inquisitors to acquaint themselves with all the details of any heresy which they were commissioned to root out. They were to obtain the information from those who would recant and use it against the accused, and to instruct other judges in the belief and ritual of the heresy, so that they also might recognize it and act accordingly. The objectors also overlook the fact that the believers in any given religion, when tried for their faith, exhibit a sameness in their accounts of the cult, usually with slight local differences. Had the testimony of the witches as to their beliefs varied widely, it would be prima facie evidence that there was no well-defined religion underlying their ritual. But the very uniformity of their confessions points to the reality of the occurrence. Still another objection is that the evidence was always given under torture, and that the wretched victims consequently made reckless assertions and accusations. In most of the English and many of the Scotch trials legal torture was not applied, and it was only in the 17th century that pricking for the mark, starvation, and prevention of sleep were used. Even then there were many voluntary confessions given by those who, like the early Christian martyrs, rushed headlong on their fate, determined to die for their faith and their God. Yet even if some of the evidence were given under torture and in answer to leading questions, there still remains a mass of details which cannot be explained away. Among others there are the close connections of the witches with the fairies, the persistence of the number 13 in the covens, the narrow geographical range of the domestic familiar, the avoidance of certain forms in the animal transformations, the limited number of personal names among the women witches, and the survival of the names of some of the early gods. In England the legal method of executing a witch was by hanging. After death the body was burnt and the ashes scattered. In Scotland, as a rule, the witch was strangled at the stake and the body burned, but there are several records of the culprit being sentenced to burning alive. In France burning alive was the invariable punishment. In cases where popular fury, unrestrained by the law, worked its own vengeance on individuals, horrible scenes occurred. But these were the exception, and, examining only the legal aspect of the subject, it will be found that witches had a fair trial according to the methods of the period, and that their punishment was according to the law. There was, however, one popular method of dealing with a person accused of witchcraft which is interesting as showing the survival of a legal process, obsolete as regards the law itself, but remaining in full force among the people. This is the ordeal by water. In the laws of Athelstan the full detail of this ordeal is given. After the person who was to undergo the ordeal had been prepared by prayer and fasting, he was tied, the right thumb to the right big toe, the left thumb to the left big toe, and was then cast into the water with suitable prayers to the Almighty to declare the right. If he sank he was considered innocent, if he floated he was guilty. The witch was tried in the same way, except that she was tied crossways, i.e. the right thumb to the left big toe, and the left thumb to the right big toe. So great was the belief in this test that many women accused of witchcraft insisted on undergoing this ordeal, which was often conducted with solemnity and decency under the auspices of the minister of the parish and other grave persons. Unless there was strong feeling against the woman for other reasons, the mere fact of her floating did not rouse the populace against her, and she merely returned home. Widow Comyn, for instance, was ducked on 3 separate occasions at her own request. The theologians of the 16th and 17th centuries were greatly exercised by the conclusive evidence which proved that people known to be devout and professing Christians had been present at the Sabbath, joined in the ceremonies, and worshipped the witch's god. The inquisitors recognize the fact, and devote many pages of their books to the discussion of the course to be followed in the case of Christian priests, coming finally to the conclusion that if a priest merely went to the Sabbath but was not in any way in an official position there his sacred character preserved him from evil. The theologians of the Reformed churches, who could not accept the sanctity of the priesthood with the same ease and were also desirous of finding some means of accounting for the presence of the devout laity, boldly evolved the theory that the devil could for his own purposes assume the shape of good Christians in order to mislead the witches. By this plea the accused often succeeded in escaping when the examiners were religious ministers, but it was of no value to them when the trial was in a court of law, and the fact of their presence at an illegal assembly was proved. Lord Coke's definition of a witch summed up the law on the subject: a witch is a person who hath conference with the devil, to consult with him or to do some act. And any person proved to have had such conference was thus convicted of a capital offence and sentenced accordingly. This accounts for the fact, commented on by all students of witch trials, that a witch was often condemned even though she had invariably used her skill for good and not for evil, for healing the sick, not for casting sickness. If it were proved that she had obtained her knowledge from the devil, she had broken the law and must die. Continuity of the religion. Of the ancient religion of pre-Christian Britain there are few written records, but it is contrary to all experience that a cult should die out and leave no trace immediately on the introduction of a new religion. The so-called conversion of Britain meant the conversion of the rulers only. The mass of the people continued to follow their ancient customs and beliefs with a veneer of Christian rites. The centuries brought a deepening of Christianity which, introduced from above, gradually penetrated downwards through one class after another. During this process the laws against the practice of certain heathen rites became more strict as Christianity grew in power. The Church tried her strength against witches in high places and was victorious. And in the 15th century open war was declared against the last remains of heathenism in the famous bull of Innocent VIII. This heathenism was practiced only in certain places and among certain classes of the community. In other places the ancient ritual was either adopted into, or tolerated by, the church. And the maypole dances and other rustic festivities remained as survivals of the rites of the early cult. Whether the religion which survived as the witch cult was the same as the religion of the Druids, or whether it belonged to a still earlier stratum, is not clear. Though the descriptions of classical authors are rather too vague and scanty to settle such a point, sufficient remains to show that a fertility cult did once exist in these islands, akin to similar cults in the ancient world. Such rites would not be suppressed by the tribes who entered Great Britain after the withdrawal of the Romans. A continuance of the cult may therefore be expected among the people whom the Christian missionaries labored to convert. As the early historical records of these islands were made by Christian ecclesiastics, allowance must be made for the religious bias of the writers, which caused them to make Christianity appear as the only religion existing at the time. But though the historical records are silent on the subject, the laws and enactments of the different communities, whether lay or ecclesiastical, retain very definite evidence of the continuance of the ancient cults. In this connection the dates of the conversion of England are instructive. The following table gives the principal dates. 597 to 604, Augustine's mission. London still heathen. Conversion of Ethelbert, King of Kent. After Ethelbert's death Christianity suffered a reverse. 604, conversion of the King of the East Saxons, whose successor lapsed. 627, conversion of the King of Northumbria. 628, conversion of the King of East Anglia. 631 to 651, Aidan's missions. 635, conversion of the King of Wessex. 653, conversion of the King of Mercia. 654, reconversion of the King of the East Saxons. 681, conversion of the King of the South Saxons. An influx of heathenism occurred on two later occasions. In the 9th century there was an invasion by the heathen Danes under Guthrum. And in the 11th century the heathen King Nut led his hordes to victory. As in the case of the Saxon kings of the 7th century, Guthrum and Nut were converted and the tribes followed their leader's example, professed Christianity, and were baptized. But it cannot be imagined that these wholesale conversions were more than nominal in most cases, though the king's religion was outwardly the tribe's religion. If, as happened among the East Saxons, the king forsook his old gods, returned to them again, and finally forsook them altogether, the tribe followed his lead, and, in public at least, worshipped Christ, Odin, or any other deity whom the king favored for the moment. But there can be hardly any doubt that in private the mass of the people adhered to the old religion to which they were accustomed. This tribal conversion is clearly marked, and a heathen king married a Christian queen, or vice versa. And it must also be noted that a king never changed his religion without careful consultation with his chief men. An example of the two religions existing side by side is found in the account of Redwald, king of the East Saxons, who in the same temple had an altar to sacrifice to Christ, and another small one to offer victims to devils. The continuity of the ancient religion is proved by the references to it in the classical authors, the ecclesiastical laws, and other legal and historical records. 1st Centre Strabo, 63b.c. a.d. 23. In an island close to Britain, Demeter and Persephone are venerated with rites similar to the orgies of Samothrace. 4th Centre. Dionysius says that in islands near Jersey and Guernsey the rites of Bacchus were performed by the women, crowned with leaves. They danced and made an even greater shouting than the Thracians. 7th Centre. Theodore, Archbishop of Canterbury, 668 to 690. The Liber Poenitentialis of Theodore contains the earliest ecclesiastical laws of England. It consists of a list of offences and the penance due for each offence. One whole section is occupied with details of the ancient religion and of its rites. Such are: sacrifice to devils, eating and drinking in a heathen temple, a. in ignorance, b. after being told by the Christian priest that it is sacrilege and the table of devils, c. as a cult of idols and in honor of idols. Not only celebrating feasts in the abominable places of the heathen and offering food there, but also consuming it. Serving this hidden idolatry, having relinquished Christ. If anyone at the calends of January goes about as a stag or a bull, that is, making himself into a wild animal and dressing in the skin of a herd animal, and putting on the heads of beasts. Those who in such wise transform themselves into the appearance of a wild animal, penance for 3 years because this is devilish. The laws of Wihtred, King of Kent, 690. Fines inflicted on those who offer to devils. 8th Centre. The Confessionale and Poenitenial of Egbert, 1st Archbishop of York, 734 to 766. Prohibition of offerings to devils, of witchcraft, of auguries according to the methods of the heathen, of vows paid, loosed, or confirmed at wells, stones, or trees. Of the gathering of herbs with any incantation except Christian prayers. The law of the Northumbrian priests. If then anyone be found that shall henceforth practice any heathenship either by sacrifice or by fyrt, or in any way love witchcraft, or worship idols, if he be a king's thane, let him pay X half marks, half to Christ, half to the king. We are all to love and worship one God, and strictly hold one Christianity, and totally renounce all heathenship. 9th Centre Decree attributed to a General Council of Ancira. Certain wicked women, reverting to Satan, and seduced by the illusions and phantasms of demons, believe and profess that they ride at night with Diana on certain beasts, with an innumerable multitude of women, passing over immense distances. Obeying her commands as their mistress, and evoked by her on certain nights. 10th Centre Laws of Edward and Guthrum. After 901. If anyone violate Christianity, or reverence heathenism, by word or by work, let him pay as well wer, as white or loslit, according as the deed may be. Laws of King Athelstan, 924 to 940. We have ordained respecting witchcrafts, and lieblacks, and morthdades, if anyone should be thereby killed, and he could not deny it, that he be liable in his life. But if he will deny it, and at the threefold ordeal shall be guilty, that he be cxx days in prison. Ecclesiastical Canons of King Edgar, 959. We enjoin, that every priest zealously promote Christianity, and totally extinguish every heathenism. And forbid well-worshippings, and necromancies, and divinations, and enchantments, and man-worshippings, and the vain practices which are carried on with various spells, and with fritzplots, and with elders, and also with various other trees. And with stones, and with many various delusions, with which men do much of what they should not. And we enjoin, that every Christian man zealously accustom his children to Christianity, and teach them the Paternoster and the Creed. And we enjoin, that on feast days heathen songs and devils' games be abstained from. Laws of King Ethelred, 978, 1016. Let every Christian man do as is needful to him, let him strictly keep his Christianity. Let us zealously venerate right Christianity, and totally despise every heathenism. 11th Centre. Laws of King Nut, 1017 to 1035. We earnestly forbid every heathenism. Heathenism is, that men worship idols, that is, that they worship heathen gods, and the sun or the moon, fire or rivers, water wells or stones, or forest trees of any kind. Or love witchcraft, or promote morthwork in any wise. 13th Centre Witchcraft made into a sect and heresy by the Church. The priest of Inverkeithing presented before the bishop in 1282 for leading a fertility dance at Easter round the phallic figure of a god, he was allowed to retain his benefice. 14th Centre. In 1303 the Bishop of Coventry was accused before the Pope for doing homage to the devil. Trial of Dame Alice Keiteler, 1324. Tried for both operative and ritual witchcraft, and found guilty. Niders Formicarius, 1337. A detailed account of witches and their proceedings in Bern, which had been infested by them for more than 60 years. 15th Centre Joan of Arc burnt as a witch, 1431. Gilles de Rais executed as a witch, 1440. Bernardo di Bosco, 1457. Sent by Pope Calixtus III to suppress the witches in Brescia and its neighborhood. Bull of Pope Innocent VIII, 1481. It has come to our ears that numbers of both sexes do not avoid to have intercourse with demons, incubi and succubi. And that by their sorceries, and by their incantations, charms, and conjurations, they suffocate, extinguish, and cause to perish the births of women, the increase of animals, the corn of the ground, the grapes of the vineyard and the fruit of the trees, as well as men, women, flocks, herds, and other various kinds of animals, vines and apple trees, grass, corn and other fruits of the earth. Making and procuring that men and women, flocks and herds and other animals shall suffer and be tormented both from within and without, so that men beget not, nor women conceive, and they impede the conjugal action of men and women. It will be seen by the foregoing that so far from the bull of Pope Innocent VIII being the beginning of the outbreak of witchcraft, as so many modern writers consider, it is only one of many ordinances against the practices of an earlier cult. It takes no account of the effect of these practices on the morals of the people who believed in them, but lays stress only on their power over fertility, the fertility of human beings, animals, and crops. In short, it is exactly the pronouncement which one would expect from a Christian against a heathen form of religion in which the worship of a god of fertility was the central idea. It shows therefore that the witches were considered to deal with fertility only. Looked upon in the light of a fertility cult, the ritual of the witches becomes comprehensible. Originally for the promotion of fertility, it became gradually degraded into a method for blasting fertility, and thus the witches who had been once the means of bringing prosperity to the people and the land by driving out all evil influences, in process of time were looked upon as being themselves the evil influences, and were held in horror accordingly. The actual feelings of the witches towards their religion have been recorded in very few cases, but they can be inferred from the few records which remain. The earliest example is from Lorraine in 1408, Liquel me fate les sustites dames desoyant et confessoyant avoir endure à leur contentement et salment de plaisir que enavoyant eu onc de leur vie en tel porches. De Lancre took a certain amount of trouble to obtain the opinions of the witches, whereby he was obviously scandalized. Vine sorcière entre autres fort insigne nous dict chuel o et toujours cru, que la sorcellerie estoit la meilleure religion. Yen dibassin a g de vingt neuf ans nous dict que le sabbat estoit le vrai paradis, oily a beaucoup plus de plaisir qu'on any put exprimer. Que ce que y vent truant le temps si court à force de plaisir and de contentim, n, t, chuilsnn puant sorter sans bien merveilleuse regret, de manière chuil leur tard infiniment chuils ny reusenant. Marie de la Rolda, a g de vingt-huit ans, très belle femme, depose chuel o et vn singulier plaisir d'aller au sabbat. Si bien que quand on la venoit samandra dy aller ly aloit comme anopsis, non pas tant pour la liberté en licence qu'on a de essequenter ensemble, que par modes til dict noir imas fake New York view fair, mais parce que le diable tenoit tellement liés leurs cours and leurs volontés tuer pain y la soit il entré nul autre desir. En rest el dict chuel any croyoid faire aucun mal d'aller au sabbat, and chuel y o et beaucoup plus de plaisir and contentement que d'aller à la messe, parce que le diable leur faisoit à croire chuil estoit le vrai Dieu. And que la ioi que les sorcières prenoyant au sabbat en estoit chuvien commencement divine beaucoup plus grande gloire. Els desoyant franchement, quels y alloyant and voyant tout ces execrations oec vin volupté admirable, and vn desir in rager dy aller and dy ester, troa, n, t les ires tro recules de la nuit pour faire le voyage si desire. And le point ou les heures pour y aller trop lentes, and y estant, tro, courts pour vn si agréable sire and delicieux amusement. En fin il a le faux martyr, and se trud de sorcières si carnes a sun serus endiable, Chuilny a torture New York supplice que les estan, and diarrheas Chuils vont au vrai martyr and à la mort pour l'amour de lie. Aussi gaiement que sils alloyant à vn festin de plaisir and réjouissance public. Quand elles sont préuenies de la iestis, elles any pleurant and any iatan vin so larme, voir leur faux martyr soit de la torture, soit du gibbet leur est si plaisant, chuil tard à plusieurs coups any soit executes à mort. And souffre, t fort iusement couon leur face le procès, tant il leur tard coups any soyant avec le diable. Et any es impatientant de reign tant en leur prison, que de ce coups any lui puant tesmoiner co, elles souffrant and désirant souffre pour lie. Bodin says, Ilyn a d'autres, auxquels Satan promet qu'elles seront bien heureuses après cette vie, que empêche qu'elles n'y repentant, and murent obstines en leur méconceit. Madame de Bourignan's Girls at Lille, 1661, had not the least design of changing, to quit these abominable pleasures, as one of them of 22 years old one day told me. No, said she, I will not be other than I am. I find too much content in my condition. Though the English and Scotch witches' opinions are not reported, it is clear from the evidence that they were the same as those of the Basses Pyrenees. For not only did they join of their own free will but in many cases there seems to have been no need of persuasion. In a great number of trials, when the witches acknowledged that they had been asked to become members of the society, there follows an expression of this sort, ye freely and willingly accepted and granted thereto. And that they held to their God as firmly as those de Lancre put to death is equally evident in view of the North Berwick witches, of Rebecca West and Rose Hallibred, who died very stubborn, and refractory without any remorse, or seeming terror of conscience for their abominable witchcraft. Major Weir, who perished as a witch, renouncing all hope of heaven. And the Northampton witches, Agnes Brown and her daughter, who were never heard to pray, or to call upon God, never asking pardon for their offences either of God or the world in this their dangerous and desperate resolution, died. Eleanor Shaw and Mary Phillips, at their execution, being desired to say their prayers, they both set up a very loud laughter, calling for the devil to come and help them in such a blasphemous manner, as is not fit to mention. So that the sheriff, seeing their presumptuous impenitence, caused them to be executed with all the expedition possible. Even while they were cursing and raving, and as they lived the devil's true factors, so they resolutely died in his service, the rest of the coven also died, without any confession or contrition. 2. The God. 1. As God. It is impossible to understand the witch cult without first understanding the position of the chief personage of that cult. He was known to the contemporary Christian judges and recorders as the devil, and was called by them Satan, Lucifer, Beelzebub, the foul fiend, the enemy of salvation, and similar names appropriate to the principle of evil. The devil of the Scriptures, with whom they identified him. This was far from the view of the witches themselves. To them this so-called devil was God, manifest and incarnate. They adored him on their knees, they addressed their prayers to him, they offered thanks to him as the giver of food and the necessities of life, they dedicated their children to him, and, there are indications that, like many another god, he was sacrificed for the good of his people. The contemporary writers state in so many words that the witches believed in the divinity of their master. Dianus, writing in 1575, says, the Diul com, ondeth them that they shall acknowledge him for their God, calvpo, him, pray to him, and trust in him, then do they all repeat the oath which they ha given to him. In acknowledging him to be their God. Gilles, in 1646, nearly a century later, says that the witches vow to take him, the devil, for their God, worship, invoke, obey him. The witches are even more explicit, and their evidence proves the belief that their master was to them their God. The accusation against Elizabeth Vlaming's of Alost, 1595, was that vous n'avez pas eu honte de vous agenouiller devant votre Belzebuth, que vous avez adore. The same accusation was made against Marion Grant of Aberdeen, 1596, that, the duel quom thou callest thy God, causeth to worship him on thy knees as thy Lord. De Lanker, 1609, records, as did all the inquisitors, the actual words of the witches. When they presented a young child, they fell on their knees and said, Grand Seigneur, l'equal I adore. And when the child was old enough to join the society she made her vow in these words, I me remets de tout point en ton pouvoir en entre tes mains, any recognoise autre Dieu, si bien que tu es mon Dieu. Silvain Nevillon, tried at Orleans in 1614, said, On ditto diable nous vous recognoissons pour nostre maester, nostre Dieu, nostre Creator. The Lancashire witch, Margaret Johnson, 1633, said, There appeared unto her a spirit or devil in the similitude and proportion of a man. And the said devil or spirit bid her call him by the name of Mamillion. And saith, that in all her talka and conference she calleth her said devil Mamillion, my God. According to Madame Bourignon, 1661, persons who were thus engaged to the devil by a precise contract, will allow no other god but him. Isabel Gaudí confessed that, he made verses below that there was no god beside him, we get all this power from the devil, and when we seek it from him, we call him our Lord. At each time, quan we wold might with him, we behoit to rise and mak our courtesy, and we wold say, ye are welcome, our Lord, and, how do ye, my Lord. The Yorkshire witch, Alice Hewson, 1664, stated that the devil appeared like a black man upon a black horse, with cloven feet, and then I fell down, and did worship him upon my knees. And Armstrong in Northumberland, 1673, gave a good deal of information about her fellow witches. The said and Bates hath several times danced with the devil at the places aforesaid, calling him, sometimes, her protector, and, other sometimes, her blessed Saviour. She saw Forster, Dryden, and Thomson, and the rest, and the ire protector, which they called their god, sitting at the head of the table when this informer used means to avoid the ire company, they threatened her. If she would not turn to the ire god, the last shift should be the worst. At Crichton, 1678, the devil himself preached to the witches, and most blasphemously mocked them, if they offered to trust in God who left them miserable in the world. And neither he nor his Son Jesus Christ ever appeared to them when they called on them, as he had, who would not cheat them. Even in America, 1692, Mary Osgood, the wife of Captain Osgood, declared that, the devil told her he was her God, and that she should serve and worship him. Prayers were addressed to the Master by his followers, and in some instances the prayer was taught by him. Alice Goodridge of Stapenhill in Derbyshire, 1597, herself a witch and the daughter of a witch, was charged by Sir Humphrey Ferrers, with witchcraft about one Michael's cow, which cow when she brake all things that they tied her in. Ran to this Alice Goodridge her house, scraping at the walls and windows to ha come in, her old mother Elizabeth Wright, took upon her to help. Upon condition that she might ha a penny to bestow upon her God, and so she came to the man's house, kneeled down before the cow, crossed her with a stick in the forehead, and prayed to her God, since which time the cow continued WL. Antide Colas, 1598, confessed that, Satan lie n, de le prior soir in matin, en tuel es adenat a faire autre. Elizabeth Sawyer, the witch of Edmonton, 1621, was taught by the devil. He asked of me to whom I prayed, and I answered him to Jesus Christ, and he charged me then to pray no more to Jesus Christ, but to him the Diule, and he the Diule taught me this prayer, Sanctibiceter nomen tuum, Amen. Part of the divy against John at Rendall, an Orkney witch, 1629, was that I the devil appeared to you, quam ye called Wallaman. Indid it and accuse it for whitey of your own confession after ye met your Wallaman upon the hill ye earned to William Rendall's house cuha haid ain seek or and promised to hail him if he could give yow 2 pennies for every foot. And having got tin the silver ye hailed thee or be praying to your Wallaman, like ye as ye have confessed that there is neither man nor beast sick that is not ta'en away be the hand of God but for almies ye are able to cure it be praying to your Wallaman. And whitey there is none a whitey jeeves yow almies but they will thrive either be sea or land if ye pray to your Wallaman. The witches of East Anglia, 1645, also prayed. Ellen the wife of Nicholas Greenleaf of Barton in Suffolk, confessed, that when she prayed to the devil and not to God. Rebecca West confessed that her mother prayed constantly, and, as the world thought, very seriously, but she said it was to the devil, using these words, "Oh my God," meaning him and not the Lord. A good example of the change of the word God, when used by the witch, into the word devil, when recorded by the Christian writer, is found at Butte in 1662. Jonet Stewart declares that Suhan Alistair McNiven was lying sick, that Jonet Morrison and N.C. William being in her house, the said Jonet desired N.C. William to go see the said Alistair, the said N.C. William lifting up her kerchief said, "Devil let him never be seen till I see him, and devil let him never rise." N.C. William was asked, if she lifted up her kerchief. Suhan Jonet Morrison desired her to go see Alistair McNiven, saying, "God let him never rise till I go see him." 2. As a human being. A. Man. The evidence of the witches makes it abundantly clear that the so-called devil was a human being, generally a man, occasionally a woman. At the great Sabbaths, where he appeared in his grand array, he was disguised out of recognition. At the small meetings, in visiting his votaries, or when inducing a possible convert to join the ranks of the witch society, he came in his own person, usually dressed plainly in the costume of the period. When in ordinary clothes he was indistinguishable from any other man of his own rank or age, but the evidence suggests that he made himself known by some manual gesture, by a password, or by some token carried on his person. The token seems to have been carried on the foot, and was perhaps a specially formed boot or shoe, or a foot covering worn under the shoe. Besides the Grand Master himself there was often a second devil, younger than the chief. There is no indication whatsoever as to the method of appointing the head of the witch community, but it seems probable that on the death of the principal devil, the junior succeeded. And that the junior was appointed from among the officers, see chap. 7. This suggestion, however, does not appear to hold good where a woman was the chief, for her second in command was always a man, and often one well advanced in years. The elderly men always seem to have had grey beards. Dianus in 1575 summarizes the evidence and says of the devil, "He appeareth unto them in likeness of a man, insomuch that it happeneth many times, that among a great company of men, the sorcerer only knoweth Satan, that is present. When other do not know him, although they see another man, but who or what he is they know not." Delancre says, "On a obsure de tout temps que lors chuil vot recevoir quelqu'un à faire pacti avec lui, Illinois se present toujours en Cooper states that, the wizards and witches being met in a place and time appointed, the devil appears to them in humane shape. Even a modern writer, after studying the evidence, acknowledges that the witches seem to have been undoubtedly the victims of unscrupulous and designing knaves, who personated Satan. The witches not only described the personal appearance of the devil, but often gave careful details as to his clothes. Such details are naturally fuller when given by the women than by the men. England. John Walsh of Dorsetshire, 1566, described the devil, whom he called his familiar, as sometimes like a man in all proportions, sowing that he had clown feet. The Lancashire witch, and Chattox, 1613, said, "A thing like a Christian man did sundry times come to this examinate, and requested this examinate to jew him her soul, and in the end, this examinate was contented to jew him her said soul. She being then in her own house, in the forest of Pendle. Whereupon the duel then in the shape of a man, said to this examinate, Thou shalt want nothing." Elizabeth Southerns of the same coven said that, there met her this examinate a spirit or duel, in the shape of a boy, the one half of his coat black, and the other brown. To Margaret Johnson, one of the later Lancashire witches, 1633, there appeared a spirit or devil in the similitude and proportion of a man, apparelled in a suite of black, tied about WTH silka points. The Yarmouth witch, 1644, when she was in bed, heard one knock at her door, and rising to her window, she saw, it being moonlight, a tall black man there. The Essex witches, 1645, agreed very fairly in their description of the man who came amongst them. According to Elizabeth Clerc, he appeared in the shape of a proper gentleman, with a laced band, having the whole proportion of a man. He had oftentimes knocked at her door in the night time, and she did arise open the door and let him in. Rebecca West gave evidence that the devil appeared in the likeness of a proper young man. And Rebecca Jones said that the devil as a very handsome young man came to the door, who asked how she did. On another occasion she met the devil, as she was going to St. Osyth to sell butter, in the form of a man in a ragged suit. There are two accounts of the evidence given by the Huntingdonshire witch, Joan Wallace of Keyston, 1646. Sterne says that she confessed the devil came to her in the likeness of a man in blackish clothing, but had cloven feet. Davenport's record is slightly different. Blackman came first to her, about a 12-month since, like a man something ancient, in blackish clothes, but he had ugly feet uncovered. The evidence of the Suffolk witches, 1645-6, is to the same effect. Thomasine Ratcliffe of Shelley confessed that there came one in the likeness of a man. 1 Richmond, a woman which lived at Bramford, confessed the devil appeared to her in the likeness of a man, called Daniel the prophet. 1 Bush of Barton, widow, confessed that the devil appeared to her in the shape of a young black man. All the covens of Somerset, 1664, were evidently under one chief. He came to Elizabeth Style as a handsome man, to Elizabeth Style, and Bishop, Alice Duke, and Mary Penny as a man in black clothes, with a little band. To Christian Green, in the shape of a man in blackish clothes, and to Mary and Catherine Green as a little man in black clothes with a little band. To the Yorkshire witch, Alice Hewson, 1664, he appeared like a black man on a horse upon the moor, and again like a black man upon a black horse, with cloven feet. Abra Grinset of Dunwich, in Suffolk, 1665, said, he did appear in the form of a pretty handsome young man. In Northumberland, 1673, an Armstrong said that she see the said enforcer, with 12 others and, a long black man riding on a bay Galloway, as she thought, which they called their protector. The Devonshire witch Susanna Edwards, 1682, enters into some detail. She did meet with a gentleman in a field called the Parsonage Close in the town of Biddeford. And saith that his apparel was all of black. Upon which she did hope to have a piece of money of him. Whereupon the gentleman drawing near unto this examinant, she did make a kitchy or courtesy unto him, as she did use to do to gentlemen. Being demanded what and who the gentleman she spake of was, the said examinant answered and said, that it was the devil. In Northamptonshire, 1705, he came to Mary Phillips and Eleanor Shaw as a tall black man. Scotland. The earliest description is in the trial of Bessie Dunlop of Lyne in Ayrshire in 1576, and is one of the most detailed. Bessie never spoke of the person, who appeared to her, as the devil. She invariably called him Tom Reed. But he stood to her in the same relation that the devil stood to the witches, and like the devil he demanded that she should believe on him. She described him as "ane honest will elderly man, grey-bearded, and had ane grey coat with Lombard slevis of the auld fassown, ane pair of grey breckies, and quite shankies, gardenet above the knee. Ane black bonnet on his hide, cloes behind and plain biffoir, with silken lices drawn thro' the lippies thereof, and ane quite wand in his hand." Alison Pearson, 1588, must have recognized the man who appeared to her, for she was conduit of the sing of sorcery and witchcraft, with the invocation of the spriitis of the Duil, specially, in the vision and for me of ane Mr. William Simpsown, here cousing and motor brother is sown, coha ski affirmit wes ane grit scholar and doctor of medicine. Though the devil of North Berwick, 1590, appeared in disguise, it is not only certain that he was a man but his identity can be determined. Barbara Napier deposed that the devil wes with them in likeness of ane black man. The devil start up in the pulpit, like a mickle black man, with ane black beard sticking out like ane goat's beard, clad in ane black tattered, gown and ane Yule favoured skull bonnet on his hide, howing ane black book in his hand. Agnes Sampson's description in the official record was very brief. He had on him ane gown, and ane hat, which were both black. But Melville, who probably heard her evidence, puts it more dramatically, the duel wes clad in ane black gown with ane black hat upon his head. His face was terrible, his noise like the beck of ane eagle, gret borning ein. His handies and leg geese were hairy, with claws upon his handies, and fight like the griffin. John Fian merely mentions that the first time the devil came he was clothed in white raiment. The evidence from Aberdeen, 1596-7, points to there being two chiefs, one old and one young. Ellen Gray confessed that, the devil, thy maester, apprit to thee in the steep of ein agit man, bearded, with a quit gown and a thrummet, shaggy, hat. Andro man confesseth that Christ Sunday come to Hym in lickneys of ein fair angel, and clad in quit clathis. Kristen Mitchell stated that sat hon apprit to thee in the lickneys of a little cripple man. And Marion Grant gave evidence that, the duel, quam tho callous thy God, apprit to thee in ein gright man his lickneys, in silken habiliment, with ein quit candle in his hand. Isabel Haldane of Perth, 1607, was carried away into a fairy hill, there sco stayed 3 days, viz. Fra Thursday till Sunday at 12 hurries. Sco met a man with ein grey beard, coha brocht her forth again. This man stood to her in the same relation as Tom Reed to Bessie Dunlop, or as the devil to the witches. Jonet Rendell of Orkney, 1629, saw him clad in quit cloathis, with ein quit head and ein grey beard. In East Lothian, 1630, Alexander Hamilton met the devil in the likeness of a black man. At Eyemouth, 1634, Bessie Bathgate was seen by two young men, at 12 hours of even, when all people are in their beds, standing barelegged and in her sark valicot, at the back of her yard, conferring with the devil who was in green clothes. Monnier Halliburton of Durlton, 1649, confessed that, when her daughter was ill, came the devil, in lickneys of a man, to her house, calling himself a physician. He came also as a mediciner to Sandy Hunter in East Lothian in 1649. In the same year he appeared as a black man to Robert Grieve, an eminent warlock, at Lauder. In the same year also Janet Brown was charged with having held a meeting with the devil appearing as a man, at the back of Broomhills. Among the Allow witches, tried in 1658, Margaret Duckhall, did freely confess her pact ion with the Dywell, how he appeared first to her in the lickneys of a man in brune cloathis, and ein black hat. While Catherine Rennie said, that he first appeared to her in the Bodie's meadow in the lickneys of a man with grey cloathis and ein blue cap. The years 1661 and 1662 are notable in the annals of Scotch witchcraft for the number of trials and the consequent mass of evidence, including many descriptions of the Grand Master. At Forfar, in 1661, Helen Guthrie said that at several meetings the devil was present, in the shape of a black iron-hued man. Catherine Porter saw the devil and he had ein black plaid about him. When Isabel Smith was alone gathering heather, he appeared to her alone like ein broad gentleman, and on another occasion like a light gentleman. Jonet Watson of Dalkeith, also in 1661, said that the devil appeared to her in the lickneys of ein pretty boy, in grain clothes. She was at a mighting in Newtowndine with the devil, who had grain clothes pon him, and ein black hat pon his head. In the same year an Edinburgh coven was tried. Jonet Kerr was accused that, as you were coming from Edger to the park you met with the devil at the Bough in the lickneys of a grievous black man. Helene Casso met with the devil in lickneys of a man with grain clothes in the links of Dudingstone Qr he was gathering sticks amongst the wines. Isabel Ramsay met with the devil in the lickneys of a pleasant young man who said Qr live you good with and how does the minister and as you wes going away he gave you a sexpence saying God bud him give you that qch you weared and bought meal. Therewith as also you had ein youther mating wt the devil in ye own house in the lickneys of ye own husband as you wes lying in ye bed at qch time you engaged to be his servant. Jonet Miller, did might wt the devil in lickneys of ein young man in the house beside the standing stane. The trials of the Aldern witches in 1662 are fully reported as regards matters which interested the recorder. Unfortunately the appearance of the devil was not one of these, therefore Isabel Gowdy's description is abbreviated to the following: he was a meekle black rock man. Sometimes he had boots and sometimes shoes on his foot. But still, always, his foot are forked and cloven. At Crook of Devon in Kinross Shire, in the same year, 9 of the witches described the men they saw, for evidently there were 2 devils in this district. Isabel Rutherford said that Sathon was in the likeness of a man with grey clothes and ane blue band net, having ane beard. Bessie Henderson, the devil appeared to you in the likeness of ane bonny young lad, with ane blue bonnet. Robert Wilson, the devil was riding on ane horse with feuillard clothes and ane Spanish cape. Bessie Neal, Sathon appeared to you with dun-coloured clothes. Margaret Lister, Sathon having grey clothes. Agnes Brew, the devil appeared in the twilight like unto a half-long fellow with an dusty-coloured coat. Margaret Huggin, he was an uncouth man with black clothes with ane hood on his head. Janet Peyton, Sathon had black-coloured clothes and ane blue bonnet being an unkie-like man. Christian Grieve, Sathon did first appear to yow like ane little man with ane blue bonnet on his head with rough grey clothes on him. Marie Lamont of Innerkip, also in 1662, said that, the devil was in the likeness of a meikle black man, and sung to them, and they dance it. He appeared again, in the likeness of a black man with cloven feet. At Paisley, in 1678, the girl witch Annabel Stewart said that, the devil in the shape of a black man came to her mother's house. Her brother John was more detailed in his description. He observed one of the black man's feet to be cloven, and that the black man's apparel was black, and that he had a bluish band and handcuffs, and that he had hogers on his legs without shoes. Margaret Jackson of the same coven confirmed the description. The black man's clothes were black, and he had white handcuffs. The clearest evidence is from an unpublished trial of 1678 among the records in the Justiciary Court in Edinburgh. Margaret Lois declares that about 11 years ago a man whom she thought to be an Englishman that cured diseases in the country, called Webb, appeared to her in her own house and gave her a drink and told her that she would have children after the taking of that drink, and declares that that man made her renounce her baptism. And declares that she thought that the man who made her do these things was the devil, and that she has had several mitings with that man after she knew him to be the devil. Margaret Smale, prisoner, being examined anent the crime of witchcraft, depones that having come into the house of Janet Borthwick in Crytown she saw a gentleman sitting with her. And they desired her to sit down, and having sitten down the gentleman drank to her and she drank to him, and thereafter the said Janet Borthwick told her that that gentleman was the devil, and declares that at her desire she renounced her baptism and gave herself to the devil. At Borrostonis in 1679 Annapol Thompson had a meeting with the devil in your cooming betwixt Linlithgow and Borrowstowns, where the devil, in the likeness of ane black man, told yow, that yow was ane poor puddle bodie. And yow the said Annapol had ane other meeting, and he invaded yow to go alongst, and drink with him. The same devil met Margaret Hamilton, and conversed with yow at the town well of Borrowstowns, and several times in your Awin house, and drank several choppens of ale with you. The Renfrewshire trials of 1696 show that all Mrs. Fulton's grandchildren saw the same personage. Elizabeth Anderson, at the age of 7, saw a black grim man go into her grandmother's house. James Lindsay, aged 14, met his grandmother with a black grim man. And little Thomas Lindsay was awaked by his grandmother one night out of his bed, and caused him take a black grim gentleman, as she called him, by the hand. At Pittenweem, in 1704, this young woman Isabel Adams, acknowledged, her compact with the devil, which she says was made up after this manner, viz. That being in the house of the said Beatty Lang, and a man at the end of the table, Beatty proposes to Isabel, that since she would not fee and hire with her, that she would do it, with the man at the end of the table. And accordingly Isabel agreed to it, and spoke with the man at that time in general terms. 8 days after, the same person in appearance comes to her, and owns that he was the devil. The latest instance is at Thurso in 1719, where the devil met Margaret Neen Gilbert, in the way in the likeness of a man, and engaged her to take on with him, which she consented to, and she said she knew him to be the devil or he parted with her. In Ireland one of the earliest known trials for ritual witchcraft occurred in 1324, the accused being the Lady Alice Kytler. She was said to have met the devil, who was called Robin son of Artis, in specie custam Ethiopis cum duobus socies ipso meoribus et elongioribus. In France also there is a considerable amount of evidence. The earliest example is in 143 feet 0 inches, when Piran, a follower of Joan of Arc, was put to death by fire as a witch. She persisted to the end in her statement, which she made on oath, that God appeared to her in human form and spoke to her as friend to friend, and that the last time she had seen him he was clothed in a scarlet cap and a long white robe. Esteban de Cambreau of the parish of Aumont in 1567 said that the witches danced round a great stone, sur lequel est assis un grand homme noir, qu'elles appellent Monsieur. Jean Hervillier of Verberie near Compiègne, in 1578, daughter of a witch who had been condemned and burnt, confessa tuer eloge de deux anssa mir la presenta au diable, en fermi divien grand homme noir, and vested en noir, bot, esperan. Aec vien sb au cost, and vien chul noir à la porte. François Secretine of St. Claude in 1598 stated, Chuel estoit dani au diable, l'équal au et lors la semblance divien grand homme noir. Thievin Paget, from the same district, racontoit que le diable s'apparat à elle la première fois en plein midi, en fermi divien grand homme noir. En Antide Colas desoit, que Satan s'apparat à elle en fermi divien homme, de grande stature, ayant sa barbe and ses habillements noirs. Jean Diabadel, in the Basses Pyrenees, 1609, dit tuel y vid le diable en fermi d'homme noir en hydux, avec 6 cornes en la teste, parfois huict. Silvain Nevillon, tried at Orleans in 1614, dit que le sabbat se tenoit dans vin maison, oil vit à la chemini com, let it sabbat se faisoit, vien noir, duquel on ni voyoit point la teste. Vit aussi vien grand noir à l'opposite de celui de la chemini. Dit que les du diables que estoyant au sabbat, lvn s'appelloit elorthon, and l'autre trazensac. 2 sisters were tried in 1652, one, dit d'avoir trouvé un diable en guise d'un homme pied, the other said that il entre dans sa chamber en fermi d'un chat par un fenestre etse chanhea en la posture d'un homme vesté de rouge. In Belgium, Digna Robert, 1565, met un beau jeune homme vêtu d'une casaque noire, que était le diable, etse nommé Barbon. À la Noël passée, un autre diable, nommé Cribas, est venu près d'elle. Elizabeth Vlamings of Ninove in the Pays d'Alost, 1595, was accused, que vous avez, avant comme après le repas, vous septième au huitim, dans sous les arbres en compagnie de votre Belzébuth et d'un autre démon. 2 duen pour point blanc à la mode française Josen Labans in 1664, aged about 40, passé dix neuf ans le diable est offered à vous, derrière votre habitation, sous la figure d'un grand seigneur. Vêtu en noir et portant de plume sur son chapeau. In the copper mines of Sweden, 1670, the devil appeared as a minister. In the province of Elfdale in the same year his dress was not the usual black of that period, he used to appear, but in different habits. But for the most part we saw him in a grey coat, and red and blue stockings, he had a red beard, a high-crowned hat, with linen of diverse colours wrapped about it, and long garters upon his stockings. This is not unlike the costume of Tom Reed as described, more than a century before, by Bessie Dunlop. In America the same evidence is found. At Hartford, 1662, Robert Sterne testifieth as followeth, I saw this woman Goodwife Seeger in ye woods with 3 more women and with them I saw 2 black creatures like 2 Indians but taller. And Hugh Crozier, said ye duel opened ye door of Eben Booth's house made it fly open and ye gate fly open being asked how he could tell he said ye duel aper to him like a boy and told him he dead make them fly open and then ye boy went out of his sight. Elizabeth Knapp at Groton, 1671, was with another maid whitey boarded in ye house, where both of them saw ye appearance of a man's head and shoulders, wth a great white neckcloth, looking in at ye window, which she hath since confessed. Was ye devil coming to her? One day as she was alone in a lower room she looked out of ye window, and saw ye devil in ye habit of an old man, coming over a great meadow. At Salem, 1692, Mary Osgood saw him as a black man who presented a book. And Mary Lacy described him as a black man in a high-crowned hat. The evidence suggests that an important part of the devil's costume was the head covering, which he appears to have worn both in and out of doors. Though the fact is not of special interest in itself, it may throw light on one of the possible origins of the cult. In 1576 Bessie Dunlop met Tom Reed, who was clearly the devil. He was "ane honest will elderly man, grey-bearded, and had ane grey coat with Lombard slevis of the auld fasoun, ane pair of grey breckies and quite shankies, gardenet above the knee. Ane black bonnet on his hide, cloes behind and plain bifoir, with silken lysis drawn thro' the lippies thereof." At North Berwick in 1590, the duel, clad in a black gown with a black hat upon his head, preached to a great number of them. Another description of the same event shows that the devil start up in the pulpit, like a mickle black man clad in a black taidy gown, and an evil-favoured skull bonnet on his head. At Aberdeen in 1597 Ellen Gray described the devil as "ane agit man, bearded, with a quit gown and a thrummet hat." In 1609, in the Basses Pyrenees, when the devil appeared as a goat, "on la voit aussi quelque espèce de bonnet au chapeau au dessus de ses cornes." The Alo Coven in 1658 spoke of "a man in brune cleithis and ane black hat." And on 2 occasions of "a young man with grey cloathis and ane blue cap." In 1661 Janet Watson of Dalkeith was at a mighting in Newtowndean with the devil, who had grain clothes pon him, and ane black hat pon his head. 5 members of the coven at Crook of Devon in 1662 spoke of the devil's headgear. Sathon was in the likeness of a man with grey clothes and ane blue bandnet, having ane beard. Ane bonny young lad with ane blue bonnet. Ane uncouth man with black clothes with ane hood on his head. Sathon had all the said times black coloured clothes and ane blue bonnet, being an unkie-like man. Ane little man with ane blue bonnet on his head with rough grey clothes on him. In 1662 in Connecticut Robert Sterne saw 2 black creatures like 2 Indians, but taller. As he was at a little distance it is probable that he took a plumed or horned headdress to be the same as the Indian headgear. In Belgium in 1664 Josen Labens saw the devil wearing a plumed hat. In Somerset in 1665 Mary Green said that when he met the witches, the little man put his hand to his hat, saying "How d'ye," speaking low but big. At Toryburn Lilias 80 said that the light was sufficient to "shew the devil," who wore a cap covering his cars and neck. In Sweden in 1670 the devil came, in a grey coat, and red and blue stockings. He had a red beard, a high-crowned hat, with linen of divers colours wrapped about, and long garters upon his stockings. At Pittenweem in 1670 the young lass Isabel Adams saw the devil as "a man in black clothes with a hat on his head, sitting at the table, in Beatty Lang's house." B. Woman. The Queen of Elphin, or Elfame, is sometimes called the devil, and it is often impossible to distinguish between her and the devil when the latter appears as a woman. Whether she was the same as the French Reine du Sabbat is equally difficult to determine. The greater part of the evidence regarding the woman devil is from Scotland. In 1576 Bessie Dunlop's evidence shows that Tom Reed, who was to her what the devil was to witches, was under the orders of the Queen of Elfame. Interrogat, Jif ski nur ask it the question at him. Wherefore he come to hear mair, than, ane thir body. Answer it, remembering here, Tsuhan ski was lying in childbed lair, with ane of her laid dis, that ane stout woman come in to hear, and sat down on the for me beside here, and ask it ane drink at her, and ski gave here. Koha also told here, that barn walled da, and that her husband sold mend of his sytens. The said Bessie answered, that ski remembered will thereof. And Tom said, that was the Queen of Elfame his maesters, Koha had commanded him to wait pound here, and to do here good. Confess it and file it. In 1588 Alison Pearson was conduit for hanting and repairing with the good Nichtburies and Queen of Elfame, their Joers 3 iris bypassed, as Sco had confessed be her depositiones. Declaring that Sco could not say readily how lang Sco wes with thame. And that Sco had fraindis in that court quilk wes of here win blood, Coha had good acquaintance of the Queen of Elfane. And that Sco saw knocked the Queen Thur Suin 3 In 1597 at Aberdeen Androman was accused that Thriesquire yeris sensine rotherby, the devil, thy maester, come to thy mothras house, in the lickneys and steep of a woman, quam tho callis the Queen of Elfin, and was delivered of a barn. As aprit to the there, though confesses that be the space of 32 years sensin or thurby, though begud to have carnal deal with that devilish sprite, the Queen of Elfin, on quam tho begot divers bairnies, quam tho he sena sensin. Though confesses that the devil, thy maester, quam tho terms Christenday, and supponies to be ein engel, and God dis God's one, albeit he's a thraw by God, and sways, to the Queen of Elfin, is rasit be the speaking of the word benedicity. Cyclic, though affirmest that the Queen of Elfin he's a grip of all the craft, but Christenday is the goodman, and he's all power vendor God. Vpon the ruiday in harvest, in this present year, quilk fell on a Wednesday, though confesses and affirmis, though saw Christenday come out of the snaw in lickneys of a stag, and that the Queen of Elfin was there, and Theris with here. Ridend on quit hakenis, and that they come to the bin hill and the bin locked, where they vse common lie to convene, and that they coha convenes with thame kisses Christenday and the Queen of Elfinis heirs. Though affirmis that the Queen is very pleasant, and will be auld and young Tsuhan Sco plicis, Sco macis any kwengi quam Sco plicis, and lias with any Sco likies. Another Aberdeen witch, Marian Grant, was accused in the same year and confessed, that the devil, thy maester, quam tho terms Christenday, causeth the dawn sindry times with him and with Our Lady, Coha, as tho says, was a fine woman. Clad in a quit wallicot. In Ayrshire in 1605 Patrick Lowry and Jonet Hunter were accused that they Halloweven assemblet thame selfis pon Loden Hill, where there appeared to thame ein devilish sprite, in lickneys of ein woman, and cowlit herself Helen Mabrun. In the Bases Pyrenees in 1609, one could, en chaske village trower veen roin du sabbat, que sathon tenoit en delis com, veen espouse preology. At the which mass the worshippers lie by sent la main gauche, tremblins auic mil angoises, and lie offrent du pain, de oafs, and de l'argent, and la roin du sabbat les recoit, laquelle estasize a sun cost gauche. En nsa main gauche el tiant veen pix ou platine, don laquelle est graui el effigy de Lucifer, laquelle on any base chuapre elawar premierment base al. In 1613 the Lancashire witch, and Chaddocks, made a confused statement as to the sex of the so-called spirits. It is however quite possible that the confusion is due to the recorder, who was accustomed to consider all demons as male, after their eating, the duel called Fancy, and the other spirit calling himself Tib. Carried the remnant away, and she saith that at their said banquet, the said spirits gave them light to see what they did, and that they were both she spirits and diules. In 1618 at Leicester Joan Willimot saith, that she hath a spirit which she calleth pretty, which was joined to her by William Barry of Langholm in Rutlandshire, whom she served 3 years. And that her master when he gave it to her, willed her to open her mouth, and he would blow into her a fairy which should do her good, and that she opened her mouth, and he did blow into her mouth. And that presently after his blowing, there came out of her mouth a spirit, which stood upon the ground in the shape and for me of a woman, which spirit did ask of her soul, which she then promised unto it. Being willed thereunto by her master. William Barton was tried in Edinburgh about 1655. One day, says he, going from my own house in Kirkliston, to the Queen's Ferry, I overtook in Dalmeny Moir, a young gentlewoman, as to appearance beautiful and comely. I drew near to her, but she shunned my company, and when I insisted, she became angry and very nice. Said I, we are both going one way, be pleased to accept of a convoy. At last after much entreaty she grew better natured, and at length came to that familiarity, that she suffered me to embrace her, and to do that which Christian ears ought not to hear of. At this time I parted with her very joyful. The next night, she appeared to him in that same very place, and after that which should not be named, he became sensible, that it was the devil. Here he renounced his baptism, and gave up himself to her service, and she called him her beloved, and gave him this new name of Ian Baptist, and received the mark. At Forfar in 1662 Marjorie Ritchie willingly and freely declared that the devil appeared to her thrice several times in the similitude of a woman, the first time in on Jonet Barry's house. The second time while she was putting V.P. lint in the company of the said Jonet, and that the devil did take her by the hand at that time, and promised that she should never want money. And thereafter that the devil appeared to her in the moise of New Town of Airlie, wherein when she did renounce her baptism. In 1670 Jean Weir, sister of the notorious Major Weir, gave an account of how she entered the service of the devil. The ceremony began as follows: when she keep the school at Dalkeith, and teach children, ane tall woman came to the declarant's house when the children were there. And that she had, as appeared to her, ane child upon her back, and on or two at her foot. And that the said woman desired that the declarant should employ her to speak for her to the Queen of Fairy, and strick and battle in her behalf with the said Queen, which was her own words. Among the Salem witches in 1692, this rampant hag, Martha Carrier, was the person, of whom the confessions of the witches, and of her own children among the rest, agreed, that the devil had promised her, she should be Queen of Hell. 3. Identification. As it is certain that the so-called devil was a human being, sometimes disguised and sometimes not, the instances in which these persons can be identified are worth investigating. In most cases these are usually men, and the names are often given, but it is only in the case of the devil of North Berwick that the man in question is of any historic importance, the others are simply private individuals of little or no note. Elizabeth Style of Windsor, in 1579, gives a description of Father Rosamond's changes of form, which points to his being the chief of the Windsor witches. She confesseth herself oftentimes to ha gone to Father Rosamond house where she found Hym sitting in a wood, not far from thence, vender the body of a tree, sometimes in the shape of an ape, and otherwhiles like an horse. In the reign of Elizabeth, 1584, there is a list of 87 suspected persons, among whom occur the names of Pould Birtles the Great Devil, Roger Birtles and his wife and Anne Birtles, Darnley the Sorcerer, the Old Witch of Ramsbury, Maud Toogood Enchantress, Mother Gillian Witch and several other old witches. The account by John Stern the Pricker, in 1645, indicates that one of the magistrates of Fenny Drayton was the local devil. Some will say, it is strange they should know when they should be searched, if it be kept private. I answer, let it be kept never so private, it hath been common, and as common as any other thing, as they themselves have confessed, for so did they of Fenny Drayton in Cambridgeshire, who made very large confessions, as that the devil told them of our coming to town. One of the clearest cases, however, is that of Marsh of Dunstable in 1649, whom Palmer confessed to be head of the whole college of witches. That he knows in the world, this Palmer hath been a witch these 60 years, by his own confession, long enough to know and give in the taught-all summy of all the conjuring conclave, and the society of witches in England. In Scotland a certain number of identifications are also possible. Alison Pearson, tried in 1588, learnt all her charms and obtained all her knowledge from the devil, who came to her in the form of Mr. William Simpson, her mother's brother's son, who was a great scholar and doctor of medicine in Edinburgh. Jonet Stewart in 1597 learnt her charms from Uncle Michael Clerc, smith in Lasswade, and fra an Italian stranger callit Mr. John Damiot, a notorious Nawan enchanter and sorcerer. In the trial of Marion Pardon of Hillswick in 1644, it was given in evidence that a man spoke of the devil as Marion Pardon's Pope, i.e. nurse's husband or foster father. In a case tried at Lauder in 1649 there is an indication that one of the magistrates was the chief of the witches. Robert Grieve accused a certain woman at a secret session of the court, but the devil came that same night unto her, and told her that Hob Grieve had filed her for a witch. Isabel Ramsay in 1661 was accused that, you had ane youther mating wt the devil in your own house in the lickneys of your own husband as you west lying in your bed at qch time you engaged to be his servant and received $1 from him. When a man had special knowledge as to which women were witches, it is suggestive that he might be himself the devil, as in the case of the Reverend Alan Logan, who was particularly knowing in the detection of witches. At the administration of the communion, he would cast his eye along, and say, "You witch wife, get up from the table of the Lord," when some poor creature would rise and depart. It seems probable that the infamous Abbé Guibourg was the head of the Paris witches, for it was he who celebrated the Black Mass and performed the sacrifice of a child, both of which were the duties of the devil. At Salem also the account given by the witches of the Reverend George Burroughs points to his filling the office of devil, for he was head actor at some of their hellish rendezvous, and one who had the promise of being a king in Satan's kingdom. He was the person who had seduced and compelled them into the snares of witchcraft. That Burroughs was a religious person is no argument against his being also the devil of Salem. Apart from the well-known psychological fact that a certain form of religious feeling can exist at the same time as the propensity to and practice of sexual indulgence, there is proof that many of the witches were outwardly religious according to the tenets of Christianity. So many Christian priests were also followers of the witch religion that the inquisitors of the 16th century were greatly exercised in their minds as to how to deal with the offender. Antide Colas confessed that she attended the midnight mass on Christmas Eve, then went to a witch meeting, and returned to the church in time for the mass at dawn on Christmas morning. At Ipswich in 1645, Mother Lakeland hath been a professor of religion, a constant hearer of the word for these many years, and yet a witch, as she confessed, for the space of near 20 years. The best known case of the kind is that of Major Weir in Edinburgh in 1670, whose outward appearance tallies with the usual descriptions of the devil, and whose conduct is only explainable on the supposition that he actually was the chief of the witches. His garb was still a cloak, and somewhat dark, and he never went without his staff. He was a tall black man, and ordinarily looked down to the ground, a grim countenance, and a big nose. His reputation for piety was so great that a woman, who had actually seen him commit an offense against the criminal law, was flogged for mentioning the fact and thus defaming a man of such extreme and well-established piety. He was tried as a witch on his own unsolicited confession, and was burnt together with his staff, dying, impenitent and renouncing all hope of a Christian heaven. The most interesting case historically, however, is that of the Devil of the North Berwick Witches, 1590. The number of people involved was 39, i.e. 3 covens, but though the names of all were known, only 4 were tried. The records are given in considerable detail, and the identification of the chief is therefore possible. The character of the accused in this case is of great importance when considering the evidence. Nothing more unlike the conventional idea of witches can well be imagined than the man and women who were arraigned on that occasion. Agnes Sampson, the wise wife of Keith, was a woman not of the base and ignorant sort of witches, but matron-like, grave and settled in her answers, which were all to some purpose. John Fian, or Cunningham, was a schoolmaster, therefore a man of education. Effie McCallion, the daughter of Lord Clifton Hall, was a woman of family and position. Barbara Napier was also of good family. These were clearly the moving spirits of the band, and they were all persons capable of understanding the meaning and result of their actions. The accusation against the witches was that they had met together to plot the murder of the king and queen by witchcraft. The trial therefore was on a double charge, witchcraft and high treason, and both charges had to be substantiated. Keeping in mind Lord Coke's definition of a witch as a person who has conference with the devil to take counsel or to do some act, it is clear that the fact of the devil's bodily presence at the meetings had to be proved first. Then the fact of the conference, and finally the attempts at murder. The reports of the trial do not, however, differentiate these points in any way, and the religious prepossession of the recorders colors every account. It is therefore necessary to take the facts without the construction put upon them by the natural bias of the Christian judges and writers. The records give in some detail the account of several meetings where the deaths of the king and queen were discussed, and instructions given and carried out to effect that purpose. At each meeting certain ceremonies proper to the presence of the Grand Master were performed, but the real object of the meeting was never forgotten or even obscured. The actual evidence of the affair was given by Agnes Sampson, also called Annie Simpson or Thompson, John Fian, Euphemia or Effie McCallion, and Barbara Napier. As it was a case of high treason, the two leaders, Sampson and Fian, were tortured to force them to divulge the name of the prime mover. Both these two and Effie McCallion were condemned and executed. Barbara Napier, equally guilty according to the evidence but more fortunate in her jurors, was released, for which action the jurors themselves were subsequently tried. Though the means used by the witches may seem ridiculous, the murderous intention is very clear. First they performed incantations to raise a storm to wreck the Queen's ship on her way to Scotland, and the storm which actually arose very nearly effected their purpose. As it failed, however, they betook themselves to the accredited method of melting a waxen image, but they were also ready to use poisons, which were to their minds the most virulent that could be prepared. I have arranged the evidence so as to make as far as possible a consecutive narrative of the occurrences. John Fian, tried December 26, 1590. The first items relate to his consulting with the devil and working witchcraft. 7. Item, Filet, for the raising of Windies att the Kingees passing to Denmark, and for the sending of ein letter to Marion Linkup in Leith, to that effect, bidding here to might him and the rest, on the sea, within 5 days. Quer Satan deliured ein cat out of his hand to Robert Griersoun, gavan the word to cast the same in the sea Ola. And thereafter, being mounted in a ship, and drank ilk ein to otheris, quer Satan said, ye shall sink the ship, like as they thought they did. 8. Item, Filet, for assembling himself with Sathane, att the Kingees returning to Denmark. Quer Satan promised to raise ein mist, and cast the Kingees' majesty in England. Agnes Sampson, tried January 27, 1591. The first part of the ditty is entirely occupied with her conferences with the devil and her healing the sick by his advice. 40. Item, Filet and Convict, of the Deliury of ein letter, Quilk John Fien, Clerc, made in George Muty's Bach, House in the Pannies, accompany it with the Gudwife of the house, Gilles Duncan, and 8 others, Coha convenit there for raising of storm. To stay the Queen's hame coming to Scotland. After consultation, whether Gilles Duncan or Bessie Thomsoun West may test to send the letter with, and concluded to send thc said Gilles, Quilk letter West send to Marion Lenchop in Leith. The effect querof is this, Marion Lenchop, ye saw warn the rest of the Sisteris, to raise the wind this day, att eleven huris, to stay the Canes coming in Scotland. Like as they that wer convenit at the Pannies sold do their part be iced. And to might thame that wer in the Pannies, and att their meeting, they sold mac the stormed Universal through the sea. Then follows the method of doing this by casting in a cat. From News from Scotland. The said Agnes Thompson, Sampson, confessed, that the devil, being then at North Berwick Kirk attending their coming, in the habit or likeness of a man. And having made his ungodly exhortations, wherein he did greatly inveigh against the King of Scotland, he received their oaths for their good and true service towards him, and departed, which done, they returned to sea, and so home again. At which time, the witches demanded of the devil, why he did bear such hatred to the king, who answered, by reason the king is the greatest enemy he hath in the world. All which their confessions and depositions are still extant upon record. Barbara Napier, tried May 8, 1591. Released. Assessors tried June 7, and acquitted. The said Barbara was accused, that Sco gave her presence, in the maist devilish and treasonable convention, howden be here and here complices in the devil's name, pound lamasuan last, att the new heaven cowlit achusun's heaven. Betuix Musselbirched and Preston Pannies, sin his majesty come forth of Denmark. Quer war assemblet 9 principal lease, to wit, Agnes Sampsoun, John at Straighttown, Euphame McCalleen, herself, John Fien, Robert Griersoun, George Moites Whiff in Priesttown, Margaret Thomsoun, and Donald Robesoun. Quilkies 9 persons, the devil, Coha West with thame and lickneys of ein black man, thocht maist might to do the turn for the quilk they wer convenit, and therefore, he set thame 9 nes to himself, in ein company. And they, to jitter with the whiff of Saltown Mile and the rest of the inferiores, to the now mare of thready persounds, stand in scarce the length of ein bird frae the foresaid 9 persounds in ein third company. Agnes Samsoun proponent the destruction of his hiens persoun, saying to the duil, we hafe ein turn ado, and we would fain be att gif we could, and therefore help ws to itt. The duil answered, he sold do what he could, but it wald be lang to, because it wald be thwarted, and he promised to hear and thame ein pictar of walks, and ordinate here and thame to hing, roist, and drop ein tade. And to lay the droppies of the tade, mixed with other supposedly virulent poisons, in his hiens way, quhere his majesty wald gang in noer or outora, or in ony passage quhere mycht drop pound his hiens hide or body. For his hiens destruction, that ein vither mycht hafe rewlit in his majesty's place, and the ward, government, mycht hafe gained to the duil. The Quilk Convention, his hiens name wes pronunciate in Latine, and Agnes Samsoun wes appointed to mac the pictar and to gif it to the devil to be enchanted, Quilk sco made in dade, and gave itt to him. And he promised to gif it to the said Barbara and to Effie McCallion, the next meeting to be roisted. Margaret Tomsoun was appointed to drop the tade. There wes ein appointed to seek some of his hiens linen claves, to do the turn with. Ague Samson, continued. Annie Samsoun affirmed that Ski, in company with Nyn Vethers witches, being convenit in the Nycht beside Priestownpans, the duel the maester being present standing in the middies of Thame. There a body of wax, shapen and made be the said Annie Samsoun, rap pit within a Nyng claith, was fyrst deliurit to the duel Quilk efter he had prontincit his verde, deliurit the said pictar to Annie Samsoun, and Ski to hear Nyxt marrow. And sa ein roundabout, saying, this is King James the Sext, ordinate to be consumed at the instance of a nobleman Francis Earl Bothwell. Afterward again, at the meeting be Nycht at the Kirk of Northberwick, where the duel, clad in a black gown with a black hat upon his head, preached to a great number of them out of the pulpit, having light candles round about him. The effect of his language was till now, what scathe they had done, how many they had won to their opinions in their last meeting, what success the melting of the pictar had ta'en, and sick vain toys. And because ein auld saily pure ploughman, cowlit grey meal, chanced to say that, nathing aileth the king yet, God be than kit the duel gave him a gret blaw. Then divers amang them entered in a reasoning, marrowelling that all their dueleric could do na harm to the king, as it did till others divers. The duel answered, il est vn home de Dieu. Euphemia McCallion, tried June 9, 1591, executed, burnt alive, June 25, 1591. Evidence was first given as to her practicing witchcraft and consorting with well-known witches. Item, indicted and accused, of the conventicle had att North Berwick Kirk, Toontai days before Michaelmas, 1590. And their inquiring for the king's pictar, given by Annie Samsoun to the duil, to be enchanted, for the treasonable destruction of the king. Item, indicted and accused, for being att ein convention held in at the New Heaven cowlit the Fairy Hoilis, att Lammas last wes, to the effect immediately aborit tin. Item, indicted and accused, for in convention holden by Yao and Eutherus notorious witches, your associatus, att the Brum Hoilis, quhere Yao and they took the sea, Robert Griersound being your admiral and maesterman. Then comes the recital of the magical means used to raise a tempest, quhere be the queen wes put back be storm. Item, indicted, for consulting with the said Annie Samsoun, Robert Griersound, and Joers Ferris witches, for the treasonable staying of the queen's homecoming, be storm and wind, and raising of storm, to that effect. Or else to hafe drowned her majesty and her company, be conjuring of captives and casting of Thame in the sea, at Leith, at the back of Robert Grierson's house. Barbara Napier, continued. And sicklike, the said Barbara was accused, that Ski gave her bodli presents pound el Halloween last was, 1590 years, to the frequent connuention held in att the Kirk of North Berwick, quhere Ski danced endling the kirkyard. And Gilles Duncan played on ein trump, John Fien Micellet, muffled, led the ring. Agnes Sampsown and Herr Doctorus and all the rest following the said Barbara, to the now mayor of 7 square of Persounds. And the devil start VP in the pulpit, like ein McKill black man, hafend ein black bick in his hand, cowlit on Uriane of Thame, desiring Thame all to be guid serwandies to him, and he sold be ein guid maester to Thame. Robert Griersown and John Fyan stood on his left hand, and the said Robert fand grit fault with the duil, and cried out, that all quilkies were beside mycht because his hiens pictar was knocked guin Thame, as West promesset. The said Effie McCallion remembrand and bid, d, and the said Robert Griersown to spear for the pictar, meaning his Majesty's pictar, quilk sold have been roisted. Robert Griersown said Thur wardis, quhere is the thing ye promised? Meaning the pictar of walks, dewisset for roisting and doing his hiens per sound, quilk Agnes Sampsown gave to him, and Robert cried to, hath the turn done, yet his hiens name was knocked namite, quil thay that wer wernen namite him. Crayfand in plain terms his hiens pictar. But he answered, it sold be got in the nixt mighting, and he walled hauled the nixt assembly for that coust the soner, it was knocked ready at that time. Robert Griersown answered, ye promised twice and beguilet ws. And for honest like we mean wer very earnest and instant to haf itt. And the said Barbara and Effie McCallion gat then ein promius of the duil, that his hiens pictar sold be got into Thame twa, and that rycht sown, and this matter of his hiens pictar was the cause of that assembly. This ends the evidence of the witches. The point to be proved now is the identity of the man whom they believed in and obeyed as God incarnate. In all cases of murder or attempted murder it is necessary to find the person who would benefit, for murder is differentiated from manslaughter by the fact that it is deliberately planned and that it is done for a motive. In the case of the witches of North Berwick, the man who instigated the meetings, and to whom consequently suspicion points, was Francis Stuart Earl of Bothwell. His position as regards both the king and the witches must therefore be investigated. Francis, afterwards Earl of Bothwell, was the eldest son of John Stuart and Jane Hepburn, sister of that Earl of Bothwell whom Mary Queen of Scots married. Francis succeeded his maternal uncle in title and estates. His father, Lord John Stuart, was an illegitimate son of James V. The Pope, however, legitimized all the natural children of James V. And Mary, after her accession, granted letters of legitimation to her 2 half-brothers, John Stuart and James, afterwards the Regent Moray. John was slightly the elder of the two, and had he been legitimate would have been the heir to the exclusion of Mary. The Regent Moray left only daughters, whereas John Stuart had several sons, of whom Francis was the eldest. Francis might therefore claim to be the next heir male to the throne of Scotland, and possibly of England, had James VI died without children. James's own opinion of the matter is shown in his speech to his Parliament in 1592, when he denounced Bothwell as an aspirant to the throne, although he was but a bastard, and could claim no title to the crown. Bothwell, however, was himself no bastard, though his father was. But the significance of the witches' attempt, as well as the identity of the chief personage at their meeting, is given in Barbara Napier's evidence as to the reason for the attempted murder of the king. That another might have ruled in his Majesty's place, and the government might have gone to the devil. By changing the title, the devil, by which he was known to the witches, to the title, Earl of Bothwell, by which he was known outside the community, the man and the motive are manifest. This hypothesis is borne out by the contemporary accounts. The trial of the witches created a great stir, and Bothwell's name was freely coupled with the witches. He denied all complicity. This was only natural, as confession would have meant an acknowledgment of high treason. But his followers might have betrayed him. The 2 leaders, Agnes Sampson and John Fyan, were tortured. Sampson admitted that the wax image was made at the instance of Francis, Earl of Bothwell. An admission sufficiently damning, but beyond that she would say nothing. The real danger to Bothwell lay in Fyan. Under torture he made admissions and signed a confession in the presence of the king. He was then, by the maester of the prison committed to ward, and appointed to a chamber by himself. Where, forsaking his wicked ways, acknowledging his most ungodly life, shewing that he had too much followed the allurements and enticements of Sathon, and fondly practised his conclusions, by conjuring, witchcraft, enchantment, sorcery, and such like, he renounced the devil and all his wicked works, vowed to lead the life of a Christian, and seemed newly converted to God. The morrow after, upon conference had with him, he granted that the devil had appeared unto him in the night before, apparelled all in black, with a white wanda in his hand. And that the devil demanded of him, if he would continue his faithful service, according to his first oath and promise made to that effect, whom, as he then said, he utterly renounced to his face, and said unto him in this manner, Avoid. Sathon, avoid. For I have listened too much unto thee, and by the same thou hast undone me, in respect whereof I utterly forsake thee. To whom the devil answered, that, once ere thou die thou shalt be mine. And with that, as he said, the devil brake the white wand, and immediately vanished forth of his sight. Thus, all the day, this Dr. Fian continued very solitary, and seemed to have a care of his own soul, and would call upon God, showing himself penitent for his wicked life. Nevertheless, the same night, he found such means that he stole the key of the prison door and chamber in which he was, which in the night he opened and fled away to the saltpans, where he was always resident, and first apprehended. Of whose so dane departure, when the king's majesty had intelligence, he presently commanded diligent inquiry to be made for his apprehension. And for the better effecting thereof he sent public proclamations into all parties of his land to the same effect. By means of whose hot and hard pursuit he was again taken, and brought to prison. And then, being called before the king's hinds, he was re-examined, as well touching his departure, as also touching all that had before happened. But this doctor, notwithstanding that his own confession appeareth, remaining in record under his own hand writing, and the same thereunto fixed in the presence of the king's majesty and sundry of his council, yet did he utterly deny the same. Whereupon the king's majesty, perceiving his stubborn wilfulness, conceived and imagined, that in the time of his absence, he had entered into new conference and league with the devil his master. Fian was then subjected to the most horrible tortures that could be devised. And notwithstanding all these grievous pains and cruel torments, he would not confess any things. So deeply had the devil entered into his heart, that he utterly denied all that which he before avouched. And would say nothing thereunto, but this, that what he had done and said before, was only done and said, for fear of pains which he had endured. He continued steadfast and was executed at the Castle Hill. The character of Fian is perfectly consistent. Under torture he signed a confession, which confession might have implicated Bothwell. That night Bothwell himself, or one of his emissaries, obtained access to the prisoner and arranged for his escape. The wretched Fian was faced with death either way. If he retracted his confession, he would die as a criminal by the hands of the law; if he held to it, he would die as a traitor by the hands of his comrades. There was no alternative. All that day he continued very solitary, calling upon God, but by night he had made his choice and fled. He apparently escaped without difficulty. The story of his stealing the keys of his own cell and of the prison door is absurd. The escape was obviously effected by connivance, just as later on Bothwell's own escape was effected. Fian went back to his own home, where, according to James's Ceremonies, he had an interview with the devil, i.e. Bothwell, and there he tamely waited till the officers of the law came and recaptured him. This tameness is not in keeping with the rest of his character. A man with sufficient courage and resource to get out of a strongly guarded prison would have made good his escape, an easy enough matter in those turbulent times. Fian then must have been retaken because he wished to be retaken. For fear of torture and in hope of pardon he signed the first confession. Implicating Bothwell, yet later he endured agonies of torture with the certainty of death rather than acknowledge one word which might lead to the discovery that James was bent upon. James's surmise was perhaps more than a mere guess, it was prompted by his knowledge of the facts. Fian had had an interview with his master, whom he believed to be God incarnate, and like many a Christian martyr he atoned for the first betrayal by steadfast courage through cruel torment even to death. Reading the accounts in the light of this supposition, it is seen that every one, including James, suspected Bothwell. Even if they did not acknowledge his divinity, they feared the magical powers which, as chief of the witches, he was supposed to wield. It is impossible to study the details of this period without realizing the extraordinary fear which James had of his cousin. It was fear with an underlying horror, totally different from his feeling towards his other turbulent subjects. When Bothwell, seeking pardon, was introduced into Holyrood Palace by Lady Athol in the early morning of July 24, 1593, he entered the king's chamber. James, always undignified, was caught in the middle of his morning toilet. He tried to run into the Queen's room, but the way was barred by Bothwell's friends and the door was locked. The king, seeing no other refuge, asked what they meant. Came they to seek his life? Let them take it, they would not get his soul. This remark, made in the urgency and excitement of the moment, is highly significant. Had Bothwell been, like many of James's other enemies, merely an assassin, James would not have spoken of his soul. But Bothwell as the devil of the witches had the right to demand the yielding of the soul, and James was aware of the fact. The birth of James's children removed Bothwell's hopes of succession. The power of the witch organization, of which he was the chief, was broken by the death of its leaders. He had made a strong bid for power, he failed, fled the country, and finally died in poverty at Naples. There George Sandys the traveller heard of him. Here a certain Calabrian, hearing that I was an Englishman, came to me, and would needs persuade me that I had insight in magic, for that old Bothwell was my countryman, who lives at Naples, and is in those parts famous for suspected negromancy. The devil being actually a human being, the letter of introduction to him, given by a man which to a would-be proselyte, becomes quite credible. It is worth quoting verbatim. Monseigneur, d'autant il me faut retirer de la religion de Christians, afin que ie multiplie vostre party, duquel estant Illinois est raisonnable que ie vous glorifie et assemble tant de gens que ie pourrait. Ie vous nuici porter pour estar du nombre, c'est pourquoi ie vous prie de l'ader nses amours. Satan's reply to the novice shows a distinctly human trace of temper. Vous autres Christians vous estes perfides et obstines, quand vous avez quelque violent désir, vous departez de vostre maître. Et avez recards à moi, mais quand vostre désir est accompli, vous me tournez le dos comme à vien ennemi, et vous en retournez à vostre Dieu, lequel estant bénin et clément, vous pardonne et recueille volontiers. Mais fait moi vin promesse écrite et signée de ta main, par lequel tu renonces volontairement ton Christ et ton baptisme, et me promets que tu adhéras et seras avec moi jusqu'au jour du jugement. Et après cela tu te délecteras encore avec moi de souffrir les peines éternelles, et I accomplirai ton désir. 4. As an animal. In many religions the disguising of the principal personage, whether god or priest, as an animal is well known. The custom is very ancient. Such disguised human beings are found even among the Paleolithic drawings in France. And on a slate palette belonging to the late pre-dynastic period of Egypt there is a representation of a man disguised as a jackal and playing on a pipe. The ritual disguise as an animal is condemned, with great particularity, as devilish, in the Liber Poenitentialis of Theodore of the 7th century, see supra, p. 21, showing that it continued in force after the conversion of England to an outward appearance of Christianity. From the analogy of other religions in which tile custom occurs, it would appear that it is a ritual for the promotion of fertility. The animal represented being either the sacred animal of the tribe or the creature most used for food. The suggestion that the devil was a man, wearing either an animal's skin or a mask in the form of an animal's head as a ritual disguise, accounts as nothing else can for the witch's evidence as to his appearance and his changes of form. A confusion, however, exists from the fact that the witches, and therefore the recorders, usually spoke of the familiars as the devil. But in almost every case the disguised man can, on examination of the evidence, be distinguished from the animal familiar. The animal forms in which the devil most commonly appeared were bull, cat, dog, goat, horse, and sheep. A few curious facts come to light on tabulating these forms, i.e. the devil appears as a goat or a sheep in France only. He is never found in any country as a hare, though this was the traditional form for a witch to assume. Nor is lie found as a toad, though this was a common form for the familiar. The fox and the ass also are unknown forms. And in Western Europe the pig is an animal almost entirely absent from all the rites and ceremonies as well as from the disguises of the devil. The witches never admitted in so many words that the devil was a man disguised, but their evidence points strongly to the fact. In some cases the whole body was disguised, in others a mask was worn, usually over the face. The wearing of the mask is indicated partly by descriptions of its appearance, and partly by the description of the devil's voice. The Lorraine witches in 1589 said that the devils konnen nimmermeer die menschlich Stimme so ausdrücklich nachreden, das man nicht like deren Merk, das es ein gemachte falsch Stimme sei. Nicolae Ganesha, und fast alla andir sagen, das sie ein Stimme von sich geben, gleich denen, so den Kopf in ein fas oder zerbrochenen Hafen stecken und daraus reden. Auch geben sie etwan ein klein leis Stimme von sich. The North Berwick devil in 1590 was purposely disguised out of all recognition. The devil starred up in the pulpit, like a mickle black man, with a black beard sticking out like a goat's beard. And a high-ribbed nose, falling down sharp like the beak of a hawk, with a long rumpill tail. This was Barbara Napier's account. Agnes Sampson describes the same personage. The duel caused all the company to come and kiss his airs. Quilk they said was cold like ice, his body was hard like yrn, as they thought that handled him. His face was terrible, his noise like the beck of an eagle, gret borning ein, his handies and legious wr Harry, with claws upon his handies and fight like the griffin, and spak with a how voice. Becket states that, on demanda a George Gondilan, si lors chuil fut solicite par sata, n, desi bailier a lie, Satan parloit distinctment. Il respondit que non, and chue pain put il comprendret ce chuil desoit. The evidence of the witches in the Basses Pyrenees makes it clear that a disguise was worn, and that a mask was placed on the back either of the head or of the person. This also explains part of Agnes Sampson's evidence given above. The effect of the mask at the back of the head was to make the man appear two-faced, cum laude Janus. In the other case, l'audible estoit en fermi de Bough, vont vin q, and audisubs vn visage d'ium noir and ne parole par ci visage de derrière. Vin grande q au derrière, and vin fermi de visage au desubs, duquel visage il ne préfère aucune parole, eins lie cert pour donner à baiser à ce que bon lie semble. Marie d'Aspelcut dit chuel l'obisa à ci visage de derrière au desubs divin grande q, chuel ly a base par trois fois, and chuil au et ci visage fait comme le museau divien book. Bertrand de Handuch, a G de Dix ans, confessa que le col du grade master oit vn visage derrière, and si estoit le visage de derrière couon besoit, and non le col. The devil of the Basses Pyrenees evidently wore a mask over the face, for he had la voix effroyable and sans ton, quand il parle en droit que c'est vn mullet que si met à braire Illinois à la voix casse, la parole malarticuli, and peu intelligible. Parce qu'il a toujours la voix triste and enrouée. On occasions also il catoit la ferme de Bough, and prenoit celle d'ium. In 1614 at Orleans Silvain Nevillon said, Chuil vit à la chemini vn noir duquel en ni voyoit pas la test. Vit aussi vn grand noir à l'opposite de celui de la chemini, and que let it ham, in noir parloit comme si la voix fut sorti divien poinsen. Dit, que le diable dit le sermo, o sabbat, mais couon en ce chuil dit, parce chuil parle comme, en gros, dant. The devil who appeared to Joan Wallace, the Huntingdonshire witch, in 1649, was in the shape of a man dressed in black, but he was not as her husband, which speaks to her like a man. But he had been some distance from her when he was with her. Thomasine Ratcliffe, a Suffolk witch, said that the devil spoke with a hollow, shrill voice. According to Mary Green, 1665, the Somerset devil, who was a little man, put his hand to his hat, saying, "How d'ye?" speaking low but big. In the same year Abra Grinset, another Suffolk witch, confessed that she met the devil, who was in the form of a pretty handsome young man, and spake to her with a hollow solemn voice. John Stuart at Paisley, 1678, said the devil came to him as a black man, and that the black man's apparel was black, and that the black man's voice was hoff and gousty. The coldness of the devil's entire person, which is vouched for by several witches, suggests that the ritual disguise was not merely a mask over the face, but included a covering, possibly of leather or some other hard and cold substance, over the whole body and even the hands. Such a disguise was apparently not always worn, for in the great majority of cases there is no record of the devil's temperature except in the sexual rites, and even then the witch could not always say whether the touch of the devil was warm or not. In 1565 the Belgian witch, Digna Robert, said the devil etate Freud don tu ses membres. In 1590, at North Berwick, he caused all the company to come and kiss his heirs, whilk they said was called like ice. His body was hard like yrn, as they thought that handled him. In 1598 Pierre Becket, whose statement is quoted by several authors, confesse, que le diable li donna a baiser sa main sinister, que estoit noir, comme mort and tout froide. In 1609, in the Basses Pyrenees, Isaac de Queyron, aged 25, said that he and others le baisrent a vin fes que estoit blanche and rouge, and all it la for me divine grande quis divien and estoit value. This shows the ritual disguise of the person and suggests the use of an animal's hide with the hair still attached. In 1645 the Essex witch Rebecca West said, he kissed her, but was as cold as clay. At Salisbury in 1653, when the witch and Bodenham persuaded and Styles to join the community, then appeared two spirits in the likeness of great boys, with long shagged black hair, and stood by her looking over her shoulder. And the witch took the maid's forefinger of her right hand, and pricked it with a pin, and squeezed out the blood and put it into a pen, and put the pen in the maid's hand, and held her hand to write in a great book. And one of the spirits laid his hand or claw upon the witch's whilst the maid wrote. And the spirit's hand did feel cold to the maid as it touched her hand, when the witch's hand and hers were together writing. At Forfar in 1661 three of the witches agreed as to the coldness of the devil. Elspeth Alexander confesses that the devil kissed herself that night and that it was ane cold kiss. Catherine Porter confesseth that the devil took her by the hand, that his hand was cold. Isabel Smith confessed that he kissed her and his mouth and breath were cold. In 1662 the Crook of Devon witches were also in accord. Isabel Rutherford confessed that ye was at a meeting at Turf Hills, where Sathon took you by the hand and said, "Welcome, Isabel." And said that his hand was cold. Margaret Litster confessed that Sathon took you by the hand and stayed the space of half an hour. Sathon having grey clothes and his hand cold. Janet Peyton confessed that Sathon asked you if ye would be his servant, whilk ye did, and Sathon took you by the hand. And ye said that his hand was cold. On the other hand Agnes Murray knew not whether his body was hot or cold. According to Isabel Gaudy at Aldern in 1662, he was a meikle black rock man, worry cold, at Toryburn. Lilias 80 found his skin was cold, and the Crichton witches in 1678 said, he was cold, and his breath was like a damp air. In 1697 little Thomas Lindsay declared that Jean Fulton his grandmother awaked him one night out of his bed, and caused him take a black grim gentleman, as she called him, by the hand, which he felt to be cold. The evidence as to the forms assumed by the devil is tabulated here under each animal, each section being arranged in chronological order. 1. Bull. In 1593 at Angers, Michel de Rousseau, aged of 50 ans, dict que le dict moi rappelle yupen se transforma ossitost en book, et après leur avoir bailli de buates de poudre Illinois se tra, N. Sforma and Bouard. At Aberdeen in 1597 Marion Grant confessed that, the devil appeared to the, sometime in the schepe of a beast, and sometime in the schepe of a man. John Lucas of the same coven said that the devil was with them, being in likens of ane beast. Agnes Wobster, also of the same coven, acknowledged that, thereafter Satan appeared to thee in the likens of a calf, and spak to thee in manner foresaid, and bide thee be a good servant to him. In 1608 Gabriel Pell confessed that he went with a friend to the Sabbath, where le diable estoit en vache noire, and que cette vache noire lie fit renoncer Dieu. De Lanker says that at Tournelle the devil appeared parfois comme vien grand boeuf d'iraine couche à terre, comme vien boeuf naturel que s'y repose. At Lille in 1661 the witches adored a beast with which they committed infamous things. According to Isabel Gaudai in 1662, the devil of Aldern changed his form, or disguise, continually, sometimes he vold be like a stirk, a bull, a dare, a ray, or a dog. In the above, I have taken the word beast in its usual meaning as an animal of the cattle tribe, but it is quite possible that the Lille beast, best in the original, may have been a goat and not a bull. This seems likely from the fact that the sacrifice was by fire as in the other places where the devil used the goat disguise. 2. Cat. The earliest example of the cat disguise is in the trial of the Guernsey witches in 1563, when Martin Tulloch confessed. Qilya viren un quartier dien passes qil soi trouva avec de la violesse ultrime, n. T dit colonet gascoing. En la rue Fosse au Cowley, la ou 1 y avoit chink ou 6 chats, do il en avoit un que estoit noir, que manoit la danse, dansoyant et la diwesti lad colonet, qil besate let chat et dt qil estoit sur ses pites plat. Que ladite colonet lo basa p de derrière, li p la cris, eq fra, n. Cois lenefesse mer y estoit et collet salmon fe de colas du port. Lacal aloet deva, n. T et saginoilorant tos deva, n. T lo chat et elidora, n. T n li bila, n. T lur foi, li distiladite violes q letit chat estoit lo diable. François Secretine, in 1598, saw the devil, tantost en for me de chat. Roland de Vernois said, lo diable se presenta, pour lors au sabbat en for me devien gras chat noir. In 1652 another French witch confessed that il entre dans sa chamber en for me diung chat edse chanhea and la posture d'un homme veste de rouge, who took her to the Sabbath. Both the Devonshire witches, Mary Trembles and Susanna Edwards, in 1682, stated that they saw him as a lion, by which they possibly meant a large cat. In this connection it is worth noting that in Lapland as late as 1767 the devil appeared, in the likeness of a cat, handling them from their feet to their mouth, and counting their teeth. 3. Dog. At Chelmsford in 1556 Joan Waterhouse did as she had seen her mother do, Callange Sathan, which came to her, as she said, in the likens of a great dog. In 1616 Barthélemy Mingwit of Brecky was tried for witchcraft. Enquis, cum il a duas quand lo sabbat se doit tenor. Respond, que c'est le diable que li vint dire estant en for me de chien noir, fait cum vien barbet, parle à li incest for me. Enquis, en quel for me se met le diable estant au sabbat. Respond, chu ilne la imas view autrement chuen for me de barbet noir. Enquis, quelles ceremonies ils observuant estant au sabbat. Respond, que le diable estant en for me de barbet noir, cum decis est dit, se met tout droit sur les pattes de derrière, les preche, etc. In Guernsey in 1617, Isabel Beckwith went to Rockwayne Castle, the usual place where the devil kept his Sabbath. No sooner had she arrived there than the devil came to her in the form of a dog. With 2 great horns sticking up, and with one of his paws, which seemed to her like hands, took her by the hand, and calling her by her name told her that she was welcome. Then immediately the devil made her kneel down, while he himself stood up on his hind legs. He then made her express detestation of the Eternal in these words, I renounce God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost. And then caused her to worship and invoke himself. Barton's wife, about 1655, stated that one night going to a dancing upon Pentland Hills, he went before us in the likeness of a rough tanny dog, playing on a pair of pipes, and his tail played ey wig wag wig wag. In 1658 an aloe witch named Janet Black declared that he appeared to her first as a dog with a sowy's head. In 1661 Janet Watson of Dalkeith said that the devil appeared unto her, in the likeness of ane pretty boy, in grain clothes, and went away from her in the likeness of ane black dog. According to Marie Lamont of Innerkip in 1662, the devil in the likeness of a brown dog, helped to raise a storm. Margaret Hamilton, widow of James Polwart of Borrostonis in 1679, was accused that she met the devil in the likeness of a man, but he removed from you in the likeness of an black dog. The Highland witches in the 18th century saw the devil as a dog. He was a large black ugly tyke, to whom the witches made obeisance. The dog acknowledged the homage, by bowing, grinning, and clapping his paws. In the case of the dog disguise, there is again a similarity with Lap beliefs and customs, the appearance of the devil as a dog being not uncommon in Lapland. 4. Goat. An interesting point as regards this form of disguise is that it does not occur in Great Britain, nor have I found it so far in Belgium. It prevailed chiefly in France, from which all my examples are taken. At Poictiers in 1574, trois sorcières en vin sorcière déclarant ils estoyant trois fois ellen, à l'Assemblée générale, aux plusieurs sorcières se, triant pres divine croix divine carrefour, que seruoit d'insane. Idilasi truoit vn grand bouc noir, que parloit cum, vin person aux assistants, and dansoyant à ellen tour du bouc. At Avignon in 1581, when he comes to be adored, he appeareth not in a humane for me, but as the witches Themselos ha deposed. As soon as they are agreed of the time that he is to mount upon the altar, which is some rock or great stone in the fields, there to be worshipped by them, he instantly turneth himself into the for me of a great black goat. Although in all other occasions he saith to appear in the shape of a man. In Lorraine in 1589 the devil, sich in einen zotelichten Bach verwandelt hat, und viel starker reacht und jubler stinkt als immer ein Bach im Anfang de Frühlingstun mag. In Puy de Dôme in 1594 Jane Bostow's lover took her to a meeting, and there appeared a great black goat with a candle between his horns. In 1598 Satan après avoir prince la figure divine book, se consume en fou. In the Basses Pyrenees in 1609. Le diable estoit en fermi de book, ayant vin q, and audes aubes vn visage d'homme noir, and en a parole par si visage de derrière. Marie Dieguer dit chuily a vin grande cruce au milieu du sabbat, do you sort le diable en fermi de book, daughters dissent chuil est cum vn grand book, ayant du corns devant and du en derrière. Que celis de devant se rebrassant en haute cum la perruque divine femme. Mais le commun est chuil a seulement trois corns, and chuil a quelque espèce de lumière en celle du milieu. On li voit aussi quelque espèce de bonnet au chapeau au desses de ces corns. On a observé de tout temps que lorsqu'il vout recevoir quelqu'un à faire partie avec li, Illinois se présente toujours en pour any l'effrature au effrayer, car faire partie avec vien beaucoup Ointment. Tendroit plus de la best que de la creature raisonnable. Mais le pacte fait, lors chuil vout recevoir quelque vien à l'adoration, communim, n, tilse represent en book. Silvain Nevillon confessed at Orleans in 1614, chuil a vu le diable en plusieurs façons, tantost comme vien book, ayant vien visage duant and vien autre derrière. 5. Horse. I give here only the references to the devil when actually disguised as a horse, but there are a very great number of cases where he appeared riding on a horse. These cases are so numerous as to suggest that the horse was part of the ritual, especially as the riding devil usually occurs in places where an animal disguise was not used, e.g. In 1598, in Aberdeen, where Andro man confesses that Christ Sunday Rites all the time that he is in their company. The actual disguise as a horse is not common. Elizabeth Style of Windsor in 1579 confesseth, herself oftentimes to ha gone to Father Rosamond house where she found Hym sitting in a wood, not far from thence, vender the body of a tree, sometimes in the shape of an ape, and otherwhiles like an horse. Helen Guthrie in 1661 stated that when the Forfar witches were trying to sink a ship, the Devil was there present with them all, in the shape of ane great horse. They returned all in the same likeness as of before, except that the Devil was in the shape of a man. Mary Lacy of Salem in 1692 said that he appeared in the shape of a horse. I was in bed and the devil came to me and bid me obey him. 6. Sheep. The sheep disguise, which is perhaps a form of the goat, is usually found in France only. In 1453 Guillaume Edeline, Docteur en Théologie, Prieur de S. Germain en Lay, Idiopravant Augustine, Idi religieux de certains autres ordres. Confessa, de sa bonne French volant, avoir fait homage audit ennemi en la specie semblance de young mouton. Iaquima Paget and Antoine Gondillon in 1598 said that il prenoit la figure d'en mouton noir, portant de cornes. In 1614 at Orleans Silvain Nevillon was induced to reveal all he knew, de il a vu le diable en plusieurs façons, tantost comme vien book, ors comme vien gros mouton. The rarer animal disguises are the deer and the bear. Of these the deer is found at Aberdeen in 1597, Andro man confesses and affirmis, those saw Christende come out of the snaw in likeness of a stag, at Aldern in 1662, somtim he vold be like a stirk, a bull, a dare, a ray, or a dowg. At Hartford, Connecticut, 1662, Rebecca Greensmith said that, the devil first appeared to her in the form of a deer or fawn. The bear is still rarer, as I have found it only twice, once in Lorraine, and once in Lancashire. In 1589 es haben die Geister Auketwen lust sich in Gestalt eines Bären zu erzigen. In 1613 and Chattox declared that the devil came upon this examinate in the night time, and at divers and sundry times in the likeness of a bear, gaping as though lie would ha worried, this examinate. And the last time of all she, this examinate, saw him, was upon Thursday last year but one, next before Midsummer Day, in the evening, like a bear, and this examinate would not then speak to him. For the which the said Duel pulled this examinate down. 3. Admission Ceremonies. 1. General. In the ceremonies for admission, as in all the other ceremonies of the cult, the essentials are the same in every community and country, though the details differ. The 2 points which are the essence of the ceremony are invariable, the first, that the candidates must join of their own free will and without compulsion, the second, that they devote themselves, body and soul, to the master and his service. The ceremonies of admission differed also according to whether the candidate were a child or an adult. The most complete record of the admission of children comes from the Basses Pyrenees in 1609. Les sorcières lie offer, n. T. de petits enfants le génal en terre, Louis disant avec vine submission, grand seigneur, l'équal iadore. I.e. vous amain ci ne serviteur, l'équal est perpetuellement vostre esclave, iti le diable en signe de remerciement and gratification leur respond, approaches vous de moi, a quoi obéissant, els nse trainant a genal, lo lie presentant. And lie resuant l'enfant entre ses bras, lo rende la sorcière, la remercie, and pousse lie recommand den avoir sewing, leur disant par ce moyen sa troupe s augmentra. KSI les enfants ions attinct eloge de neuf ans, par malheur se voient au diable sans ester forces New York violentes diacon sorcière, ilsse prosternant par terre duant Satan, l'équal iadon du faux par lesieu, leur dit, que demandez-vous? Voulez-vous ester à moi? ILS respondent chuui, il leur dict, venez-vous de vostre bonne volonté? ILS respondent chuui, fakes donc cekie ver, and cekie fait. Idi alors la grande maîtresse en roin du sabbat que leur cert de pédagogue, dicta ce ne que se présente, tu il die à haute voix, i.e. reni Dieu premièrement, puis Jesus Christ son fils, le s. Esprit, la Vierge, les saints, la Sainte Croix, le Cresem, le baptisme, and la foi quietens, mes par rein and moraine, and me remets de tout point en ton pouvoir and entre tes mains. Any recognis autre Dieu, si bien que tu es mon Dieu and I suis ton esclave. Après on li bailey vn crapo habil aux son capo au humanto, puis il command qu'on iador. Si bien tu obeisans en estance mis, a genel, ils bicent le diable opers de l'oeil gauche, à la poitrine, la fesse, à la cuisse, and aux parties hontiuses, puis luent la queue ils li bicent le derrière. The novice was then marked by a scratch from a sharp instrument, but was not admitted to the high mysteries till about the age of 20. As no further ceremonies are mentioned, it may be concluded that the initiation into these mysteries was performed by degrees and without any special rites. At Lille, about the middle of the 17th century, Madame Bourignon founded a home for girls of the lowest classes, pauvres et malorigines, la plus part si ignorance au fait de leur salut qu'elles vivoyant comme de bêtes. After a few years, in 1661, she discovered that 32 of these girls were worshippers of the devil, and in the habit of going to the witches' sabbaths. They had all contracted this mischief before they came into the house. One of these girls, named Becket, aged 15, said that her mother had taken her with her when she was very young, and had even carried her in her arms to the witches' sabbaths. Another girl of 12 had been in the habit of going to the sabbath since she also was very young. As the girls seemed to have been genuinely fond of Madame Bourignon, she obtained a considerable amount of information from them. They told her that all worshippers of the devil are constrained to offer him their children. When a child thus offered to the devil by its parents, comes to the use of reason, the devil then demands its soul, and makes it deny God and renounce baptism, and all relating to the faith. Promising homage and fealty to the devil in manner of a marriage, and instead of a ring, the devil gives them a mark with an iron awl, aligned affair, in some part of the body. It is also clear that Marguerite Montvoisin in Paris had been instructed in witchcraft from an early age. But as the trial in which she figures was for the attempted poisoning of the king and not for witchcraft, no ceremonies of initiation or admission are recorded. In Great Britain the ceremonies for the reception of children are not given in any detail, though it was generally acknowledged that the witches dedicated their children to the devil as soon as born. And from the evidence it appears that in many cases the witches had belonged to that religion all their lives. It was sometimes sufficient evidence against a woman that her mother had been a witch, as it presupposed that she had been brought up as a worshipper of the devil. The Anderson children in Renfrewshire are all admitted to the society at an early age. Elizabeth Anderson was only 7 when she was first asked to swear fealty to the Black Grim Man. James Lindsay was under 14, and his little brother Thomas was still below pupillarity at the time of the trial, where he declared that he had been bribed, by the promise of a red coat, to serve the gentleman, whom he knew thereafter to be the devil. At Forfar in 1661 Jonet Howitt was so young that when Isabel Siri presented her to the Devil said, "What shall I do with such a little bairn as she?" He accepted her, however, and she was evidently the pet of the community, the devil calling her his bonny bird. At Paisley, Annabel Stewart was 14 when, at her mother's persuasion, she took the vows of fidelity to the devil. Elizabeth Frances at Chelmsford, tried in 1556, was about 12 years old when her grandmother first taught her the art of witchcraft. Elizabeth Demdike, the famous Lancashire witch, brought VP her own children, instructed her grandchildren, and took great care and pains to bring them to be witches. One of her granddaughters, Janet Device, was aged 9 at the time of the trial. In Sweden the children were taken regularly to the Assemblies, and in America also a child witch is recorded in the person of Sarah Carrier, aged 8, who had made her vows 2 years before at her mother's instigation. The ceremony for the admission of adults who were converts to the witch religion from Christianity follows certain main lines. These are, 1. the free consent of the candidate, 2. The explicit denial and rejection of a previous religion, 3. The absolute and entire dedication of body and soul to the service and commands of the new Master and God. The ceremonies being more startling and dramatic for adults than for children, they are recorded in Great Britain with the same careful detail as in France, and it is possible to trace the local variations. Although in England, as is usual, the ceremonies had lost their significance to a far greater extent than in Scotland, and are described more shortly, probably because they were more curtailed. The legal aspect of the admission ceremonies is well expressed by Sir George Mackenzie, writing in 1699 on the Scotch laws relating to witchcraft in the 17th century. As to the relevancy of this crime, the first article useth to be pactaion to serve the devil, which is certainly relevant, per se, without any addition. Pactaion with the devil is divided by lawyers, in expressum, and tacitum, an express and tacit pactaion. Express pactaion is performed either by a formal promise given to the devil then present, or by presenting a supplication to him, or by giving the promise to a proxy or commissioner empowered by the devil for that effect. Which is used by some who dare not see himself. The formula set down by Del Rio is, I deny God creator of heaven and earth, and I adhere to thee, and believe in thee. But by the journal books it appears, that the ordinary form of express pactaion confessed by our witness, is a simple promise to serve him. Tacit pactaion is either when a person who hath made no express pactaion, useth the words or signs which sorcerers use, knowing them to be such. Renouncing of baptism is by Del Rio made an effect of pactaion, yet with us it is relevant, per se. And the solemnity confessed by our witches, is the putting one hand to the crown of the head, and another to the sole of the foot, renouncing their baptism in that posture. Del Rio tells us, that the devil useth to baptize them of new, and to wipe off their brow the old baptism, and our witches confess always the giving them new names. The devil's mark useth to be a great article with us, but it is not per se found relevant, except it be confessed by them, that they got that mark with their own consent, quo casu, it is equivalent to a pactaion. This mark is given them, as is alleged, by a nip in any part of the body, and it is blue. Reginald Scott, writing considerably earlier, gives a somewhat similar account of the English witches, though couched in less legal phraseology. The order of their bargain or profession is double, the one solemna and public. The other secret and private. That which is called solemna or public, is where witches come together at certain assemblies, at the times prefixed, and do not one lie see the diule invisible for me, but confer and talk a familiar lie with him. In which conference the diule exhorteth them to observe their fidelity to him, promising them long life and prosperity. Then the witches assembled, commend a new disciple, whom they call a new Rais, unto him, and if the diule find that young witch apt and forward in renunciation of Christian faith, in despising any of the soin sacraments, in treading upon crosses, in spetting at the time of elevation, in breaking their fast on fasting days, and fasting on Sundays. Then the diule draweth forth his hand, and the new Rais joining hand in hand with him, promiseth to observe and keep all the diule's commandments. This done, the diule beginneth to be more bold with her, telling her plain lie that all this will not serve his turn. And therefore requireth homage at her hands, yea, he also telleth her, that she must grant him both her body and soul to be tormented in everlasting fire, which she yieldeth unto. Then he chargeth her, to procure as many men, women, and children also, as she can, to enter into this society. Sometimes their homage with their oath and bargain is received for a certain term of years, sometimes for ewer. Sometimes it consisteth in the denial of the whole faith, sometimes in part. The first is, when the soul is absolutely yielded to the diule and hellfire, the other is, when they ha but bargained and not to observe certain ceremonies and statutes of the church, as to conceal faults at shrift, to fast on Sundays, etc. And this is done either by oath, protestation of words, or by obligation in writing, sometimes sealed with wax, sometimes signed with blood. Forbes says that an express covenant is entrade into betwixt a witch, and the devil appearing in some visible shape. Whereby the former renounceth God and his baptism, engages to serve the devil, and do all the mischief he can as occasion offers, and leaves soul and body to his disposal after death. The devil on his part articles with such proselytes, concerning the shape he is to appear to them in, the services they are to expect from him, upon the performance of certain charms or ceremonious rites. This league is made verbally, if the party cannot write. And such as can write, sign a written covenant with their blood. The general order of the ceremony of admission can be gathered from the evidence given at the trials, though no one trial gives the order in its entirety. The ceremony might take place privately, at a local meeting, or in full Sabbath. It was the same for either sex, except that the men were not usually introduced, the women were sometimes introduced, sometimes not. If there were any sort of introduction, it was by someone who was acquainted with the candidate. Usually the person who had induced her to join. She was brought before the devil, who asked her if she would be his faithful servant, and if she would renounce her previous religion, and dedicate herself to his service, taking him as her God. After the renunciation and vows, the devil baptized her in his own great name, and among the Scotch witches gave her a new name by which she was known afterwards at the Sabbaths and other meetings. The ceremony concluded by riving the witch a mark or flesh brand on some part of the body. 2. The introduction. It is not clear whether the introduction of a candidate by a member of the society was an early or a late detail. It is quite possible that it was early, the introducer standing in the same relation to the candidate as the Christian sponsors stand to a candidate for baptism. On the other hand, it is quite comprehensible that, when the witch religion became an object of persecution, no new member could be admitted unless vouched for by some trustworthy person. In the cases where the first meetings with the devil are recorded, both systems are apparently in vogue. Occasionally, however, the accounts show a confusion on the part of the recorder. Thus N. Chaddock said that Mother Demdike introduced her to the devil in Mother Demdike's own house, and that she there yielded her soul to him. And in another place she is reported as saying that a thing like a Christian man, for 4 years together, did sundry times come to this examinate, and requested this examinate to jew him her soul, and in the end this examinate was contented to jew him her said soul, she being then in her own house, in the forest of Pendle. The two statements are not inconsistent if we conclude that in her own house she consented to join the society, and in Mother Demdike's presence she took the vows. As a rule the men seem to have joined at the direct invitation of the devil himself, especially when they came of witch families. 3. The renunciation and vows. The renunciation of previous errors of faith and the vows of fidelity to the new belief are part of the ceremony of admission of any convert to a new religion. The renunciation by the witches was explicit, but the records are apt to pass it over in a few words, e.g. I denied my baptism, I forsook God and Christ, ils renient Dieu, la Vierge, et le reste, vien renunciation express à Jésus Christ and à la foi, but occasionally the words are given in full. Mackenzie, quoting from Del Rio, gives the formula thus: I deny God creator of heaven and earth, and I adhere to thee, and believe in thee. The actual formula is still extant in the case of the priest Louis Goffardy, tried before the Parliament of Aix in 1611. Le Louis Goffardy renonce à tous lesbiennes tant spirituelles que corporelles comme pourroyant ester conférées de la part de Dieu. De la Vierge Marie in de tous les saints de paradis, perillement de mon patronesse. Jean Baptiste, S. Pierre, S. Paul, and S. François, and demi donner de corps and d'âme à Lucifer ici présent avec tous lesbiennes qui fiery à ims, except la valeur du sacrement pour le regard de ce que le recevrent, et ainsi le signe et atteste. Jeanette d'Abadie, aged 16, said that she was made to renoncer and renier son créateur, la Sainte Vierge, les saints, le baptisme, père, mère, parens, le ciel, la terre and tout ce que est au monde. The irrevocability of this renunciation was impressed upon the Swedish witches in a very dramatic manner. The devil gave them a purse, wherein there were shavings of clocks with a stone tied to it, which they threw into the water. And then were forced to speak these words: as these shavings of the clock do never return lo the clock from which they are taken, so may my soul never return to heaven. The vows to the new God were as explicit as the renunciation of the old. Dianus says, he commandeth them to first God their Creator and all his power, promising perpetually to obey and worship him, who there standeth in their presence. The English witches merely took the vow of fealty and obedience, devoting themselves body and soul to him. Sometimes only the soul, however, is mentioned, but the Scotch witches of both sexes laid one hand on the crown of the head, the other on the sole of the foot, and dedicated all that was between the two hands to the service of the Master. There is a slight variation of this ceremony at Dalkeith in 1661, where the devil laid his hand upon Janet Watson's head, and bade her give all hour to him that was vendor his hand, and she did so. In southern France the candidates, after renouncing their old faith, prenant Satan pour leur père et protecteur, and la diablesse pour leur mère. At Lille the children called the ceremony the dedication, showing that the same rite obtained there. 4. The covenant. The signing of a covenant does not occur in every case and was probably a late introduction. Forbes, as quoted above, gives the contract between the devil and his follower, with the part which each engages to perform. In Somerset the witches signed whether they could write or not, those who could not write putting a cross or circle as their mark. The free consent of the candidate is a point always insisted on, and by the confessions of the witches themselves the consent was often not merely freely but actually willingly given. Isabel Crawford of the Irvine Coven in 1618 was accused that the devil, come to hear a winder in similitude of ein black man, and promised, Gif ski wold be his servan, ski sold have gear anuch, and sold not want. Querunto ski was ever ready to accord. Little Janet Howett said that the devil bade her renounce her God, and she answered, Mary, shall I? In the ditty against Christian Grieve, it is stated that Satan desired you to be his servant whilk ye willingly granted to be. And like the minister posing you upon the foresaid particulars especially anent the renunciation of your baptism, ye answered that Satan spirited you if ye would do it and ye answered, I warran did I. Bessie Henderson and Janet Bough, of the same coven, acknowledged the same. To the former the devil appeared and asked you if you would be his servant whilk ye freely and instantly accepted and granted thereto. Janet Bough was rather more emphatic, Satan desired you to be his servant whilk ye willingly promised to be and likewise desired you to renounce your baptism whilk ye willingly did. The written contract appealed very strongly to the legal minds of the judges and magistrates, and it is therefore often mentioned, but in Great Britain there is no record of the actual wording of any individual covenant. The devil seems to have kept the parchment, paper, or book in his own custody. In France, however, such contracts occasionally fell into the hands of the authorities, the earliest case being in 1453, when Guillaume Edeline, prior of St. Germain en Laye, signed a compact with the devil, which compact was afterwards found upon his person. The which Steve Note de Audbert, who was burnt in January 1619, showed de l'anchor le pacte in connuentium tuel oet faked oec le diable, escrite en sang de menstrues, and si horrible quon oet horror de la regarder. The contract was said to be signed always in the blood of the witch, and here we come to a confusion between the mark made on the person and the mark made by the person. It seems clear that part of the ceremony of initiation was the cutting of the skin of the candidate to the effusion of blood. This is the early rite, and it seems probable that when the written contract came into vogue the blood was found to be a convenient writing fluid, or was offered to the devil in the form of a signature. This signing of a book plays a great part in the New England trials. The contract was usually for the term of the witch's life, but sometimes it was for a term of years, the number of which varies considerably. As Scott says, sometimes their homage with their oath and bargain is received for a certain term of years, sometimes forever. Popular belief assigns 7 years as the length of time, at the end of which period the devil was supposed to kill his votary. The tradition seems to be founded on fact, but there is also a certain amount of evidence that the witch was at liberty to discontinue or renew the contract at the end of the allotted term. Such a renewal seems also to have been made on the appointment of a new chief. In France, England, and New England the term of years is mentioned. In Scotland it is mentioned by the legal authorities, but from the fact that it occurs seldom, if ever, in the trials it would seem that the contract of the Scotch witches was for life. Magdalene de la Croix, abbess of a religious house in Cordova in 1545, made a contract for the space of 30 years, she being then a girl of 12. In Paris in 1571 il y vn adjucat l'équal confessa tu il oit passé l'obligation au diable renonciant à Dieu, and I sell signé de son propre sang. Encore est verifié par plusieurs procès, que l'obligation réciproque entre le diable, and le sorcier, contient quelquefois le terme dvn, du ans, ou autre temps. At Faversham in 1645 Joan Williford said, that the devil promised to be her servant about 20 years, and that the time is now almost expired. In Huntingdonshire in 1646 Elizabeth Wheat of Great Catworth confessed that the devil then offered her, that he would do what mischief she should require him. And said she must covenant with him that he must have her soul at the end of 21 years, which she granted. In 1652 Giles Fenderlin of Leven Heath was tried for that when he was a soldier at Bell in Flanders he made a 5 years covenant with a Jesuit. After the said 5 years was expired, in 1643 he renewed the said covenant with the Jesuit for 14 years longer, whereupon he drew a covenant for him with the devil, pricking the 2 forefingers of his right hand with a needle, and drew bloud. Wherewith he writ his name with his own bloud, and then covenanted with the devil, that if he should be safely protected during the space of 14 years aforesaid, while such time as it expired, that then he was to take away both body and soul as his own right and interest. At Lille in 1661 Madame Bourignon's girls indicate the renewal of the contract, the devil gives them a mark, which marks they renew as often as those persons have any desire to quit him. The devil reproves them then more severely and obligeth them to new promises, making them also new marks for assurance or pledge, that those persons should continue faithful to him. In Somerset in 1664 Elizabeth Stiles said that the devil promised her money, and that she should live gallantly, and have the pleasure of the world for 12 years, if she would with her blood sign his paper, which was to give her soul to him. At Groton in New England in 1671, according to Elizabeth Knapp, the term of time agreed upon with him was for 7 years, 1 year she was to be faithful in his service, and then ye other 6 he would serve her, and make her a witch. At Newcastle on Tyne in 1673 and Armstrong deposeth that in Dryden had a lease for 50 years of the Deville, whereof 10 are expired, and Forster had a lease of her life for 47 years, whereof 7 are yet to come. Lucy Thompson had a lease of 42, whereof 2 are yet to come, and, her lease being near out, they would have persuaded this informer to have taken a lease of 60 years or upwards. In New England some of the afflicted said of Goodwife C. that she had covenanted with the devil for 10 years, 6 of them were gone, and 4 more to come. In modern France the belief in the contract for a term of years is recorded, but nothing is said of the renewal of the contract or of the fate of the witch who refuses such a contract. In the department of Entrée-Sambre-Timeuse the full method of entering on such a contract is known. Si vous voulez venir au bois avec moi, vous verrez un homme venir à vous. C'est le chef. Il vous demandera si vous voulez vous engager dans la société. Si vous acceptez, le terme d'engagement est de 7 ans et vous gagnerez un plaquette par jour. Among the Walloons the neophyte takes with him a black hen, which the devil buys, and then ratifies the contract, le pacte est fait pour une durée de 7 ans. 5. The baptism. Records of the baptism of candidates are rare, the rite being possibly copied from the Christian ceremony and therefore of later date. It does not seem to occur in England and hardly at all in Scotland. The earliest mention is in the Basses Pyrenees, 1609, where Jeanette d'Abadie stated, Chuel a vu sunt baptizer de enfants au sabbat, Chuel nous expliqua ester de enfants de sorcières en non autres. Lesquels ont à coutume faire plus dost baptizer leurs enfants au sabbat tu en l'église. The rite, however, was practiced in Butte in 1662. Margaret N. Silvain confessed that being in a little chamber in Belictarac the devil came to her in the likeness of a man and desired her to go with him. And that she refusing he said I will not, blank, and she gave him, blank, she never saw afterward and that she knew it was the devil and after he went that he came back and asked her to give him her hand which she refusing to do he took her by the middle finger of the Rycht hand which he had almost cut off here and therewith left here. Her finger was so sorely pained for the space of a month thereafter that there was no pain comparable to it, as also took her by the right leg which was sorely pained likewise as also be the devil. He came to her again as she was shaking straw in the barn of Ardrosidel in a very ugly shape and that there he desired her to go with him and she refusing he said to her I will either have thyself or then thy heart. That he healed her sore foot and finger which finger is yet benumbed. That before he hailed her that she made a covenant with him and promised to do him any service that he wold employ herein. That he asked what was her name. She answered him Margaret the name that God gave me, and he said to her I baptize the Janet. Isabel Encenical confessed that as she was in her own house her alone drawing aquavity the devil came to her in the likeness of a young man and desired her to go with him and confesses that she made a covenant with him wherein he promised that she should not want means enough and she promised to be his servant. That he baptized her and gave her a new name and called her Caterine. That about a month thereafter in the night as she went out of her own back door she met with the devil and spoke with him. Janet McNichol confesses with remorse that about Halliday as she was in Mary Moore's house that there appeared to her two men the on a gross copper-faced man and the other a well-favoured young man and that the copper-faced man quam she knew to be an evil spirit bade her go with him. Confesses that she made a covenant with him, and he promised that she would not want means enough and she promised to serve him and that he gave her a new name saying I baptize the Mary. Janet Morrisown traced head with the devil at the Nacanriach, being the second time of her meeting with him, that she made covenant with the devil, wherein she promised to be his servant etc. That she asked what was his name his answer was my name is Clarionough and he asked what was her name and she answered Janet Morrisown, the name that God gave me, and he said believe not in Christ but believe in me. I baptized the Margaret. The Swedish witches, 1669, were also baptized, they added, that he caused them to be baptized too by such priests as he had there, and made them confirm their baptism with dreadful oaths and imprecations. Curiously enough the most detailed account comes from New England, 1692. Mary Osgood, wife of Captain Osgood, went to 5 Mile Pond, where she was baptized by the devil, who dipped her face in the water, and made her renounce her former baptism, and told her she must be his, soul and body forever. And that she must serve him, which she promised to do. She says, the renouncing her first baptism was after her dipping. The account of Goody Lacy's experience is given in the form of question and answer. Q. Goody Lacy. How many years since they were baptized? A. 3 or 4 years ago, I suppose. Q. Who baptized them? A. The old serpent. Q. How did he do it? A. He dipped their heads in the water, saying, that they were his and that he had power over them. Q. Where was this? A. At Falls River. Q. How many were baptized that day? A. Some of the chief, I think they were 6 baptized. Q. Name them. A. I think they were of the higher powers. A near approach to the ceremony of baptism is the blood rite at Aldern, described by Isabel Gaudy and Janet Bredhade. The devil marked Isabel on the shoulder, and sucked out my blood at that mark, and spouted it in his hand, and, sprinkling it on my head, said, I baptize the Janet, in my Awin name. The devil marked Janet Bredhade in the same way on the shoulder, and sucked out my blood with his mouth, at that place, he spouted it in his hand, and sprinkled it on my head. He baptized me therewith in his Awin nam, Christian. Though baptism is rare, the giving of a new name on admission is peculiar to Scotland. The names seem to have been usually nicknames derived from various sources, personal peculiarities such as, while dancing Janet, or able and stout. Contractions of the proper name, as Nape for Barbara Napier, or a title such as Rob the Rower, for Robert Grierson, who kept the rows or rolls. Most of the other names appear to have been ordinary Christian names arbitrarily bestowed. There is nothing to throw any light on the reason for the change. In 1590 at North Berwick the witch name was considered of the highest importance. Robert Griersound being nomet, they ran all hurdy-gurdy in W.R. angry. For it was premezit, that he sold be cowlit, rot the comptroller alias Rob the Rower, for expriming of his name, Defi McCalzane, Robert Griersound, and the said Barbara, hapned to be namite there. Quilk offended all the company, and that they sold nocht hafe bene namite with their awin names, Robert Griersound, to hafe bene cowlit Rob the Rower, Effie to be cowlit Cain, and the said Barbara, to be cowlit Nape. Later, the change of name was of so little value that at Crook of Devon several of the witches could not remember what they had been called. Bessie Henderson appears to have recollected the name after a time, for it is inserted towards the end of the confession. Robert Wilson could remember the devil's name but not his own. Agnes Brew and Christian Grieve could remember neither the devil's nor their own. The so-called christening, i.e. naming, of animals, comes rather under the head of sacrifice than of baptism, for the ceremony appears to have been purificatory. 6. The mark. The witch's mark or devil's mark, as it is indifferently called, is one of the most important points in the identification of a witch, as the infliction of it was often the final rite in the admission ceremonies. The fact that any person bore such a mark was taken as incontrovertible proof that the bearer was a witch. There were two kinds of marks, which should be carefully differentiated, one of which was clearly natural, the other probably artificial. Both were said to be insensible to pain and not to bleed when pricked or pierced. Local anesthesia is vouched for in much of the evidence, which suggests that there is a substratum of truth in the statements, but I can at present offer no solution of this problem. The writers on witchcraft, particularly the legal authorities, recognize the value of the mark as proof of witchcraft, and some differentiate between the two forms. The witches themselves made a distinction between the two, the natural being considered inferior to the artificial. Reginald Scott in 1584 summarizes the evidence in a few words: the Diul giveth to Uri Nuis a mark either with his teeth or with his claws. The laws against witches and conivration, published by authority, in 1645, state that their said familiar hath some big or little teat upon their body, where he sucketh them, and besides their sucking. The devil leaveth other marks upon their bodies, sometimes like a blue spot, or red spot like a flea biting. Sir George Mackenzie, the famous Scotch lawyer, describing in 1699 what did and did not legally constitute a witch, says: "The devil's mark useth to be a great article with us, but it is not per se found relevant, except it be confessed by them that they got that mark with their own consent. Quo casu, it is equivalent to a pact ion. This mark is given to them, as is alleged, by a nip in any part of the body, and it is blue. Del Rio calls it stigma, or character, and alleges that it is sometimes like the impression of a hare's foot, or the foot of a rat or spider." Forbes, writing in 1730, says: "On the meaner proselytes the devil fixes in some secret part of their bodies a mark, as his seal to know his own by. Which is like a flea bite or blue spot, or sometimes resembles a little teat, and the part so stamped doth ever after remain insensible, and doth not bleed, though never so much nipped or pricked by thrusting a pin, awl or bodkin into it. But if the covenanter be of better rank, the devil only draws blood of the party, or touches him or her in some part of the body without any visible mark remaining. The mark proper appears to have been the colored spot or design which followed the infliction of a prick or nip by the claws or teeth of the devil on the person of the neophyte. The red mark is described as being like a flea bite, i.e. small and circular. The blue mark seems to have been larger and more elaborate, apparently in some kind of design. From the evidence 5 facts are clear: 1. That the mark was colored, 2. That it was permanent, 3. That it was caused by the pricking or tearing of the skin, 4. That the operator passed his hand or fingers over the place. 5. That the pain could be severe and might last a considerable time. Put together in this way, the facts suggest tattooing. Among the Aberdeen witches in 1597 Andro Man was accused that, Christ Sunday, the devil, bit a mark in the third finger of thy right hand, whilk thou has yet to show. And Kristen Mitchell also was accused that, the devil gave thee a nip on the back of thy right hand, for a mark that thou was one of his number. According to Becket, writing in 1398, the witches of eastern France were usually marked on the left shoulder, and the mark was in the shape of the foot or footprint of a hare. But he also gives some exceptional cases. L'épaule gauche est l'endroit, au plus ordinairement il marque les sorcières. La marque de sorcières est tantost comme vin piste ou pied de lourd, and tantost d'autres faken. En en vu vin, que all vin figure rapportant en grandeur à vien petit denier, du centre de laquelle est estendoyant plusieurs filaments vers la circonférence. La marque de la belkinat, que este brûlé à Besançon, estoido desis de sa nature, vn pou plus bas que le nombril. Celle, donc galama probi dianchi se trua marquis au col du cost droit, estoit de mesem de la grandeur dvn petit denier, tyrant sur le brun. Yen de vox oit la scene en dozen, and ressembloit à vn petit chien noir. De Lanker in 1609 says that in the Basses Pyrenees, comme le diable faked sa marque, on cent vn pou de chula, que penetre plus en moins profondément la chair, que plus ou moins il pense le loup chu il touché. As regards the position of the mark he says, il les égratigne tons avec le bras gauche, and les en les de la main sinister. Editout aussi tost prenant vina spingle d'or faux, Illinois les marque le plus sunt dans le blas, n, si de one oeil gauche, and leur imprime vin marque que semble vn petit crapaud, elsewhere he says, vin pat de crapaud. Parfois dans l'épaule and cost gauche, ou dans la cuisse, leur rampant and decurant la peau and la chair iasques à fugio, n, de sang, si bien que pendant trois ilsont de trace grandes de leurs. Isabel Crawford of Irvine in 1618 had, the devil's mark, whilk was like ein braid dine spot, in the inner sit of her left thigh, about ein hand braid under her lisk. The Lancashire witch, Margaret Johnson, in 1633, saith, that such witches as have sharp bones given them by the devil to prick them, have no paps nor dugs, but their devil receiveth blood from the place, pricked with the bone. Which witches are more grand witches than any that have marks. The Yarmouth witch, tried in 1644, saw a tall black man standing in the moonlight at her door. He told her, he must first see her hand. And then taking out something like a penknife, he gave it a little scratch, so that blood followed, and the mark remained to that time. Rebecca Jones, an Essex witch tried in 1645, confessed that, there came one morning one to the door and knocked, and that this examinant going to the door, she saw there a very handsome young man. As she then thought, but now she thinks it was the devil. Who asked this examinant how she did, and desired to see her left wrist, which she shewed unto him, and he then took a pin from this examinant's own sleeve, and pricked her wrist twice, and there came out a drop of blood, which he took off with the top of his finger, and so departed. The child witch, Janet Howard of Forfar, tried in 1661, said that, the devil kissed her and nipped her upon one of her shoulders, so as she had great pain for some time thereafter. Later he came to her, and, calling her his bony bird did kiss her, and straked her shoulder, which was nipped, with his hand, and that presently after that she was eased of her former pain. Elspeth Alexander, of the same coven, was also marked on the shoulder. For weeks later the devil straked her shoulder with his fingers, and after that she had ease in the place formerly nipped by the devil. The witch girls at Lille in 1661 stated that le diable leur fait quelque marque comme avec un aligne de fer en quelque partie du corps. Marie Lamont of Innerkip in 1662 confessed voluntarily that, the devil nipped her upon the right side, qlk was very painful for a time, but yereafter he straked it with his hand, and healed it. This she confesses to be his mark. In Bute in 1662 Margaret N.C. William was tried for the merk. There was 3 merks fund, one up her left leg, next hard be the shine bone, another betwixt her shoulders a 3 degrees ein other up her hench, blue. Catmore was tried, and it was found underneath her richt shoulder a little whyt unsensible spot. The Somerset witches, in 1664, were marked on the fingers. It was stated of Elizabeth Style that the devil pricked the fourth finger of her right hand, between the middle and upper joint, where the sign at the examination remained. Of Alice Duke, that the devil pricked the fourth finger of her right hand between the middle and upper joint, where the mark is yet to be seen. And of Christian Green, that the man in black pricked the fourth finger of her right hand between the middle and upper joints, where the sign yet remains. At Paisley in 1678 Annabel Stewart confessed, that the devil took her by the hand and nipped her arm, which continued to be sore for half an hour. At Borrostonis the devil took Margaret Pringle, by the right hand, whereby it was for 8 days grievously pained, but having it twitched of new again, it immediately became hale. Of the Renfrewshire coven in 1696 little Thomas Lindsay received a nip on the neck which continued sore for 10 days, and John Reed had a bite or nip in his loin, which he found painful for a fortnight. At Pittenweem in 1704 the young lass, Isabel Adams, confessed that the devil put his mark in her flesh which was very painful. The other form of the devil's mark was the little teat. It occurred on various parts of the body. Was said to secrete milk and to give suck to the familiars, both human and animal, and was sometimes cut off by the witch before being searched. The descriptions of the teat point to its being that natural phenomenon, the supernumerary nipple. Cases of polymastia or supernumerary breasts, and of polythelia or supernumerary nipples, are constantly recorded by modern medical observers. These accessory structures are usually situated on the chest wall, the upper part of the abdominal wall, or in the axillae, but they have been met with on the shoulder, the buttock, the thigh, and other extraordinary positions. As a rule they are functionless. Polythelia occurs in both sexes, according to Bruce, of 315 individuals taken indiscriminately and in succession, 7.619% presented supernumerary nipple, 9.11%. Of 207 men examined in succession presented supernumerary nipple, and 4.807% of 104 women. He concludes that, according to present observations at least, supernumerary nipples occur much more frequently in the male than in the female. Cameron tabulates the positions of the supernumerary nipple in 105 cases, 196 were situated in thorax, 5 in axilla, 2 in back, 1 on shoulder, 1 outside of thigh. All writers on the subject agree that the phenomenon is of more common occurrence than is usually supposed. But that many cases pass unnoticed unless well marked when in men or causing discomfort by functioning when in women. This view is supported by the fact that, during the recent unparalleled opportunity for the physical examination of large numbers of men, many cases have been published in the British Medical Journal for 1917 as occurring among recruits for the army. The supernumerary nipple is usually very much smaller than the normal, like the normal. It is a modification of cutaneous tissue and is not attached to muscular tissue, its removal is a simple operation. In fact, it would be quite possible for an unskilled operator to cut it off with a sharp knife. In women the supernumerary nipple is observed to increase at the time of the periods. In some cases during lactation so much milk is secreted as to make it a matter of indifference whether the child is suckled at the normal nipples or at the supernumerary one. In cases of polymastia the nipple is not always formed, the milk, when secreted, issuing from a small opening. Though the nipple is congenital, the supernumerary breast may develop, or at any rate become noticeable later, the theory being that the ducts carrying the secretion from the supernumerary to the normal breast become blocked in some way, and that the milk is thus exuded through the pore in the supernumerary breast. The change in the case quoted by Cameron, as well as in the case of the witch Rose Cullender, seems to have been caused by a strain. Making allowance for the unscientific language of the recorders of the witch trials, it will be seen that the descriptions of the witch pap or little teat exactly coincide with these anatomical facts. I give the evidence below, the trials being in chronological order. It will be observed that the cases are from England and New England only. If the phenomena of polymastia and polythelia occurred in France and Scotland, there are no records of the fact in the witch trials of those countries. Alice Goodridge and her mother, Elizabeth Wright, of Stapenhill near Burton-on-Trent, were tried in 1597. The old woman they stripped, and found behind her right shoulder a thing much like the dur of an ewe that doeth suck with two teats. Like unto two great warts, the one behind vender her armhole, the other a hand off towards the top of her shoulder. Being demanded how long she had those teats, she answered she was born so. Then did they search Alice Goodridge, and found upon her belly, a hole of the bigness of 2 pence, fresh and blouty, as though some great wart had been cut off the place. The Witch of Edmonton, tried in 1621. The bench commanded 3 women to search the body of Elizabeth Sawyer. They all 3 said, that they a little above the fundament of Elizabeth Sawyer found a thing like a teat the bigness of the little finger, and the length of half a finger, which was branched at the top like a teat. And seemed as though one had sucked it, and that the bottom thereof was blue, and the top of it was red. The greatest number of cases recorded in one place is in Essex during the trials before Sir Matthew Hale in 1645. And Leech said, that her imps did usually suck those teats which were found about the privy parts of her body. 2 women searched Mary Greenlife, and found that the said Mary had biggies or teats in her secret parts, not like emerods, nor in those places where women used to be troubled with them. The examinant, being asked how she came by those teats which were discovered in her secret parts, she saith she knows not unless she was born with them, but she never knew she had any such until this time. A woman searched Margaret Moon, she found 3 long teats or biggies in her secret parts, which seemed to have been lately sucked. And that they were not like piles, for this informant knows well what they are, having been troubled with them herself. Upon the searching of her daughters, this informant found that 2 of them had bigs in their privy parts as the said Margaret their mother had. Several women were required to search Sarah Hading, the wife of William Hading. Elizabeth Harvey widow, and Marion Hockett widow, and upon her said search, being a midwife, found such marks or biggies, that she never saw in other women, for Sarah Hading had 4 teats or biggies in those parts, almost an inch long. And as biggy as this informant's little finger, that the said Elizabeth Harvey had 3 such bigs, and about the same canting, and that the said Marion Hockett had no such biggies. But was found in the same parts not like other honest women. Sarah Barton, the sister of the said Marion Hockett, also suspected of being a witch, said the said Marion had cut off her bigs, whereby she might have been suspected to have been a witch, and laid plaisters to those places. Another evidence deposed that she once heard the said Margaret Landish say, that her imps did usually suck 2 teats near the privy parts. In Huntingdonshire in 1646 John Clerc Jr., a labourer, was tried for witchcraft. John Brown, a tailor, deposed that he met Clerc on the road. Clerc said he was in haste, for his father and mother were accused for witches, and that he himself had been searched, and this informant answered, "And so have I." Then Clerc asked this informant, whether anything were found about him, or not. He, this informant, answered, that they said there were marks. Clerc said again, "Had you no more wit but to have your marks found? I cut off mine 3 days before I was searched." John Palmer of St. Albans, 1649, confessed that upon his compact with the divil, he received a flesh brand, or mark, upon his side, which gave suck to 2 familiars. There were several cases in Yorkshire. In 1649 they searched the body of the said Mary Sykes, and found upon the side of her seat a red lump about the bigness of a nut, being wet, and that, when they wrung it with the iron fingers, moisture came out of it like lee. And they found upon her left side near her arm a little lump like a wart, and being pulled out it stretched about half an inch. And they further say that they never saw the like upon any other woman. In 1650 Francis Ward saith that she was one of the fower that searched Margaret Morton, and found upon her 2 black spots between her thigh and her body. They were like a wart, but it was none. And the other was black on both sides, an inch bread, and blue in the midest. At Scarborough in 1651. Marjorie Fish, widow, being commanded to search the body of an Hunnam, otherwise Marchant, who was accused for witchcraft. She, this informanty, and Elizabeth Jackson, and Elise Dale, did accordingly scarce the body of the Said and Hunnam, otherwise Marchant, and did find a little blue spot upon her left side, into which spot this informant did thrust a pin att which the Sd. And Hunnam never moved or seemed to feel it, which spot grows, out of her flesh or skin at her waist of a great bigness. Elizabeth Dale informeth upon oath, that she did, together with Marjorie Fish, Circe and Hunnam, otherwise Marchant, her body and saith that there was found on her left buttock a blue spot growing out of her flesh or skin like a greetwort. The Kentish witch, Mary Reed of Lenham, in 1652, I had a visible teat, under her tongue, and did show it to many, and it was likewise seen by this observator. In the case of the Salisbury witch, and Bodenham, in 1652, women searched the witch in the jail, and they delivered on their oaths at the assizes, that they found on her shoulder a certain mark or teat, about the length and bigness of the nipple of a woman's breast, and hollow and soft as a nipple, with a hole on the top of it, and searching further, they likewise found in her secret place another teat, soft, and like the former on her shoulder. In Yorkshire again, in 1654, Catherine Earl was accused, and the said Catherine hath been searched, and a mark found upon her in the likeness of a pap. At St. Albans, about 1660, there was a man which, who had like a breast on his side. In the same year at Kidderminster a widow, her 2 daughters, and a man were brought to trial, the man had 5 teats, the mother 3, and the eldest daughter 1. When they went to search the woman, none were visible. One advised to lay them on their backs, and keep open their mouths, and they would appear, and so they presently appeared in sight. Alice Hewson, of Burton Agnes, Yorks, in 1664, stated that, I confess, a witch pap, which is sucked by the unclean spirit. Abra Grinset, of Dunwich, Suffolk, in 1665, said, the devil did appear in the form of a pretty handsome young man first, and since appeareth to her in the form of a blackish-grey cat or kidling. That it sucketh of a tet, which searchers since saw in the place she mentioned. In the same year, also in Suffolk, Rose Cullender was tried for witchcraft. The searchers, 6 women, began at her head, and so stripped her naked, and in the lower part of her belly they found a thing like a teat of an inch long. They questioned her about it, and she said, that she had got a strain by carrying of water which caused that excrescence. But upon narrower search, they found in her privy parts 3 more excrescencies or teats, but smaller than the former. This deponent farther saith, that in the long teat at the end thereof there was a little hole. And it appeared unto them as if it had been lately sucked, and upon the straining of it there issued out white milky matter. Temperance Lloyd, a Devon witch, was tried in 1682, upon search of her body this informant did find in her, secret parts, 2 teats hanging nigh together like unto a piece of flesh that a child had sucked. And each of the said teats was about an inch in length. Bridget Bishop, one of the New England witches, was tried in 1692, a jury of women found a preternatural teat upon her body, but upon a second search, within 3 or 4 hours, there was no such thing to be seen. Elizabeth Horner, another Devon witch, tried in 1696, I had something like a nipple on her shoulder, which the children, who gave evidence, said was sucked by a toad. Widow Coleman, an Essex witch, died a natural death in 1699, upon her death I requested Beck the midwife to search her body in the presence of some sober women. Which she did and assured me she never saw the like in her life, that her fundament was open like a mouse hole and that in it were 2 long biggies out of which being pressed issued blood, that they were neither piles nor emerods, for she knew both but excrescencies like to bigs with nipples which seemed as if they had been frequently sucked. Eleanor Shaw and Mary Phillips were executed in Northampton in 1704 for witchcraft. The infernal imps did nightly suck each of them a large teat, or pieces of red flesh in their privy parts. The positions of the marks are worth noting. Of the colored mark it will be seen from the evidence given above that there were certain well-defined positions, which is in itself a strong suggestion of the artificial character of this mark. In France the usual position was the left shoulder. In the Basses Pyrenees the left eye, the left side, and the thigh were also commonly marked. The variations given by Becket are the abdomen, the back, and the right side of the neck. In England it seems that only the hand and wrist were marked. In Somerset the exact position was between the upper and middle joints of the fourth finger of the right hand, probably the ring finger, but whether on the outer or inner surface is not recorded. In Scotland the position is very varied, the right hand, the right side, the shoulder, the back, the neck, and the loin. At Aberdeen the position on the right hand is still further defined as being on the back and on the third finger, i.e. the ring finger. Reginald Scott does not distinguish between the two kinds of marks, when he says that if the witch have any privy mark under her arm pokes, under her hair, under her lip, or in her buttock, or in her privities, it is a presumption sufficient for the judge to proceed to give sentence of death upon her. But from the positions in which supernumerary nipples are known to occur, it would seem that he is speaking of the little teat, and not of the colored mark. In 6 out of the 32 cases of supernumerary nipples cited above, the number of nipples is not given, though from the context it would appear that more than one was often found on each of the accused. If, therefore, we allow 2 apiece for those cases not definitely specified, there were 63 such nipples, an average roughly of 2 to each person, the number varying, however, from 1 to 5, this last being a man. The position of the nipple on the body is given in 45 out of the 63 cases, abdomen 2, axilla 1, buttock 1, fundament 3, groin 2, pudenda 30, shoulder 3, side 3, under tongue 1. In writing of supernumerary nipples and mammae erraticae Williams quotes cases recorded by modern observers, in which the accessory organ occurred on the abdomen, axilla, inguinal region, outer side of thigh, shoulder, and face. 4. The Assemblies. There were 2 kinds of assemblies. The one, known as the Sabbath, was the general meeting of all the members of the religion. The other, to which I give on the authority of Esteban de Cambrai the name of Esbat, was only for the special and limited number who carried out the rites and practices of the cult, and was not for the general public. The derivation of the word Sabbath in this connection is quite unknown. It has clearly nothing to do with the number 7, and equally clearly it is not connected with the Jewish ceremonial. It is possibly a derivative of Esbatter, to frolic. A very suitable description of the joyous gaiety of the meetings. 1. Sabbath. Locomotion. The method of going to the meetings varied according to the distance to be traversed. In an immense majority of cases the means of locomotion are not even mentioned, presumably therefore the witches went on foot, as would naturally be the case in going to the local meeting or esbat, which was attended only by those who lived near. There are, however, a few instances where it was thought worth while to mention that the worshippers walked to the meeting. Becket, 1598, who yields to none in his accounts of magical means of going to the Sabbath, says, Les sorciers nea, n. Tmoins vont qualque fois de pido sabbat, ce que leur aduyant principalement, lors que lulu, o ils font leur assembly. Ne pas gaires eslong de leur habitation, and writes in confirmation the evidence of George and Antoinette Gondillon and their father Pierre, Claude Ian Prost, Claude Ian Guillaume, Iaquima Paget, Gros Iax. The 2 brothers Claude and Claude Charlas, Pierre Willermaz, Elleranthan, Pernette Mollard, Ian Platet, and Claude Paget. Iaquima Paget's account of how she and Antoine Tournier went to a meeting on their way home from the harvest field, see page 121, proves that they were on foot. The Langnidry witches, 1608, clearly walked, they convenit thame selfis at Deanfeud of Langnidry, therefore they passed Altigitter to the said Begi's house in Langnydry, where they drank. And thereafter come with all their spade to Seatonthorn be north the Zet, quhere the Devil cowlit for the said Christian Todd, and passed to Robert Smartus' house, and brocht her out. And they thereafter passed Altigitter, with the Devil, to the Erne Zet of Seatown. And thereafter come all back again to the Deanfeud, quhere first tie convenit. The distance from Langnidry to Seaton Castle is under a mile. Isaac de Queyron, 1609, a young fellow of 25, told de Lanker that those living at a distance flew home through the air, the near ones returned on foot. Barthélemy Mingwit of Brecky was tried in 1616, enquis, de quel facon sa femme fut au sabbat la première fois. Respond, tu ly fut transporté par le diable, lequel la reporta après le sabbat, en que la seconde fois tu ly este, ly fut de son pied avec ly, and sen retourna de son pied, and tu ny a imas este que ces deux fois. Helen Guthrie of Forfar, 1661, said that herself, Isabel Shirey, and Elspeth Alexander, did meet together at an ale house near to Bury, a little before sunset. After they bade stayed in the said house about the spice of an hour drinking of 3 pintes of ale to jitter, they went forth to the Sandus, and the 3 other women met them, and the Devil west there present with them all. And they parted so late that night that she could get no lodging, but was forced to lie at Ain Dyke's side all night. Christian Grieve, of Crook of Devon, 1662, acknowledged I that ye came to the foresaid meeting immediately after your goodman and the rest went to bed, and that ye locked the door and put the key under the same. And that ye and the said Margaret Young your neighbour came foot for foot to the foresaid meeting and that ye stayed at the foresaid meeting about the space of 2 hours and came back again on your foot, and the foresaid Margaret Young with you. And found the key of the door in that same place where you left it, and declared that neither your husband nor any other in the house was waking at your return. At Lille, 1661, the girl Bellet, then aged 15, said that her mother had taken her with her when she was very young, and had even carried her in her arms to the witches' sabbaths or assemblies. At Strathdown, 18th century, the witches went along the side of the river Avon to Crackpole fording the river on foot. In the cases cited above there is nothing in the least bizarre or extraordinary, but there are other methods recorded of reaching the distant meetings. Sometimes the obvious means was by riding on a horse. Sometimes the witches were accused, or claimed the power, of flying through the air, of riding in the air on a stick, of riding on animals or human beings. Which latter were sometimes in their own natural form and sometimes enchanted into the form of animals. The following instances are of those who rode to or from the meetings on horseback. Agnes Sampson of North Berwick, 1590, said that the devil in man's likeness met her going out in the fields from her own house at Keith, betwixt 5 and 6 at even. Being her alone and commanded her to be at North Berwick Kirk the next night, and she passed there on horseback, conveyed by her good son, called Ian Cour. Becket, 1608, mentions, in passing, the fact that the witches sometimes rode on horses. The Lancashire witches, 1613, after the meeting at Malking Tower, went out of the said house in their own shapes and likenesses. And they all, by that they were forth of the doors, gotten on horseback, like unto foals, some of one colour, some of another. This was the usual mode of locomotion among the Lancashire witches, for Margaret Johnson, 1633, said that at the meeting at Horstones, there was, at Whitey time, between 30 and 40 witches, who did all ride to the said meetinga. Isabel Gaudai, 1662, said, I hate a little horse, and wold say, horse and haddock, in the Develis name. The most detailed account is from Sweden, 1669. Another boy confessed too, that one day he was carried away by his mistress, and to perform the journey he took his own father's horse out of the meadow where it was. And upon his return she let the horse go in her own ground. The next morning the boy's father sought for his horse, and not finding it, gave it over for lost, but the boy told him the whole story, and so his father fetched the horse back again. We now come to the marvellous and magical means of locomotion. The belief in the power of witches to ride in the air is very ancient and universal in Europe. They flew either unsupported, being carried by the devil, or were supported on a stick. Sometimes, however, an animal which they rode passed through the air. The flying was usually preceded by an anointing of the whole or part of the body with a magical ointment. The earliest example of unsupported flying is from Paul Grillon, 1537, who gives an account of an Italian witch in 1526, who flew in the air with the help of a magic ointment. Reginald Scott, 1584, says that the ointment whereby they ride in the air was made of the flesh of unbaptized children, and gives 2 recipes. The fat of young children, and seethe it with water in a brassen vessel. Reservoing the thickest of that which remaineth boiled in the bottom, which they lie up and keep, until occasion serueth to use it. They put herunto Elioselinum, Aconitum, Frons Populias, and Sut. Siam, Acrum vulgar, Pentaphyllon, the blood of a flitter mouse, Solanum somniferum, and Oleum. They stamp all these together, and then they rub all parts of their bodice exceedingly, till they look red, and be very hot, so as the pores may be opened, and their flesh soluble and loose. They ioin herewithal either fat, or oil instead thereof, that the force of the ointment might the rather pierce inwardly, and so be more effectual. By this means in a moonlight night they see me to be carried in the air. So far this is only hearsay evidence, but there is also a certain amount of first-hand testimony, the witches declaring that they actually passed through the air above ground, or had seen others do so. In 1598, Thuan Paget racontoit, que le diable s'apparat à elle la première fois en plein midi, en fermi devient grand homme noir, en que comme lse fut bailli à la Illinois l'embrassa en l'esliva en hier. En la transporta en la maison du prel de l'Encamois. En pousse, a reporta au lou mesum, oillo et prise. Antide colas de soit, que le soir, que Satan s'apparat. A l'en fermi devient de grande stature, ayant sa barbe en ses habillements noirs Illinois la transporta au sabbat, en tua ux autres fois Illinois la venoit prendre dans son licht, en l'emportoit comme si just este vien vent Freud, l'empoinent par la test. Isaac de Queyron, 1609, whose evidence has already been quoted, said that the witches living at a distance flew home through the air. In France, 1652, Lors Chuel veloit aller aux danses, lse oindoit diang onguin que lui estoit don par vien sortir envoy par le diable. Que lors el sen aloit cum vent aux dix danses avec les autres. At Crook of Devon, 1661, Bessie Henderson confessed, that ye was taken out of your bed to that meeting in flight. The most detail comes from an English source, the Somerset Witches, 1664, claim that they habitually flew through the air by means of a magical oil and magical words. Elizabeth Style said, before they are carried to their meetings, they anoint their foreheads, and hand-wrists with an oil the spirit brings them, which smells raw, and then they are carried in a very short time, using these words as they pass. Thout, tout a tout, tout, throughout and about. And when they go off from their meetings, they say, rentum, tormentum, all are carried to their several homes in a short space. Alice Duke gave the same testimony, noting besides that the oil was greenish in color. And Bishop, the officer of the Somerset Covens, confessed that, her forehead being first anointed with a feather dipped in oil, she hath been suddenly carried to the place of their meeting. After all was ended, the man in black vanished. The rest were oil a sudden conveyed to their homes. The belief that the witches actually rode in the air seated on some concrete object, such as an animal, a human being, or a stick, is both ancient and universal, and is reflected in the ecclesiastical and civil laws. Of which the earliest is the decree of the 9th century, attributed to the Council of Ancyra. Certain wicked women following Satan's provocations, being seduced by the illusion of Diules, believe and profess, that in the night times they ride abroad, with Diana, the goddess of the pagans, or else with Herodias. With an innumerable multitude, upon certain beasts. And do whatsoever those fairies or ladies command. The laws of Lorraine, 1329-46, decree that Seluca fera magi, sortilege, billets de sort, pronostic d'oiseau ous ventroit d'avoir chevauche la nert avec Diane ou tel autre viel que se dit magicien. Sarah Bani et payera dix livres tournois. The witches themselves confirmed the statements about riding on animals to the Sabbath. Roland du Vernier, 1598, confessed, que lors chuel y fiat, ly alla sur vien gros mouton noir, que la portoit si vistenier, chuel nese puit recognoister. De Lanker says that the witches, se font porter jusqu'audet lou, servin best, que semble parfois vien chul, and parfois VN. Margaret Johnson, 1633, saith, if they desire to be in any place upon a sodaine, the ire devil or spirit will, upon a rod, dog, or any thin gels, presently convey them thither. One of Madame Bourignon's girls, then aged 12, 1661, declared that her said lover came upon a little horse, and took her by the hand, asking her if she would be his mistress, and she saying aye. She was catched up into the air with him and the other girls, and they flew all together to a great castle. The Swedish witches, 1669, said. He set us on a beast which he had there ready, and carried us over churches and high walls. He gives us a horn with a salve in it, wherewith we do anoint ourselves. And then he gives us a saddle, with a hammer and a wooden nail, thereby to fix the saddle, whereupon we call upon the devil, and away we go. For their journey they said they made use of all sorts of instruments, of beasts, of men, of spits and posts. What the manner of their journey is, God alone knows. Blockula is situate in a delicate large meadow whereof you can see no end. They went into a little meadow distinct from the other, where the beasts went that they used to ride on, but the men whom they made use of in their journey, stood in the house by the gate in a slumbering posture, sleeping against the wall. Human beings were also said to be ridden upon in other places beside Sweden. Agnes Spark of Forfar, 1661, said she hard people there present did speak of Isabel Shirey, and say that Shoe was the devil's horse, and that the devil did always ride upon here, and that Shoe was showed like ane mare, or ane horse. And Armstrong, of a Northumbrian coven, 1673. Saith, that since she gave information against several persons who rid her to several places where they had conversation with the devil, she hath been several times lately ridden by in Dryden and in Forster. And was last night ridden by them to the riding house in the close on the common. Whilst she was lying in that condition, i.e. a fit, which happened one night a little before Christmas, about the change of the moon, the informant see the said enforcer come with a bridle, and bridled her and rid upon her cross-legged. Till they come to, the rest of her companions at Riding Milne Bridge End, where they usually met. And when she light of her back, pulled the bridle of this informer's head, now in the likeness of a horse, but, when the bridle was taken of, she stood up in her own shape. And when they had done, bridled this informer, and the rest of the horses, and rid home. Upon Collop Monday last, being the 10th of February, the said persons met at Allansford, where this informant was ridden upon by an enchanted bridle by Michael Ainsley and Margaret his wife. Which enchanted bridle, when they took it from her head, she stood up in her own proper person. On Monday last at night, she, being in her father's house, see one Jane Bates, of Corbridge, come in the for me of a grey cat with a bridle hanging on her foot, and breathed upon her and struck her dead, and bridled her. And rid upon her in the name of the devil southward, but the name of the place she does not now remember. And the said Jane alighted and pulled the bridle of her head. The method of locomotion which has most impressed the popular imagination and has become proverbial was riding on a stick, generally said to be a broomstick. It must, however, be remembered that one of the earliest cases on record of stick riding does not definitely state that the witch flew through the air. This was the case of the Lady Alice Keitler in 1324, when, in rifling the closet of the lady, they found a pipe of ointment, wherewith she greased a staff, upon the which she ambled and galloped through thick and thin. When and in what manner she listed. Though Holinshed is not always a reliable authority, it is worth while to compare this account with the stick riding of the Arab witches and the tree riding of the Aberdeen covens, see pages 110, 134. The number of cases vouched for by the persons who actually performed or saw the feat of riding on a stick through the air are disappointingly few. Guillaume Edeline, Prior of St. Germain en Laye, 1453, Semitn tel servitude de l'ennemi, Chuil li convenoit ester en certain luttouts fois Chuil estoit par l'edit ennemi avoc, auquel lu ils avoyant accustom faire leur consistoire. Etienne li faloit que monter sur un balai, Chuositost il estoit priestment transporte la o l'edit consistoire se faisoit. The Guernsey witch, Martin Tulauf, 1563, confessed, quil soi est trouvé avec la dite vls oul chavacha genest et un alter. ETQ lad vls monta a mont la kemeni ETQ il en perdit la vue ETQ el desoit deva, n, TQ monter, va au nom du diable et Lucifer desk, n, roches et spines, q pour li il en povoit einzi faire. ETDT QSA mira chavache le genest P4 OUV fois ETQ ILLA vieux monter a mont la kemeni. Dianus, IS 75, sums up the evidence of the witches themselves. He promiseth that himself will connuay them thither, that are so weak that they cannot trial of themselves, which many times he doth by means of a staff or rod. Which he delureth unto the or promiseth to do it by force of a certain ointment, which he will shew them, and sometimes he offereth them an horse to ride upon. Becket's experience, 1598, is more dramatic than that of Dianus, les autres y vont, tantos sur VIII book, tantos sur VIII chul, and tantos sur VIII ballet, ou ramasse, sortant ces derniers de leurs maisons le plus sunt par la kemeni. Les VNS anchor se frottant opérant de certain grace, an ointment, les autres nese frottant en aucune facon. He also records the actual evidence of individual witches. François Secretine said, Chuel avoit este vin infinite de fois au sabbat en Assemblies de sorciers and Chuel y aloit sur VIII baston blanc, Chuel mettoit entre sems. Claudine Bobin, une fille confessa, Chuel, and sa mir montoyant sur vin ramasse, and que sortens le contremont de la kemeni els aloyant par l'air en cest facon au sabbat. In Belgium Claire Gossen, 1603, confessed, Chuel ss trouvé à diverses assembles nocturnes tenues par Louis, dans lesquels lss laissé transporter au moyen d'un baton induit d'onguent. Isabelle, Gaudai, 1662, was fully reported, as regards the methods of locomotion used by the witches, though in other places her evidence is unfortunately cut short. I hate a little horse, and wold say, horse and haddock, in the Develis name. And then vi vold fly away, quer vi vold, be you in as straws wold fly pon an highway. We will fly like straws quan we please. Wild straws and corn straws will be horses to ws, and ve put thame betwixt our foot, and say, horse and haddock, in the Develis name. Quan we wold ryd, we tack windle straws, or bin stakes, beanstalks, and put them betwixt our foot, and say thrice. Horse and haddock, horse and go. Horse and pilatus, ho. Ho. And immediately we fly away where you are we wold. All the coevan did fly like cat-tis, but Barbara Ronald, in Brightmany, and I, still, always, read on an horse, which vi vold mac of a straw or beanstalk. Julian Cox, 1664, said that, one evening she walked out about a mile from her own house, and there came riding towards her 3 persons upon 3 broomstaves, borne up about 1.5 yards from the ground. 2 of them she formerly knew, which was a witch and a wizard. The 3rd person she knew not. He came in the shape of a black man. 2 of the New England witches, 1692, confessed to riding on a pole. Mary Osgood, wife of Captain Osgood of Andover, was carried through the air to 5 Mile Pond. She was transported back again through the air, in company with the forenamed persons, in the same manner as she went, and believes they were carried upon a pole. Goody Foster's evidence was reported by 2 authors. One Foster confessed that the devil carried them on a pole, to a witch meeting. But the pole broke, and she hanging about, Martha, carrier's neck, they both fell down, and she then received an hurt by the fall, whereof she was not at this very time recovered. The second account is substantially the same, in particular Goody F. said, inter alia, that she with 2 others, one of whom acknowledged the same, rode from Andover to the same village which meeting upon a stick above ground, and that in the way the stick brake, and gave the said F. a fall, whereupon, said she, I got a fall and hurt of which I am still sore. Site, the Sabbath seems to have been originally held on a fixed site. So much so was this the case that de Lanker is able to say, communement ils l'appellant aquilar, que signifie lane de bouc, cum que droit la lane ou laid, o le book canuc ses assembles. Etida faked les sorciers que confessent, nami, n, t le lou pour la chose, and la chose ou assembly pour le lou, telmet tu encore que proprement lane de book, soit lo sabbat que se tient es landis. Sistce tu ils appellent aussi bien lane de book, lo sabbat que se tient es églises, and es places de villages, paroisses, maisons, and autres lo. The confusion of the original lane de book, i.e. the Sabbath or Great Assembly, with local meetings is thus shown to be due to the inaccuracy of the witches themselves. And therefore it is not surprising that de Lanker and other authors should also fail to distinguish between the two. Still, in many of the records there are certain indications by which it is possible to recognize the localities where the real Sabbath, the true lane de book, was held. De Lanker himself notes that the Sabbath must be held near a lake, stream, or water of some kind. Bodin, however, gives a better clue, les luda assembles de sorciers sont notables, and signales de quelques arbres, ou croix. The croix is clearly the Christian form of the standing stone which is a marked feature in many descriptions of the Sabbath. And Bodin's statement recalls one of the laws of Nut in the 11th century, we earnestly forbid every heathenism. Heathenism is, that men worship idols, that is that they worship heathen gods, or stones, or forest trees of any kind. Esteban de Cambro, 1567, said, le lieu de cette grande convocation s'appelle généralement par tout le pays la lande de book. O ilsse mettent à danser l'entour divine pierre, que est plenty audit lieu, sur lequel est assis bien grand homme noir. At Poitiers in 1574 4 witches, 1 woman and 3 men, said that they went, 3 fois Ellen, à l'Assemblée générale, au plusieurs sorciers se trouvaient, n, t pres divine croix divine carrefour, que seroit d'insane. At Aberdeen in 1596 the witches acknowledged that they danced round the market cross and the Fischè Croci on All Hallow Eve, and also round Ain Grey Stane at the foot of the hill at Craigloch. Margaret Johnson, 1633, said she was not at the Greek meetinga at Horstones at the Forest of Pendle upon All Saints' Day. Though no stone is actually mentioned, the name suggests that there had been, or still were, 1 or more stones standing in that place. The Swedish witches, 1669, seem to have used the same site for both kinds of meetings. Blockula seems to have been a building of some kind, set in a meadow which was entered by a painted gate. Within the building were rooms and some kind of chapel for the religious service. The New England Recorders, 1692, did not enter into much detail, but even among them the fact is mentioned that there was a general meeting of the witches, in a field at Salem village. In modern times the identification of stones or of certain places with the devil or with witch meetings is very noticeable. Out of innumerable instances I will mention only a few. In Guernsey the Cataract is always identified as the site of the Sabbath. In Belgium à Goderville, Hainaut, se trouve un tunnel hanté par les sorcières, elles y tenant leur sabbat. Un bloc de pierre isole et d'aspect extraordinaire est généralement appelé pierre du diable. Exemples, a, le dolmen de trut pres de Namur. B, la grande pierre en forme de table à demi encastrée dans la route que conduit du village de Ceny à celui d'Elamel, Candras. C, le face du diable, bloc de grès d'environ 800 meters cubes, isole dans la bruyère entre 1 et grand hello pres de Stavelot, d, les mers du diable à Pepinster, and dans plusieurs cantons Illinois y a un terrain que l'on appelle Chan de Mackerel, champ de sorciers. C'est le cas pres de Remochamps, pres de Tongres, pres de la Galep et pres de Grand Hello. It is also noticeable how many of our own stone circles, such as the 9 Maidens, the Dancing Maidens, and so on, are connected by tradition with women who danced there on the Sabbath. Date. It appears from the evidence that certain changes took place in course of time in the religion, and, as might be expected, this is shown very markedly in the festivals. The ancient festivals remained all through, and to them were added the festivals of the succeeding religions. The original celebrations belonged to the May-November year, a division of time which follows neither the solstices nor the agricultural seasons. I have shown below, pp. 130-178, that there is reason to believe these festivals were connected with the breeding seasons of the flocks and herds. The chief festivals were, in the spring, May Eve, April 30th, called Rudmas or Rude Day in Britain and Walpurgisnacht in Germany, in the autumn, November Eve, October 31st, called in Britain All Hallow Eve. Between these two came, in the winter, Candlemas, February 2nd, and in the summer, the Gilles of August, August 1st, called Lammas in Britain. To these were added the festivals of the solstitial invaders, Beltane at midsummer and Yule at midwinter. The movable festival of Easter was also added, but the equinoxes were never observed in Britain. On the advent of Christianity the names of the festivals were changed, and the date of one Rudmas was slightly altered so as to fall on May 3rd. Otherwise the dates were observed as before, but with ceremonies of the new religion. Therefore Becket is justified in saying that the witches kept all the Christian festivals. But the great assemblies were always held on the 4 original days, and it is this fact which makes it possible to distinguish with certainty between the Sabbath and the Esbat whenever dates are mentioned. De Lanker, generalizing from the evidence before him, says, Quelquefois ilya de sabbats and assembles generals que se font ordinairement les 4 fests annuels. And he also gives the words of a witch, tried in 1567, Esteban de Cambreux dit que les sorcières enaloyant en la grande assembly in au grand sabbat que 4 fois à l'année. The 4 actual days are given in only one trial, that of Isabel Smith at Forfar in 1661. By these meetings she met with him every quarter at Candlemas, Rud Day, Lammas, and Halomas, but it is very clear that these were the regular days. From the mention of them individually in both England and Scotland. At North Berwick Barbara Napier was accused of being present at the convention on Lammas Eve at the New Haven. 3 covens, i.e., 39 persons, were assembled. And the said Barbara was accused that she gave her bodily presence upon All Hallow Even last was, 1590 years, to the frequent convention holden at the Kirk of North Berwick, where she danced endlong the kirkyard. And Gilles Duncan played on a trump, John Fian, Macelet, led the ring. Agnes Sampson and her daughters and all the rest following the said Barbara, to the number of 70 persons. The ditties against the witches of Aberdeen in 1596 show that Pound Halloween last bypassed, att 12 huries at Ewan or Thurby, though the said Thomas Laius. Why thane griet number of Theris witches, come to the Mercat and Fische Croce of Aberdeen, under the conduct and jiding of the dual present Wythew, all in company, playing Bifwar Yow on his Kewandi of Instrumentus. Ye all danced about Betha the Sadies Croces, and the meal Mercat, ein lang space of time. Kristen Michelle and Bessie Tom had been not only at the All-Hallow Eve meeting with Thomas Laius but also at another before that. Thou confessest that, 3 years sensen, upon the Ruidae, early in the morning, Bessie Tom, before sun rising, though, accompany it with certain Theris witches, thy devilish adherentis, convenit upon St. Catherine's Hill. And there, vender the conduct of Sathan, present with Yow, playing Bifwar Yow, efter his for me, ye all danced a devilish dance, ridend on trice, be a lang space. In 1597 Isabel Ritchie, Margaret Og, Helene Rogie, Jonet Lucas, Jonet Dawidson, Isabel Oig, and Beatrice Robbie were accused of a meeting at Craigalosh, near Aberdeen, though Artin did it for the being at the Twa devilish dances betwixt Lumfenand and Craglosh, with while Margaret Bain, upon Allhallowen last, quer though conferit with the duil. In Ayrshire in 1604 Patrick Lowry and his companion witches were accused that they att Halloweven in the year of God Forsade, assemblet thame selfis upon Loden Hill, quer there appearit to thame ein devilish sprite. Margaret Johnson, of the 2nd generation of Lancashire witches, in 1633 said, she was not at the Great Meetinga at Hartford in the forest of Pendle on All Saints' Day. Isabel Gaudy, Aldern, 1662, does not enter into her usual detail, but merely states that a grand mighting vold be about the end of ilk quarter. Of the festivals belonging to later religions several mentions are made. De Lanker, when giving a general account of the ceremonies, says that the witches of the Basses Pyrenees went to their assemblies at Easter and other solemn festivals, and that their chief night was that of Saint John the Baptist. Jane Bosdeau, from the Puy-de-Dôme district, 1594, bears this out, for she went to a meeting with the devil, at midnight on the eve of Saint John. Antide Colas, 1598, Auit este au sabbat à Vien chacun bon jour de Ian, comme à Noël, à Pasques, à la fête de Dieu. Both generations of Lancashire witches, 1613 and 1633, kept Good Friday. Janet Watson of Dalkeith, 1661, was at a meeting about the time of the last Bailey fire night. The Crook of Devon witches, 1662, met on St. Andrew's Day, at Yule. In Connecticut, 1662, the High Frolic was to be held at Christmas. Hour. The actual hour at which the Sabbath was held is specified in very few cases. It appears to have been a nocturnal assembly, beginning about midnight and lasting till early dawn or cockcrow. Le coq soit parfois es sabbat sonnet la retraite aux sorciers. In the Vosges in 1408 the meeting was held en la minuit et la duxi mar. In Lorraine in 1589, Johannes of Villa und Agathina de Schneiders Francisci Weib, sagt, ein Oders way stund vor Mitternacht were die bequemst Zeit darzu. At North Berwick, in 1590, Agnes Sampson arrived at the appointed place, about 11 hours at even. The Aberdeen witches in 1597 held their dance pon Halloween last bypassed, at 12 Hurries at Ewan or the Irby, or more particularly, betwixt 12 and 1 Hurries at Nycht. In 1598 the lions which François Secretine Adiestoit Chuel Aloit Tugers au Sabbat in Urin la Minuit, and beaucoup d'autres sorciers, Kieun main, ont dit le mesme. Antide Colas, another lioness, went to the meeting on Christmas Eve between the midnight Mass and the Mass at dawn. The only daylight meeting which can be identified as a Sabbath occurred at Aberdeen, and may have been peculiar either to the locality or to the May Day festival, or it may have been simply the continuation of the festival till the sun rose. Kristen Mitchell and Bessie Tom were each accused that upon the Ruide, 3 years sensen bygane, early in the morning, before sun rising, though convenit pon St. Catherine's Hill, accompany it with a numer of thy devilish faction and band. The devil your maester in company with yao. 2. The Esbat. Business. The Esbat differed from the Sabbath by being primarily, for business, whereas the Sabbath was purely religious. In both, feasting and dancing brought the proceedings to a close. The business carried on at the Esbat was usually the practice of magic for the benefit of a client or for the harming of an enemy. Sometimes the devil appears to have ordered his followers to perform some action by which to impress the imagination of those who believed in his power though they did not worship him. Very often also the Esbat was for sheer enjoyment only, without any ulterior object, as the following quotations show. Esteban de Cambreau, 1567, who is the authority for the name Esbat as applied to local meetings, says that, les petites assembles que se font pres de villes ou paroisses, oilnyva que se du lou, ils les appellent les Esbats, and se font ors nvn lou de la dict paroisse, ors nvn autre, o en effect que sautern folastre. Le diable New York estant auec tout son grand aroi cum aux grandes assembles. Ailsound Persound, 1588, was taken by a party of men and women, under the leadership of a man in green, Forder nor Sco could tell. And saw with thame piping Meerings and good skier, and West Carriot to low theme, and saw wine puncheonies with tassies with them. Jonet Barker, 1643, said that, Sco and ye said Margaret Lauder being thin ye said Jonet Cranston's house to a pintus of byre war drucken be thame thre to jitter in ye said house at quilky devil appearit to thame in ye lickneys of ain trime gentil. Man and drank wt thame all thre and that he imbraset the said Margaret Lauder in his arms at ye drinking of ye byre and put his arm about her waist. Isabel Berdai, 1649, was accused of meeting the devil and drinking with him, the devil drank to her, and she pledging him, drank back again to him, and he pledged her, saying, Gramercy, you are very welcome. Janet Brown, 1649, was charged with having held a meeting with the devil appearing as a man, at the back of Broomhills, who was at a wanton play with Isabel Gairdner the elder, and Janet Thompson. In Forfar Helen Guthrie, 1661, confessed that she went to several meetings. At one in the churchyard, they danced together, and the ground under them wes all fire flocked her, and Andrew Watson had his swall staff in his hand, although he be a blind man yet he danced all nimbly as any of the company. And made also great merriment by singing his old ballads, and that Isabel Shirley did sing her song called Tinkletum Tankletum. And that the Deville kissed every one of the women. At another meeting, they all danced together a while, and then went to Mary Rhine's house and sat down together at the table and made themselves merry. And the Deville made much of them all, but especially of Mary Rhine, and he kissed them all. Elspeth Bruce of the same coven, by turning the sieve and shears, Rais the Deville, who being very hard to be laid again, there was a mating of witches for laying of him, and at this mating they had pipe music and dancing. Isabel Gaudai, 1662, gives an account of one of these joyous assemblies. We killed an ox, in Burgee, about the dawing of the day, and we brought the ox with W.S. Hom to Aldern, and did eat all amongst W.S., in an house in Aldern. And feasted on it. Marie Lamont, 1662, also enjoyed her meetings. The first at which she was present was held in Ketty Scott's house, where the devil sung to them, and they danced. He gave them wine to drink, and wheat bread to eat, and they were all very merry. She confesses, at that mating the said Ketty Scott made her first acquaintance with the devil, and caused her to drink to him, and shake hands with him. She was with Katy Scott and others at a mighting at Kempach, where they danced, and the devil kissed them when they went away. Annabel Thompson and the other witches of Borostonis, 1679. Wis at several meetings with the devil in the links of Borostones, and in the house of you Bessie Vicar, and ye did eat and drink with the devil, and with on another. And with witches in here house in the night time. And the devil and the said W.M. Craw brought the ale which he drank, extending to about 7 gallons, from the house of Elizabeth Hamilton. And yow the said Annapole had in other meeting about 5 weeks ago, when yow was going to the Coal Hill of Grange, and he invaded you to go alongst, and drink with him. And yow the said Margaret Hamilton has been the devil's servant these 8 or 9 years bygane, and he appeared and conversed with yow at the town well at Borrowstowns, and several times in your Awin house, and drank several choppens of ale with you. The magical ceremonies performed by the witches with the help of the devil were usually for the destruction of, or for doing harm to, an enemy. Sometimes, however, the spells were originally for the promotion of fertility, but were misunderstood by the recorders and probably by the witches themselves. Alexia Vialia, 1589, said that Nachdem sie were mit ren Jespielen umb gelaufen ein ziemlich gut weil, have sie pflegen in die Hohe über sich zu werfen ein reines subtles Pulverlein, welches der Tuffel darzu gegeben have. Darvan Ropen, Kaffern, Huschrecken, und dergleichen andere Beschädigung mehr, so hoffenweise Wutschen, das die Acker damit in einem Augenblick überall beschmeist wurden. Isabel Gaudi's magical charm, 1662, to come under this category. We went be East Kinloss, and the we yoked and plug of Padokis. The devil held the plug, and John Younge in Meepstown, our officer, did dry we the plug. Padokis did draw the plug, as oxen, quickens wr somes, a Rigland's horn wes a cowter, and in peace of an Rigland's horn wes and sock. We went 2 sur all times about. And all we of the coven went still wp'ing down with the plug, praying to the devil for the fruit of that land. The greater number of meetings were occupied with business of a magical character with the intention of harming certain specified persons, though any other kind of business was also transacted. The North Berwick witches opened the graves which the devil indicated in order to obtain the means of making charms with dead men's bones. On another occasion they attempted to wreck a ship by magic. The Lang Nidri witches, 1608, went to the house of Beges Todd, where they drank, and there christened a cat. The Lancashire witches, 1613, met at Malking Tower for two purposes. The first was to give a name to the familiar of Alison Device, which could not be done as she was not present, being then in prison. The second was to arrange a scheme or plot for the release of Mother Demdike, the principal witch of the community, then a prisoner in Lancaster Castle. The plot involved the killing of the jailer and governor, and the blowing up of the castle. In 1630 Alexander Hamilton was tried in Edinburgh. The said Alexer Hamilton having concavet ein deadly hightrent against uncle Elizabeth Lawzone Lady Ormiston younger because the said Alexer being at her zet asking for alms she choiced him therefra saying to him, away custram Carl ye will get nothing ere. The said Alexer thereupon in revenge thereof accompanied Wt to a weeman mentionet in his depositions come to Saltoun Woid where he ricet the devil and Coha appearet to him and his associatus in the likens of ein man clad in grey and the said Alexer. And his associatus having shawen to him the cause of their coming desiring him to shaw to thame be quat means they micht be revenged upon the said lady. Margaret Johnson, 1633, deposed that she was not at the great witch meeting on All Saints' Day, but was at a smaller meeting the Sunday after, where there was, at YT time, between 30 and 40 witches, who did all ride to the said meetinga. And the end of the ire said meeting was to consult for the killinga and hurtinga of men and beasts. The Forfar witches, 1661, claimed to have wrecked a ship. Isabel Gaudai, 1662, is as usual very dramatic in her account. On one occasion the witches met to make a charm against the minister of Aldern, Mr. Harry Forbes, Satan West with WS and learned WS the wardis to say thrice hour. Quan we had learned all thes wardis from the devil, we fell all down pon our nays, with or here down our shoulders and eyes, and or handies lifted WP, and or eyes steadfastly fixed pon the devil. And said the forsatus wardis thrice hour to the devil, strictly, against Maester Harry Forbes his recowering from the said Satans. When making an image only a few of the witches were present with the devil. Marie Lamont, 1662, claimed that her coven raised storms on 2 occasions, and on a third, they in the likeness of cats, and the devil as a man with cloven feet, made a charm with Wit sand against Blackhall Younger and Mr. John Hamilton. Amongst the most detailed accounts of the wax or clay images, and of the ritual for killing the person whom the image represented, are those of the Somerset witches, 1664. The baptism of the figure is an interesting point. The Paisley witches, 1678, had a meeting to make a clay figure in order to kill an enemy of the witch in whose house the meeting was held. At Borrowstones part of the accusation was that, ye and Ilkane of Vow was at ein meeting with the devil and other witches at the Croce of Muirstane, upon the 13th of October last, where you all danced and the devil acted the piper. And where yow indy were to have destroyed Andrew Mitchell. In New England the witches accused George Burroughs, that he brought poppets to them, and thorns to stick into those poppets. At the Esbats it is also evident that the devil wished to maintain an appearance of miraculous power not only before the world at large, but in the eyes of the witches as well. This will account for the meetings on the seashore in raging storms when vessels were liable to be wrecked. And there are also many indications that the destruction of an enemy was effected by means more certain than the making and pricking of a wax or clay figure, means which were used after the figure had been made. Some of the methods of maintaining this prestige are of the simplest, others are noted without any explanation. Satan faked nce lo sabbat, tant de choses estrages and noëls que leur simplicite and abus prend cela pour quelques miracles. At Forfar, 1661, the means of obtaining the result are apparent. During a great storm the devil and the witches destroyed the bridge of Courtiquet, and the destruction was so arranged as to appear to have been effected by magical power. But Helen Guthrie confessed that, they went to the bridge of Courtiquet with intention to pull it down, and that for this end she herself, John Net Stout, and others of them, did thrust their shoulderies against the bridge. And that the develt Wes Bussy among them acting his part. Isabel Smith, who also assisted on the occasion, said, we all rued that mighting, for we hurt ourselves lifting. Still more simple was the method of destroying the harvest of a field at Crook of Devon, where Bessie Henderson confessed and declared that Janet Peyton was with you at a meeting when they trampit down those White's Ree in the beginning of harvest, 1661, and that she had broad souls and trampit down more nor any of the rest. The devil of Mora in Sweden cared only to impress his followers. When the wall which they were building fell down, some of the witches are commonly hurt, which makes him laugh, but presently he cures them again. Site. In some places the esbat was held at a fixed site, in others the site varied from week to week. In both cases, the locality was always in the near neighborhood of the village whose inhabitants attended the meeting. Pour le loup ordinaire ces carrefours, comme, desoit Isaac de Quérin, que deposoit y avoir este au carrefour du Palais Gallien, pres la ville de Bordeaux. Aux places de paroisses au duint de églises, and le plus sunt au droit de la grande porte, si l'église est plantée au milieu de la place comme elle est sunt. Afin que le diable plante sa chair tout vis à vis du grand autel on met le saint sacrament, comme il est en la place d'Escaine, au tous les témoins du loup, nous ont dict que le sabbat si faisoit. Il a aussi accustom les tenir en quelque lieu désert, en sauge, comme au milieu divin land. And encore en lieu du tout or de passage, de voisinage, d'habitation, and de rencontre, et communement ils s'appellant aquilar que signifie lane de book, comme que deroit la lane ou laid, o le book canuc ses assembles. Dianus emphasizes the variation of both site and date. They meet together in certain appointed places, not all of them together, nor at once, but certain of them whom he pleaseth to call, so that he appointeth where they shall meet. And at what hour of the day, or of the night. The Windsor witches, however, did accustom to meet within the backside of Maester Dodges in the pits there. Becket's evidence also points to there being a settled site for the esbat in each village. Les sorciers du cost de l'encomois s'assembloyant en vien prix, que est sur le grand chemin tyrant à s. Claude, o en voit les ruines divine maison. Ce du cost de quarriers tenoyant leur sabbat, sous le village de quarriers proche lo, en vien lu appel es combs, que est du tout sans chemin. Autres, si retroyant en vien lu dict es fontanelles, sous le village de Nezem, que est vien lu ses descoured, le sabbat de sorciers de la mouille se tenoit en la cour du priori du mesem lu. Jane Bastow, 1594, went twice a week regularly to a rendezvous of above 60 witches at Puy de Dôme. And the Swedish witches went so uniformly to one place that there was a special building for their rites. They unanimously confessed that Blockula is situate in a delicate large meadow whereof you can see no end. The place or house they met at, had before it a gate painted with diverse colors. Through this gate they went into a little meadow distinct from the other. In a huge large room of this house, they said, there stood a very long table, at which the witches did sit down, and that hard by this room was another chamber where there were very lovely and delicate beds. On the whole the weight of evidence in England and Scotland is in favour of Dianus's statement that there was no fixed site, though this should be taken as referring to the local meetings only, not to the great assemblies. The Forfar witch trials give much information. Helen Guthrie. Wes at a mighting in the church yard of Forfar in the half thereof. Betwixt the oats eed and the bears eed, barley sowing, she wes at ein other mighting at the pavilion Hollis. This same year, betwixt the oats eed and bears eed, she was at a thrid mating in the church yard of Forfar in the half thereof, about the same time of the night as at the former mitings, viz. At midnight. About the beginning of the last outside time, Isabel Siri did carry here, John at Howitt, to the inch within the lock of Forfar, Shew saw at this time, about 13 witches with the Deville, and they danced together. About 4 weeks after the foresaid mating in the inch, the said Isabel Siri carried here to ein other mating at Muranos. About 3.5 years since, she, Elspeth Alexander, was at a mating with the Deville at Peterden, midway betwixt Forfar and Dondai. About 4 weeks after this meeting at Peterden, Shew was at ein second meeting at the Muranos. Shew was present at ein thrid meeting near Caramure. Isabel Gowdy's evidence is detailed as usual, the last time that our coven met, we, and in VIII coven, wer dancing at the hill of Earl Seat, and before that, betwixt Moines and Boghole. And before that we ves beyond the Michaelburn, and the VIII coven being at the Downy Hillis we went from beyond the Michaelburn, and went beside them, to the houses at the wood end of Inns Hawk. Before Candlemas, we went east Kinloss. The same facts were elicited from the Kinross-shire witches. Robert Wilson confessed ye had ane meeting with the devil at the Stanrigate. Buist the Cruick of Devon, the devil appointed them to meet at the bents of Balrudry. Margaret Huggin confessed that ye was at another meeting with Sathon at the Stanrigate. Buist the Crook of Devon. Likewise ye confessed, ye was at another meeting with Satan at the Heathry no east the Crook of Devon, where the gallows stands a meeting at the back of Knocktinny at the gate side and another at the bents of Newbiggin. Janet Brew confessed that ye was at ane meeting at Stanrigate. Ye confessed that about your last bypast ye was at ane meeting with Sathon at Turf Hills. Likewise ye confessed that ye was at the bents of Balrudry and Gibson's Craig, where Sathon was present at them both. Christian Grieve freely confessed that ye was at ane meeting with Sathon at the back of Andrew Dowie his house. The Somerset witches, 1664, varied in this respect. Those of Wincanton met in different places. Elizabeth Style hath been at several general meetings in the night at High Common, and a common near Motcombe, at a place near Marnell, and at other places. Alice Duke hath been at several meetings in Lie Common, and other places in the night. But the Brewham coven appear to have met commonly at Hussey's Knap in Brewham Forest. Occasionally a reason is given for the change of site. Parfois vien sabbat fini à vien coin de perwas, on sen va le tenor à vien autre, au le diable mean les mesmes personnes, mais la, on y en rencontre d'autres. Sometimes also a sidelight is thrown upon these gatherings, which explains the fact that in many cases the witches said that they did not know all the people present at a given meeting. Antoine Tournier, Edi Aquima Paget Ont confess. Que comme elles retournoyant à certain year par ensemble de glaner, passans au long du prix de l'encomoise, elles aperçurent qu'elles on y tenoit le sabbat. Sur quoi elles poserent bas leurs fardeaux, and allerant au lieu predict, o elles ferent comme les autres, and poussessi retirent chacun en leurs maisons, après avoir reprens leurs fardeaux. The Salem witches, 1692, met, upon a plain grassy place, by which was a cart path and sandy ground in the path, in which were the tracks of horses' feet. Date and hour. There was no fixed day or hour for the Esbat, and in this it differed from the Sabbath, which was always at night. The devil let his followers know the time, either by going to them himself or by sending a message by the officer. The message might be by word of mouth, or by some signal understood by the initiated. Though there was no fixed day for the Esbat, it seems probable that one day in the week was observed in each locality. Dianus, in his general survey of the cult in 1575, says, He appointeth where they shall meet, and at what hour of the day, or of the night, wherein they ha no surins, nor certainty. For these meetings are not weekly, nor monthly, nor yearly, but when and how often it shall see me good to this their maester. And many times himself warneth them to meet, sometimes he appointeth others to warn them in his stead. But when he doth it himself, he appeareth unto them in likeness of a man. De Lanker says that in the Basses Pyrenees, le luo on l'autre ordinairement s'appelle land de Book, and en Basque Aquilar de Veros, Prado del Cabran, and la les sorcières le vente d'or trois nuits durant, celle du lundi, du mercredi, and du vendredi. Les ayers ordinaires de la convocation du sabbat, ou pour mieux dire les nuits, sont celles du mercredi venant au jeudi, and du vendredi venant au samedi. Catherine de Neguil de la Paroisse d'Yves-Steritz, a G de Ans Ans, and S.A. Campagne, nous ont sur quels euoe, n, teste au sabbat en plein midi. Jane Bustow, 1594, every Wednesday and Friday met a rendezvous of about 60 witches at Puy de Dôme. Becket says that the day of the Sabbath was variable, usually Thursday night. While, according to Bodin, the most frequent was entre la nuit du lundi and mardi. Becket also goes on to say, "Le sabbat nes tient pas toujours de nuit, eins que les sorciers y vont aussi quelques fois de jour, sealant que ferent Antoine Tournier, and Iaquima Paget, and plusieurs autres de leur secte le confessent." The Lorraine witches also had the same custom. Alla zugleich, so viel Bischer in Lothringen peinlich sind verheret wardens, bekannten, das solche Versammlung in keiner andern Nacht. Als welch zu next vor dem Donnerstag oder Samstag herge het, gehalten worden. Johannes Avila und Agathina de Schneiders Francisci Weib, sagt, ein oder zwei Stunden vor Mitternacht, where die bequemst Zeit darzu, UNDs war nicht alien zu diesen Gespensten, sondern auch sonst ten zu allerhand Gespensten, Bollergeisen. Urgisen, and aber die Stund nach Mitternacht die nicht darzu. The English and Scotch evidence is to the same effect. The witches are likewise reported to have each of them a spirit or imp attending on, or assigned to them. These give the witches notice to be ready on all solemn appointments, and meetings, which are ordinarily on Tuesday or Wednesday night. Janet Bredhade of the Aldern Coven emphasizes the irregularity of the dates, after that, we vold still might Uri 10, 12, or 20 days continually. Marie Lamont merely notes that the meetings were at night. The devil came to Katrine Scott's house in the midst of the night. When she had been at a meeting sign Zau last, with other witches, in the night, the devil convoyed her home in the dawing. The Somerset witches had no special night. At every meeting before the spirit vanisheth away, he appoints the next meeting place and time, and Mary Green went to a meeting on Thursday night before Whit Sunday last. At Paisley the meeting was on Thursday, the 4th of January, 1678, in the night, in John Stuart's house. The Swedish witches were much harder worked, whereas formerly one journey a week would serve his turn, from their own town to the place aforesaid, now they were forced to run to other towns and places for children. And that some of them did bring with them some 15, some 16 children every night. The more modern examples suggest that the date became more fixed, on croit que c'est toujours un vendredi soir que les sorcières et sorcières se réunissent. Sorcières et sorcières vont au sabbat le vendredi, à travers les airs. The Rites. 1. General. The exact order of the ceremonies is never given and probably varied in different localities, but the general rule of the ritual at the Sabbath seems to have been that proceedings began by the worshippers paying homage to the devil, who sat or stood in a convenient place. The homage consisted in renewing the vows of fidelity and obedience, in kissing the devil on any part of his person that he chose to indicate, and sometimes in turning a certain number of times widdershins. Then followed the reports of all magic worked since the previous Sabbath, either by individuals or at the esbats, and at the same time the witches consulted the master as to their cases and received instructions from him how to proceed. After which came admissions to the society or marriages of the members. This ended the business part of the meeting. Immediately after all the business was transacted, the religious service was celebrated, the ceremonial of which varied according to the season of the year, and it was followed by the obscene fertility rites. The whole ceremony ended with feasting and dancing, and the assembly broke up at dawn. This was apparently the usual course of the ritual of the Sabbath. The esbat had less ceremonial, and the religious service was not performed. The devil himself often went round and collected the congregation, and, not being in his grand arroy, he appeared as a man in ordinary dress. Instead of the religious service with the adoration of the god, the witches worked the spells and charms with which they bewitched or unbewitched their enemies and friends, or they exercised new methods which they learnt from their master, or received instructions how to practice the arts of healing and secret poisoning, of causing and blasting fertility. There are a few general accounts of the usual course of the Sabbath ritual. Dianus, 1575, does not distinguish clearly between the two classes of meetings, but at the same time he seems to have realized that a certain order was followed. Satan calleth them together into a diulish synagogue. And that he may also understand of them how well and diligently they ha fulfilled their office of intoxicating committed unto them, and who they ha slain wherefore they meet together in certain appointed places. When they meet together he appeareth visibly unto them in sundry forms, as the head and chief of that congregation. Then do they all repeat the oath which they ha given unto him, in acknowledging him to be their God, fall they to dancing. Which being all finished, then he demandeth again of them what they would require of him. Unto some he goeth poisons ready made, and others he teacheth how to make and mingle new. Finally, if in anything they need his presence and help, by quenent he promiseth to be present with them. Becket, 1589, is more exact, as he obtained his knowledge at first hand. Les sorciers estens assemblies en leur synagogue durant premièrement Satan, ils lie offrent de chandelles, and l'obéissent aux parties hontiuses de derrière. Quelquefois enker il tient vin image noir, chu il faux baiser aux sorciers. Les sorciers en second lieu dansent. Les danses finis, les sorciers viennent à esse coupler. Les sorciers, après ester votre parmi les plaisirs immondes de la chair, banquet tent and se festoyant. Les sorciers rendent conti à Satan de ce qu'ils fait des la dernière assemblée. Il fait renoncer de nouveau à ces misérable, Dieu, cresem, and baptism. Il leur fait rafraîchir le serment solennel qu'ils fait. The English account is put together from foreign sources to a great extent. They are carried out of the house, either by the window, door, or chimney, mounted on their imps. Thus brought to the designed place, they find a great number of others arrived there by the same means, who, before Lucifer takes his place in his throne as king, do make their accustomed homage, adoring, and proclaiming him their Lord. And rendering him all honor. This solemnity being finished, they sit to table where no delicate meats are wanting. At the sound of many pleasant instruments the table is taken away, and the pleasant consort invites them to a ball. At the last, the lights are put out. The incubuses in the shape of proper men satisfy the desires of the witches, and the succubuses serve for whores to the wizards. At last before Aurora brings back the day, each one mounts on his spirit, and so returns to his respective dwelling place. Sometimes at their solemn assemblies, the devil commands, that each tell what wickedness he hath committed. When the assembly is ready to break up, and the devil to dispatch them, he publisheth this law with a loud voice, revenge yourselves or else you shall die. Then each one kissing the posteriors of the devil returns upon their airy vehicles to their habitations. 2. Homage. In some places the witches saluted their chief by falling on their knees, and also by certain manual gestures, in other places by curtsies and obeisances. In Scotland, France, and Belgium, another rite was also in vogue, that of kissing the devil on any part of his person that he might direct. At Como and Brescia the witches, when they paid reverence to the presiding demon, bent themselves backwards, lifting a foot in the air forwards. Remigius, writing of the Lorraine witches in 1589, says, Es Urzelt die Beatrix Bayona das einer unter ihnen allen der Oberstier Wr, welcher in einer Zell auf einem Leichenstuhl saß, sehr ernsthaftig und praktig heraus. Zu Demselbeigen tritt je einer nach dem andern, mit Furcht und Zittern, fall ihm zum Zeichen seiner Erarbeitung für die Fuss, und Umfang in mit aller Demuth und Reverence. Erstlich fallen sie nieder auf ihr Knie. Darnach legen sie die Hand auswendig zusammen, als Diogenigen pflegen zu thun, welche Testeren, jettig auf dem Rücken und verkehrter Weiss, sie haben den Rücken zu ihm gewandt, bleiben so lang niend, bis selbsten zu ihnen sagt. Class es genugsam say. In Somerset, 1664, the witches always mention the salutation. At their first meeting the man in black bids them welcome, and they all make low obeisance to him. Elizabeth Style, Alice Duke, and Bishop, Mary Penny, met about 9 of the clock in the night, in the common near Treaster Gate, where they met a man in black clothes with a little band, to whom they did courtesy and due observance. Mary Green, went with others to Hussy's Nap in the forest in the night time, where met them the fiend in the shape of a little man in black clothes with a little band, to him all made obeisances. On Thursday night before Whitsunday last, she met several others, and being met they called out Robin. Upon which instantly appeared a little man in black clothes to whom all made obeisance, and the little man put his hand to his hat, saying, How d'ye? Speaking low but big. Then all made low obeisances to him again. As late as the 18th century there is a similar account. Dianus, 1575, and Cooper, 1617, are the only writers who mention the kiss in their general accounts of the ceremonies. The former says, Then biddeth lie the that they fall down and worship him, after what matter and gesture of body he pleaseth, and best liketh of. Thus some of them fall down at his knees, some offer to him black burning candles, other kiss him in some part of his body where he appeareth visibly. Cooper mentions it as part of the admission ceremony. Secondly, when this acknowledgment is made, in testimonial of this subjection, Satan offers his backparts to be kissed of his vassal. The ceremony is one of the earliest of which there is any record. In 1303 a bishop of Coventry was accused at Rome of a number of crimes, amongst others, quod diabolo homagium fecerat, eum furit osculatus in tergo. Guillaume Edeline was tried in 1453, he was doctor in theology, prieur de s, germain en lay, edi opprevant Augustine, edi religieux de certains autres ordres. Confessa let sire Guillaume, de sa bonne French volant, avoir fait homage audit ennemi en la species semblance d'un mouton, en l'obéissant par le fondement en signe de reverence et de homage. Martin Tolauf, tried in Guernsey in 1563, went to a meeting, ouly avoit chink ou 6 chats, d'ouily en avoit un que estoit noir, que menoit la danse, eddt qil estoit sur ses pites plat, et que laidite colonette l'obéisse p de derrière. Edili p la cris. Edili disti laidite violes q ledit chat estoit le diable. Esteban de Cambreau, in 1567, described the ceremonies at the Sabbath, ilsse mettent à danser, l'entour d'une pierre, sur lequel est assis vien grand homme noir, quels appellent Mosier, and chacun de l'Assemblée li va baiser le derrière. The witches of Poictiers in 1574, dansoyant à l'entour du bouc, pousse vien chacun li baissoit le derrière. The same ceremony took place at North Berwick in 1590, now after that the duel had ended his admonitions, he came down out of the pulpit, and caused all the company to come and kiss his ears, whilk they said was called like ice. Jane Bustow confessed that at meetings at Puydôme in 1594 all the witches had candles which they lighted at his, and danced in a circle back to back. They kissed his backside, and prayed that he would help them. Andrew Mann of Aberdeen in 1597 confessed, that all they cuha convenis with Thame Kisses Christende and the Queen of Elfinis heirs. Roland de Vernois in 1598, confessa que le diable se presenta pour lors au sabbat en for me devien gros chat noir. Que tu su, que estoyant au sabbat, aloyant baiser ce gros chat noir au derrière. Cornelie van Beverwyck, aged 75, at Ghent in 1598, was accused that vous n'avez pas craint de vous agenouiller devant Louis, de lui rendre homage et de baiser son derrière en signe de soumission. Claire Gosson in 1603 went to l'Assemblée nocturne de Lembeek, après la danse, la, comme tous les assistants, bais un bouc à l'endroit de saq. Jeanette Diabity in 1609 in the Basses Pyrenees said, regarding the renunciation which she made on admission, il li faisoit renoueller touts les voituel aloit au sabbat, pousse l'aloit baiser au derrière. At the celebrated trial of Louis Goffardy Aix in 1610, Magdalene de Demandels gave a detailed account of the homage rendered by the witches. First the hags and witches, who are people of a sordid and base condition, are the first that come to adore the prince of the synagogue, who is Lucifer's lieutenant, and he that now holdeth that place is Louis Goffardy, then they adore the princess of the synagogue who is a woman placed at his right hand. Next they go and worship the Diawl who is seated in a throne like a prince. In the second place come the sorcerers and sorceresses, who are people of a middle condition, and these perform the same kind of adoration with the former, kneeling upon the ground, but not prostrating themselves as though the other. Although they kiss the hands and feet of the diule as the first likewise do. In the third place come the magicians who are gentlemen and people of a higher ranka. Isabel Gaudí of Aldern in 1662 said, "Somtim he vold be like a stirk, a bull, a dare, a ray, or a dowg, and he vold hold wp his tail till we wold kiss his arse." The explanation of this rite is given in the French authorities. Le diable estoit en fermi de bouc, ayant vin q, and au desubs vn visage d'homme noir, ol fut contraint le baiser. L. depose, que la première fois chuel li fut presenti el le baisa a si visage de derrière au desubs divin grande q, chuel ly a base par trois fois, and chuil o at aussi visage faked comme le museau divin book. Il a vin grande q au derrière, and vin fermi de visage au desubs, duquel visage il ne préfère aucune parole, eins li cert pour le donner à baiser à ce que bon li semble. Es fest solennels en baissoit le diable au derrière, mais les notables sorcières le baisoyant au visage. The two faces are thus distinctly vouched for, and the use of them seems to have been to distinguish the position of the witch in the society. The mask or disguise is clearly indicated in the evidence of Isaac de Queyron, who with others, le baisrent avine fes que estoit blanche and rouge, and all it la for me divine grande quis divin and estoit value. The devil was also kissed on other parts of his person. Marion Grant of the Aberdeen Witches, 1597, confessed that he causeth to kiss him in divers parties, and worship him on thy knees as thy lord. Some of the Lyons witches le baiserent aux parties hantiuses de derrière, les autres le baisent sur l'espal. Jeanette d'Abadie in the Basses Pyrenees, 1609, confessed, que le diable li faisoit baiser son visage, pousse le nombril, pousse le membre viril, pousse son derrière. In connection with this last statement, it is worth comparing Doughty's account of an Arab custom. There is a strange custom, not only of nomad women, but in the Arabic countries even among Christians, which may seem to remain of the old idolatry among them, of mothers, their gossips, and even young maidens, visiting married women to kiss with a kind of devotion the hammam of the male children. 2. The dances. Dances as an important part of fertility rites are too well known to need description. The witches' dances, taken in conjunction with the dates of the 4 great Sabbaths of the year, point to the fact that they also were intended to promote fertility. There were several forms of ritual dances, varying apparently according to the form of fertility required, whether of crops, animals, or human beings. The jumping dance seems to have had for its object the growth of the crops. The higher the performers jumped, the higher the crops would grow. The so-called obscene or indecent dance was for the promotion of fertility among animals and women. When the dancers were disguised as animals, the dance was for the increase of the animals represented, when undisguised, for the fertility of human beings. Although the dances took place at English witch meetings, they are merely mentioned and not described. The Scotch trials give rather fuller accounts, but the chief details are from France. The two principal forms of the dance were the ring dance and the follow my leader dance, but there was also a very complicated form which was not understood by the inquisitors, who therefore dismiss it with the words, tout est and confusion. It still survives, however, in the Basses Pyrenees, in some of the very villages which were inhabited by witches in the 16th century, those witches whose proceedings de Lancre describes so vividly. The ring dances were usually round some object, sometimes a stone, sometimes the devil stood or was enthroned in the middle. Thomas Lais, with a great number of other witches, came to the market and fish cross of Aberdeen, under the conduct and guiding of the devil present with you, all in company. Playing before you on his kind of instruments, ye all danced about both the said crosses, and the meal market, a long space of time. In the witch devil's dance, thou the said Thomas was foremost and led the ring, and dang the said Catherine Mitchell, because she spoiled your dance, and ran not so fast about as the rest. Testified by the said Catherine Mitchell, who was present with thee at the time for said dancing with the devil. Margaret Og was indicted for going to Craigloch on Hallow Even last, and there, accompanied by thy own 2 daughters, and certain others, your devilish adherents and companions, ye danced all together, about a great stone. Under the conduct of Satan, your master, a long space. Jonet Lucas was accused of dancing in ein ring on the same occasion. Beatrice Robbie was indicted as a notorious witch, in coming, under the conduct of the devil thy master, with certain others, thy devilish adherents, to Craigloch, and their dancing altogether about a great stone, a long space. And the devil your master playing before you. In the Basses Pyrenees, ilse mettent à danser l'entour d'une pierre, que est plenty audit lou, sur lequel est assis un grand homme noir. Jane Basteau, who confessed freely and without torture and continued constant in it in the midst of the flames in which she was burnt, said that she had been to a witch meeting, and danced in a circle back to back. Les sorcières dansant, and font leurs danses en ronde, dozen contre dozen les boiteaux y vont plus disposement que les autres, et, inciterient les autres à sauter un danser. Quelquefois, mais rarement, ils dansent deux à deux, and parfois lvnca en l'autre là, and toujours en confusion, estins tels danses semblables à celles de phase, vrais diables incorpores, que regnoyant ilny apologue temps. On y dance toujours le dos tourne au centre de la danse, que fait que les filles sont si accoutumées à porter les mains en arrière en cette des rondes, qu'elles y traînent tout le corps, and ly donnant vien pli corbe en arrière. Ayant les bras à demi-tournées, si bien que la plupart ont le ventre communément grand, enfi en avance, and vien peu penchant sur le devant. On y dance fort peu sunt vien à vien, c'est à dire vien sol aec vien femo fi. On ny dancoit que 3 sorts de brancels, communément se tournant les espaules lvien à l'autre, and le dos devient chasquin visant dans le rond de la danse, and le visage en dehors. La première c'est à la bohémienne. La seconde c'est à sots. Ces deux sont en ronde. Ils aperçurent à l'entrée, devient bois, vien ronde, au cern, dans l'équal il y auit plusieurs vestiges de pites de hum, fans, and d'hours, ou bien d'autres best semblables, lesquels estoyant seulement en français devient demi-doit dans la neige. Quoique que pour ils y entrassent iasques à la cincha. The Swedish witches danced in the same manner. We used to go to a gravel pit which lay hard by a crossway, and there we put on a garment over our heads, and then danced round. The round dance was so essentially a witch dance that Moore says, it might be here very seasonable to inquire into the nature of those large dark rings in the grass, which they call fairy circles, whether they be the rendezvous of witches, or the dancing places of those little puppet spirits which they call elves or fairies. It will be seen from the above quotations that there were many varieties in the ring dance. This was the case also in the Follow My Leader dance. There seems to have been also a combination of the 2 dances. Or perhaps it would be more correct to say that sometimes the ring and Follow My Leader figures were used together so as to form one complete dance, as in the modern lancers. In both forms of the dance one of the chief members of the society was the ring leader, or leader of the dance. In the Follow My Leader dance this was often the devil, but in the ring dances this place was usually taken by the second in command. When, however, the devil was the leader, the second in command was in the rear to keep up those who could not move so quickly as the others. As pace was apparently of importance, and as it seems to have been a punishable offense to lag behind in the dance, this is possibly the origin of the expression the devil take the hindmost. At North Berwick Barbara Napier met her comrades at the church, where she danced endlong the kirkyard, and Gilles Duncan played on a trump, John Fian, Missellet, led the ring. Agnes Sampson and her daughters and all the rest following the said Barbara, to the number of 70 of persons. Isabel Gaudai was unfortunately not encouraged to describe the dances in which she had taken part, so that our information, instead of being full and precise, is very meagre. Jean Mardian is maiden to the coven that I am of. And her nickname is, Over the Dyke with It, because the devil always takes the maiden in his hand next him, when we dance Gilles, and when he would loo from, words broken here, he and she will say, over the dyke with it. Another Scotch example is Mr. Gideon Penman, who had been minister at Crichton. He usually was in the rear in all their dances, and beat up all those that were slow. Barton's wife one night going to a dancing upon Pentland Hills, he, the devil, went before us in the likeness of a rough tanny dog, playing on a pair of pipes. De Lancre concludes his description of the dances, see above, p. 13:1, by an account of an endlong dance. La troisième est aussi le dos tourne, mais aussi tenant tout en long, and sans aussi de prendre de mains, ils approchant si pres chu ils aussi touchant, and aussi rencontrant dos à dos, vien avec vien femme. And a certain cadence ils aussi choquant and frappant impudement col contre col. It was perhaps this dance which the devil led, le diable voit parfois danser simplement comme spectateur. Parfois il mène la danse, changeant soit de main and se mettant à la main de celles que li plaisant le plus. In Northumberland in 1673 their particular devil took them that did most evil, and danced with them first. The devil, in the forme of a little black man in black clothes, called of one Isabel Thompson, of Sleely, widow, by name, and required of her what service she had done him. She replied she had got power of the body of one Margaret Teasdale. And after he had danced with her he dismissed her, and called of one Thomasine, wife of Edward Watson, of Sleely. Dianus also notes that the devil was the leader, the falve de dancing, wherein he leadeth the dance, or else they hoppa and dance merely about him. This is perhaps what de Lancre means when he says that, après la danse ils se mettent parfois sauter. A curious variation of the Follow My Leader dance was practiced at Aberdeen on Rood Day, a date which as I have shown elsewhere corresponds with the Walpurgisnacht of the German witches. The meeting took place upon St. Catherine's Hill, and there under the conduct of Satan, present with you, playing before you, after his form, ye all danced a devilish dance, riding on trees, by a long space. Other variations are also given. The dance is strange, and wonderful, as well as diabolical, for turning themselves back to back, they take one another by the arms and raise each other from the ground, then shake their heads to and fro like antics. And turn themselves as if they were mad. Reginald Scott, quoting Bowden, says, at these magical assemblies, the witches never fail to dance, and in their dance they sing these words, har bar, devel, dance here, play here, Sabbath Sabbath. And whiles they sing and dance, every one hath a broom in her hand, and holdeth it vp aloft. Item he saith, that these night-walking or rather night-dancing witches, brought out of Italy into France, that dance which is called la volta. There is also a description of one of the dances of the Italian witches, at Como and Brescia a number of children from 8 to 12 years of age, who had frequented the Sabbat, and had been reconverted by the inquisitors. Gave exhibitions in which their skill showed that they had not been taught by human art. The woman was held behind her partner and they danced backward, and when they paid reverence to the presiding demon they bent themselves backwards, lifting a foot in the air forwards. In Lorraine the round dance always moved to the left. As the dancers faced outwards, this would mean that they moved widdershins, i.e. against the sun. Ferner, Class Sie ihr Tanze in einem Ronden Kreis rings umber Fuhren, und die Ruck zusammen gekeret haben, wie ein unter den Dreien Gracious Pfleget Fergerissen zu werden, und also zusammen tanzen. Sibylla Morelia sagt, dass der Rehen allezeit auf der linken Hand umbergehe. One form of the witches' dance seems to survive among the children in the Walloon districts of Belgium. It appears to be a mixture of the ordinary round dance and the third of de Lancre's dances, for it has no central personage, and the striking of back against back is a marked feature. Les enfants font un rond et repetent un couplet. Chaque fois, un joueur design fait demi-tour sur place et se remet à tourner avec les autres en faisant face à l'extérieur du cercle. Quand tous les joueurs sont retournes, ils se rapprochent et se hurtent le dos en cadence. 4. The music. The music at the assemblies was of all kinds, both instrumental and vocal. The English trials hardly mention music, possibly because the Sabbath had fallen into a decadent condition. But the Scotch and French trials prove that it was an integral part of the celebration. The devil himself was the usual performer, but other members of the society could also supply the music, and occasionally one person held the position of piper to the devil. The music was always as an accompaniment of the dance. The instrument in general use was a pipe, varied in England by a cittern, in Scotland by either trump or Jew's harp, also an instrument played with the mouth. The Somerset witches said that, the man in black sometimes plays on a pipe or cittern, and the company dance. The North Berwick witches, 1590, when at the special meeting called to compass the death of the king, danced along the kirkyard, Gilles Duncan playing on a trump. The instrument of the Aberdeen devil, 1597, though not specified, was probably a pipe. It is usually called, his for me of instrument, in the ditties. Isabel Cockey of Aberdeen was accused of being at a Sabbath on All Hallow Eve, thou wast the ringleader, next Thomas Laius. And because the devil played not so melodiously and well as thou Cruet, thou took his instrument out of his mouth, then took him on the chaps therewith, and played thyself thereon to the whole company. At another meeting, John at Lucas was present, thou and they was under the conduct of thy master, the devil, dancing in ein ring, and he playing melodiously upon ein instrument, albeit invisibly to you. At Tranent, 1659, 8 women and a man named John Douglas confessed to having merry meetings with Satan, enlivened with music and dancing. Douglas was the piper, and the 2 favourite airs of his majesty were, Kilt thy coat, Maggie, and Come thy way with me, and Gilles the bed will fa. Agnes Spark at Forfar, 1661, did see about a dozen of people dancing, and they had sweet music amongst them, and, as she thought, it was the music of a pipe. Barton's wife was at a meeting in the Pentland Hills, where the devil went before us in the likeness of a rough tanny dog, playing on a pair of pipes. The spring he played, says she, was, the silly bit che ken, gar cast it a pickle and it will grow meikle. At Crook of Devon, 1662, the 2 old witches, Margaret Huggin and Janet Payton, confessed to being at a meeting, and the foresaid's hale women was there likeways and did all dance and ein piper play. In France the instruments were more varied. Marie d'Aspelcuet, aged 19, voyoit dancer avec violons, trumpets, ou tabourins, que rendoyant vin trace grande harmonie. Isaac de Queyron, aged 25, said that a minor devil, Diablo Tun, played on a tambourine, while the witches danced. But as usual de Lanker is at his best when making a general summary. Els dansent au son du petit tabourin de la flust, and parfois avec ce long instrument ils posent sur le col, pousse s'allongent jusqu'aux opers de la cincha. Ils le battent avec vien petit baston, parfois avec vien violin. Mais si en sont les sols instruments du sabbat, car nous ayons apprens de plusieurs, qu'on y oit tout sort d'instruments, avec vien tel harmonie, n'y a concert au monde que le puisse scaler. Vocal music was also heard at the meetings, sometimes as an accompaniment of the dance, sometimes as an entertainment in itself. When it was sung as a part of the dance, the words were usually addressed to the master, and took the form of a hymn of praise. Such a hymn addressed to the god of fertility would be full of allusions and words to shock the sensibilities of the Christian priests and ministers who sat in judgment on the witches. Dianus gives a general account of these scenes, then foul they to dancing, wherein he letteth the dance, or else they hoppa and dance merely about him, singing most filthy songes made in his praise. Sinclair had his account from a clergyman, a reverend minister told me, that one who was the devil's piper, a wizard confessed to him, that at a ball of dancing, the foul spirit taught him a bawdy song to sing and play, as it were this night. And ere 2 days past all the lads and lasses of the town were lilting it thro' the street. It were abomination to rehearse it. At Forfar Helen Guthrie told the court that Andrew Watson made great merriment by singing his old ballads, and Isabel Shurry did sing her song called Tinkletum Tankletum. Occasionally the devil himself was the performer, as at Innerkip, where according to Marie Lamont, he sung to us and we all dance it. Becket notes that the music was sometimes vocal and sometimes instrumental, les hautbois any manquant pas à ces bats, car il and a cassant comme is à faire le devoir de menestrier, Satan ioue mesem de la flotte le plus sunt. En autrefois les sorciers s'y contentent de chanter à la voix, disant toutefois leurs chansons pessimessel, and avec vine confusion tel, ils nes entendent pas les vns les autres. At Aix in 1610, the magicians and those that can read, sing certain psalms as they do in the church, especially Laudate Dominum Deciles, Confidamini Domino Quoniam Bonus, and the Canticle Benedict. Transferring all to the praise of Lucifer and the Diules, and the hags and sorcerers do howl and vary their hellish cries high and low counterfeiting a kind of villainous music. They also dance at the sound of viols and other instruments, which are brought thither by those that were skilled to play upon them. At another French trial in 1652 the evidence showed that, on dansait sans musique, aux chansons. 5. The feast. The feast, like the rest of the ritual, varied in detail in different places. It took place either indoors or out according to the climate and the season. In southern France almost invariably in the open air, in Scotland and Sweden almost always under cover, in England sometimes one, sometimes the other. Where it was usual to have it in the open, tables were carried out and the food laid upon them. Indoor feasts were always spread on tables, but in the English accounts of the open-air meal the cloth was spread, picnic fashion, on the ground. The food was supplied in different ways. Sometimes entirely by the devil, sometimes entirely by one member of the community, and sometimes picnic fashion again all the company brought their own provisions. Consequently the quality of the food varied considerably. On some occasions it was very good, on others very homely. But no matter who provided it, the thanks of the feasters were solemnly and reverently given to the master, to whose power the production of all food was due. In a certain number of cases it is said that the food eaten at the feasts was of an unsatisfying nature. This statement is usually made in the general descriptions given by contemporary writers, it is rarely found in the personal confessions. When it does so occur, it is worth noting that the witch is generally a young girl. If this were always the case, it would be quite possible that then, as now, dancing and excitement had a great effect on the appetite, and that the ordinary amount of food would appear insufficient. The taboo on salt is interesting, but it does not appear to have been by any means universal. It does not seem to occur at all in Great Britain, where the food at the feasts was quite normal. Some authorities appear to think that the witches ate the best of everything. They sit to table where no delicate meats are wanting to gratify their appetites, all dainties being brought in the twinkling of an eye, by those spirits that attend the assembly. Though this is dramatically expressed it is confirmed by the statements of the witches themselves. The Lancashire witches had a great feast when they met in Malking Tower to consult as to the rescue of Mother Demdike. The persons aforesaid had to their dinners beef, bacon, and roasted mutton. Which mutton, as this examinate said brother said, was of a wether of Christopher Swires of Barley, which wether was brought in the night before into this examinate's mother's house by the said lames dus. This examinate said brother, and in this examinate's sight killed and eaten. And before their said parting away, they all appointed to meet at the said Preston's wife's house that day 12 months, at which time the said Preston's wife promised to make them a great feast. The feast of the Faversham witches was also indoors. Joan Carrington confessed that Goodwife Hot told her within these 2 days that there was a great meeting at Goodwife Pantry's house, and that Goodwife Dodson was there, and that Goodwife Gardner should have been there, but did not come. And the devil sat at the upper end of the table. This was always the devil's place at the feast, and beside him sat the chief of the women witches. The Somerset trials give more detail than any of the other English cases. Elizabeth Stiles said that, at their meeting they have usually wine or good beer, cakes, meat or the like. They eat and drink really when they meet in their bodies, dance also and have music. The man in black sits at the higher end, and an bishop usually next him. He useth some words before meat, and none after, his voice is audible, but very low. She enters into a little more detail in another place. They had wine, cakes, and roast meat, all brought by the man in black, which they did eat and drink. They danced and were merry, and were bodily there, and in their clothes. Alice Duke gave a similar account, all sate down, a white cloth being spread on the ground, and did drink wine, and eat cakes and meat. The Scotch trials show that it was usually the witches who entertained the master and the rest of the band. Alison Pearson, whose adventures among the fairies are very interesting, stated that a man in green appret to hear, ane lusty main, with mony mean and weemen with him, and that sco san at her and pray it. And passed with thame forder nor sco could tell. And saw with thame piping meerings and good skier, and wes carry it to Lothian, and saw wine puncheonies with tassies with thame. On another occasion a very considerable meeting took place in an old house near Castle Semple, where a splendid feast was prepared, which pleased the royal visitor so much, that he complimented his entertainers for their hospitality, and endearingly addressed them as his bairns. The Forfar witches had many feasts, Helen Guthrie says of one occasion. They went to Mary Ryan's house and sat down together at the table, the Devil being present at the head of it. And some of them went to John Benny's house, he being a brewer, and brought ale from hence, and others of them went to Alexander Heish's and brought aqua vitae from thence, and thus made themselves merry. And the Devil made much of them all, but especially of Mary Rind, and he kissed them all except the said Helen herself, whose hand on lie he kissed, and she and Jonet Stout sat opposite one to another at the table. Of the meeting at Murinos there are several accounts. The first is by little Jonet Howitt, Helen Guthrie's young daughter. At this mating there were about 20 persons present with the Devil, and they dance together and eat together, having beef, bread, and ale. And she did eat and drink with them herself, but her belly was not filled, and she filled the drink to the rest of the company. Elspeth Alexander confirms this statement, the Devil and the witches did drink together having flesh, bread, and ale. And so also does the Jonet Stout who sat opposite to Helen Guthrie at the table, the Devil and the said witches did eat and drink, having flesh, bread, and ale upon ane table, and Jonet Hewitt was caper and filled the drink. On one occasion they tried to wreck the bridge of Cortequy. When we had done, Elspeth, Bruce, gave the Devil ane goose in her own house, and he dated her more than them all, because she was ane pretty warnan. The Kinrossshire witches obtained their food from the devil, and this is one of the few instances of complaints is to the quality of it. Sathon gave you, Robert Wilson, both meat and drink sundry times, but it never did you any good. And Janet Brew confessed that ye got rough bread and sour drink from Sathon at the bents of Balrudry. According to Marie Lamont, the Devil came to Katrine Scott's house, in the midst of the night. He gave them wind to drink, and wheat bread to eat, and they were all very merry. Isabel Gowdy's confession gives a wealth of detail as usual. We would go to several houses in the night time. We were at Candlemas last in Grangehill, where we got meat and drink enough. The Devil sat at the head of the table, and all the coven about. That night he desired Alexander Elder in Earl's Seat to say the grace before meat, which he did. And is this, we eat this meat in the Devil's name, etc. And then we began to eat. And when we had ended eating, we looked steadfastly to the Devil, and bowing ourselves to him, we said to the Devil, we thank thee, our Lord, for this. We killed an ox, in Burgee, about the dawing of the day. And we brought the ox with us home to Aldern, and did eat all amongst us in an house in Aldern, and feasted on it. At Borrostonis the witches went to different houses for their feasts, which seem to have been supplied partly by the hostess, partly by the Devil and the guests. Ye and each person of you was at several meetings with the Devil in the links of Borrostonis, and in the house of you Bessie Vicar, and ye did eat and drink with the Devil, and with one another, and with witches in her house in the night time. And the Devil and the said William Craw brought the ale which ye drank, extending to about 7 gallons, from the house of Elizabeth Hamilton. In 1692 Goodwife Foster of Salem gave a rather charming description of the picnic feast with the coven from Andover. I inquired what she did for victuals, at the meeting. She answered that she carried bread and cheese in her pocket, and that she and the Andover company came to the village before the meeting began, and sat down together under a tree, and eat their food. And that she drank water out of a brook to quench her thirst. The continental evidence varies very little from the British. Except in a few details, the main facts are practically the same. De Lanker summarizes the evidence which he himself collected, and contrasts it with what other authorities said on the subject. Les lures dicent que les sorciers mangent au sabbat de ce que le diable leur a oppressed, mais bien sûr, n. tilnesy truc que deviens tuilsont port us mesmes. Parfois il y a plusieurs tables serues de bons viewers, and d'autres fois de tres mesquins, and a table on se side sealen sa qualite, iant chacun son demon assis opers, and parfois vis a vis. Ils benissent leur table ignoquant Beelzebub, and Lieutenant pour celui que leur fait ce bien. The young man which, Isaac de Queyron, told de Lanker that the witches sat at a table with the black man at the end, and had bread and meat which was spread on a cloth. The evidence at the trial of Louis Goffardy at Aix in 1610 gives other details, though the eating of children's flesh is probably an exaggeration. They provide a banquet, setting 3 tables according to the 3 diversities of the people above named. They that haw the charge of bread, do bring in bread made of corn. The drink which they haw is momsey. The meat they ordinarily eat is the flesh of young children, which they cook and make ready in the synagogue, sometimes bringing them thither alieu by stealing them from those houses where they haw opportunity to come. They haw no vse of news at table for fear lest they should be laid across. They haw also no salt. Becket also collected a considerable amount of information from the witches who fell into his hands. Les sorciers, après ester votre parmi les plaisirs immondes de la chair. Banquet tent and se festoyant, leurs banquets estins composes de plusieurs sortes de viands, sealen les lots, and qualités de persons. Par deca la table estoit couverte de beurre, de fromage, and de chair. Claude Ian Guillaume Iaquima Paget, and quelques autres adiostoyant chui oit vin grande chaudière sur le feu, dans lequel chacun aloit prendre de la chair. On y boit aussi du vin, and le plus sunt de one eau. Antoine Tournier a confesse chuel en oit bu, le vin, don vn goblet de bois, les autres parloyant seulement d'eau. Mais ilny a ima cel nces repas. Les sorciers ont que de prendre leur repas benissent la table, mais avec de paroles remplies de blasphemes, faisans Beelzebub author and conservateur de toutes choses. Ils accordent tout, chuilny a point de gout aux viands chuils mangent au sabbat, and que le chair ne autre chair que de chul. Iti adiestant en outre, que lors chuils sortent de table, ils sont aussi affamés que quand ils entrent. Antide colas racontoit particulièrement que les viands estoyant froids. Toutefois il faut croire que bien sunt l'on mange au sabbat à bon escient, and non par fantaisie and imagination. The cold food occurs also in the accusation against a Belgian witch, Elizabeth Vlamings, in 1595, vous meme vous avez apport aux convives un hochpot, hutspot, Freud, que vous aviez préparé d'avance. In Sweden the witches collected the food and sent it to the devil, who gave them as much of it as he thought fit. The feast was always held indoors in the house known as Blockula. In a huge large room of this house, they said, there stood a very long table, at which the witches did sit down. They sate down to table, and those that the devil esteemed most, were placed nearest to him, but the children must stand at the door, where he himself gives them meat and drink. The diet they did use to have there, was, they said, broth with colwerts and bacon in it, oatmeal, bread spread with butter, milk and cheese. And they added that sometimes it tasted very well, and sometimes very ill. 6. Candles. At first sight it would seem that the candles were naturally used only to illuminate the midnight festivities, but the evidence points to the burning lights being part of the ritual. This is also suggested by the importance, in the cult, of the early spring festival of Candlemas, a festival which has long been recognized as of pre-Christian origin. The light is particularly mentioned in many instances as being carried by the devil, usually on his head. The witches often lit their torches and candles at this flame, though sometimes it seems that the devil lit the torch and then presented it to the witch. To call the chief of the cult Lucifer was therefore peculiarly appropriate, especially at the Candlemas Sabbath. In 1574 the witches of Poictiers went to a crossroads, la se truoit vn grand bouc noir, que parloit cum vin person aux assistants, and dansoyant à l'entour du bouc, pousse vn chacun lie baswat le derrière, avec vin chandelle ardente. The witches of North Berwick in 1590 mention candles as part of the ritual. At their meeting the Nycht in the Kirk of North Berwick, the duel, clad in a black gown with a black hat upon his head, preached to a great number of them out of the pulpit. Having liked candles round about him. John Fian blew up the kirk doors, and blew in the lights, which were like mickle black candles, holden in an old man's hand, round about the pulpit. John Fian, was taken to North Berwick Church where Satan commanded him to make him homage with the rest of his servants, where he thought he saw the light of a candle, standing in the midst of his servants, which appeared blue low, flame. In 1594 at Puydedome Jane Basteau went, at midnight on the eve of St. John into a field, where there appeared a great black goat with a candle between his horns. At Aberdeen in 1597 Marion Grant confessed that, the duel apert to the, within this octian deus or thurby, quum tho calus thy God, about ein hour in the night, and apert to thee in ein great man his likeness. In silken habiliment, with ein quit candle in his hand. In 1598 the witches whom Becket tried said that les sorcières estins assemblées en leur synagogue adurant premièrement Satan, que apparait là, tantost en for me devien grand noir, tantost en for me de bouc, and pour plus grand homage. Ils lie offrent de chandelles, que rendent vin flamme de couleur bleue. Quelquefois enker il tient vin image noir, tu il fait baiser aux sorcières. Antide colas and ses compagnis, en bisant cest image, offroyant vin chandelle ou buch diastrain ardente. Ces chandelles leur sont bailes par le diable, and se perdent en éjonuissant des lors quels lie ont este offertes. Il sen est truc que ont confesse tu ils alloyant alimer le plus sucent leurs chandelles à vin autre chandelle, que le démon, estant en fermi de bouc, portoito decis de la test entre les deux cornes. Some of the witches of the Basses Pyrenees, tried in 1609, said that the devil was comme vien grand bouc, et deux cornes duant and deux en derrière. Mais le commun est tu il a seulement trois cornes, and tu il a quelque espèce de lumière en celle du milieu, de laquelle il a accustom au sabbat d'esclairer, and donner du feu and de la lumière. Mesmes à ces sorcières que tenent quelques chandelles allumies aux cérémonies de la messe tu ils violent contrefaire. On lie voit aussi quelque espèce de bonnet en chapeau au dessus de ses cornes, tout l'assemblée le vint d'or le bisant sous la queue, and allument de chandelles noires. Barthélemy Mingott of Breckie, a man of 25, tried in 1616, described the ceremonies of the Sabbath. After the sermon the worshippers vont à l'effort, tenant en leurs mains de chandelles de poix noir couleur sont dons par le diable. In 1646 Elizabeth Wheat of Great Catworth, Hunts, confessed that the devil came to her at night, and being demanded what light was there, she answered, none but the light of the Spirit. In 1652 a French witch stated that at the Sabbath, on dansait sans musique, aux chansons. Touts les femmes y toyant tenues par les diables par leurs il y avoit de la lumière en chandelle tenue au milieu par un femme que n'y canoit. Au milieu il y oit un femme masquée tenant un chandelle. Barton's wife was at a witch meeting in the Pentland Hills, and coming down the hill when we had done, which was the best sport, he, the devil, carried the candle in his bottom under his tail, which played ey wig wag. Helen Guthrie in 1661 does not expressly mention candles or torches, but her description of the flickering light on the ground suggests their use. I was at a mating in the churchyard of Forfar in the half thereof, and they danced together, and the ground under them wes all fire flockter. The Somerset witches stated that, when they met, the man in black bids them welcome, and they all make low obeisance to him, and he delivers some wax candles like little torches, which they give back again at parting. The light seems to have been sometimes so arranged, probably in a lantern, as to be diffused. This was the case at Toryburn, where the assembly was ht by a light which came from darkness. It was sufficiently strong for the dancers to see one another's faces, and to show the devil wearing a cap or hood which covered his neck and ears. The latest account of a witch meeting in the 18th century describes how the witches of Strathdown went to Polnane and there were steering themselves to and fro in their riddles, by means of their oars the brooms. Hallooing and skirling worse than the bogles, and each holding in her left hand a torch of fir. There is one account where the candle was for use and not for ritual. John Stewart of Paisley, in 1678, admitted the devil and some witches into his room one night in order to make a clay image of an enemy. Declares, that the black man did make the figure of the head and face and 2 arms to the said effigies. Declares, that the devil set 3 pins in the same, one in each side, and one in the breast, and that the declarant did hold the candle to them all the time the picture was making. John Stewart was the principal person on this occasion, and therefore had the honor of holding the light. The description of the event suggests that the saying, to hold a candle to the devil, took its rise in actual fact. The material of which the candles or torches were made was pitch, according to de Lancre, and at North Berwick the lights were like lighted candles burning with a blue flame. The white candle seems to have been essentially the attribute of the devil, the black candles or torches being distinctive of the witches. That the lights burned blue is due to the material of which the torches were made. The evanescent character of the light, when a wisp of straw was used, is noted in the evidence of Antide Colas. 7. The Sacrament. The earliest example of the religious services occurs in 1324 in the trial of Lady Alice Keitler. In rifling the closet of the lady, they found a wafer of sacramental bread, having the diul's name stamped thereon instead of Jesus Christ. According to Becket, 1589, the devil did not always perform the religious service himself, but Mass was celebrated by a priest among his followers. This custom is found in all countries and seems to have been as common as that the devil himself should perform the service. Celui, que est commis à faire l'office, est rius de divine chap noir sans croix, and après avoir mis de l'eau dans le calice, it tourne le dozen à l'autel, and pousse le vien rond de rau tinten noir, au lieu de el hostie. And lors tous les sorciers criant à haute voix, Meister, aide nous. Le diable en mesem temps pis don vien trou à terra, and fate de l'eau benis de son vrine, de laquelle celui, que dit la messe, arouse tous les assistants avec vien asperges noir. The devil of the Basses Pyrenees, 1609, performed the religious ceremony himself. Ils habil en prestre pour dire messe, lequel it fait semblant de celebrer avec mille forbes and supplices, opers divien arbre, ou parfois opers divien rocher. Dressant quelques for me diautel sur de colonnes infernals, and sur islui sans dire le confidier, New York 1 Alleluia, tournant les fuelets divien certain lura tuil a en main, it commence à marmotter quelques mots de la messe. And arriuant à l'offertoire et associate, and tout l'assemblée le vint adorer le bisant sous la queue, and allument de chandelles noires, pousse li bisant la main gauche, tremblans avec mille angoisses, and li offrant du pain, de oafs. And de l'argent, and la roine du sabbat les recoit, lequel est assise à son cost gauche, and nsa main gauche el tiant vin pix ou platine, don lequel est graui l'effigie de Lucifer. Lequel en any base tu après elawar premierment base al. Poussed se met à pressure, son subject est commument de la vaine gloire. Il finit son sermon, and continue ses autres ceremonies, luent vin certain hostai lequel est noir and rond, auec sa figure imprimi Odessus, and dizon ces paroles, cc est mon corps. Et lui el hosti sur ses corns and a set esloatio tu sur de l'Assemblée iador, n, tn dizon ces mos, aquera goidi, aquera baiti, aquera goidi, aquera baiti, cavut dire, cabron arriba, cabron abero. De mesem en font its ocalus repetent ces mos, jusque ce chuil of wide tout ce que est don islui. Pus tout l'Assemblée inuranant elodal en fermi de croissant ou demi-lune, prosternes par terra, it leur fait vien autre sermon, pus leur bailey a communier par order, donnet a chacun vien petit morceau de el hosti. And pour leur donner moyen de leur acement, Illinois leur don du gorges de quelques medicine infernal, and certain bruges de si mauvaise gauste en odeur, que el wallant it sunt, and neat moins it est si freud, ouel leur geli le corps, les nerfs. And les muels. Pus il es couple avec els, and leur command den faire de mesem, si bien chuils commettent mille incests and autres peches contre nature. Pus it les inuit a se metre à table. At Aix in 1610 Magdalene de Demandels said that accursed magician Louis, Goffardy, did first inuent the saying of Mass at the Sabbaths, and did really consecrate and present the sacrifice to Lucifer. She also related, that the said magician did sprinkle the consecrated wine upon all the company, at which time Uri one crieth, sanguis ius super nos and filios nosotros. Lord Fountainhall remarks, in 1670 we heard that the devil appeared in the shape of a minister, in the copper mines of Sweden, and attempted the same villainous apery. The Scotch witches, like the Swedish, performed the rite after the manner of the Reformed churches. In 1678. The devil had a great meeting of witches in Loudoun, where, among others, was a warlock who formerly had been admitted to the ministry in the Presbyterian times, and when the bishops came in, conformed with them. But being found flagitious and wicked, was deposed by them, and now he turns a preacher under the devil of hellish doctrine, for the devil at this time preaches to his witches really, if I may so term it, the doctrine of the infernal pit, viz. Blasphemies against God and his Son Christ. Among other things, he told them that they were more happy in him than they could be in God, him they saw, but God they could not see. And in mockery of Christ and his holy ordinance of the sacrament of his supper, he gives the sacrament to them, bidding them eat it and to drink it in remembrance of himself. This villain was assisting to Sathon in this action, and in preaching. Fountainhall in writing of the same convention of witches says that the devil adventured to give them the communion or holy sacrament, the bread was like wafers, the drink was sometimes blood sometimes black moss water. He preached and most blasphemously mocked them, if they offered to trust in God who left them miserable in the world, and neither he nor his Son Jesus Christ ever appeared to them when they called on them, as he had, who would not cheat them. The Abbé Guibourg, 1679, head of the Paris witches, a fate chez la voisin, revita d'Aube, d'idole et de manipule, unconjuration. The same abbé celebrated Mass more than once over the body of a woman and with the blood of a child, sacrificed for the occasion, in the chalice, see section on sacrifice. The woman, who served as the altar for these Masses, was always nude, and was the person for whose benefit the ceremony was performed. Marguerite Montvoisin makes this clear. It est vrai aussi qu'une sage femme que demurate au coin de la rue de Duports, distilla aussi les entrailles d'un enfant dont la mère y avait de couche. Avant la distillation, les entrailles de l'enfant et l'arrière-fakes de la mère avaient été portes à Saint-Denis, à Guibourg, par sa mère, la sage femme et la mère de l'enfant, sur le ventre de laquelle sa mère, à son retour. Louis dit que Guibourg avait dit la messe. Guibourg acknowledged that, besides the one just quoted, he celebrated 3 Masses in this way. At the first he used a conjuration. It dit la duxième messe donne un mesure sur les remparts de Saint-Denis, sur la même femme, avec les mêmes cérémonies. Dit la troisième à Paris chez la voisine sur la même femme. The woman mentioned in Guibourg's confession was Madame de Montespan herself. The following conjuration was used at the first Mass. Sur le ventre d'une femme, Astaroth, Asmodee, Princes d'Amity, je vous conjure d'accepter le sacrifice que je vous présente de cet enfant pour les choses que je vous demande. Que sont l'amity du roi, de manager le dauphin me soit continue et être honoré de princes et princesses de la cour, que reine ennemi soit déni de tout ce que je demanderai au roi, tant pour mes parents que serviteurs. A very interesting case is that of the Rev. George Burroughs in New England, 1692. He was accused by 8 of the confessing witches, as being an head actor at some of their hellish rendezvous, and one who had the promise of being a king in Satan's kingdom, now going to be erected. One Lacey testified that she and the prisoner, Martha Carrier, were once bodily present at a witch meeting in Salem village, and that she knew the prisoner to be a witch and to have been at a diabolical sacrament. Another Lacey testified that the prisoner was at the witch meeting, in Salem village, where they had bread and wine administered unto them. Deliverance Hobbs affirmed that this, Bridget, bishop was at a general meeting of the witches, in a field at Salem village, and there partook of a diabolical sacrament in bread and wine then administered. Hutchinson had access to the same records and gives the same evidence, though even more strongly. Richard Carrier affirmed to the jury that he saw Mr. George Burroughs at the witch meeting at the village and saw him administer the sacrament. Mary Lacey, Sen. And her daughter Mary affirmed that Mr. George Burroughs was at the witch meetings with witch sacraments, and that she knows Mr. Burroughs to be of the company of witches. John Hale has a similar record. This D.H. Deliverance Hobbs confessed she was at a witch meeting at Salem village. And the said G.B. preached to them, and such a woman was their deacon, and there they had a sacrament. Abigail Williams said, that the witches had a sacrament that day at an house in the village, and that they had red bread and red drink. With the evidence before him Mather seems justified in saying that the witches had, their diabolical sacraments, imitating the baptism and the supper of our Lord. 8. Sacrifices. There are 4 forms of sacrifice. 1. The blood sacrifice, which was performed by making an offering of the witch's own blood. 2. The sacrifice of an animal. 3. The sacrifice of a human being, usually a child. 4. The sacrifice of the god. 1. The blood sacrifice took place first at the admission of the neophyte. Originally a sacrifice, it was afterwards joined to the other ceremony of signing the contract, the blood serving as the writing fluid. It also seems to be confused in the 17th century with the pricking for the mark, but the earlier evidence is clear. A writer who generalizes on the witchcraft religion and who recognizes the sacrificial nature of the act is Cooper. As he wrote in 1617, his evidence belongs practically to the 16th century. He says, in further token of their subjection unto Satan in yielding vp themselves huliven to his devotion, behold yet another ceremony here of suli is performed, namely, to let themselves bloud in some apparent place of the body. Yielding the same to be sucked by Satan, as a sacrifice to him, and testifying thereby the full subjection of their lewes and souls to his devotion. The earliest account of the ceremony is at Chelmsford in 1556. Elizabeth Frances learned this arte of witchcraft from her grandmother. When she taught it her, she counselled her to joue of her bloud to Sathon, as she termed it, which she delured to her in the likeness of a white spotted cat. Every time that he, the cat, did any thinge for her, she said that he required a drop of bloud, which she gave him by pricking herself. Some time after, Elizabeth Frances presented the Satan cat to Mother Waterhouse, passing on to her the instructions received from Elizabeth's grandmother. Mother Waterhouse gave him for his labor a chicken, which he first required of her and a drop of her blood. And these she gave him at all times when he did any thinge for her, by pricking her hand or face and put tinge the blonde to his mouth which he sucked. In 1566 John Walsh, a Dorset witch, confessed that, at the first time when he had the spy right, Heis said Maester did cause him to deluer 1 drop of his blood, whych bloud the spy right did take away upon Heis paw. In Belgium in 1603 Claire Gaussen, après avoir don à boire de son sang à Satan, et avoir bu du sien, a fait avec lui un pacte. In the case of the Lancashire witch, Margaret Johnson, in 1633, it is difficult to say whether the pricking was for the purpose of marking or for a blood sacrifice, the slight verbal alterations in the two ms. Accounts of her confession suggest a confusion between the two ideas. The one appears to refer to the mark, the other, quoted here, to the sacrifice. Such witches as have sharp bones given them by the devil to prick them, have no paps or dugs whereon the ire devil may suck. But the ire devil receiveth bloud from the place, pricked with the bone, and they are more grand witches than any wighty have marks. In Suffolk in 1645 one Bush of Barton widow confessed that the duel appeared to her in the shape of a young black man, and asked her for bloud, which he drew out of her mouth, and it dropped on a paper. At Aldern, in 1662, the blood was drawn for baptizing the witch. Isabel Gaudiz said, "The devil marked me in the shoulder, and sucked out my blood at that mark, and spouted it in his hand, and, sprinkling it on my head, said, I baptized it, Janet, in my Awin name." Janet Bredhade's evidence is practically the same. The devil marked me in the shoulder, and sucked out my blood with his mouth at that place, he spouted it in his hand, and sprinkled it on my head. He baptized me therewith, in his Awin nam, Christian. 2. The sacrifice of animals was general, and the accounts give a certain amount of detail, but the ceremony was not as a rule sufficiently dramatic to be considered worth recording. The actual method of killing the animal is hardly ever given. The rite was usually performed privately by an individual. On rare occasions it was celebrated by a whole coven, but it does not occur at the Great Assembly, for there the sacrifice was of the god himself. The animals offered were generally a dog, a cat, or a fowl, and it is noteworthy that these were forms in which the devil often appeared to his worshippers. The chief authorities all agree as to the fact of animal sacrifices. Cotta compares it with the sacrifices offered by the heathen. Some bring their cursed sorcery to their wished end by sacrificing to the diul some luing creatures, as Ceres likewise witnesseth. From the confession of witches in Henry IV of France deprehended, among whom, one confessed to ha offered to his duel or spirit a beetle. This seemeth not improbable, by the diabolical litations, sick, and bloudy sacrifices, not only of other creatures, but ewen of men, wherewith in ancient time the heathen pleased their gods, which were no other than diuls. The number of sacrifices in the year is exaggerated by the writers on the subject, but the witches themselves are often quite definite in their information when it happens to be recorded. It appears from their statements that the rite was performed only on certain occasions, either to obtain help or as a thank-offering. Dianus, speaking of the newly admitted witch, says, "Then this vengracious and new servant of Satan, every day afterward offereth something of his goods to his patroni, some his dog, some his hen, and some his cat." Scott, who always improves on his original, states that the witches depart after the Sabbath, not forgetting every day afterwards to offer to him, dogs, cats, hens, or bloud of their own. The earliest witch trial in the British Isles shows animal sacrifice. In 1324 in Ireland Lady Alice Kytler was charged to ha nightly conference with a spirit called Robin Artisan, to whom she sacrificed in the highway. 9. Red cocks. In 1566 at Chelmsford Mother Waterhouse gave him, i.e. the Satan cat, for his labour a chicken, which he first required of her, and a drop of her blood. Another time she rewarded him as before, with a chicken and a drop of her bloud, which chicken he eat vp clean as he did all the rest, and she cold find remaining neither bones nor feathers. Joan Waterhouse, daughter of Mother Waterhouse, a girl of 18, said that the duel came in the likeness of a great dog, then asked he her what she wold as him, and she said a red cocky. John Walsh of Dorset, in 1566, confessed that, when he would call him, the spirit, he saith he must gene him some ewing thing, as a chicken, a cat, or a dog. And further he saith he must do him 2 ewing things once a year. In Lorraine in 1589 Beatrix Bayonensis said, Etlish Jeben Junge Hunner, oder wohi alti Hunner, we desideria periensis, uendi Catalonia Vincentia Gethon hatten, etlish Schneiden ihr Harab uendi liefern Dieselby dahin, etlish Jeben Speyer. Etlich Vogel oder sonst nicht viel besonders, als de sein Magdi Gemunskeld aus Rindern Letter, und wenn sie dergleichen nix haben, so verschafft es in Geist, auf das sie Stafford sein. In Aberdeen in 1597 Andro Mann gave evidence that, the devil thy meester, whom thou termis Christ Sunday. Is rasit be the specking of the word Benedict, and is laid again be tacking of a dog vendor thy left oxter in t richt hand, and casting the same in his mouth, and specking the word Makepeblies. At Lang Nidri in 1608 the whole coven performed a rite, beginning at the Urnzet of Seatown, where they christened a cat by the name of Margaret, and thereafter come all back again to the Dienfjut, where first I convenet. And quist the cat to the devil. In 1630 Alexander Hamilton had consultations with the devil near Edinburgh, and if where the devil his away passing the said Alexer was in use to cast to him either ein cat or ein leif or ein dog or any youth or sick beast he come be. In Bute in 1622 Margaret N.C. William renounced her baptism and he baptized her and she gave him as a gift a hen or cock. In modern France the sacrifice of a fowl to the devil still holds good, Celu que vous devenir sortir doit aller à un quatre chemins avec un poule noir, ou bien encore au cimetière, sur un tomiti toujours à minuit. Il vint alors quelqu'un que demande, que venez vous faire ici? J'ai un poule à vendre, répondant. Ce quelqu'un, est, le méchanti. It is possible that the custom of burying a live animal to cure disease among farm animals, as well as the charm of casting a live cat into the sea to raise a storm, are forms of the animal sacrifice. 3. Child sacrifice. The child victim was usually a young infant, either a witch's child or unbaptized, in other words, it did not belong to the Christian community. This last is an important point, and was the reason why unbaptized children were considered to be in greater danger from witches than the baptized. If there be any children baptized, or not guard with the signa of the cross, or orisons, then the witches may, or do catch them from their mothers' sides in the night, or out of their cradles, or otherwise kill them with their ceremonies. The same author quotes from the French authorities the crimes laid to the charge of witches, among which are the following: they sacrifice their own children to the diawl before baptism, holding them vp in the air to him. And then thrust a needle into their brains. And they burn their children when they ha sacrificed them. Becket says, les matrones, and sages femmes sont accustomed d'offrir à Satan les petits enfants qu'elles recueillant, and poussent les faire mourir en les soyant baptises, par le moi, en, divine grosse espingle qu'elles leur enfants dans le cerveau. Becket's words imply that this was done at every birth at which a witch officiated, but it is impossible that this should be the case. The sacrifice was probably made for some special purpose, for which a newborn child was the appropriate victim. The most detailed account of such sacrifices is given in the trial of the Paris witches, 1679–81, whom Madame de Montespan consulted. The whole ceremony was performed to the end that the love of Louis XIV should return to Madame de Montespan, at that time his discarded mistress. It seems to be a kind of fertility rite, hence its use on this occasion. The Abbé Guibourg was the sacrificing priest, and from this and other indications he appears to have been the chief or grand master who, before a less educated tribunal, would have been called the devil. Both he and the girl Montvoisin were practically agreed as to the rite, though from the girl's words it would appear that the child was already dead, while Guibourg's evidence implies that it was alive. Both witnesses gave their evidence soberly and gravely and without torture. Montvoisin, who was 18 years old, stated that she had presented à la messe de Madame de Montespan, par l'ordre de sa mère, un enfant présent na avant terme, le mit dans un bassin, Guibourg Elagorgia, versa dans le calice. Et consacre le sang avec hostie. Guibourg's evidence shows that the sacrifice was so far from being uncommon that the assistants were well used to the work, and did all that was required with the utmost celerity. Il avait acquis un ECU l'enfant que fut sacrifié à cette messe que lui fut présent par un grande fête entire du sang de l'enfant il piqua à la gorge avec un canif. Id en versa don localis, après quoi l'enfant fut retire et import don en autre lieu, don't ensut en lui rapporta le cœur et les entrailles pour en faire un duxième, oblation. In Scotland it was firmly believed that sacrifices of children took place in all classes of society. The justices of the peace were seen familiarly conversing with the foul fiend, to whom one in Dumfriesshire actually offered up his firstborn child immediately after birth, stepping out with it in his arms to the staircase, where the devil stood ready, as it was suspected, to receive the innocent victim. In the later witch trials the sacrifice of the child seems to have been made after its burying, as in the case of the witch of Calder in 1720, who confessed that she had given the devil the body of a dead child of her own to make a roast of. It is possible that the killing of children by poison was one method of sacrifice when the cult was decadent and victims difficult to obtain. Reginald Scott's words, written in 1584, suggest that this was the case. This must be an infallible rule, that every fortnight, or at the least every month, each witch must kill one child at the least for her part. Sinistrari Diamino, writing about a century later, says the same. They promised the devil sacrifices and offerings at stated times, once a fortnight or at least each month, the murder of some child, or an homicidal act of sorcery. It is impossible to believe in any great frequency of this sacrifice, but there is considerable foundation in fact for the statement that children were killed. And it accounts as nothing else can for the cold-blooded murders of children of which the witches were sometimes accused. The accusations seem to have been substantiated on several occasions, the method of sacrifice being by poison. The sacrifice of a child was often performed as a means of procuring certain magical materials or powers, which were obtained by preparing the sacrificed bodies in several ways. Scott says that the flesh of the child was boiled and consumed by the witches for two purposes. Of the thicker part of the concoction, they make ointments, whereby they ride in the air. But the thinner potion they put into flagons, whereof whosoever drinketh, observing certain ceremonies, immediately becometh a maester or rather a mistress in that practice and faculty. The Paris Covenant confessed that they distilled the entrails of the sacrificed child after Gilles had celebrated the Mass for Madame de Montespan, the method being probably the same as that described by Scott. A variant occurs in both France and Scotland, and is interesting as throwing light on the reasons for some of the savage rites of the witches. Pour any confessor imace le secret de l'Escole, en fait au sabbat vin paste de millet noir. Avec de la poudre du foie de quelque enfant non baptise qui en fait secker, pousse meslant cette poudre avec le dict paste, elle cette vertu de taciturnite, si bien que en mangeni confesse imace. At Forfar, in 1661, Helen Guthrie and 4 others exhumed the body of an unbaptized infant, which was buried in the churchyard near the southeast door of the church, and took several paces thereof, as the feet, hands, a part of the head, and a part of the buttock, and they made a py thereof, that they might eat of it, that by this means they might never make a confession, as they thought, of their witchcraftis. Here the idea of sympathetic magic is very clear. By eating the flesh of a child who had never spoken articulate words, the witches' own tongues would be unable to articulate. 4. Sacrifice of the god. The sacrifice of the witch god was a decadent custom when the records were made in the 16th and 17th centuries. The accounts of the actual rite come from France and Belgium, where a goat was substituted for the human victim. The sacrifice was by fire in both those countries, and there are indications that it was the same in Great Britain. It is uncertain whether the interval of time between the sacrifices was 1, 7, or 9 years. Baudin and Becket, each writing from his own knowledge of the subject, give very similar accounts, Baudin's being the more detailed. In describing a trial which took place in Poitiers in 1574, he says, La se truoit vn grand bouc noir, que parloit comme 20 personnes aux assistants, and dansoyant à l'entour du bouc, pousse vn chacun li soit le derrière. Avec 20 chandelles ardentes, and c'est la fête, le bouc se consumoit en feu, and de la cen, dre chacun en prenoit pour faire mourir le boeuf, etc. Etienne fin le diable leur desoit divine voix terrible de mots, venges vous ou vous mourez. Becket says that in the Lyons district in 1598 the devil celebrated Mass, and, après avoir prince la figure divine book, se consume en feu, and reduit en cendre. Lequel les sorciers reculant, and cachant pour s'en serrure à l'exécution de leurs desseins pernicieux and abominables. In 1603, a Belgian witch, Claire Gaussen, was present at such a sacrifice. And her account is therefore that of an eyewitness. L'St laissé transporter à l'Assemblée nocturne de Lembic, après la danse, L.A., comme tous les assistants, bais un book à l'endroit SAQ. L'équal book fut en sut brûle et ses cendres distribuées et emportées par les convives. Jean de Bellic in 1609, a vu le grand maître de l'Assemblée se yetter dans les flammes en sabbat. Se faire brusler iasques a ce chui stoit reduit en poudre, en les grandes en insignes sorcières prendre les dix poudres pour ensorceler les petits enfants en les métiers en sabbat. En prenoyant aussi dans la bouche pour any rueller iamis. A French witch in 16s2 declared that at the Sabbath le diable sy at mis en fuitien dans descendres lesquels tu faisais voler en hier pour faire manquer les fruits de la terre. At Lille in 1661 the girls in Madame Bourignon's orphanage stated that on y aderoid un bête, en coup on faisoid avec elle de infamies, en pousse sur la fin on la breloid. En chacun en prenoit descendres, avec lesquels on faisoid languer ou mourir de personnes, ou autres animaux. The collection and use of the ashes by the worshippers point to the fact that we have here a sacrifice of the god of fertility. Originally the sprinkling of the ashes on fields or animals or in running water was a fertility charm. But when Christianity became sufficiently powerful to attempt the suppression of the ancient religion, such practices were represented as evil, and were therefore said to be pour faire manquer les fruits de la terre. The animal substitute for the divine victim is usually the latest form of the sacrifice. The intervening stages were first the volunteer, then the criminal, both of whom were accorded the power and rank of the divine being whom they personated. The period of time during which the substitute acted as the god varied in different places, so also did the interval between the sacrifices. Frazer has pointed out that the human victim, whether the god himself or his human substitute, did not content himself by merely not attempting to escape his destiny, but in many cases actually rushed on his fate. And died by his own hand or by voluntary submission to the sacrificer. The witch cult being a survival of an ancient religion, many of the beliefs and rites of these early religions are to be found in it. Of these the principal are, the voluntary substitute, the temporary transference of power to the substitute, and the self-devotion to death. As times changed and the ceremonies could no longer be performed openly, the sacrifices took on other forms. I have already suggested that the child murders, of which the witches were often convicted, were in many cases probably offerings made to the god. In the same way, when the time came for the god or his substitute to be sacrificed, recourse was had to methods which hid the real meaning of the ceremony. And the sacrifice of the incarnate deity, though taking place in public, was consummated at the hands of the public executioner. This explanation accounts for the fact that the bodies of witches, male or female, were always burnt and the ashes scattered. For the strong prejudice which existed, as late as the 18th century, against any other mode of disposing of their bodies, and for some of the otherwise inexplicable occurrences in connection with the deaths of certain of the victims. Read in the light of this theory much of the mystery which surrounds the fate of Joan of Arc is explained. She was put to death as a witch, and the conduct of her associates during her military career, as well as the evidence at her trial, bear out the fact that she belonged to the ancient religion, not to the Christian. 9 years after her death in the flames her commander, Gilles de Rais, was tried on the same charge and condemned to the same fate. The sentence was not carried out completely in his case. He was executed by hanging, and the body was snatched from the fire and buried in Christian ground. Like Joan herself, Gilles received a semi-canonization after death, and his shrine was visited by nursing mothers. 2 centuries later Major Were offered himself up and was executed as a witch in Edinburgh, refusing to the end all attempts to convert him to the Christian point of view. The belief that the witch must be burnt and the ashes scattered was so ingrained in the popular mind that, when the severity of the laws began to relax, remonstrances were made by or to the authorities. In 1649 the Scotch General Assembly has a record, concerning the matter of the burial of the Lady Petadro, who, being vendor a great scandal of witchcraft, and being incarcerate in the Tolbooth of this burgh during her trial before the justice, died in prison. The Commission of the General Assembly, having considered the report of the committee appointed for that purpose, do give their advice to the Presbytery of Dunfermline to show their dislike of that fact of the burial of the Lady Petadro, in respect of the manner and place. And that the said Presbytery may labour to make the persons who he's buried her sensible of their offence in so doing. And some of the persons who buried here, being personally present, are desired by the Commission to shew themselves to the Presbytery sensible of their miscarriage therein. At Maidstone in 1652 and Ashby, alias Cobbler, and Martin, Mary Brown, and Wilson, and Mildred Wright of Cranbrook, and Mary Reed, of Lenham, being legally convicted, were according to the laws of this nation, adjudged to be hanged at the common place of execution. Some there were that wished rather, they might be burnt to ashes, alleging that it was a received opinion among many, that the body of a witch being burnt, her blood is prevented thereby from becoming hereditary to her progeny in the same evil. The witches themselves also held the belief that they ought to die by fire. And Foster was tried for witchcraft at Northampton in 1674, after sentence of death was passed upon her, she mightily desired to be burned. But the court would give no ear to that, but that she should be hanged at the common place of execution. 9. Magic words. The magic words unknown to the witches were used only for certain definite purposes, the most important use being to raise the devil. I have omitted the charms which are founded on Christian prayers and formulas, and quote only those which appear to belong to the witch cult. In the section on familiars it will be seen how the witches divined by means of animals, which animals were allotted to them by the chief. In auguries and divinations of this kind in every part of the world a form of words is always used, and the augury is taken by the first animal of the desired species which is seen after the charm is spoken. Agnes Sampson, the leading witch of the North Berwick Coven, 1590, summoned her familiar by calling Elva, and then divined by a dog, whom she dismissed by telling him to depart by the law he lives on. She also used the formula, Hail, Ola. And Ola was also the cry when a cat was cast into the sea to raise a storm. A man-witch of Aelist, 1593, gave the devil's name as Abron, quand il le veloit voir il desoit, veen Abron, sinon iete quitere. Andrew Mann at Aberdeen, 1597, confesses that the devil, thy maester, is rasit be the specking of the word benedicity, and is laid again be tacking of a dog vendor thy left oxter in t richt hand, and casting the same in his mouth. And specking the word make pebbles. He granted that this word benedicity rasit the duil, and make pebbles laid him again, striking him on the face with ane dice with the left hand. Alexander Hamilton of East Lothian, 1630, when covenanting with the devil, had ane batown of fur in his hand. The devil then gave the said Alexer command to tack that batown quan ever he had ado with him and thereof to strek throws upon the ground and to charge him to ruse up foule thief. The divining animals in this case were crows, cats, and dogs. Marie Lamont of Innerkip, 1662, was instructed to call the devil serpent when she desired to speak with him. The Somerset witches, 1664, cried out Robin at an appointed place, and the master then appeared in his proper form as a man. Elizabeth Style and Alice Duke also called him Robin when summoning him privately, and Elizabeth Style added, "O Sathon, give me my purpose," before saying what she wished done. The Swedish witches, 1669, called their chief with the cry, "Antecessor, come and carry us to Blockula." This they did at an appointed place, and the devil then appeared as a man. The words used before starting to a meeting are rarely recorded. Only a few remain. The earliest example is from Guernsey in 1563, when Martin Tullough heard an old witch cry as she bestrode a broomstick, va au nom du diable et Lucifer p desk, n, roches et espines. He then lost sight of her, with the inference that she flew through the air, though he acknowledged that he himself was not so successful. The witches of the Basses Pyrenees, 1609, anointed themselves before starting, and repeated the words, Emen Hetten, which de Lanker translates, Ici et la, Ici et la. Quelques fois plus furieuses elles se battent entre elles mesmes, en disant, Le suis ie diable, eni reine qu'eni soit à toi, en ton nom seigneur set tien eni seruant essoint, and dois ester quelqu'un diable and mailing esprit comme toi. When crossing water they cried, Haute la coude, quillet, upon which they could cross without getting wet, and when going a long distance they said, Pic super hole, en ta la lane de bouc bien américuil. Isabelle Gaudí, 1662, gives two variants of the magic words used on these occasions. The first, horse and haddock, in the Devellus name, is not unlike the form given by Martin Tullouf. The second is longer, horse and haddock, horse and go, horse and pilatus, ho. Ho. The Somerset witches, 1664, when starting to the meeting, said, Thout, touta tout, tout, throughout and about, and when returning, rentum tormentum. At parting they cried, a boy. Merry meet, merry part. They also had a long form of words which were used when applying the flying ointment, but these are not recorded. Other magical words were used at the religious services of the witches in the Basses Pyrenees, 1609. At the elevation of the host the congregation cried, Aquera goidi, Aquera baiti, Aquera goidi, Aquera baiti, Kavut dire cabron arriba cabron abro, sick. At the elevation of the chalice at a Christian service they said, Corbeau noir, Corbeau noir. There were two forms of words to be used when making the sign of the cross. The first was, in nomine Patricia, Erigico Petrica, Agora, Agora Valentia, Ioanda, Gower Gates Gustia, translated as, Au nom de Patrick, Petrique, d'Aragon, a set valence, tout nostre mal est passé. The second roused de Lanker's horror as peculiarly blasphemous, in, nomine Patrica, Erigico Petrica, Gastilaco Ianicat, equity Iportian pot, au nom de Patrick, Petrique d'Aragon. Ianicat de Castille fakes moi vien baiser au derrière. The mention of the ancient Basque god Janicat makes this spell unusually interesting. As the dances were also a religious rite, the words used then must be recorded here. Bodin gives the formula, har, diable, sauté ici, sauté la, iue ici, iue la, et les autres desoyant Sabbath. The word diable is clearly Bodin's own interpolation for the name of the god, for the Guernsey version, which is currently reported to be used at the present day, runs har, ho, dance ici, etc. Ho being the name of an ancient Breton god. Jean Weir, 1670, stated that at the instigation of some woman unnamed she put her foot on a cloth on the floor with her hand upon the crown of her head, and repeated thrice, All my cross and troubles go to the door with thee. This seems to have been an admission ceremony, but the words are of the same sentiment as the one recorded by de Lanker, Tout notre mat est passé. There were also certain magical effects supposed to be brought about by the use of certain words. Martin Tullouf, 1563, claimed that he could bewitch cows so that they gave blood instead of milk, by saying, Butyrum d'armento, but he admitted that he also used powders to accomplish his purpose. Isabelle Gaudí, 1662, described how the witches laid a broom or a stool in their beds to represent themselves during their absence at a meeting. By the time that this record was made, the witches evidently believed that the object took on the exact appearance of the woman, having forgotten its original meaning as a signal to show where she had gone. The words used on these occasions show no belief in the change of appearance of the object. I lay down this besom, or stool, in the devil's name. Let it not stir till I come again. Her statements regarding the change of witches into animals I have examined in the section on familiars, page 234. The words used to effect these changes are given in full. When a witch wished to take on the form of a hare she said, I saw go intil ein hare. With sorrow, and sich, and meikle care. And I sol go in the develis nam. I quill I com hom again. To change into a cat or a crow, the last two lines were retained unaltered, but the first two were respectively. I sol go into ein cat. With sorrow, and sich, and a black shot. Or. I sol go into a craw. With sorrow, and sich. And a black thrall. To return into human form, the witch said. Hare, hare, God send thee care. I am in an hare's lickneys just now. But I sall be in a womany's lickneys you in now. From a cat or a crow, the words were, cat, cat, God send thee a black shot, or, craw, craw, God send thee a black thraw, with the last two lines as before. When the witch in animal form entered the house of another witch, she would say, I conjure thee, go with me, on which the second witch would turn into the same kind of animal as the first. If, however, they met in the open, the formula was slightly different, devel spade the, go tho with me, the result being the same. The Somerset trials record the words used for cursing anything. These were simply, a pox take it, the curse being supposed to take effect at once. If the curse were pronounced over an image of a person, the words were, a pox on thee, I'll spite thee. Alexander Elder's grace over meat is probably a corrupt form of some ancient rite. We eat this meat in the develis nam. With sorrow, and sich, and meikle shame. We sol destroy house and hold. Both sheep and note until the fold. Little good sol come to the fore. Of all the rest of the little store. The conjuring of cats was a distinct feature, and is clearly derived from an early form of sacrifice. The details are recorded only in Scotland, and it is possible that Scotland is the only country in which it occurred, though the sanctity of the cat in other places suggests that the omission in the records is accidental. In the ditty against John Fian, 1590, he was filet for the chasing of ein cat in Tranent. In the Quilk chaise, he was carried hike above the ground, with Gryt swiftens, and as lickly as the cat herself, our ein heicher dyke, nor he was able to lay his hand to the hide off and being inquirit. To what effect he chaseth the sameen. Answer it, that in ein conversation held in at Brumhoilis, Sathon commanded all that were present, to tak captives. Tyke as he, for obedience to Sathon, chaseth the said cat, purposely to be casten in the sea, to raise windies for destruction of skippies and boidies. Agnes Sampson of the same coven as Fian confessed, that at the time when His Majesty was in Denmark, she being accompanied by the parties before specially named, took a cat and christened it, and afterwards bound to each part of that cat the chiefest part of a dead man, and several jointus of his body, and that in the night following, the said cat was conveyed into the midst of the sea by all the witches, sailing in their riddles or sieves, as is aforesaid. And so left the said cat right before the town of Leith in Scotland. This Doon, there did arise such a tempest in the sea, as a greater hath not been a seen. The legal record of this event is more detailed and less dramatic. The sieves are never mentioned, the witches merely walking to the pier head in an ordinary and commonplace manner. The coven at Prestonpans sent a letter to the Leith coven that they sold Mac the stormed Muirsall through the sea. And within 8 days after the said bill, letter, West Deliurit, the said Agnes Sampson, Jonet Campbell, John Fian, Gilles Duncan, and Meg Dine baptiset ein cat in the Wobster's house, in manner following, Fyst, Twa of Thame held ein fingar. In the ein sid of the chimney crook, and ein vither held ein vither fingar in the vither sid, the Twa nebbies of the fingars meeting to jitter. Then they pat the cat thrias throw the linkies of the crook, and possit itt thrias vendor the chimney. Thereafter, att begeet tod this house, they knit to the four fight of the cat, four jounties of men. Quilk being done, the said Jonet fetched it to Leith, and about mydnycht, ski, and the Twa linkhop, and Twa wifi's cowlit stabis, came to the pure hide, and saying thir words, see that there be na date among gees ws. And they cased the cat in the sea, sa far as they mycht, Quilk swam o'er and cam again, and they that wer in the panis, cased in aim thir cat in the cattxj huris. After quilk, be their sorcery and enchantment, the boit perisket betwixt leith and king horn, quilk thing the duel did, and went before, with ein stolf in his hand. Beget's Todd was concerned in another conjuring of cats, this time at Seaton. After they had druck into jitter a certain space, they, in their devilish manner, took ein cat, and drew the salmon 9 times thro' the said Beget's crook. And thereafter come with all their speed to Seaton Thorn, be north the 3 And they thereafter passed out to jitter, with the devil, to the urn 3 iron gate, of Seatown, where of new they took ein cat, and drew the salmon 9 times thro' the said urn 3 and immediately thereafter, came to the barn. Foranent George Feudaris der, where tie christened the said cat, and cowlit here Margaret, and thereafter come all back again to the Dean Feut, where first tie convenit and quist the cat to the devil. 6. The Rites, continued. Witches' rain-making and fertility rites. 1. General. In common with many other religions of the lower culture, the witch cult of Western Europe observed certain rites for rain-making and for causing or blasting fertility. This fact was recognized in the papal bulls formulated against the witches who were denounced, not for moral offenses, but for the destruction of fertility. The celebrated decree of Innocent VIII, which in 1488 let loose the full force of the Church against the witches, says that they blight the marriage bed, destroy the births of women and the increase of cattle. They blast the corn on the ground, the grapes of the vineyard, the fruits of the trees, the grass and herbs of the field. Adrian VI followed this up in 1521 with a decretal epistle, denouncing the witches, as a sect deviating from the Catholic faith, denying their baptism, and showing contempt of the ecclesiastical sacraments, treading crosses under their feet, and taking the devil for their lord, destroyed the fruits of the earth by their enchantments, sorceries, and superstitions. The charms used by the witches, the dances, the burning of the god and the broadcast scattering of his ashes, all point to the fact that this was a fertility cult. And this is the view taken also by those contemporary writers who give a more or less comprehensive account of the religion and ritual. Though most of the fertility or anti-fertility charms remaining to us were used by the witches either for their own benefit or to injure their enemies. Enough remains to show that originally all these charms were to promote fertility in general and in particular. When the charm was for fertility in general, it was performed by the whole congregation together, but for the fertility of any particular woman, animal, or field, the ceremony was performed by one witch alone or by 2 at most. The power which the witches claimed to possess over human fertility is shown in many of the trials. John Clerc was tried in Edinburgh in 1590 for giving and taking away power from sundry men's genital members. And in the same year and place Bessie Roy was accused of causing women's milk to dry up. The number of midwives who practiced witchcraft points also to this fact. They claimed to be able to cause and to prevent pregnancy, to cause and to prevent an easy delivery, to cast the labor pains on an animal or a human being. Husbands who were the victims are peculiarly incensed against these witches. And in every way to have power over the generative organs of both sexes. In short, it is possible to say that, in the 16th and 17th centuries, the better the midwife the better the witch. The Red Book of Appin, which was obtained from the devil by a trick, is of great interest in this connection. It was said to contain charms for the curing of diseases of cattle. Among them must certainly have been some for promoting the fertility of the herds in general, and individual animals in particular. It is not unlikely that the charms as noted in the book were the result of many experiments, for we know that the witches were bound to give account to the devil of all the magic they performed in the intervals between the Sabbaths. And he or his clerk recorded their doings. From this record the devil instructed the witches. It is evident from the confessions and the evidence at the trials that the help of the witches was often required to promote fertility among human beings as well as among animals. The number of midwives who were also witches was very great, and the fact can hardly be accidental. Witches were called in to perform incantations during the various events of a farmyard. Margaret Og of Aberdeen, 1597, was, indid it as a manifest witche, in that, be the space of a year sin or the urbi, thy cow being in bulling, and James Farquhar, thy Awin good son holding the cow, though stood on the ain sid of the cow, and thy doctor. Batrix Robbie, on the Vether sid, and Suhan the bull was loping the cow, though took a Knyff and keest our the cow, and thy doctor Keapit the Sam, and keest it over to thee again, and this ye did thrice, quilloc thou can not deny. At Aldern the coven, to which Isabel Gaudai belonged, performed a ceremony to obtain for themselves the benefit of a neighbour's crop. Before Candlemas, we went be East Kinloss, and the we yoked and plug of Padokis. The Devil held the plough, and John Younge and Meepstown, our officer, did drywe the plug. Padokis did draw the plough as oxen, Quickens Wr Soames, a Riglin's horn was a cowter, and an piece of an Riglin's horn was an sock. We went 2 several times about, and all we of the Coevan went still wp and down with the plug, praying to the Devil for the fruit of that land, and that thistles and brieries might grow there. Here the ploughing ceremony was to induce fertility for the benefit of the witches, while the draft animals and all the parts of the plough connoted barrenness for the owner of the soil. The most detailed account of a charm for human fertility is given in the confession of the Abbé Gibourg, who appears to have been the devil of the Paris witches. The ceremony took place at the house of a witch midwife named Voisin or Montvoisin, and according to the editor was for the benefit of Louis XIV or Charles II, 2 of the most notorious libertines of their age. Iella fate chez la Voisin, revatu d'Aube, d'idol et de manipule, on conjuration and presence de la des Oillets, attendant of Madame de Montespan. Que pretendait faire un charme pour le roi, et que était accompagné d'un que lui donna la conjuration, et comme il était nécessaire d'avoir du sperme de 2 sexes. Des Oillets ayant ses mois nn put donner mais versa dans le calice de ses menstrues et-il home que elle accompagnait, ayant passé dans la ruelle du lit avec Louis Gibourg, versa de son sperme dans le calice. Sur le tout. La des Oillets et-il home mirent chacun d'une poudre de sang de chauve-souris et de la farine pour donner un corps plus ferme à toute la composition et après tu ayant recite la conjuration il tira le tout du calice que fut mis dans un petit vaisseau que la des Oillets oul home importa. The ecclesiastical robes and the use of the chalice point to this being a ceremony of a religious character, and should be compared with the child sacrifices performed by the same priest or devil, see pages 150, 157. An anti-fertility rite, which in its simplicity hardly deserves the name of a ceremony, took place at Crook of Devon in Kinross-shire. Bessie Henderson likewise confessed and declared that Janet Peyton was with you at a meeting when they tramped down those Whitesree in the beginning of harvest, 1661, and that she had broad souls and tramped down more nor any of the rest. 2. Rain-making. The rain-making powers of the witches have hardly been noted by writers on the subject, for by the time the records were made the witches were credited with the blasting of fertility rather than its increase. Yet from what remains it is evident that the original meaning of much of the ritual was for the production of fertilizing rain, though both judges and witnesses believed that it was for storms and hail. One of the earliest accounts of such powers is given in the story quoted by Reginald Scott from the Malleus Maleficarum, written in 1487, a century before Scott's own book. A little girl walking abroad with her father in his land heard him complain of drought, wishing for rain, etc. Why, father, quoth the child, can make it rain or highly, when and where I list? He asked where she learned it. She said, of her mother, who forbade her to tell any body thereof. He asked her how her mother taught her. She answered, that her mother committed her to a maester, who would at any time do anything for her. Why then, said he, make it rain but on lie in my field. And so she went to the stream, and threw VP water in her maester's name, and made it rain presently. And proceeding further with her father, she made it highly in another field, at her father's request. Hereupon he accused his wife, and caused her to be burned, and then he new christened his child again. Scott also gives certain impossible actions of witches when he ridicules the belief that the elements are obedient to witches, and at their commandment, or that they may at their pleasure send rain, highly, tempests, thunder, lightning. When she being but an old doting woman, casteth a flint stone ouer her left shoulder, towards the west, or hurleth a little sea sand vp into the element, or wetteth a broom sprig in water, and sprinkleth the same in the air. Or diggeth a pit in the earth, and putting water therein, stirreth it about with her finger, or boileth hog's bristles, or layeth sticks across upon a bank, where noyer a drop of water is, or buryeth sage till it be rotten. All which things are confessed by witches, and affirmed by writers to be the means that witches vse to mo extraordinary tempests and rain. More quotes Rais to the same effect, casting of flint stones behind their backs towards the west, or flinging a little sand in the air, or striking a river with a broom, and so sprinkling the wet of it toward heaven. The stirring of urine or water with their finger in a hole in the ground, or boiling of hog's bristles in a pot. The throwing of stones as a fertility rite is found in the trial of Janet Wishart, one of the chief witches at Aberdeen, and is there combined with a nudity rite. In Hervey's last bypast, Mr. William Raves Whikes saw the hide of T. Awin Gudmanny's croft, and saw the tack all T. Clace about T. hide, and though being naked from the mid-dill down, took ein great number of steinies, and T. self gang an becleanies. Keystain pert behind the hour T. hide, and ein wither pert fordward. 3. Fertility. Every contemporary writer who gives a general view of the religion and ritual observes the witch's powers over human fertility. Becket says, ils font anchor casher and retire les parties virils, pus les font resorter quand il leur plate. Ils impatient aussi tantos la copulation charnel de el homme, and de la femme, en retirant les nerfs, and ostent la roideur du membre. Edi tantos la procreation en distornant ou bouchant les conduits de la semence, pour empêcher chuel any descend aux vases de la generation. Scott, who quotes generally without any acknowledgement and often inaccurately, translates this statement. They also affirm that the virtue of generation is impeached by witches, both inward lie and outward lie, for intrinsically they repress the courage, and they stop the passage of the man's seed, so as it may not descend to the vessels of generation. Also they hurt extrinsically, with images, herbs, and Bodin also remarks that witches, whether male or female, can affect only the generative organs. Madame Bourignon says that the girls, whom she befriended, told me, that persons who were thus engaged to the devil by a precise contract, will allow no other god but him, and therefore offer him whatsoever is dearest to them. Nay, are constrained to offer him their children, or else the devil would beat them, and contrive that they should never arrive to the state of marriage, and so should have no children, by reason that the devil hath power by his adherents to hinder both the one and the other. So soon as they come to be able to beget children, the devil makes them offer the desire which they have of marrying, to his honor, and with this all the fruit that may proceed from their marriage. This they promise voluntarily, to the end that they may accomplish their designs, for otherwise the devil threatens to hinder them by all manner of means, that they shall not marry, nor have children. Glanville, writing on the Scotch trials of 1590, speaks of some effects, kinds, or circumstances of witchcraft, such as the giving and taking away power from sundry men's genital members, for which Janet Clerc was accused. In the official record Janet Clerc was tried and condemned for guing of ein secrete member to ian cutis, and guing and taking of power fra sindri menis membris. Item, filet of taking ian watas secrete member fra him. Sexual ritual occurs in many religions of the lower culture and has always horrified members of the higher religions both in ancient and modern times. In fertility cults it is one of the chief features, not only symbolizing the fertilizing power in the whole animate world, but, in the belief of the actors, actually assisting it and promoting its effects. Such fertility rites are governed by certain rules, which vary in different countries, particularly as to the age of girls, i.e. whether they are over or under puberty. Among the witches there appears to have been a definite rule that no girl under puberty had sexual intercourse with the devil. This is even stated as a fact by so great an authority as Bodin, les diables any font point de pacte ion express oec les enfants, que leurs sont voués, Sils and Oint Adient Elogé de Pubert. The details of the trials show that this statement is accurate. Magdalene de la Croix, Abbesse de Monials de Cordoue en Espagne, confessa que Satan en just point copulation, New York Connoissance d'L, Chuel en just deux ans. Bodin and de Lanker both cite the case of Jean Hervillier of Verberie in Compiègne. She was a woman of 52 at the time of her trial in 1578, she confessa que elogé de deux anssa mir la presenta au diable, en fermi devien grand noir, and vested en noir, bot, esperan, oec vin espion cost. Et devien chul noir à la porte, aqua la mir dit, voici ma fille que vous promise, et à la fille, voici vostre ami, que vous fera bien heureuse, et dislors chuel renanca à Dieu, and à la religion, and pus cucha oec el charnement. En la mesme sorte en manière que font les hommes oec les femmes. De Lanker also emphasizes the age. Yen Herolier deposed chuancor sa mir el just voué à Satan des sa naissance, niet moins chuil en la cognat charnement chuel en just attaint elogé de deux ans. De Lanker's own experience points in the same direction. He found that the children were not treated in the same way as adults, nor were they permitted to join in all the ceremonies until after they had passed childhood. The same rule appears to have held good in Scotland, for when little John at Howitt was presented to the devil, he said, "What shall I do with such a little bairn as she?" It is, however, rare to find child witches in Great Britain, therefore the rules concerning them are difficult to discover. Another rule appears to have been that there was no sexual connection with a pregnant woman. In the case of Isabel Elliot, the devil offered to lie with her, but forbore because she was with child, that after she was kirked the devil often met her, and had carnal copulation with her. Since the days of Reginald Scott it has been the fashion of all those writers who disbelieved in the magical powers of witches to point to the details of the sexual intercourse between the devil and the witches as proof positive of hysteria and hallucination. This is not the attitude of mind of the recorders who heard the evidence at the trials. Les Confessions de Sorciers, K-I-I-E-U-N main, mi font quar chuil en est quelques chose, dotant chuils ont tu reconnu, chuils oyent este couples oec le diable, et que la semence chuil yetoit estoit fort froide. Suca est conforme à ce chuen rapport Paul Grillen, et les inquisiteurs de la foi. It pleaseth their new maester oftentimes to offer himself familiarly to them, to dally and lie with them, in token of their more near conjunction, and as it were marriage to him. Witches confessing, so frequently as they do, that the devil lies with them, and withal complaining of his tedious and offensive coldness, it is a shrewd presumption that he doth lie with them indeed, and that it is not a mere dream. It is this statement of the physical coldness of the devil which modern writers adduce to prove their contention that the witches suffered from hallucination. I have shown above, pages 61 seq. that the devil was often masked and his whole person covered with a disguise, which accounts for part of the evidence but not for all, and certainly not for the most important item. For in trial after trial, in places far removed from one another and at periods more than a century apart, the same fact is vouched for with just the small variation of detail which shows the actuality of the event. This is that, when the woman admitted having had sexual intercourse with the devil, in a large proportion of cases she added, the devil was cold and his seed likewise. These were women of every class and every age, from just above puberty to old women of over 70, unmarried, married, and widows. It is unscientific to disbelieve everything, as Scott does, and it is equally unscientific to label all the phenomena as the imagination of hysterical women. By the nature of things the whole of this evidence rests only on the word of the women, but I have shown above, pp. 63-5, that there were cases in which the men found the devil cold, and cases in which the women found other parts of the devil's person to be cold also. Such a mass of evidence cannot be ignored, and in any other subject would obtain credence at once. But the hallucination theory, being the easiest, appears to have obsessed the minds of many writers, to the exclusion of any attempt at explanation from an unbiased point of view. Students of comparative and primitive religion have explained the custom of sacred marriages as an attempt to influence the course of nature by magic. The people who practiced the rite believing that thereby all crops and herds as well as the women were rendered fertile, and that barrenness was averted. This accounts very well for the occurrence of obscene rites among the witches, but fails when it touches the question of the devil's coldness. I offer here an explanation which I believe to be the true one, for it accounts for all the facts. Those facts which the women confessed voluntarily and without torture or fear of punishment, like Isabel Gaudí, or adhered to as the truth even at the stake amid the flames, like Jane Bustow. In ancient times the sacred marriage took place usually once a year. But besides this ceremony there were other sexual rites which were not celebrated at a fixed season, but might be performed in the precincts of the temple of a god or goddess at any time, the males being often the priests or temple officials. These are established facts, and it is not too much to suppose that the witches' ceremonies were similar. But if the women believed that sexual intercourse with the priests would increase fertility, how much more would they believe in the efficacy of such intercourse with the incarnate god of fertility himself? They would insist upon it as their right, and it probably became compulsory at certain seasons, such as the breeding periods of the herds or the sowing and reaping periods of the crops. Yet as the population and therefore the number of worshippers in each congregation increased, it would become increasingly difficult and finally impossible for one man to comply with the requirements of so many women. The problem then was that on the one hand there were a number of women demanding what was in their eyes a thing essential for themselves and their families, and on the other a man physically unable to satisfy all the calls upon him. The obvious solution of the problem is that the intercourse between the chief and the women was by artificial means, and the evidence in the trials points clearly to this solution. Artificial phalli are well known in the remains of ancient civilizations. In ancient Egypt it was not uncommon to have statues of which the phallus was of a different material from the figure, and so made that it could be removed from its place and carried in procession. The earliest of such statues are the colossal limestone figures of the fertility god Min found at Coptos, dating to the first dynasty, perhaps BC 5500. But similar figures are found at every period of Egyptian history, and a legend was current at the time of Plutarch to account for this usage as well as for the festival of the Phallophoria. Unless the phallus itself were the object of adoration there would be no reason to carry it in procession as a religious ceremony, and it is easily understandable that such a cult would commend itself chiefly to women. The phallus of a divine statue was not always merely for adoration and carrying in procession. The Roman bride sacrificed her virginity to the god Priapus as a sacred rite. This is probably the remains of a still more ancient custom when the god was personated by a man and not by an image. The same custom remained in other parts of the world as the jus primi noctis, which was held as an inalienable right by certain kings and other divine personages. As might be expected, this custom obtained also among the witches. Le diable fait de mariages au sabbat entre les sorciers and sorcières, and leur joignent les mains, Illinois leur dict hautement. Esta es buena parati. Esta parati lo toma. Mais en chuils couchant ensemble Illinois escapulac els, ost la virginite de filles, yeanet diabeti, aged 16, esaccusoit el mesum devoir este depucelli par Satan. The occasional descriptions of the devil's phallus show without question its artificial character. In 1598 in Lorraine es sagt die Alexia Dragaea, ihr Bullschaft hat einen, Glide, so starken etc. Alizite gehabt, when ihm gestanden. Und so groß als ein Offengabelstil, des gleichen sie Zugigen Zeit, den ungefähr ein Gabel Zugigen war, sagt auch wie sie keen Geluth Wedger Hoden nach Butel deren gemerkt hat. Iaquima paget adiostoit, Chuel oed en point plusieurs fois oec la main le membre du démon, que la conwa soit, que le membre estoit Freud cum glacé, long dvn bon doit, en moindre en grosser que celui dvn Tu en paget ed Antoine Tournier adiostoyant aussi, que le membre de leurs démons estoit long ed gros, cum lvn de leurs doits. Il a au duant son membre tire ed pendant, en le monstre toujours long dvn que dit. Le membre du démon est fait à escales comme vien poisson, le membre du diable sal estoit estendu est long in urine divine alm, mais il le tient entortil et sineuse en forme de serpent. Le diable, soit il et la forme d'homme, en il soit en forme de bouc, a toujours vien membre de mulet, ayant choisi en imitation celui de cet animal comme le mieux pourrieux. Il est long et gros comme le bras. Le membre du diable est long in urine la moitié divine alm, de médiocre grosseur, rouge, obscur, and tortu, fort rude and comme piquant. Ce mauvais démon est son membre mi party, moitié de fer, moitié de chair tout de son long, and de mesem les genitoires. Il tient toujours son membre d'or. Le diable a le membre fake de corn, ou pour le moins il na I apprens, c'est pourquoi il fait tant crier les femmes. Jeanette diabeti dit chuel na ima sente, chuil just aucune semence, sauf quand il la dépucelle chuel la senet froide, mais que celle de autres hommes que eloen cognu, est naturel. Silvain de la Plaine, 1616, confessed, chuil a le membre faked comme vien chul, en entrant est froid comme glacé, yet la semence fort froide, and en sortant la Brussels comme sic estoit du feu. In 1662 Isabel Gaudí said, his members are exceeding great and long, no man's members are so big as they are. The artificial phallus will account as nothing else can for the pain suffered by many of the women. And that they suffered voluntarily, and even gladly, can only be understood by realizing that they endured it for motives other than physical satisfaction and pleasure. There appeared a great black gull with a candle between his horns. He had carnal knowledge of her which was with great pain. Presque toutes les sorcières rapportent que cet accouplement leur est le plus souvent agréable, tant pour la laideur and deformité de Satan, que pour ce qu'elles ont bien extreme douleur. El fuyot l'accouplement du diable, cause tuant son membre faked en escales il fait souffrir bien extrême douleur. At the Sabbath in the Basses Pyrenees, the devil took the women behind some sort of screen, and the children, les oyant crier comme personnes que souffrent bien grande douleur, ils les voyant aussi tost réunir au sabbat tout sanglantes. As regards brides, cet accouplement il leur faked perdre bien infinite de sang, et leur faked souffrit mille douleurs. Widow Bush of Barton said that the devil, who came to her as a young black man, was colder than man, and heavier, and could not perform nature as man. The physical coldness of the devil is vouched for in all parts of Europe. Toutes les sorcières es accordant en cela, que la semence, qu'elles recueilluent du diable, est froide comme glacé, spranger en les inquisiteurs, que n'ont vu. Vin infinite, elles crient ainsi. Remy, que fait le procès à plus de 2000 sorcières, en port vien témoignage irréfragable. I.e. pousse assurer au semblable, que celles, comme sont passées par les mains, n'ont confesse tout autant. KSI la semence est ainsi froide Illinois en ce chuel est destitué de ses esprits vitaux, and ainsi chuel en put ester cause d'aucune generation. Isabel Gaudí and Janet Bredhade of Aldern both said that the devil was a meikle, black, rock man, worry cold, and I fand his nature als cold within me as spring well water. Isabel continues, he is abler for ws that way than any man can be, on lie he vs he vi like a maltesique, a hudge nature, very cold, as ice. Another point which goes to prove that the intercourse was by artificial means was that pregnancy did not follow, except by special consent of the woman. Jeanette Diabeti, aged 16, said, El fuyot l'accouplement du diable, cause tuant son membre faked en escales il fait souffrir bien extrême douleur. Boutre que la semence est extrêmement froide, si bien chuel en gros imas, ni celle de autres hommes au sabbat, bien chuel soit naturel. Becket remarks, il me suyant, chu Antoinette Tournier, and Antoinette Gondillon, estins interrogues, sils crenoyant point de devenir en saints de ers du diable, Elvine responded chuel estoit trop vieille. L'autre que dueni le veloit pas permettre. According to Jean Hervillier, the devil coucha avec el charnement, en la mesme sorte en manière que font les hommes avec les femmes, or mis que la semence estoit froide. S'il dit el continua tu les huict ou quins ayers. Et vien le diable I demanda, si el veloit ester en santa lie, ce tu el en velut pas. But when the witch was willing to have a child, it is noticeable that there is then no complaint of the devil's coldness. At Maidstone in 1652, and Ashby, and Martin, and one other of their associates, pleaded that they were with child pregnant, but confessed it was not by any man, but by the devil. And Ashby and Martin confessed that the devil had known them carnally, and that they had no hurt by it. The devil appears to have donned or doffed his disguise in the presence of his worshippers, and this was often the case at the time of the sexual rites, whether public or private. Il cognoist les sorcières tantost en fermi diem tout noir. And tantost en fermi de best, cum devien chien, devien chat, devien book, devien mouton. Il convoiswat thew en paget, and Antoine Tournier en fermi devien noir, et lors chu il accuploit avec iaqima paget, and Antoine Gondilin Illinois prenoit la figure devien mouton noir, port anticorns. François Secretine a dit que son demon se mettoit tantost en chien, tantost en chat, et tantost en poule, quand il la veloit cognoister charnement. Or tout ceci me fait de tant mieux sur el accouplement real du sorcier, and de la sorcière avec le démon. In the Basses Pyrénées Marie d'Aspelcuet desoit le mesme, pour ce que est du membre en escales, mais el deposoit, que lors tu il les veloit cognoister Illinois que toit la fermi de book, and prenoit cel diem. Il entra dans sa chamber en fermi diung chat etse chanhea and la posture d'un homme veste de rouge. At an attempt to wreck a ship in a great storm, the devil was there present with them all, in the shape of a great horse. They returned all in the same like ness as of before, except that the devil was in the shape of a man. The devil appeared unto her, in the likeness of ein pretty boy in grain clothes. And at that time the devil gave her his marquis. And went away from her in the likeness of ein black dog. He wold ha carnal dealing with ws in the shap of a dare, or in any vether shap, now and then. Sometime he vold be like a stirk, a bull, a dare, a ray, or a dowg, etc. And ha dealing with ws. Yow the said Margaret Hamilton, relict of James Pulwart, had carnal copulation with the devil in the likeness of ein man, but he removed from yow in the likeness of ein black dowg. The most important instance is in Boget's description of the religious ceremony at the Sabbath, finalement Satan après avoir prince la figure devien book, se consume en feu, and reduit en cendre. The witches' habit of speaking of every person of the other sex with whom they had sexual intercourse at the Sabbath as a devil has led to much confusion in the accounts. The confusion has been accentuated by the fact that both male and female witches often used a disguise, or were at least veiled. Et parce que les hommes ne sedent guères aux femmes en lubricite, c'est pourquoi le démon se met aussi en femme au succube. Ce tu il fait principalement au sabbat, Céline que eloent report Pierre Gondilin, and George Gondilin, Père and Fils, and les autres, lesquels dissent tout naniment, tu en leurs assembles ilya plusieurs démons. And que les VNS exercent le mestier del homme pour les femmes, and les autres le mestier de femmes pour les hommes. The incubuses in the shapes of proper men satisfy the desires of the witches, and the succubuses serve for whores to the wizards. Margaret Johnson said the same, their spirites juali have knowledge of the higher bodies. She also saith, that men witches usually have women spirites and women witches men spirites. The girls under Madame Bourignon's charge, declared that they had daily carnal cohabitation with the devil. That they went to the Sabbaths or meetings, where they eat, drank, danked, and committed other whoredom and sensualities. Every one had her devil in form of a man, and the men had their devils in the form of a woman. They had not the least design of changing, to quit these abominable pleasures, as one of them of 22 years old one day told me. No, said she, I will not be other than I am, I find too much content in my condition, I am always caressed. One girl of 12 said definitely that she knew the devil very well, that he was a boy a little bigger than herself, and that he was her love, and lay with her every night. And another girl named Becket, aged 15, said her mother had taken her with her, to the Sabbath, when she was very young, and that being a little wench, this man-devil was then a little boy too, and grew up as she did. Having been always her love, and caressed her day and night. Such connections sometimes resulted in marriage. Gilles mentions this fact in his general account, oft-times he marries them ere they part, either to himself, or their familiar, or to one another. And that by the Book of Common Prayer, as a pretender to which finding lately told me in the audience of many. This statement is borne out in the trials, Agnes Theobalda sagt, sie se selbst zugigen auf der Hochzeit Güssen, de Katharina, und die Engel von Hudlingen, ihren Beelzebub zur Ehe genommen haben. The devil of Isabel Ramsay's coven was clearly her husband, but there is nothing to show whether the marriage took place before she became a witch, as in the case of Janet Bredhade of Aldern, whose husband enticed her into that craft. I have quoted above, page 179, the ceremony at the marriage of witches in the Basses Pyrenees. Rebecca West, daughter of a witch, married the devil by what may be a primitive rite. He came to her as she was going to bed, and told her, he would marry her, and that she could not deny him. She said he kissed her, but was as cold as clay, and married her that night, in this manner. He took her by the hand and lead her about the chamber, and promised to be her loving husband till death, and to avenge her of her enemies, and that then she promised him to be his obedient wife till death, and to deny God, and Christ Jesus. At Edinburgh in 1658 a young woman called Anderson was tried. Her confession was, that Sco did marry the devil. The Swedish witches in 1670 confessed that at Blockula, the devil had sons and daughters which he did marry together. Giraldus Cambrensis gives an account of a spirit, in the form of a red-haired young man, called Simon, who was begotten upon the wife of a rustic in that parish, by a demon, in the shape of her husband, naming the man, and his father-in-law. Then dead, and his mother, still alive. The truth of which the woman upon examination openly avowed. 7. The organization. The cult was organized in as careful a manner as any other religious community. Each district however was independent, and therefore Mather is justified in saying that the witches formed themselves after the manner of congregational churches. 1. The officer. The chief or supreme head of each district was known to the recorders as the devil. Below him in each district, one or more officers according to the size of the district were appointed by the chief. The officers might be either men or women, their duties were to arrange for meetings, to send out notices, to keep the record of work done, to transact the business of the community, and to present new members. Evidently these persons also noted any likely convert, and either themselves entered into negotiations or reported to the chief, who then took action as opportunity served. At the Esbats the officer appears to have taken command in the absence of the Grand Master. At the Sabbaths the officers were merely heads of their own covens, and were known as devils or spirits, though recognized as greatly inferior to the chief. The principal officer acted as clerk at the Sabbath and entered the witches' reports in his book. If he were a priest or ordained minister, he often performed part of the religious service. But the devil himself always celebrated the Mass or sacrament. In the absence of all direct information on the subject, it seems likely that the man who acted as principal officer became Grand Master on the death of the previous chief. Occasionally the devil appointed a personal attendant for himself, who waited upon him on all solemn occasions, but does not appear to have held any official position in the community. Esteban de Cambro, 1567, said that el avuo sabbat vien noter chuel nami, liquala acustum de luer les defautes de celisca ont monctes e trower o sabbat. At the North Berwick meetings, 1590, there were several officers, of whom Fian was the chief. Robert Griersound being nomet, they all ran hurdy-gurdy and wer angry, for it wes promised he sold be cowlet, rot the comptroller. Alias rob the rower, for expreming of his name. John Fien wes ewer neust to the devil, att his left elbuck, grey meal kepit the dur. The accusation of the Sade Gilles Duncan aforesaid, who confessed he, Fien, was their register, and that there was not one man suffered to come to the divil's readings but one lie he. Fien's confession, that at the general meetings of those witches, he was always present, that he was clerk to all those that were in subjection to the divil's service, bearing the name of witches. That alway he did take their oaths for their true service to the devil, and that he wrote for them such matters as the devil still pleased to command him. Elizabeth Southerns, otherwise known as Old Mother Demdike, 1613, was general agent for the duel in all these parties. The eminent warlock Robert Grieve of Lauder, 1649, was brought to a confession of his being the devil's officer in that Count Rais for warning all Satan's vassals to come to the meetings, where, and whensoever the devil required. The devil gave him that charge, to be his officer to warn all to the meetings, as was said before, in which charge he continued for the space of 18 years and more. The evidence concerning Isabel Shirey at Forfar, 1661, is too long to quote, but it is clear that she acted as the officer. Isabel Gaudai, 1662, says definitely, John Young, in Meepstown, is officer to Or Coevan, and remarks in another part of her confession that John Younge in Meepstown, or officer, did drywe the plug. The only indication of a change of personnel, is given by Janet Bredhade, of the same coven as Isabel Gaudai. John Taylor, my husband, was then officer, but John Young in Meepstown, is now officer to my Coevan. Quan I came first there, the devil called Tam all be their names, on the book, and my husband, then called Thame at the door. One we had great my tingies, Walter Letty, in Pennock, my husband, and Alexander Elder, next to the devil, wer Rolleris. And quan there wold be but fewer, I myself, the deceased Jean Sutherland, Bessie Hay, Bessie Wilson, and Janet Burnett wold rule Thame. In Somerset, 1664, and Bishop appears to have been the chief personage under the devil, in other words the officer. At Paisley, 1678, Bessie Weir was officer to their several meetings. Bessie Weir did intimate to him, John Stewart, that there was a meeting to be at his house the next day, and that the devil under the shape of a black man, Margaret Jackson, Marjorie Craig, and the said Bessie Weir, were to be present. And that the said Bessie Weir required the declarant to be there, which he promised. In New England, 1692, it appears that both Bridget Bishop and Martha Carrier held high rank, and were probably officers. One duty seems to have been delegated to a particular individual, who might perhaps hold no other office, or who might, on the other hand, be the chief official. This was the manager, often the leader, of the dance. As paste seems to have been an essential in the dance, the leader was necessarily active and generally young. At North Berwick, 1590, John Fine-Muscled led the ring. In Aberdeen, 1596, Thomas Laius was the chief person in the dance. Though the said Thomas was foremost and led the ring, and dang the said Catherine Mitchell, because sco spill at your dawn, and ran knocked so fast about as the rest. Isabel Cocky of the same coven was next in importance. In the Quilk dance, though was the ringleader next Thomas Laius. Mr. Gideon Penman, 1678, who had once been minister at Crichton, went to the Sabbaths, where the devil spoke of him as, Mr. Gideon, my chaplain. The witches said that ordinarily Mr. Gideon was in the rear in all their dances, and beat up those that were slow. This Mr. Gideon seems to be the same person as the warlock who formerly had been admitted to the ministry in the Presbyterian times, and now he turns a preacher under the devil. This villain was assisting to Satan in this action, giving the sacrament, and in preaching. The personal attendant of the devil is rare. At Aberdeen, 1596, Isabel Ritchie was accused that, at that time thou resawit thy honours for the duel, thy maester, and wer appointed be him in all times thereafter, his special domestic servan and furrier. John McQuillian Sclater, 1656, was appointed cloak-bearer to the devil. The Devil's Piper was also an official appointment in Scotland, but does not occur elsewhere. John Douglas of Tranent, 1659, was the Devil's Piper, and so also was a man mentioned by Sinclair. A reverend minister told me, that one who was the Devil's Piper, a wizard confessed to him, that at a ball of dancing, the foul spirit taught him a bawdy song to sing and play. The Queen of the Sabbath may perhaps be considered as an official during the 16th and 17th centuries, though in early times she was probably the chief personage in the cult, as Pearson has pointed out. It is not unlikely that she was originally the same as the Queen of Elfheim. In Scotland, however, in the 17th century, there is a Maiden of the Coven, which was an important position in the Esbat but entirely distinct from the Queen of Faerie, while in other places a woman, not the Queen, is often the officer and holds the highest place after the Grand Master. Elizabeth Style of Windsor, 1579, said that Mother Sidra dwelling in the almshouse, was the Maester's witche of all the rest. Marion Grant of Aberdeen, 1597, confessed that, the devil thy Maester causet the dawn sindry times with him and with Our Lady, Coha, as thou says, was a fine woman, clad in a quite walicot. In France, 1609, the custom seems to have been universal. En Chasque village Trower Veen Roin du Sabbat, who sat at the devil's left hand during the celebration of the Mass and received the offerings of the faithful. The witches called her both the Grande Maîtresse and the Reine du Sabbat. Isabel Gaudy's Confession, 1662, shows that the Queen of Elfheim was not the same as the chief woman of the coven, for she saw the Queen only on going into the ferryhow, while the Maiden of the Coven was at each meeting. We do no great matter without our Maiden, quan we are at meet, or in any vither place quater, the Maiden of each Coven sit is about the rest, nix the devil. In New England, 1692, Deliverance Hobbs confessed that, the said G.B. preached to them, and such a woman was their deacon. 2. The Covens. The word coven is a derivative of convene, and is variously spelt coven, coeven, covine, queuing, and even covey. The special meaning of the word among the witches is a band or company, who were set apart for the practice of the rites of the religion and for the performance of magical ceremonies, in short, a kind of priesthood. The coven was composed of men and women, belonging to one district, though not necessarily all from one village, and was ruled by an officer under the command of the Grand Master. The members of the coven were apparently bound to attend the weekly esbat, and it was they who were instructed in and practiced magical arts, and who performed all the rites and ceremonies of the cult. The rest of the villagers attended the esbats when they could or when they felt so inclined, but did not necessarily work magic, and they attended the Sabbaths as a matter of course. This view of the organization of the religion is borne out by the common belief in modern France. Ils de croyance générale tu il faut un nombre fixe de sorcières et de sorcières dans chaque canton. Le nouvel unité reprend les vieux papiers de l'ancienne, les mauvaises gens forment un confrérie que est dirigé par un sorcière. Celle-ci a la gériture comme marque de sa dignité. Elles aussi la transmettent successivement par rang d'ancienneté. Il en existe que cette différence de rang entre les sorcières et les sorcières. Cela aussi recrutent aussi bien parmi les gens mariés que chez les célibataires. The fixed number, among the witches of Great Britain seems to have been 13, 12 witches and their officer. The actual numbers can be obtained, as a rule, only when the full record of the trial is available. For when several witches in one district are brought to trial at the same time they will always be found to be members of a coven, and usually the other members of the coven are implicated or at least mentioned. The earliest account of a coven is in the trial of Bessie Dunlop, 1567, when Tom Reed was trying to induce her to join the society. He took her to the kill end, where he forbade her to speak or fire for anything ski hard or saw. And Queen Ty had gain ein liefel pes forward, ski saw 12 persons, ocht women and 4 men, the men were clad in gentlemen's cleathing, and the women had all plaid dis round about thame and were very semily like to us e. And Tom was with thame. Clearly this was a coven with Tom as the officer, and he had brought Bessie to see and be seen. The witches tried at St. Osyth in Essex in 1582 were 13 in number. At the meeting of the North Berwick witches, 1590, to consult on the means to compass the king's death, 9 witches stood in ane company, and the rest to the now mayor of 30 persons in ane thir company. In other words, there were 39 persons, or 3 covens, present. At Aberdeen, 1596 to 7, 64 names of witches occur in the trials. Of these, 7 were merely mentioned as being known to the accused, though not as taking part in the ceremonies, and 5 were acquitted, thus leaving 52 persons, or 4 covens. Out of these 52, 1 was condemned and executed at the assize in 1596 and 12 in 1597, making in all 13 persons, or 1 coven, who were put to death. The great trial of the Lancashire witches in 1613 gives a grand total of 52 witches, or 4 covens, whose names occur in the record. This includes the 3 Salisbury witches mentioned by Grace Sowerbutts, whose evidence was discredited as being the outcome of a popish plot to destroy the 3 women as converts to the Reformed Church. But as the record shows that the other accused witches were tried on similar charges and condemned, it may be concluded that other causes occasioned the acquittal. Taking together, however, only those witches who are mentioned, in these trials, as having actually taken part in the ceremonies and practices of witchcraft in the neighborhood of Pendle, it will be found that there were 39 persons, or 3 covens. In Guernsey in 1617 Isabel Becket confessed that at the Sabbath the devil used to summon the wizards and witches in regular order. She remembered very well having heard him call the old woman Colette the First. In these terms, Madame the old woman Becket, then the woman Falaise, and afterwards the woman Hardy. Item, he also called Marie, wife of Massey, and daughter of the said Colette. Said that after them she herself was called by the devil, in these terms, the little Becket. She also heard him call their Calas Becket, son of the said old woman, who, Calas, held her by the hand in dancing. And someone, a woman, whom she did not know, held her by the other hand. There were about 6 others there she did not know. At Queensferry in 1644 13 women were tried and 7 executed for witchcraft. At Allow, 1658, though 13 persons, or 1 coven, were brought to trial. The word is used to indicate a smaller number. Margaret Ducal likewise declared that there was 6 women mere beside herself that was in their queuing. Then follow the names of the 6. Jonet Black confessed several meetings with the above-named queuing, Catherine Rennie being asked what meetinges Sco had with the Dywell, and the rest of her queuing. Sco and Surd Sco had several meetinges with all tam above-named. Little Jonet Howard of Forfar, 1661, said, there was there present with the Devil beside herself, quam he cowlet the pretty dancer, the said Isabel Siri, Mary Rind, Helen Alexander, Isabel Dorward. And Eutherus Hoy's name Shue did not know, to the number of 13 of all. The trial of Jonet Kerr and Isabel Ramsay at Edinburgh, 1661, gives the names of 13 persons, or 1 coven. At Crook of Devon, 1662, there were tried 12 women and 1 man, i.e. 1 coven. Isabel Gaudy of Aldern, 1662, gives the most detail concerning the covens. Jean Merten is maiden of Oer Coeven. John Young is officer to Oer Coeven. There are 13 persons in Ilk Coeven. Her evidence shows that there were several covens in the district. The last time that Oer Coven met, and in Vether Coven, wer dancing at the hill of Earl Seat, and before that vs beyond the Meikleburn. And the Vether Coven being at the Downey Hillis, we went beside them, she and 4 others, with the Devil, wer on lie at the making of it, a charm, but all the multitude of all Oer Coevens got notice of it, at the next mighting. All my Owen Coeven got notice of it worry shortly. She also notes that each member of her coven has an sprit to wait pon ws, quan v pleased to call pon him. Janet Bredhade, of the same coven as Isabel Gaudy, gives the names of 39 persons, or 3 covens, who were present in the Kirk of Nairn when she was admitted into the society. In Somerset, 1664, the number of accused was 26 persons, or 2 covens. At Newcastle-on-Tyne, 1673, and Armstrong stated that at the meeting at the riding house in the close on the common, she saw 10 men and women whom she knew and thre more, whose names she knows not. At another meeting at Riding Milton Bridge End she see the said and Forster, and Dryden, and Luce Thompson, and 10 more, unknown to her. Att the house of John Newton off the riding, the said Lucy wished that a boiled capon with silver screws might come down to her and the rest, which were 5 coveys consisting of 13 person in every covey. At a large meeting at Allansford, where a great many witches were present, every 13 of them had a devil with them in sundry shapes. It is also noticeable that an Armstrong mentions 26 persons by name as having been at various meetings to her knowledge. At Paisley, 1692, 13 persons of high position brought an action for libel against 6 others for saving that they, the 13, had drunk the devil's health in the house of one of them. The libellers were punished, but the number of persons libelled suggests that the accusation might have been true. 3. Duties. An important part of the organization was the system of reporting to the Grand Master everything which had happened since the previous Great Assembly. The chief work of the covens was the performance of magical rites, either publicly at the S-bats or privately in the houses of the witches and their neighbors. As these rites, especially when performed privately, were more or less in the nature of experiments, the results were reported and when successful were recorded in writing for future use. The book in which the records were made remained in the hands of the devil, who in this way had always a store of well-tried magical spells and recipes to kill or cure, from which he could instruct his followers as occasion demanded. The position of the devil as the instructor of the witches is to be found in most of the trials in Great Britain. Cooper states this plainly, he deliures unto his proselyte, and so to the rest, the rules of his art, instructing them in the manner of hurting and helping, and acquainting them with such medicines and poisons as are of swall hereunto. Bessie Dunlop, 1567, never attempted to cure any disease without first consulting Tom Reed, Tsuhan sundry persons cam to here to seek help for their beast, their cow, or yow, or for ane barn that was ta'en away with ane evil blast of wind. Or elf grippet, ski gate and spirit at Tom, quod mycht help thame, ski could do nathing, quil ski had first spoken with Tom. Alison Pearson, 1588, learned her craft from Mr. William Simpson, her mother's brother's son, who lived among the fairy folk. The said Mr. William told here of Uri Sightons and quat herbis sco sold tack to hail thame, and how sco sold vse thame, and Gilles here his direction att all times. Agnes Sampson, the wise wife of Keith, 1590, always asked the devil's advice in serious cases. She had a familiar spirit, who upon her call, did appear in a visible form, and resolve her of any doubtful matter, especially concerning the life or death of persons lying sick. Grisel Gairdner of Newburgh, 1610, was executed for consulting with the devil, and seeking of responses fra him, at all times this 14 or 15 3 eir bygain, for effectuating of her devilish intentions. Elspeth Rioch in Orkney, 1616, confessed that the fairy man, whom she met, told her, he wald learn her to ken and sie ony thing she wald desire. Isabel Haldane of Perth, 1623, also obtained all her information as to life and death from the man with the grey beard whom she met among the fairy folk. Jonet Rendall, another Orkney witch, 1629, stated that, the devil appret to you, quam ye called Wallaman, clad in quit cloathis with ane quit head and ane grey beard, and said to you he sold learn ya to win almas be healing of folk. Sandy Hunter was only moderately successful in curing cattle till he covenanted with the devil, who came to him in the form of a mediciner, and said, Sandy, you have too long followed my trade, and never acknowledged me for your master. You must now take on with me, and be my servant, and I will make you more perfect in your calling. Whereupon the man gave up himself to the devil. After this, he grew very famous through the Count Rais, for his charming in curing of diseases in men and beasts. Reginald Scott says that the witches were taught by the devil to make magical ointments, and that he supplied their want of powders and roots to intoxicate withal. It was the devil who pointed out which graves were to be opened in order to obtain the material for working magic, and when the bodies had been exhumed and dismembered. He told the witches how to use the fragments. It was the devil who made or baptized the wax and clay images, and who stuck the first thorn or pin into them. It was the devil who held the mock plough at Aldern, and taught the witches of that place all the charms they knew. We get all this power from the devil, says Isabel Gaudí. It was the devil who instigated and superintended the wrecking of the bridge at Courtauquay. Concerning which Helen Guthrie said, she herself, John Net Stout, and others of them did thrust their shoulderies against the bridge, and Isabel Smith confessed, we all rued that mighting, for we heard ourselves lifting. The book in which the magical recipes were recorded must have been of great value to its owner, and one which he would not willingly allow to pass out of his hands. A volume of this kind was known to be extant till the beginning of the last century. It was called the Red Book of Appin. There are two stories as to how it was taken from the devil, but both stories agree that it was obtained by a trick. It was in manuscript and contained charms for the cure of cattle, and was consulted when cows were bewitched and refused to give milk. It was also supposed to confer magical powers on the owner, who was said to know what the inquiry would be before the inquirer opened his lips. And it was in itself so magical that the owner had to wear a hoop of iron on his head when turning its leaves. Another devil's book was carried away, apparently as a joke, by Mr. Williamson of Cardrona, who took it from the witches as they danced on Minchmore, but they followed him and he returned it. The system of reporting everything to the chief of the community makes it certain that he was supplied with such current information as made his knowledge of public and private affairs appear miraculous to the uninitiated. Even those who supplied that information had firm faith in his supernatural power to kill or cure, and believed with equal ardor in the charms which he taught them to make and use. In reviewing the evidence, it seems clear that the witches of the covens were bound to exercise their powers in the intervals between the meetings. They were bound to attend those meetings, unless absolutely prevented, in order to learn new methods as well as to make their reports. And they were bound to obey the Grand Master's orders and to treat him with the deference and respect due to his exalted position. 4. Discipline. Discipline was maintained by a system of rewards and punishments, enforced or relaxed according to the personal character of the chief. As a rule, only the severer punishments are recorded, but occasionally there are indications of minor chastisements. The contemporary writers make the system of rewards and punishments very clear. Satan calleth them together into a diulish synagogy. And that he may also understand of them how well and diligently they ha fulfilled their office of intoxicating committed unto them, and who they ha slain. Such as are absent, and have no care to be assoiled, are amerced to this penalty, so to be beaten on the palms of their feet, to be whipped with iron rods, to be pinched and sucked by their familiars till their heart blood come. Till they repent them of their sloth, and promise more attendance and diligence for the future. Taking account also of the proceedings of his other scholars, and so approving or condemning accordingly. Sometimes at their solemn assemblies, the devil commands, that each tell what wickedness he hath committed, and according to the heinousness and detestableness of it, he is honored and respected with a general applause. Those on the contrary, that have done no evil, are beaten and punished. The usual punishment was beating, which was inflicted for various offences, chiefly disrespect or neglect of duty. At Arras in 1460 Jean Tacket, a rich Achevin, had endeavoured to withdraw his allegiance from Satan, who had forced him to continue it by beating him cruelly with a bull's pizzle. In Lorraine, 1589, the Grand Master seems to have been peculiarly brutal. Jana Gerardina, Katharina Russa, und Franziska Felaea Bezugten, das sie mehr als einmal schwerlich mit Hartenstreichen hatten bussen müssen. Wenn sie keinen Schaden oder Unglück einstift hatten. Und wie Nicolae Morelia sagt, hat sie dermaßen zerschlagen, dass der Atham davon ausgeblieben, und sie bei nahe gesterben war. Über welche sich dann nicht zu verwundern sei, sintemal eisern Handhav, mit denen innen so unbarmherzig die Kopfe zerschlagen, dass sie deren nicht mehr empfinden. In the Lyons district, 1598, Les. Sortiers rendent conti à Satan de ce chuilsont fate des la dernière assemblée, estins cela les mieux venus que ont comme is le plus domestinsets. Les autres sont siffles and maquets de tout. Elon les fate mettre à eliscart, and sont anchor le plus sucient battis and maltrites de leur maester. According to Bodin, chacun sortir doit rendre compte du mal chuil affect sur pain d'ester bien battu. De Lanker says, les sortiers levant adore trois nuix durant. Ce que par nonchalance, ou autre petit empêchement ni sy truant, sont fouettes and battis à l'outrance. Alexander Hamilton, 1630, stated that there was a new tryst appointed by him to be capit wt thame altigitter within 13 days thereafter upon the called bit mure quilk mighting was knocked capit by the said Alexer for the quilk couse and breaking of. That tryst the said Alexer was most rigorously strucken by the devil wt ein batown at ein mighting capit betwixt thame shortly thereafter upon Guernetown Hillis. In France, 1652, 2 sisters were tried for witchcraft. I shall confess en avoir fake mourir chuan vox et d'avoir été battu par le diable, 2 fois, parce chuel en veloit faire mourir altres personnes et bestialt. The other sister was, interrogi sy le diable en la avoit concealed de cracher la sainte hostie or de sa bouche, ou bien en la point recepvoir, distique non, mais bien que le diable elat un fois battu fort parce chuel elavoit reçu. The girls at Lille, 1661, informed Madame Bourignon that the witches are constrained to offer him their children, or else the devil would beat them. Isabel Gaudy's account is, as usual, very full. Sometimes, among Orphelwis, we wold be calling him Black John, or the like, and he wold ken it, and ere ws while enough. And he and then come to ws, and say, I ken while enough what 3 are saying of me. And then he wold beat and buffet ws worry sore. We wold be beat tin if vewer absent any time, or neglect anything that wold be appointed to be done. Alexer Elder, in Earl's Seat, wold be worry often beat tin. He is bought soft, and cowld never defend himself in the least, bought grite and cry, quan he wold be scourging him. But Margaret Wilson, in Aldern, wold defend herself finely, and cast wp her handies to keep the strokies off from here, and Bessie Wilson would speak crusty with her townge, and wold be belling again to him stoutly. He wold be beating and scourging ws all wp'ing down with cardus, cords, and veether sharp scourges, like naked guasties, and we wold still be crying, pit tie. Pit tie. Mercy. Mercy, or Lord. But he wold ha neither pit tie nor mercy. When he wold be angry at ws, he wold gurn at ws like a douch, as iff he wold swallow wswp. The Swedish witches, 1669, also had reason to complain of their Grand Master's cruelty. Heretofore it was sufficient to carry but one of their children, to the meeting, or a stranger's child with them. But now he did plague them and whip them if they did not procure him children. Among the Northumberland witches, 1673. All of them who had done harm gave an account thereof to their protector, who made most of them that did most harm, and beat those who had done no harm. At the said meeting their particular devil took them that did most evil, and danced with them first, and called every of them to an account, and those that did most evil he made most of. The devil, in the forme of a little black man in black clothes, called of one Isabel Thompson, of Sleely, widow, by name, and required of her what service she had done him. She replied she had got power of the body of one Margaret Teasdale. And after he had danced with her he dismissed her and called of one Thomasine, wife of Edward Watson, of Sleely. Punishments for minor offences are rarely recorded. At North Berwick, 1590, when the witches returned after sinking a ship, seeing that they tarried over long, he at their coming enjoined them all to a penance, which was, that they should kiss his buttocks, in sign of duety to him. At Aberdeen, 1597, Kristen Mitchell confessed that when the devil asked her to join, though answer it, I will enter in thy band, but I will not bid Theron. And thereafter that the devil gaw thee a whisk, and though fell on thy face won the dyke of that yard. Gilles Todd, who belonged to one of the North Berwick covens but was not tried till 1608, was late in arriving at a meeting, where the duel appeared to thame, and reprovet the said Gilles Todd very stirply, for here long tearing. To quom sco made this answer, Sir, I could win na soner. At Lille if any which desired to leave the religion, the devil reproves them then more severely, and obligate them to new promises. Occasionally the witches kept discipline among themselves. This seems to have been the case only when the culprit prevented the proper execution of magical performances. At Aberdeen Thomas Lais led the ring, and danged the said Catherine Mitchell, because sco spillet your dawn, and ran knocked sa fast about as the rest. At Aldern Isabel Gaudy described how the witches used flint arrowheads. I shot at the Laird of Park, as he vs crossing the burn of both, but, thankies to God now, that he preserved him. Bessie Hay gaw me a great cuff, because I missed him. The former minister of Crichton, Mr. Gideon Penman, acted as the devil's chaplain. Ordinarily Mr. Gideon was in the rear in all their dances, and beat up all those that were slow. But a reasonable excuse for trifling misdemeanors could be accepted. The devil asked at Catherine more queer her husband was that he came not. She answered there was a young bairn at home and that they could not both come. Capital punishment was reserved for traitors, actual and potential. It must have been brought into use only after the cult had fallen upon evil days, and then only when the chief himself was in danger. Beating to death, hanging, and poison were the usual means of execution. The earliest instance occurred in 1450, when the Church had begun to use its power systematically against the witches. The Inquisitor of Como, Bartolomeo de Hamate, the Podesta Lorenzo de Cararezzo, and the notary Giovanni da Fossato, either out of curiosity or because they doubted the witches whom they were trying, went to a place of assembly at Mendrigio and witnessed the scene from a hiding place. The presiding demon pretended not to know their presence, and in due course dismissed the assembly, but suddenly recalled his followers and set them on the officials, who were so beaten that they died within 15 days. Ailsound Pearson, 1588, was burnt as a witch, having gained her knowledge from the fairies, who threatened that, "Gif sco wald speak and tell of thame and their doing gees, they sold martyr here." The Lorraine witches, 1589, took an oath of silence. Welchen eydsie so hoc und heilig halten, das when sie eidbrechig werden, so darfer halten, also ob sie uig darum musten verdammt und gestraft sein. Alice Goodridge, the Derbyshire witch, 1597, was tried for witchcraft. She should have been executed, but that her spirit killed her in the prison. Jeanette d'Abadie, 1609, was more fortunate than most in that she was not killed. Ella este battu au sabbat reelement in corporellim, and, ti par du sorcières tuel nami, par ce tuel au et rewheel les mystères du sabbat. John Stewart, the juggler of Irvine, 1618. For his better preferring to the day of the Asses, was put in lockfast bith, where no manner of persoun might have access to him quil the downsitting of the justice court. And for avoiding of putting violent handies on himself, was very strictly guarded and flitheret be the arms, as us is, and upon that same day of the Asses, about half an hour before the down sitting of the justice court, Mr. David Dixon, minister at Irving, and Mr. George Dunbar, minister of Ayr, having went to him to exhort him to call on his God for mercy for his bygane wicked and evil life and that God wold of his infinite mercy. Lois him out of the handies of the devil quam he had served thir mony years by gain. He acquiesced to their prayer and godly exhortation, and uttereth thir wordies I am so straith guarded that it lieth not in my hand to tack off my bonnet, nor to get bread to my mouth. And immediately after the departing of the two ministers from him, the juggler being sent for at the desire of my lord of Eglintown, to be confronted with ane woman of the burgh of Ayr, cowlit Janet Bough. Culha was apprehended by the magistrates of the burgh of Ayr, for witchcraft, to the burgh of Irvine, purposely for that effer. He was fund be the borough officers. Culha went about him stranglet and hangit be the crook of the dur, with ane tate of hemp, or a string made of hemp, supposed to have been his garten, or string of his bonnet, not above the length of twa span long. His knees not being from the grund half ane span, and was brought out of the house, his life not being so late expel it, but notwithstanding of quatsomever means use it to the contraire for remede of his life, he revive it not. But so ended his life miserable by the help of the devil his master. Rebecca West, a young Essex witch, 1645, confessed to Matthew Hopkins that, if she should discover anything, they all told the said Rebecca, she should endure more torments on earth than could be in hell, and the said Rebecca told this informant that she promised to keep all their secrets. And moreover they all told her, that she must never confess anything, although the rope were about her neck, and she ready to be hanged. In Fifeshire, 1640, in Mistress Henderson, sister to Friedel Henderson, in the presbytery of Dunfermline, sometimes Lady of Petaro, being delayed by many to be a witch, was apprehended and carried to Edinburgh, where she was keeped fast. And after her remaining in prison for a time, being in health att night, upon the morn was found dead. It was thought, and spoken by many, that she wronged herself either by strangling or by poison. The Swedish children, 1670, were not spared. If the children did at any time name the names of those that had carried them away, they were again carried by force either to Blockula, or to the cross way, and there miserably beaten. Insomuch that some of them died of it. Whether Deliverance Hobbs, 1692, was actually beaten, or whether her statement was made from the knowledge of what might happen to her, cannot be certain without reference to the records of the trial itself. As Mather's bias is apt to distort the evidence, she now testified, that this bishop tempted her to sign the book again, and to deny what she had confessed. She affirmed, that it was the shape of this prisoner, which whipped her with iron rods, to compel her thereunto. Elizabeth Anderson in Renfrewshire, 1696, went with her father to a witch meeting, severals of them being afraid that the declarant would confess, and tell of them as she done formerly on her grandmother. They threatened to tear her all in pieces if she did so. John Reed of the same coven, after his confession had called out of his prison window, desiring Bailey Scott to keep that old body Angus Forrester, who had been his fellow prisoner, close and secure. Whereupon the company asked John when they were leaving him on Friday night the 21th of May, whether he desired company or would be afraid alone. He said he had no fear of anything, so being left till Saturday in the forenoon. He was found in this posture, viz. sitting upon a stool which was on the hearth of the chimney, with his feet on the floor and his body straight upward, his shoulders touching the lintel of the chimney. But his neck tied with his own neckcloth, whereof the knot was behind, to a small stick thrust into a hole above the lintel of the chimney, upon which the company, especially John Campbell a chirurgeon who was called, thought at first in respect of his being in an ordinary posture of sitting, and the neckcloth not having any drawn knot, or run loo, but an ordinary one which was not very straight. And the stick not having the strength to bear the weight of his body or the struggle, that he had not been quite dead. But finding it otherways, and that he was in such a situation that he could not have been the actor thereof himself, concluded that some extraordinary agent had done it, especially considering that the door of the room was secured, and that there was a board set over the window which was not there the night before when they left him. A similar fate befell the warlock Playfair in 1597. He was found strangled in his prison at Dalkeith with the point of his breeches tied round his neck. 8. Familiars and transformations. The question of familiars is one which has always puzzled the student of witch trials, and almost more than any other has been the cause of the belief that hysteria and hallucination were the foundation of the witches' confessions. Yet when the accounts are carefully examined, the circumstantial detail given in the evidence shows that here, as elsewhere, a foundation of fact underlies the statements of the accused. These statements are often misunderstood and therefore misrepresented by the recorders, and still more so by the modern commentator, but by comparison of the details a considerable amount of information can be gained. The familiars can be divided into two types: 1. Those by which the witch divined; 2. Those who attended on the witch to obey her commands. 1. The divining familiar. The essence of this familiar is that it did not belong to the witch but was an animal which appeared accidentally after the performance of certain magical ceremonies. Forbes puts this quite clearly when describing the contract, the devil on his part articles with such proselytes, concerning the shape he is to appear to them in, the services they are to expect from him. Upon the performance of certain charms or ceremonious rites. From this statement and from the facts revealed in the trials it would seem that the devil appointed to the witch, on her admission, some kind of animal or animals by which she should divine. And which therefore represented himself for the time being, for he claimed the power, as God, to know and reveal the future. This explanation accounts for the fact that the witches always spoke of such animals as the devil and believed that they could foretell the future by his means. The actual method of divination is not preserved. All that remains of the ceremony are the words and gestures which were used before the appearance of the animal, and these only in few cases. The method was probably such as obtained in other places where auguries by animals and birds were practiced, i.e. by the direction and pace of the animal, by its actions, by its voice if it emitted any sound, and so on. The method of making such observations and of translating them when made was part of the instruction given to the witch by the devil, and was usually employed to discover whether a person were bewitched, the ultimate result of an illness, and the length of life of any given person. In 1566 John Walsh, of Netherbury in Dorset, who knoweth when anya man is bewitched, saith upon his oath, that his familiar would sometime come to him like a grey blackish culure, and sometime like a brend dog, and sometimes like a man. In 1590 Agnes Sampson, the wise wife of Keith, was filed and convict, that the dual apert to hear in lickneys of ein dog, att quam she socked her hail responses that Queen Ski West send for to hail the old Lady Edmastown. Queen Ski lay seek, before the said Agnes departed, Ski told to the gentle weemen, that Ski sold tell thame that nycht quitter the Lady Wald hail or knocked. And appointed thame to be in the garden after supper, betwixt 5 and 6 att ewan. Ski possit to the Gardine, to devise pound her prayer, one quat time Ski chargite the duil, calling him Elva, to come and speak to hear, coha come in over the dike, in lickneys of ein dog, and come sa near to hear, that Ski wes afrayet. And chargite him on the law that he luet on, to come na nearer, bought to answer here. And Ski demanded, quitter the Lady Wald leaf or knocked. He said, here days war gain. Then he demanded, Gif the gentlewomen here doctors, quhere they wr. And Ski said, that, the gentlewomen said, that they wore to be there. He answered, ane of thame sold be in peril, and that he sold half ane of thame. Ski answered, it sold knocked bsa, and swa departed fra here zowling. Fra this time quill after supper, he remened in the wall, well. Tewhen the gentlewomen come in, the dog come out of the wall, and apert to thame, queret they wr afrayet. In the meantime, ane of the said gentlewomen, the Lady Torsens, ran to the wall, being forciate and drawn by the devil, coha wald half drowned here, or knocked the said Agnes and the rest of the gentlewomen gat ane gryp of here. And with all here, there. Forcius drew here aback again, quilk made thame all afraid. The dog possit away thereafter with ane zowl. Margaret Clerc, like Agnes Sampson a midwife of great reputation, was tried at Aberdeen in 1597 for witchcraft, in that, being sent for to a case. And ane anro mar coming for the devil thy maester, quom tho seruis. And coha tekis the all this witchcraft and sorcery, apert to in the lickneys of ane horse, in ane how and den, and spak and conferet with the alang spice. Being sent for to another case, and the said Gidman of Kincragee send in his awin best horse, with ane boy of his awin, to bring the to his wife. And the said boy on horse coming to and tho being on the horse behind the boy, att thy awin dur, thy maester Satan, the duil, apert in the lickneys of ane grey stag, and convoyet thee and the boy fra thy awin house to Kincragee. And capit company all the way with you, with quom tho haid thy secrete conference. V'ponris, New Year's Day, tho was att the loch side beside Boyglosh, and there tho pudlet be ane lang spice, thyself alane, in ane deep hollow mongees the water, cast and water, erd in stone hour t scalderus. And there was beside the thy maester the duel, quom tho seruis, in the lichnies of ein hen flictering, with quom tho was thane consultan, and Cahis directiones than tho was Tycand. In Derbyshire in 1597, whereas Alice Gooderich said her familiar was like one William Gregory's dog of Stapenhill, there arose a rumour. His dog was her familiar, wherefore he with his neighbour Maester Cox went the next day to examine her concerning this report. And she said, my Diuel, I say, was like your dog. Now out upon thee, said Gregory, and departed, she being further examined, said she had her familiar of her mother. Alexander Hamilton, tried at Edinburgh in 1630. Confessed that having ein batoun of fur in his hand the devil then gave the said Alexer command to tak that batoun quan ever he had ado with him and there to strek through upon the ground and to enherge him to ruse up foule thief conform to the wilk direction and be strekking of the said batoun thrice upon the ground the devil was in use sometimes to appear to the said Alex in the lichnies of ein corby at outher times in the shape of ein cat, and at outher times in the shape of ein dog and thereby the said Alexer did receive responses from him. The said Alexer Hamilton coming to the said Thomas Holmes' house and saying him visite with the said Sycons declare it to him that he was bewitched and promised to cure him thereof like as for this effect the said Alexer shortly thereafter passed to Clarkingtown burn beside the Rottenaraw having ein cat under his okister and there wt his said batoun Rais it sat on his maester Cuha then appeared to him in the lichnies of ein corby and there instructed him be quat meanies he sold cure the said Thomas of his said Sycons and he having resawit that responds for the devil the said Alexer thereafter quist to him the cat Cuha thereward vanished away. Two of the Somerset witches in 1664 had familiars. To Elizabeth's style the familiar came as a black dog, and when she hath a desire to do harm, she calls the spirit by the name of Robin, to whom when he appeareth, she useth these words, O Sathon give me my purpose. She then tells him what she would have done. And that he should so appear to her was part of her contract with him. Alice Duke saith, that when the devil doth anything for her, she calls for him by the name of Robin, upon which he appears, and when in the shape of a man, she can hear him speak. This shows that the familiar, or devil as she called him, was not always in the form of a man. The trial of Margaret Neen Gilbert at Thurso was as late as 1719, being interrogat, if ever the devil appeared afterwards to her. Confessed, that sometimes he appeared in the likeness of a great black horse, and other times riding on a black horse, and that he appears sometimes in the likeness of a black cloud, and sometimes like a black hen. 2. The domestic familiar. Forbes, the great Scotch lawyer, says that, to some he, the devil, gives certain spirits or imps to correspond with, and serve them as their familiars, known to them by some odd names, to which they answer when called. These imps are said to be kept in pots or other vessels. Though the domestic familiar is thus mentioned in the law of Scotland, it never occurs in the trials. It is confined so strictly to England that Hutchinson is able to say, I meet with little mention of imps in any country but ours, where the law makes the feeding, suckling, or rewarding of them to be felony. It is not found north of Lancashire, and the chief records are in Essex, Suffolk, and the other eastern counties. The domestic familiar was always a small animal, was fed in a special manner on bread and milk and blood, and was kept, as Forbes points out, in a box or earthen pot on a bed of wool. It was used for working magic on the persons and property of other people, never for divining. Gifford records the general belief, the witches have their spirits, some hath one, some hath more, as 2, 3, 4, or 5, some in one likeness, and some in another, as like cats, weasels, toads, or mice, whom they nourish with milk or with a chicken, or by letting them suck now and then a drop of blood. In the earlier trials the witches confessed to pricking the hands or face and giving the resulting drop or drops of blood to the familiar. In the later trials this has developed into the sucking of the witch's blood by the familiar. And the supernumerary nipple, which was so marked a feature of the English witches, was popularly supposed to be caused by such sucking. It is more probable, however, that the witch who was possessed of a supernumerary nipple would regard it as something supernatural, and would use it to nourish a supernatural animal. Elizabeth Frances, tried at Chelmsford in 1556. Learned this arte of witchcraft of Hyr grandmother whose na mother eue. Item when she taught it her, she counselled her to renounce God and his ward and to shew of her bloud to Sathan, as she termed it, whiche she delured her in the likeness of a white spotted cat. And taught her to feed the said cat with bread and milk, and she dyd so, also she taught her to call it by the name of Sathan and to keep it in a basket. Item that every time that he did any thinge for her, she said that he required a drop of blonde, which she gave him by pricking herself, sometime in one place and then in another. When she had kept this cat by the space of 15 or 16 year, and as some say, though truly, being wary of it, she came to one Mother Waterhouse her neighbour. She brought her this cat in her apron and taught her as she was instructed by her grandmother eue, telling her that she must call him Sathan and shew him of her bloud and bread and milk as before. Mother Waterhouse received this cat of this Frances wife in the order as is before said. She, to try him what he could do, wiled him to kyll a hog of her own, which he dyd, and she gave him for his labour a chicken, which he first required of her and a drop of her blood. And these she gave him at all times when he dyd anything for her, by pricking her hand or face and put tinged a bloud to his mouth whiche he sucked, and forthwith wold lie down in his pot again, wherein she kept him. Another time she rewarded him as before, with a chicken and a drop of her bloud, which chicken he eat vp clean as he did at the rest, and she cold find remaining neither bones nor feathers. Also she said that when she wolde will him to do any thinge for her, she wolde say her pater noster in Latin. Item, this Mother Waterhouse confessed that she first turned this cat into a toad by this means, she kept the cat a great while in a pot, and at length being moved by poverty to occupy the wall. She prayed in the name of the Father and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost that it would turn into a toad, and forthwith it was turned into a toad, and so kept it in the pot without wall. In 1579 at Windsor. One Mother Dutton dwelling in Cleworth parish keepeth a spyrite or fiend in the likeness of a toad, and fideth the same fiend lying in a border of green harbies, within her garden. With blood which she causeth to issue from her own flank. Mother Duell, dwelling nigh the pond in Windsor, hath a spyrite in the shape of a black cat, and calleth it Gilles, whereby she is aided in her witchcraft, and she daily feedeth it with milk, mingled with her own bloud. Mother Margaret, dwelling in the almshouse at Windsor, doth feed a kitling or fiend by her name Ginny, with crumbs of bread and her own blood. The Said Elizabeth Style, of herself confesseth that she the same Elizabeth kept a rat, being in very deed a wicked spyrite, naming it Philip, and that she fed the same rat with blood, issuing from her right hand rest. The marks whereof evidently remain. Attesty. Osseth in Essex in 1582 Thomas Rabbit, aged 8, said that his mother Ursula Kemp hath four all spirits, the one called Tiffin, the other Tiddy, the third Pigeony, and the fourth Iac, and being asked of what colours they were, saith, that Tiddy is like a little grey cat. Tiffin is like a white lamb, Pigeon is black like a toad, and Iac is black like a cat. And he saith, he hath seen his mother at times to juth beer to drink, and of a white loaf or cake to eat, and saith that in the night time the said spirits will come to his mother, and suck blood of her upon her arms and other places of her body. Phoebe Hunt, stepdaughter of Alice Hunt of the accused witches, stated that she hath seen her mother to haw two little things like horses, the one white, the other black, the which she kept in a little low earthen pot with wall. Colour white and black, and that they stood in her chamber by her bedside, and saith, that she hath seen her mother to feed them with milk. Alice Hunt herself said that she had within 6 days before this examination 2 spirits, like unto little colts, the one black, and the other white, and saith she called them by the names of Iac and Robin. This examinate saith that her sister, named Margery Salmon, hath also 2 spirits like toads, the one called Tom, and the other Robin. Ursula Kemp confessed that, about a quarter of a year past, she went to Mother Bennet's house for a mess of milk, the which she had promised her, but at her coming this examinate saith she knocked at her door. And nobody made her any answer, whereupon she went to her chamber window and looked in the rat, saying, Ho, ho, Mother Bennet, are you at home? And casting her eyes aside, Slice saw a spirit lift up a cloth, lying oue a pot, looking much like a ferret. And it being asked of this examinate why the spyrite did look upon her, she said it was hungry. Elizabeth Bennet acknowledged that she had two spirits, one called Suckin, being black like a dog, the other called Leard, being red like a lion. Suckin this examinat saith is a he, and the other a she. Many times they drink of her milk bowl. And when, and as often as they did drink of the milk, this examinate saith they went into the said earthen pot, and lay in the wool. Ursula Kemp also gave evidence concerning Alesh Hunt's familiars. About the 14 or 15 day of January last, she went to the house of William Hunt to see how his wife did, and she being from home. Slice called at her chamber window and looked in, and then espied a spyrite to look out of a potsherd from vendor a cloth, the nose thereof being brown like unto a ferret. In 1588 in Essex an old woman, whose name is not given, confessed all, which was this in effect, that she had three spirits, one like a cat, which she called Lightfoot, another like a toad, which she called Lunch, the third like a weasel, which she called Makeshift. This Lightfoot, she said, one Mother Barley of W. sold her a beau 16 years ago, for an ewe and cake, and told her the cat would do her good Cerus, if she wooed, she might send her of her errand. This cat was with her but a while. But the weasel and the toad came and offered their Cerus. The cat would kill kine, the weasel would kill horses, the toad would plague men in their bodies. There was one old Mother W. of Great T which had a spyrite like a weasel. She was offended highly with one H.M. Home she went, and called forth her spyrite, which lay in a pot of wool under her bed. She willed him to go plague the man. He required what she would give him. She said she would give him a cock, which she did. Another Mother W. said she had a spirit in the likeness of a yellow dun cat. In Lancashire in 1613 old Mother Demdike confessed that upon a Sabbath day in the morning, this examinate howing a little child upon her knee, and she being in a slumber, the said spirit appeared to her in the likens of a brown dog. Forcing himself to her knee, to get blood vender her left arm, and she being without any apparel sowing her smock, the said Dull did get blood vender her left arm. Of the witches who plagued the Fairfax family at Fewstone in 1621, 5 had domestic familiars. Margaret Waite's was a deformed thing with many feet, black of color, rough with hair, the bigness of a cat. Her daughter, Margaret Waite, had as her spirit a white cat spotted with black, and named Ingas. Janet Dibble had her spirit in the shape of a great black cat called Gib, which hath attended her now above 40 years. Dibble's daughter, Margaret Thorpe, had a familiar in the shape of a bird, yellow of color, about the bigness of a crow. The name of it is Tuhit. Elizabeth Dickinson's spirit was in the likeness of a white cat, which she calleth Filly. She hath kept it 20 years. The witch of Edmonton, Elizabeth Sawyer, in 1621, said, It is 8 years since our first acquaintance, and 3 times in the week, the Diule would come and see me. He would come sometimes in the morning, and sometimes in the evening. Always in the shape of a dog, and of 2 collars, sometimes of black and sometimes of white. I gave him low to suck of my bloud, the which he asked of me. When he came barking to me he then had done the inishef that I did bid him to do for me. I did call the Diule by the name of Tom. I did stroke him on the back, and then he would beckon to me, and wag his tail as being therewith contented. Margaret Johnson, another Lancashire witch in 1633, also saith, Whitey when her devil did come to suck her pap, he usually came to her, in ye likeness of a cat, sometimes of one colour, and sometimes on, an other. And Whitey since this trouble befell her, her spirit hath left her, and she never saw him since. From 1645 to 1647 are the chief records of the witch trials of Essex and the eastern counties, celebrated as the scene of Matthew Hopkins's work. The Essex trials took place in 1645. John Stern, Hopkins's assistant, deposed that when watching Elizabeth Clark, the said Elizabeth desired this informant, and the rest that were in the room with her, to sit down, and said, she would shew this informant and the rest some of her imps, and within half an hour there appeared a white thing in the likeness of a cat, but not altogether so big, and being asked, if she would not be afraid of her imps. The said Elizabeth answered, What, do ye think I am afraid of my children? And that she called the name of that white imp, Holt. And this informant further saith, that presently after there appeared another white imp, with red spots, as big as a small dog, which she then called Jarmara, and that immediately after. There appeared at the threshold of the door another imp about the bigness of the first, but did presently vanish away. And then the said Elizabeth being asked, if any more imps would come? She answered, that Vinegar Tom would come by and by. And forthwith there appeared another in the likeness of a dumb dog, somewhat bigger than any of the former. And the said Elizabeth also told this informant, that she had 3 imps from her mother, which were of a brown colour, and 2 from the old beldam West, and that there had 5. 4 imps appeared, but she had 1 more, called Sack and Sugar. And the said Elizabeth further confessed to this informant, that she had 1 imp for which she would fight up to the knees in bloud, before she would lose it. And that her imps did commonly suck on the old beldam West, and that the said beldam's imps did suck on her the said Elizabeth likewise. And Leech saith, that she had a grey imp sent to her, and that this examinant, together with the said Elizabeth Clerc, and Elizabeth the wife of Edward Gooding, did about a year since, send their imps to kill a black cowie in a white cowie of Mr. Edwards, which was done accordingly. And this examinant saith, that she sent her grey imp, Elizabeth Clerc a black imp, and Elizabeth Gooding a white imp. And this examinant confesseth, that she and the said Elizabeth Gooding, send either of them an imp to destroy the child of the said Mr. Edwards, this examinant's imp being then a white one, and Elizabeth Gooding's a black imp. And that about 30 years since, this examinant had the said white imp and 2 others, a grey and a black imp of one Anne, the wife of Robert Pierce of Stoke in Suffolk, being her brother. And that these imps went commonly from one to another, and did mischief wherever they went. And that when this examinant did not send and employ them abroad to do mischief, she had not her health, but when they were employed, she was healthful and well. And that these imps did usually suck those teats which were found about the privy parts of her body. Helen Clark confesseth, that about 6 weeks since, the devil appeared to her in her house, in the likeness of a white dog, and that she calleth that familiar Elemanzer, and that this examinant hath met often fed him with milk pottage. Rebecca West saith, that about a month since, the aforesaid and Leech, Elizabeth Gooding, Helen Clark, and West, and this examinant, met all together at the house of the aforesaid Elizabeth Clark in Manningtree, where they spent some time in praying unto their familiars, and every one in order went to prayers. Afterward some of them read in a book, the book being Elizabeth Clark's. And this examinant saith, that forthwith their familiars appeared, and every one of them made their several propositions to those familiars, what every one of them desired to have effected, the information of Matthew Hopkins, Gent. Taken upon oath before the said justices. This informant saith, that being lately at Colchester, he went to the castle, where the said Rebecca West, with the other 5, are secured until the next gala delivery, and this informant going to Rebecca West, and asking her how she came first to be a witch, the said Rebecca told this informant, that about a year since, or thereabouts, half an hour before sunset, the said and West, her mother, carried the said Rebecca West towards Manningtree, which is about a small mile from the place where the said and dwelt, and the said Rebecca told this informant, that as her mother and she walked together. The said and told the said Rebecca, she must keep secret whatsoever she saw, whither they were then going. And the said Rebecca promised so to do. And the said Rebecca told this informant, that her mother and she went to the house of the aforesaid Elizabeth Clark, where at their coming in they found the aforesaid and Leech, widow, Elizabeth Gooding, Helen Clark, and the housekeeper Elizabeth Clark, and that forthwith the devil appeared to them in the shape of a dog. Afterwards in the shape of 2 kitlins, then in the shape of 2 dogs, and that the said familiars did do homage in the first place to the said Elizabeth Clark, and skipped up into her lap and kissed her. And then went and kissed all that were in the room, except the said Rebecca, and the said Rebecca told this informant, that immediately one of the company asked the said and her mother, if she had acquainted her daughter, the said Rebecca, with the business. Rebecca then took an oath of secrecy. After she had consented to all these things, the devil came into her lap, and kissed her, and promised to do for her what she could desire. The information of Elizabeth Otley of Wivenhoe, taken upon oath before the said justices. This informant saith, that Alice Dixon, who now stands committed for a suspected witch, did in the presence of Mary Johnson of the same town, charge and accuse the said Mary Johnson to be the death of this informant's child, saying, that the said Mary Johnson did carry an imp in her pocket to this informant's house, and put the said imp into the house, at an hole in the door, bidding it go rock the cradle, and do the business she sent it about. The information of Joseph Long, minister of Clacton in the county of Essex, taken before the said justices. This informant saith, that and the wife of John Cooper of Clacton aforesaid, being accused for a witch, confessed unto this informant, that she the said and hath had 3 black imps suckled on the lower parts of her body, called by the names of Wino, Jesso, and Panu. And the said and further confessed unto this informant, that she the said and offered to give unto her daughter Sarah Cooper an imp in the likens of a grey kit, to suck on the said Sarah. Which imps named the said and called Tom Boy, and told the said Sarah, there was a cat for her. This informant Henry Cornwall saith, that the said Margaret, Moon, did confess to him that she had 12 imps, and called them by their names. Of which he remembers only these following, Jesus, Jockey, Sandy, Mrit, Elizabeth, and Colin. The information of Francis Millis, taken upon oath before the said justices. This informant saith, that she asking the said Margaret, Moon, for her imps, which sucked those teats, she said, if she might have some bread and beer, she would call her said imps. Which being given unto her, she put the bread into the beer, and set it against an hole in the wall, and made a circle round the pot, and then cried, come Christ, come Mounseer, and no imp appearing. She cried out and said, she had devilish daughters, which had carried her imps away in a white bag, and wished they might be searched. The information of Francis Stock, and John Felgate, taken upon oath before the said justices. The said Francis and John say, that the said Sarah Barton, told them, that the said Marion, Hocket, had given and delivered unto her the said Sarah 3 imps, and that the said Marion called them by the names of Little Man, Pretty Man, and Dainty. This examinant, Elizabeth Harvey saith, that about half a year since, the said Marion Hocket brought 3 things to her house, 2 of them being smaller than mouses, and the other somewhat bigger and longer. And that the said Marion told this examinant they were pretty things, and would do her and this examinant good, if she this examinant would keep them. Rose Hallibred saith, that about 15 or 16 years since, there was an imp brought to her house by one goodwife Hagtree, which imp this examinant entertained, fed it with oatmeal, and suckled it on her body. For the space of a year and a half, or thereabouts, and then lost it, and this examinant further saith, that about half a year since, one Joyce Bones, who is now also accused for witchcraft, brought to this examinant's house another imp, in the likeness of a small grey bird, which this examinant received. And this examinant further saith, that about 8 days since, Susan Cock, Margaret Landish, and Joyce Bones, all which stand now suspected for witchcraft, brought to this examinant's house each of them an imp. In all 3, to which this examinant added one of her own imps. And then the said Joyce Bones carried the said 4 imps to the house of one Robert Turner, to torment his servant. Joyce Bones saith, that about 13 years since, she had 2 imps which came into the bed to her in the likeness of mouses, and that they sucked on this examinant's body. And this examinant also saith, that she carried one of her said imps, called Rug, to the house of the said Rose Hallibred. And that her said imp Rug, with the 3 imps of the said Rose Hallibred, Susan Cock, and Margaret Landish, each of them sending one, were carried by this examinant from the house of the said Rose Hallibred to the house of the said Robert Turner to kill the servant of the said Robert. Susan Cock saith, that about 3 or 4 years since, one Marjorie Stokes, this examinant's mother, lying upon her death bed, and this examinant coming to visit her. She the said Marjorie desired this examinant privately to give entertainment to 2 of her imps, and withal told this examinant, they would do this examinant good, and this examinant saith, that the same night her said mother died. The said 2 imps came to her accordingly, and sucked on her body, and this examinant saith, that one of the said imps was like a mouse, and the name of that was Susan. That the other was of a yellow colour, about the bigness of a cat, and that the name of that imp was Bess. Rebecca Jones saith, that as she was going to St. Ossith, where this examinant doth now dwell, to sell her said master's butter, a man met with her, being in a ragged suite, and having such great eyes, that this examinant was much afraid of him. Who came to this examinant, and gave her 3 things like to moles, having 4 feet apiece, but without tails, and of a black colour, and bid this examinant nurse the said 3 things, until he did desire them again. And this examinant asked the said man, what she should give them to eat, and he told this examinant milk, and that they would not hurt her, and wished her not to be afraid of them. And the said man told this examinant, that those 3 things which he gave her, would avenge her on her enemies, and bid her murther some, but not too many, and he would forgive her, and then went away from this examinant. And this examinant saith, that the names of her 3 imps were Margaret, Amy, and Susan. And that a while after, this examinant and one Joyce Bones, now in prison, did send each of them an imp to kill one Thomas Bumstead of St. Ossith, and that the imp which the said Joyce Bones sent was a dund one like unto a mouse. Johann Cooper saith, that she hath been a witch about 20 years, and hath 3 familiars, 2 like mouses, and the third like a frog. The names of the 2 like mouses are Jack, and the other Prickier, and the name of the third, like a frog, is Frog. And Kate saith, that she hath 4 familiars, which she had from her mother, about 22 years since, and that the names of the said imps are James, Prickier, Robin, and Sparrow, and that 3 of these imps are like mouses. And the 4th like a sparrow, which she called Sparrow. In 1646 the Huntingdonshire witches were tried. Elizabeth Wheat of Great Catworth confessed that about 21 years since she being saying her prayers in the evening about bedtime, there did appear unto her 3 spirits, one in the likeness of a young man or boy, and the other 2 of 2 puppies, the one white and the other black. Being demanded the name of the lesser spirits, she set the name of the white one was Lily, and the black one Priscil, and that the office of Lily was to hurt man, woman, or child. And the office of Priscil was to hurt cattle when she desired. Frances Moore saith, that about 8 years since she received a little black puppy from one Margaret Simpson of Great Catworth, which dog the said Margaret had in her bed with her. And took it thence when she gave it to the examinate further saith, that the said Margaret told her, that she must keep that dog all her lifetime. And if she cursed any cattle, and set the same dog upon them, they should presently die, and the said Margaret told her that she had named it already, his name was Pretty. And the said examinate further saith, that about the same time one goodwife we gave her a white cat, telling her, that if she would deny God, and affirm the same by her bloud, then whomsoever she cursed and sent that cat unto, they should die shortly after. Whereupon the said examinate saith that she did deny God, and in affirmation thereof she pricked her finger with a thorn, whence issued bloud, which the cat presently licked, and the said goodwife, we'd named the cat Tissy. And she further saith, that she killed the said dog and cat about a year since. Joan Wallace of Keyston said, that the devil came to her, and she asked what his name was, and he said his name was Blackman, and asked her if she were poor, and she said I. Then he told her he would send one Grisel and Greedigut to her, that shall do anything for her. And after Blackman was departed from her, within 3 or 4 days, Grisel and Greedigut came to her, in the shapes of dogs with great bristles of hog's hair upon their backs. The accounts given by John Winnick, Ellen Shefford, and N. Desborough suggest that they are confused amplifications of the ritual to be observed in taking a familiar. The ritual being clearly given in the confession of Frances Moore when she was presented with the cat Tissy. John Winnick said, on a Friday being in the barn, where he lost his purse, there appeared unto him a spirit, black and shaggy, and having paws like a bear, but in bulk not fully so big as a coney. The spirit asked him what he ailed to be so sorrowful. This examinate answered that he had lost a purse and money, and knew not how to come by it again. The spirit replied, If you will forsake God and Christ, and fall down and worship me for your God, I will help you to your purse and money again. This examinate said he would, and thereupon fell down upon his knees and held up his hands. Then the spirit said, Tomorrow about this time of the day, ye shall find your purse. Whereupon at the time prefixed, this examinate went unto the place, and found his purse upon the floor and took it up, and looking afterwards into it, he found there all the money that was formerly lost, but before he had looked into it. The same spirit appears unto him, and said, There is your purse and your money in it, and then this examinate fell down upon his knees and said, My Lord and God, I thank you. The said spirit at that time brought with him 2 other spirits, for shape, bigness, and color, the one like a white cat, the other like a grey coney, and while this examinate was upon his knees, the beer spirit spake to him, saying, You must worship these 2 spirits as you worship me, and take them for your gods also. Then this examinate directed his body towards them, and called them his lords and gods. Then the beer spirit told him that when he died he must have his soul, whereunto this examinate yielded. He told him then also that they must suck of his body, to which this examinate also yielded. Ellen Shefford saith that about 5 years since, when she was in her homestead at Molesworth, there appeared unto her a spirit, somewhat like a rat, but not fully so big, of an iron-grey colour, and said You must go with me, and she said, I will not, avoid Satan, and thereupon he went away. She saith, that within a short time after, going into the field, cursing, and fretting, and blaspheming, there appeared 3 spirits more with the former in the fashion of rats, of an iron grey, and said, You must forsake God and Christ. And go with me, and take those spirits for your gods, and ye shall have all happiness, whereunto she consented, and moreover they said unto her, that when she died, they must have her body and soul, and said they must have blood from her. Which she granted, and thereupon they sucked her upon and about her hips. And Desborough confesseth, that about 30 years since, the first week of clean Lent, there appeared unto her a thing somewhat bigger than a mouse, of a brown colour, and of the likeness of a mouse. This was while she lived at Tickmarsh in the county of Northampton, she being there in bed, and in a dream, the said likeness then gave her a nip, and thereby awakened her out of her dream. And then told her, when she was awakened, that it must have part of her soul. Whereupon she was in a great fear, and gave him no answer, but prayed to God, and thereupon it vanished away from her. About 5 days after, the same mouse appeared to her again, bringing with it another mouse, about the bigness of an ordinary mouse, or very little bigger, brown like the former, save only that the latter had some white about the belly, whereas the former was all brown. Then the mouse that first appeared, said, We must suck of your body. She yielded to them, and said, they should. Upon her yielding, they went to her and sucked of her body, where the marks are found. The bigger mouse she called Tib, and the lesser Joan. Tib told her that she must forsake God and Christ, and take them for her gods, telling her that when she died, they must have her soul, to all which she yielded. In Cambridgeshire in 1647 Dorothy Ellis saith that about 30 years since she being much troubled in her mind there appeared unto her the devil in the likeness of a great cat and speak unto this ext and demanded of her blood wch she gave him after which the spirit in the likeness of a cat suck upon the body of this x. And the first thing this ext commanded her spirit to do was to go and be which 4 of the catell of tho. Hitch all which catell presently died. John Palmer of St. Albans in 1649, upon his compact with the divil, received a flesh brand, or mark, upon his side, which gave suck to 2 familiars, the one in the form of a dog, which he called George, and the other in the likeness of a woman, called Jezebel. Of the Somerset witches in 1664, Alice Duke confesseth that her familiar doth commonly suck her right breast about 7 at night, in the shape of a little cat of a dunnish colour, which is as smooth as a want, and when she is sucked, she is in a kind of a trance. Christian Green saith, the devil doth usually suck her left breast about 5 of the clock in the morning in the likeness of an hedgehog, bending, and did so on Wednesday morning last. She saith that it is painful to her, and that she is usually in a trance when she is sucked. In 1665 Abra Grinset of Dunwich in Suffolk, did confess, that the devil did appear in the form of a pretty handsome young man first. And since appeareth to her in the form of a blackish grey cat or kitling, that it sucketh of a tet and hath drawn blood. The only published account of the animal familiar in France shows a combination of the two classes, for the creature was a toad kept in the house, fed in a particular way, and used for divination. Silvain, Nevillon and Gentien le Clerc were tried at Orleans in 1614. Silvain confessed. Chu iiya de sorcières que nourrissent de marionnettes, que sont de petits diaboltos en fourmis de crapaud, and leur font manger de l'objet composé de lait and de farine, and leur donnant le premier morceau. And nos orients absentir de leur maison sans leur demander congé, and li faut dire combien de temps ils seront absents, comme trois ou quatre heures, and s'ils descent que c'est trop, ce que les gardent. Et n'osent faire leur voyage New York ou trépasser leur volant. Et quand ils violent à leur en marchandise ou ieur, and scawar sally farabon, ils regardent si les dites marionnettes sont iuses, nce cas ils vont en marchandise, ou ieur, mais s'ils sont maussades and tristes, ils ne bougent de la maison. Gentil ou gentil, n. Le clerc dit chuil plus diaquest nsa marionnette chuendu. Iti oit vu sunt la marionnette dudit nolian, que est comme vien gros crapot tout noir, comme divine fourrure noir, and estoit don vien boet cache saubs vien corot, que sautoit and loit quand en veloit donner a manger audit crapot. Chuil la vu encore plus six sepmains en la ruelle du licht judic nolian, and chuil a vu chuil elaportoit vien autrefois dans son manteau, chuil li a dit vien desain de fois, ksii veloidet li en feroit au war vien. Chuil y oit plus profit nisel chuendu, and chuil gagneroit reign a regarderdu, mais ksa marionnette li apportoit toujours quelques chose. With this may be compared the account of a lap familiar in 1653, Don chaque maisonnet y un gros chat noir, duquel its font grand estime, parlant à li comme s'il avoit de la raison, any font reign chuil any li communique. Croyans chuil leur aide en leurs enterprise, any manquins tous les soirs de sortir de leurs cabans pour le consulter, and les suit par tout au its vent, tant à la pêche chue la chasse. Quoy que cet animal ate la figure d'un chat par son regard, que est épouvantable, ji crow and croy encore que c'est un diable familiar. 3. Methods of obtaining familiars. There seem to have been 4 methods of obtaining familiars: 1, by gift from the devil, 2, by gift from a fellow witch, 3, by inheritance, 4, by magical ceremonies. Of these, nos. 2 and 3 appear to be confined to the domestic familiar, consequently they are found chiefly in the eastern counties of England. 1. The gift of the devil was sometimes a divining familiar, sometimes a domestic familiar, commonly presented at the admission ceremony. As the divining familiar it represented the devil himself, and the responses received to questions were believed to come from him. As the essential point of this class of familiar was that it should be a species of animals and not one special animal, the devil merely appointed to the witch what species she should observe in divining. The domestic familiar, being a small animal, could be actually given into the hands of the witch, with instructions for its feeding and for the method of using it. It was sometimes, but not always, identified with the devil, and was usually called an imp, perhaps with the idea of a small or miniature devil like the marionette of Silvain Nevillon. It acted as the devil's substitute when he himself was not present, and was endowed with some, though not all, of his power. For this reason the witch often had more than one familiar, each to serve a single purpose. In 1645 at Ipswich Mother Lakeland confessed that after she had signed the covenant with the devil, he furnished her with 3 imps, 2 little dogs and a mole. In the same year, Rebecca Jones, an Essex witch, Seth, that is Slice, was going to St. Osyth to sell her master's butter. A man met with her, being in a ragged soot, and having such great eyes, that this examinant was much afraid of him. Who came to this examinant and gave her 3 things like to moles, having 4 feet apiece, but without tails, and of a black colour, and bid this examinant nurse the said 3 things, until he did desire them again. And the said man told this examinant, that those 3 things which he gave her, would avenge her on her enemies, and bid her murder some, but not too many, and he would forgive her, and then went away from this examinant. In 1646 the Huntingdonshire witch, Joan Wallace, said that Blackman told her he would send 1 gristle and greedigut to her, that shall do anything for her. And after Blackman was departed from her, within 3 or 4 days, gristle and greedigut came to her, in the shapes of dogs. Another witch of the same coven, Elizabeth Weed, confessed that, there did appear unto her 3 spirits, one in the likeness of a young man or boy, and the other 2 of 2 puppies, the one white and the other black. 2. The gift from a fellow witch was always a domestic familiar, as to the devil alone belonged the power of appointing a divining familiar. Therefore this method of obtaining a familiar is found only in the eastern counties and other places where the domestic or sucking familiar is recorded. In 1556 Elizabeth Francis, whose evidence was corroborated by Mother Waterhouse, said that, she came to one Mother Waterhouse her neighbour, she brought her this cat in her apron and taught her as she was instructed by her grandmother Eue. Telling her that she must cow him sathon and jew him of her bloud and bread and milk as before. Mother Waterhouse said, she received this cat of this Francis wife in the order as is before said. In 1566 John Walsh, the Dorset witch, being demanded whether he had ewer any familiar or no, he saith that he had one of his said maester. He being demanded how long he had the VSE of the familiar, he said 1 year by his said maester's life, and I years after his death. An Essex witch in 1588 had 3 familiars, one like a cat, which she called Lightfoot. This Lightfoot, she said, one Mother Barley, of W., sold her a Bough 16 years ago, for an ewe and cake, and told her the cat would do her good Cerus, if she wooed, she might send her of her errand. At Orleans in 1614 Gentien le Clerc said that he had seen Nevillon's familiar, and that Nevillon lia dit vin desain de foi, ksal veloit il li en feroit war vin. Elizabeth Clark in Essex in 1645 said she had 3 imps from her mother, which were of a brune colour, and 2 from old Beldam West. The said and West seemed much to pity this examinant for her lameness, having but 1 leg, and her poverty. And said to this examinant, that there was ways and means for her to live much better than now she did, and said, that she would send to this examinant a thing like a little kitlin, which would fetch home some victuals for this examinant. And that it should do her no hurt. The Huntingdonshire witch, Frances Moore, in 1646, said that about 8 years since she received a little black puppy from one Margaret Simpson of Great Catworth. The examinate further saith, that the said Margaret told her, that she must keep that dog all her lifetime, and if she cursed any cattle, and set the same dog upon them, they should presently die. And the said examinate further saith, that about the same time one goodwife we gave her a white cat, telling her, that if she would deny God, and affirm the same by her bloud, then whomsoever she cursed and sent that cat unto, they should die shortly after. 3. The profession of the witch religion being hereditary, it is not uncommon to find that the familiar descended from mother to daughter. This, like the familiar given by one witch to another, was the domestic familiar. It was sometimes presented during the mother's lifetime or was left as a legacy at her death. Elizabeth Francis in 1556 stated that she learned this arte of witchcraft at the age of 12 years of Hyr grandmother whose now mother Eue of Hatfield Purell, deceased. When she taught it her, she counselled her to renounce God and his word and to jew of her bloud to Sathon, as she termed it, whiche she delured her in the likeness of a white spotted cat. In 1582 Alesh Hunt of Ste. Osseth confessed to having 2 spirits, and saith, that her sister, named Margery Salmon, hath also 2 spirits like toads, the one called Tom, and the other Robin, and saith further. Her said sister and she had the said spy rites of their mother, Mother Barnes. In 1597 the Derbyshire witch, Allsgoodridge, stated that, the Diule appeared to me in likeness of a little party-coloured dog red and white, and I called him Minnie. She said she had her familiar of her mother. The Essex witches, tried in 1645, also inherited familiars from their mothers. And Cooper confessed, that she the said and offered to give unto her daughter Sarah Cooper an imp in the likens of a grey kite, i.e. kit, or cat, to suck on the said Sarah. Susan Cox saith, that about 3 or 4 years since, one Marjorie Stokes, this examinant's mother, lying upon her death-bed, and this examinant coming to visit her. She the said Marjorie desired this examinant privately to give entertainment to 2 of her imps, and withal told this examinant, they would do this examinant good. And this examinant saith, that the same night her said mother died, the said 2 imps came to her accordingly, and sucked on her body. And Kate saith, that she hath 4 familiars, which she had from her mother, about 22 years since. In 1667 at Liverpool, Margaret Loy, being arraigned for a witch, confessed she was one. And when she was asked how long she had so been, replied, since the death of her mother, who died 30 years ago, and at her decease she had nothing to leave her, and this widow Bridge, that were sisters, but her 2 spirits. And named them, the eldest spirit to this widow, and the other spirit to her the said Margaret Loy. This inheritance of a familiar may be compared with the Lapp custom. The Laplanders bequeath their demons as part of their inheritance, which is the reason that one family excels another in this magical art. 4. The method of obtaining a familiar by means of magical words or actions is clearly described in 2 modern examples. Sometime in the beginning of the last century, 2 old dames attended the morning service at Llandewi Brefi Church, and partook of the Holy Communion. But instead of eating the sacred bread like other communicants, they kept it in their mouths and went out. Then they walked round the church outside 9 times, and at the 9th time the evil one came out from the church wall in the form of a frog, to whom they gave the bread from their mouths. And by doing this wicked thing they were supposed to be selling themselves to Satan and become witches. There was an old man in North Pembrokeshire, who used to say that he obtained the power of bewitching in the following manner: the bread of his first communion he pocketed. He made pretence at eating it first of all, and then put it in his pocket. When he went out from the service there was a dog meeting him by the gate, to which he gave the bread, thus selling his soul to the devil. Ever after, he possessed the power to bewitch. On the analogy of these 2 examples, I suggest that in the accounts of familiars offering themselves to the witch, there was, previous to such appearance, some formula of words or some magical action which are not recorded. The animal, which first appeared after such words or actions, would be considered as the devil, as in the 2 cases quoted above. Such an explanation accounts for the statements of some of the witches that on the appearance of the animal they at once renounced the Christian religion and vowed obedience to the new God. It is noticeable that in many cases the accused acknowledged that, before the appearance of the animal, they had been banning and cursing, in other words, calling on the devil. The appearance of the animal, after such summons, produced neither surprise nor alarm, and in fact seems to have been regarded as the effect of their words. In 1556 Joan Waterhouse, the 18-year-old daughter of the witch mother Waterhouse, of Hatfield Peveril, being angry with another girl, she goinge home did as she had seen her mother do, Callange Sathon. Wish came to her, as she said, in the likens of a great dog. At Aberdeen in 1597 Agnes Wobster said that the devil appeared, in the likeness of a lamb, quam tho callas thy God, and bled it on the, and thereafter spak to the. James Device, one of the chief of the Lancashire witches in 1613, confessed, that Pon Shiar Thursday was 2 years, his grandmother Elizabeth Southerns, alias Demdike, did bid him this examinate go to the church to receive the communion, the next day after being Good Friday, and then not to eat the bread the minister gave him, but to bring it and delire it to such a thing as should meet him in his way homewards. Notwithstanding her persuasions, this examinate did eat the bread. And so in his coming homeward some 40 roods off the said church, there met him a thing in the shape of a hare, who spoke to this examinate, and asked him whether he had brought the bread. In 1621 Elizabeth Sawyer, the witch of Edmonton, said that, the first time that the diule came to me was, when I was cursing, swearing, and blaspheming. The evidence of the Huntingdonshire witches, John Winnick and Ellen Shefford, in 1646, see above p. 219, and of Dorothy Ellis of Cambridgeshire in 1647, also show that the animal which appeared to the witch after an access of emotion was at once acknowledged as God and accepted as the familiar. Mary Osgood of Andover in 1692 confesses that about 2 years ago, when she was in a melancholy state and condition, she used to walk abroad in her orchard. And upon a certain time, she saw the appearance of a cat, at the end of the house, which yet she thought was a real cat. However, at that time, it diverted her from praying to God, and instead thereof she prayed to the devil. The familiars in human form were human beings usually of the sex opposite to that of the witch. As these familiars were generally called devils, it is sometimes difficult to distinguish them from the Grand Master. But the evidence, taken as a whole, suggests that at certain parts of the ritual every individual of the company was known as a devil. This suggestion is borne out in the modern survival of an ancient dance in the Basses Pyrenees, where the dancers to this day are called Satans. Lady Alice Keiteler, in 1324, was accused that the devil came to her, quandoque in specie cugestum Ethiopis cum duobus socies. In 1598 the Lyons witches, Thievin Paget and Antoine Tournier, speak of leurs demons as distinct from the great devil, and the evidence of all the other witches shows that Ilya anchor de demons, que assistent à ces danses. De Lanker says that there was more than one devil, the great one, who was called Maitre Leonard, and a little one called Maitre Jean Mullen. It was this smaller devil who held the meetings in the absence of the chief. En la place du grad maester Illinois ny oit chuvien petit diable ou demon que en oit point de corns, lequel ne contentoit pas la compagnie cum son maester. Quels en oit tant de confiance en tout la troupe de mauvais anges chuen celui sol chui els oint de custom diodore and serur, a table on se side sealan sa qualite, iant chacan son demon assis opers, and parfois vis a vis. E quand ils ont mange, chaque demon pri, n, dsa disciple par la main, and danse avec elle. In 1618 Joan Willimot of Leicester confessed, that she hath a spirit which she calleth pretty, which was joined to her by William Barry, whom she served 3 years. The spirit stood upon the ground in the shape and for me of a woman, which spirit did ask of her her soul, which she then promised unto it, being willed thereunto by her master. In 1633, Margaret Johnson, the Lancashire witch, stated that besides the particular familiars or spirits, there was one great or grand devil, or spirit, more eminent than the rest. She also saith, Whitey if a witch have but one mark, she hath but one spirit, if 2, then 2 spirits, if 3, yet but 2 spirits. She also saith, that men witches usually have women spirits, and women witches men spirits. In 1649 at St. Albans a man which had 2 familiars, the one in the form of a dog, which he called George, and the other in the likeness of a woman, called Jezebel. In 1662 at Aldern Isabel Gaudai confessed. There is 13 persons in ilk coeven. And ilk on a versus has en sprit to wait pon ws, quan vi pleased to call pon him. I remember not all the spritest names, but there is on called Swain, quilk white is pon the said Margaret Wilson in Aldern, he is still, always, clothed in grass grain. The next sprit is called Rory, who white is pon Bessie Wilson, in Aldern, he is still clothed in yellow. The third sprit is called the Roaring Lion, who white is pon Isabel Nicol, in Lochlow, and he is still clothed in sea grain. The fourth spirit is called Mac Hector, who white is pon Jean Mardian, daughter to the said Margaret Wilson, he is a young-like devil, clothed still in grass grain. The nom of the fyft sprit is Robert the Rule, and he still clothed in sad dun, and Simes to be a commander of the rest of the spritis, and he wait his pon Margaret Brodie, in Aldern. The name of the saxt sprit is called Thief of Hell, wait pon herself, and he white is also on the said Bessie Wilson. The name of the seventh spirit is called the Reed Reaver. And he is my own spirit, that weight is on myself, and is still clothed in black. The oct spirit is called Robert the Jackies, still clothed in dune, and seems to be aged. He is ein glaikt gaukt spirit. The Nwth spirit is called Lang. The 10th spirit is named Thomas a Fury, Entk. There will be many Vether Develis, waiting pon our Meester Devel, but he is bigger and more awful than the rest of the Develis, and they all reverence him. I will ken them all, on by on, from Ferris quan they appear like a man. In a later confession Isabel gave the names more fully. The names of or Develis that waited pon ws, arthes. First, Robert, the Jackies, Sandaris, the Reed Reaver. Thomas. The Fury, Swain, the Roaring Lion, Thief of Hell, wait pon herself, McKectur, Robert, the Rule, Hendry Lang, and Rory. In Connecticut in 1662 Robert Sterne testifieth as followeth, I saw this woman Goodwife Seeger in ye woods wth 3 more women and with them I saw 2 black creatures like 2 Indians but taller. I saw the women dance round these black creatures and whiles I looked upon them one of the women Greensmith said Luke who is yonder and then they ran away up the hill. I stood still and ye black things came towards me and then I turned to come away. 4. Transformations into animals. The belief that human beings can change themselves, or be changed into animals carries with it the corollary that wounds received by a person when in the semblance of an animal will remain on the body after the return to human shape. This belief seems to be connected with the worship of animal gods or sacred animals, the worshipper being changed into an animal by being invested with the skin of the creature, by the utterance of magical words, by the making of magical gestures, the wearing of a magical object, or the performance of magical ceremonies. The witches of the 16th and 17th centuries appear to have carried on the tradition of the pre-Christian cults. And the stories of their transformations, when viewed in the light of the ancient examples, are capable of the same explanation. Much confusion, however, has been caused by the religious and so-called scientific explanations of the contemporary commentators, as well as by the unfortunate belief of modern writers in the capacity of women for hysteria. At both periods pseudoscience has prevented the unbiased examination of the material. There are no records extant of the animals held sacred by the early inhabitants of Great Britain, but it is remarkable that the range of the witches' transformations was very limited. Cats and hares were the usual animals, occasionally but rarely dogs, mice, crows, rooks, and bees. In France, where the solemn sacrifice of a goat at the Sabbath points to that animal being sacred, it is not surprising to find both men and women witches appearing as goats and sheep. Unless there were some definite meaning underlying the change of shape, there would be no reason to prevent the witches from transforming themselves into animals of any species. It would seem then that the witches, like the adorers of animal gods in earlier times, attempted to become one with their god or sacred animal by taking on his form. The change being induced by the same means and being as real to the witch as to Sigmund the Volsung or the worshipper of Lycaean Zeus. In the earlier cults the worshipper, on becoming an animal, changed his outward shape to the eye of faith alone, though his actions and probably his voice proclaimed the transformation. The nearest approach to an outward change was by covering the body with the skin of the animal, or by wearing a part of the skin or a mask. The witches themselves admitted that they were masked and veiled, and the evidence of other witnesses goes to prove the same. Becket suggests that the disguise was used to hide their identity, which was possibly the case at times, but it seems more probable, judging by the evidence, that the masking and veiling were for ritual purposes. In Lorraine in 1589 a male witness stated that, in dem word ein hole, welch sie nennen die Marilianisch Clip, gewar, derinnen sex Weber mit Larven umbein Tisch, vol Guldernen und Silbernen Gesturen herum tanzten. Benhart's Nicolai said that she had seen in an open field mitten am hellen Tage, einen Tanz von Männern und Weibern, und while Diesel ben auf ein besondere Weiss und Hinterux tanzten, kam es fremd für, stund die Rauben still. Und sahi mit alien Fleisch zu der Ward sich gewar, das etlich in dem Rehen waren so geis und Kuffes hatten. At North Berwick in 1597 score witches danced endlong the kirkyard. John Fian, Macellet, muffled, masked, led the ring. The witches whom Becket examined in 1598 confessed to using masks, les sorciers dansent dozen cotter dozen, pour any pas ester recognius. Pour la maison raison its se masquent enker, oyerd hui pour la plus part ils se masquent pour l'oyer di hui, Silvain que Claude Paget la confesse, and avec el plusieurs autres estienne poicheur rapportoit que party de femmes. Chuel o it views au sabbat, estain voiles. Et pour cela aussi les Lombards par leurs loix les appellent moscas. In 1609 de Lanker points out that in the Basses Pyrenees there were two grades of witches, ILY and de deux sorts. Aku, n, s sont voiles pour donner opinion aux pour que sont de princes and grad seigneurs. Les autres sont de courts and tout our team, n, t decent, and society sont si pres du maester, si fori si employes. In 1613 Barbe, the wife of Jean Remy Collin de Moimont, said that, elle a vu danser les assistants en nombre de sept à huit personnes, party desquels elle n'y convoit ad cause de masques hidux quels orient de noir. Josen Deblick in Hainaut, 1616, was asked, que saves-vous de la troisième danse? R. Eliot Lewin Ronchonneau, sur le chemin de Nivelles, pres d'Unc Fontaine. ILY avait bien 21 ou 22 femmes, touts masques, chacun avec son amoureux accoutre d'un déguisement bleu, jaune ou noir. In 1652 a French witch, disent quels dansoyant les dots l'un à l'autre et tuo milieu et y o et vin femme masquée tenant vin chandelle. It will be seen from the above that the witches were often disguised at the dance, a fact strongly suggesting that the masking was entirely ritual. As the witch trials in Great Britain seldom mention, much less describe, the dance, it follows that the greater number of the cases of masks are found in France, though a few occur in Scotland, still fewer in England. The transformation by means of an animal's skin or head is mentioned in the Liber Poenitentialis of Theodore in 668, see page 21. It continued among the witches, and in 1598 in the Lyons district, Ilya anchor de demons, que assistent à ces danses en fermé de books, on de moutons. Antoine Tournier did, que lors tuel dansoit, vien mouton noir la tenoit par la main avec ses pites bien heru, say à dire rudes and riueshes. In many cases it is very certain that the transformation was ritual and not actual. That is to say, the witches did not attempt to change their actual forms but called themselves cats, hares, or other animals. In the Aberdeen trials of 1596-7 the accused are stated to have come to the fish cross of this burg, under the conduct of Sathon, ye all danced about the fish cross and about the meal market a long space. Here there is no suggestion of any change of form, yet in the accusation against Bessie Tom, who was tried for the same offense, the ditty states that there, accompanied with thy devilish companions in faction, transformed in other likeness. Some in hares, some in cats, and some in other similitudes, ye all danced about the fish cross. In 1617 in Guernsey Marie Beckwith said that every time that she went to the Sabbath, the devil came to her, and it seemed as though he transformed her into a female dog. Again at Aloe in 1658, Margaret Duckhall, describing the murder of Cowden's bairns, said after they were turned all in the lickneys of cattis, they went in Oue Jean Linsayas zer dyke and went to Cudden's house, where Sco declared that the DeWitt being with Tam went up the stair first with Margaret Talesier Bespayton and Elspeth Black. On the other hand, Jonet Black and Catherine Rennie, who were also present and described the same scene, said nothing about the cat form, though they particularized the clothes of the other witches. Jonet Black said, the Dywell, Margaret Talesier with ein long rock, and Catherine Rennie with the short rock and the bony loss with the black pock all went up the stair to jitter. While Catherine Rennie said that, there was ein bony loss with ein black pock, who went before our Jean Linsayas zer dyke and Margaret Talesier with her. The evidence of Marie Lamont, 1662, suggests the same idea of a ritual, though not an actual, change. She confessed, that she, Ketty Scott, and Margaret Home, came to Alan Orr's house in the likeness of cats, and followed his wife into the chamber. And on another occasion the devil turned them in likeness of cats, by shaking his hands above their heads. In Northumberland, 1673, the same fact appears to underlie the evidence. And Armstrong declared that at a witch meeting in Bates hath been several times in the shape of a cat and a hare, and in the shape of a greyhound and a bee, letting the devil see how many shapes she could turn herself into. They, the witches, stood all upon a bare spot of ground, and bid this informer sing whilst they danced in several shapes, first of a hare, then in their own, and then in a cat, sometimes in a mouse, and in several other shapes. She see all the said persons before mentioned dancing, some in the likeness of hares, some in the likeness of cats, others in the likeness of bees, and some in their own likeness. The method of making the ritual change by means of magical words is recorded in the Aldern trials, where Isabel Gaudy, whose evidence was purely voluntary, gives the actual words both for the change into an animal and for the reversion into human form. To become a hare. I saw go into ane hare. With sorrow, and sich, and meikle care. And I saw go in the develis nam. I will I coin home again. To become a cat or a crow. The same verse was used with an alteration of the second line so as to force a rhyme. Instead of meikle care, the words were a black shot for a cat, and a black thraw for a crow or craw. To revert again to the human form the words were hare, hare, God send thee care. I am in an hare's likeness just now. But I shall be in a woman's likeness even now. With the same variation of a black shot or a black thraw for a cat or a crow. The Aldern witches were also able to turn one another into animals. If we, in the shape of an cat, an crow, an hare, or any other likeness, and go to any of our neighbors' houses, being witches, we will say, I, or we, conjure thee go with us, or me. And presently they become as we are, either cats, hares, crows, and go with us whither we would. When one of us or more are in the shape of cats, and meet with any others our neighbors, we will say, Devil speed thee, go thou with me. And immediately they will turn in the shape of a cat, and go with us. The very simplicity of the method shows that the transformation was ritual. The witch announced to her fellow that she herself was an animal, a fact which the second witch would not have known otherwise. The second witch at once became a similar animal and went with the first to perform the ritual acts which were to follow. The witches were in their own estimation and in the belief of all their comrades, to whom they communicated the fact, actually animals, though to the uninitiated eye their natural forms remained unchanged. This is probably the explanation of Marie d'Aspelcuet's evidence, which de Lanker records in 1609. Elle a vu aussi les sorcières insignes se changer en plusieurs sortes de bestes. Pour faire peur à ce qu'elles rencontroyant, mais celles que se transformoyant ainsi, desoyant qu'elles en estoyant véritablement transformées. Mais seulement qu'elles sembloyant à l'ester neatmoins pendant qu'elles sont ainsi en apparences bestes, elles any parlant du tout point. The best example of transformation by means of a magical object placed on the person is from Northumberland, 1673, wherein Armstrong stated that, and forced her come with a bridle, and bridled her and rid upon her cross-legged. Till they come to, the rest of her companions. And when she light of her back, pulled the bridle of this informer's head, now in the likeness of a horse, but, when the bridle was taken of, she stood up in her own shape. This informant was ridden upon by an enchanted bridle by Michael Ainsley and Margaret his wife, which enchanted bridle, when they took it of from her head, she stood up in her own proper person. Jane Bates of Corbridge come in the forme of a grey cat with a bridle hanging on her foot, and bridled her, and rid upon her in the name of the devil. This is again a clear account of the witch herself and her companions believing in the change of form caused by the magical object in exactly the same way that the shamans believe in their own transformation by similar means. The devil had naturally the same power as the witches, but in a greater degree. The evidence of Marie Lamont quoted above shows that he transformed them into animals by a gesture only. It seems possible that this was also the case with Isabel Shirey at Forfar, 1661, who was called Horse and the Devil's Horse. The name seems to have given rise to the idea that she was shod like a mare or a horse. She was in fact the officer or messenger who brought her companions to the meetings. She was never seen in the form of a horse, her transformation being probably effected by the devil, in order that she might carry the witches to and from the meetings. Agnes Sparks said that Isabel carried her away to Littlemiln, and carried her back again to her own house. There is also another method of transformation, which is the simplest. The witches themselves, like their contemporaries, often believed that the actual animals, which they saw, were human beings in animal form. Jeanette de Belloc, aged 24, in the Basses Pyrénées, 1609, described the Sabbath as vin for célèbre de toutes sortes de choses, en lequel aucun se promène, en leur propre forme, and d'autres sont transformas en escape pourquoi. En animaux. L'Nas vu aucun d'elles se transformer en best en sa présence, mais seulement certains bests courir par le sabbat. Helen Guthrie of Forfar, 1661, states the case with even greater simplicity. The last summer except one, she did sie John Talesier sometimes in the shape of a Tata, and sometimes in the shape of a Swin. And that the said John Talesier in these shapes went wp doon among William Milne, miller at Heatherstakes, his corns for the destruction of the same, because the said William had taken the Milne ouer his head. And that the Diul cam to her and pointed out John Talesier in the foresaid shapes unto her, and told her that that West John Talesier. Appendix I, Fairies and Witches. The dwarf race which at one time inhabited Europe has left few concrete remains, but it has survived in innumerable stories of fairies and elves. Nothing, however, is known of the religious beliefs and cults of these early peoples, except the fact that every 7 years they made a human sacrifice to their god. And at every 7 years they pay the tane to hell, and that like the Khans they stole children from the neighboring races and brought them up to be the victims. That there was a strong connection between witches and fairies has been known to all students of fairy lore. I suggest that the cult of the fairy or primitive race survived until less than 300 years ago, and that the people who practiced it were known as witches. I have already pointed out that many of the witch beliefs and practices coincide with those of an existing dwarf race, viz. the Lapps. The devil and the witches entered freely into the fairy mounds. The devil is often spoken of as a fairy man, and he consorts with the queen of Elfame. Fairy gold which turns to rubbish is commonly given by the devil to the witches. And the name Robin is almost a generic name for the devil, either as a man or as his substitute the familiar. The other name for the fairy Robin Goodfellow is Puck, which derives through the Gaelic bucca from the Slavic bog, which means God. The evidence given below shows the close connection between the fairies and the witches, and shows also the witches' belief in the superiority of the fairies to themselves in the matter of magic and healing powers. 1431, Joan of Arc. Not far from Domremy there is a certain tree that is called the Lady's Tree, Arbor Dominarum, others call it the Fairies' Tree, Arbor Fatalium, Gallus de Fais, beside which is a spring, which cured fevers. It is a great tree, a beech, fagus, from which comes the May, unde venit Mayam, Gallus lo beau May. It belongs to Seigneur Pierre de Bourlemont. Old people, not of her lineage, said that fairy ladies haunted there, conversabanter. Had heard her godmother Jean, wife of the mayor, say she had seen fairy women there. She herself had never seen fairies at the tree that she knew of. She made garlands at the tree, with other girls, for the image of the blessed Mary of Domremy. Sometimes with the other children she hung garlands on the tree, sometimes they left them, sometimes they took them away. She had danced there with the other children, but not since she was grown up. She had sung there more than she had danced. She had heard that it was said, Jean received her mission at the tree of the fairy ladies. The saints, Catherine and Margaret, came and spoke to her at the spring beside the fairies' tree, but she would not say if they came to the tree itself. Denied having a mandrake, but knew there was one near the fairies' tree. My godmother, who saw the fairy ladies, was held as a good woman, not a diviner or a witch. Refused to say if she believed fairies to be evil spirits. She did not put chaplets on the fairies' tree in honor of SS, Catherine and Margaret. Had never done anything with, or knew anything of, those who came in the air with the fairies, Gallus and Elora avec les Fays. Had heard they came on Thursdays, but considered it witchcraft. Fourth article of accusation. Jean was not instructed in her youth in the belief and primitive faith, but was imbued by certain old women in the use of witchcraft, divination, and other superstitious works or magic arts. Many inhabitants of those villages have been noted from antiquity for the aforesaid misdeeds. Jean herself has said that she had heard from her godmother, and from many people, of visions and apparitions of fairies, or fairy spirits, Gallus Fays. By others also she has been taught and imbued with wicked and pernicious errors of such spirits, insomuch that in the trial before you she confessed that up to this time she did not know that fairies were evil spirits. Answer: as to the fairy ladies, she did not know what it was. As to instruction she learnt to believe and was well and duly taught to do what a good child should. As to her godmother she referred to what she had said before. Fifth article. Near the village of Domremy is a certain great, big, and ancient tree called vulgarly the charmed fairy tree of Burlemont, l'arbre charmine fille de Burlemont. Beside the tree is a spring. Round these gather, it is said, evil spirits called fairies, with whom those who use witchcraft are accustomed to dance at night, going round the tree in spring. Answer: as to the tree in spring, referred to her previous answers, denied the rest. Sixth article. Jean frequented the said tree in spring alone, chiefly at night, sometimes in the day, most often at the hour that divine service was celebrated in church, in order to be alone, and dancing went round the spring and tree. Afterwards hung many garlands of various herbs and flowers on the branches of the tree, made with her own hands, saying and singing before and after, certain incantations and songs with certain invocations, which crafts and other misdeeds. Which garlands, the following morning, were not found. Answer: referred for part to previous answers, denied the rest. 23rd article. Her letters showed that she had consulted evil spirits. Denied ever having done anything by inspiration of evil spirits. 1566, John Walsh, of Netherbury, Dorset. He being demanded how he knoweth when anya man is bewitched, he saith that he knew it partly by the fairies, and saith that there be three kinds of fairies, white, green, and black. Which when he is disposed to vse, he speaketh with them upon hyls, whereas there is great heaps of earth, as namely in Dorsetshire. And between the hours of 12 and 1 at noon, or at midnight he saith them. Whereof, he saith, the black fairies be the worst. 1576, Bessie Dunlop of Lyne, Ayrshire. Tom Reed appred in here Awin house to hear, about the zig hour of the day, where there was Satan thre taleseuries, and here Awin Goodman. And he took here apparound and led here to the door with him, and ski follow it, and Zaid, went, VP with him to the kill end, where he forbade here to spelk or fire for anything ski hard or saw. And Queen Ty had gain ein lidle pes forward, ski saw 12 per sounds, ocht women and 4 men, the men were clad in gentlemen's cleathing, and the women had all plaid dis round about Thame, and were very semily like to se. And Thorn was with Thame, and demanded, Jif ski knew ony of Thame. Answer it, nane, except Tom. Demanded, what Ty said to hear. Answer it, Ty bide here sit down, and said, welcome, Bessie, will thou go with ws. But ski answer it knocked. Because Tom had forbidden here. And Forder declared, that ski knew not quat purpoi Ty had among geese Thame, on my ski saw their lippies move, and within a short space Ty paired it all away. And ein hideous gly soche of wind follow it Thame, and ski lay seek quil Tom came again bach fra Thame. In the margin, confess it and file it. Item, ski being demanded, Jif ski spirit at Tom quat persounds tie war. Answer it, that tie war the good wictus that win it in the court of Elfame, Koha come there to desire here to go with Thame, and forder, Tom desire it here to do the sam. Koha answer it, ski saw now profit to gang tie kwendi of gates, Lee ski can querfer. Tom said, cease though knocked me, baith might worth, claithworth, and good a nuch like in persoun, and, he, sold make here far better nor your ski was? Ski answer it, that ski duelled with here Awin husband and bairnies, and could not leave Thame. And Swa Tom began to be very crabbed, angry, with here, and said, Jif Swa ski thocht, ski wald get little good of him. Interrogat, Jif ski nur ask it the question at him, wherefore he come to here mare, than, ain thir body? Answer it, remembering here, Tsuhan ski was liond in Chyld bedlair, with ain of here laid dis, that ain stout woman come in to here, and sat down on the for me beside here, and ask it ain drink at here, and ski gave here. Koha also told here, that barn walled da, and that her husband sold mend of his sycons. The said Bessie answer it, that ski remember it will fare off. And Tom said, that was the queen of Elfame his maesters, Koha had commanded him to wait pound here, and to do here good. Confess it and file it. 1588, Ailsound Persound of Byrehill, Fifeshire. Was conduit for hunting and repairing with the good Nichtburies and Queen of Elfame, their diners Iris bypassed, as Sko had confessed be her depositiones, declaring that Sko could not say readily how lang Sko wes with Thame. And that Sko had friendis in that court quilk wes of her Awin blood, Koha had good acquaintance of the Queen of Elfame. And that Sko saw knocked the Queen thur soin ir, and that Sko had moni guid friendis in that court, but wer all away now, and that Sko wes soin eir you'll handle it in the court of Elfame and had kwendi friendis there. But had na will to visite Thame after the end. In Grangemere there come ain man to hear, clad in green clot his, Koha said to hear, Jif Sko wald be faithful, he wald do hear guid. He gate away Thane, and apprit to hear att ain thir time, ain lusty main, with moni mean and weeman with him, and that Sko sanit here and prayed, and passed with Thame forder nor Sko could tell. And saw with Thame piping and mirines and good skier. 1589, Beatrix Bayonensis, in Lorraine. Etlich Jeben Speyer, Etlich Vogel oder sonst nicht viel besonders, als de sein Machti gemunst Geld aus Rindern Letter, und wenn sie dergleichen nix haben, so verschafft es in an Geist, auf das sie Stafford sein. 1593. Another of my neighbors had his wife much troubled, and he went to her, the White Witch, and she told him his wife was haunted with a fairy. 1593. She had 3 or 4 imps, some call them puckrels, one like a grey cat, another like a weasel, another like a mouse. 1597, Christian Livingston of Leith. Sko affirmit that here doctor was ta'en away with the fairy folk, and declare it to go Thraeus Wiff, then being with Barn, that it was a man Chyld Sko was with. As it provid indeed, and that all the knowledge Sko had was be here doctor, while met with the fairy. 1597, Isabel Strathaquin and her daughter, of Aberdeen. They depone that herself confesses that quat skill soever Sko lies, Sko headed of her mother, and her mother learnit at ein elf man Koha lay with her. 1597, Andro man of Aberdeen. Thrisquire Yeris Sensine Rotherby, the devil, thy maester, come to thy Mothras house, in the lickneys and steep of a woman, quam tho callous the queen of Elfin, and was delivered of a barn, as apprit to the there. Thou confessest that be the space of thready twa Yeris Sensin or Thurby, though begot to have carnal deal with that devilish sprite, the queen of Elfin, on quam tho begot diverse bairnies, quam tho he sena sensin. Upon the Ruidae in harvest, in this present year, quilk fell on ein Wednesday, though confesses and affirmis, though saw Christenday come out of the snaw in lickneys of a stag, and that the queen of Elfin was there, and Theris with her. Riding upon quit Hyknays, and that they come to the Bin Hill, and Bin Locked, where they vse common lie to convene, and that they coha convenes with thame kisses Christende and the Queen of Elfinis heirs, as thou did thyself. Item, thou affirmest that the elfas he shaps and clathis like men, and that they will have fair covered tables, and that they are bot shadowies, bot are starker nor men, and that they have playing and dancing tsuhan they please. And als that the queen is very pleasant, and will be old and young tsuhan sco plicis, sco macis any kwenji quam sco plicis, and lias with any sco likies. The said Andro confesses that Christende Rites all the time that he is in their company, and lies carnal deal with thame, also, that the men that cumies with thame, he's do with the Queen of Elfame. Thou confesses that the devil thy master, whom thou terms Christ Sunday, and supposes to be an angel and God's godson albeit he has a thraw by God, and sways to the Queen of Elfin is raised by the speaking of the word benedicity. Such like thou affirms that the Queen of Elfin has a grip of all the craft, but Christ Sunday is the goodman, and has all power under God. 1608, Lyons District. Ils dansent du à deux, and parfois lvnca and l'autre la. Estins tells danses semblables à celles de phase, vrais diables incorpores, que regnoyant ilny a pas long temps. 1015, Jonet Drever of Orkney. To be convict and guilty of the fostering of ein bairn in the hill of Westray to the fairy folk cowlit of here are guid nickburies and in having carnal deal with here and having conversation with the fairy xxvj 3 iris bygame in respect of her on. Confession. 1616, Catherine Carai of Orkney. At the down-going of the sun ein great number of fairy men met her together with a mace to man. 1616, Elspeth Rioch of Orkney. Show confiest that Tsuhan Shu wes ein young loss of 12 years of age or thirby and haid wandered out of Cathan Square show wes born to Lochquaber ye cam to Alain McKeldowy's wife Coha wes your aunt that she upon ein day being out of the loch in the country and returning and being at the loch sit awaiting Tsuhan the boit sold fetch here and that there cam two men to her ein clad in black and the youther with ein grain tartane plaid about him and that the man with the plaid said to her she was ein pretty and he wald learn her to ken and sie ony thing she wald desire. And thereafter within 2 year she bere her first bairn and being delivered in here sisteris house the black man cam to her that first came to here in Lochquaber and cowlit himself ein fairy man on Yule day she confiest the devil quilk she callous. The fairy man lay with her at quilk time he bade here leave Orkney. 1618, Joan Willamot of Leicester. This examinate saith, that she hath a spirit which she calleth pretty, which was joined to her by William Barry of Langholm in Rutlandshire, whom she served 3 years. And that her master when he gave it to her, willed her to open her mouth, and he would blow into her a fairy which should do her good, and that she opened her mouth, and he did blow into her mouth. And that presently after his blowing, there came out of her mouth a spirit, which stood upon the ground in the shape and for me of a woman, which spirit did ask of her her soul, which she then promised unto it. 1633, Isabel Sinclair of Orkney. 6 times at the wreaths of the year, Shu hath been controlled with the fairy. 1653, Yorkshire. There was, he saith, as I have heard the story credibly reported in this country a man apprehended for suspicion of witchcraft, he was of that sort we call white witches. Which are such as do cures beyond the ordinary reasons and deductions of our usual practitioners, and are supposed, and most part of them truly, to do the same by ministration of spirits, from whence under their noble favours. Most sciences at first grow, and therefore are by good reason provided against by our civil laws, as being ways full of danger and deceit. And scarce ever otherwise obtained than by a devilish compact of the exchange of one's soul to that assistant spirit, for the honour of its mountebankery. What this man did was with a white powder which, he said, he received from the fairies, and that going to a hill he knocked 3 times, and the hill opened, and he had access to, and conversed with a visible people. And offered, that if any gentleman present would either go himself in person, or send his servant, he would conduct them thither, or shew them the place and persons from whom he had his skill. Hotham's account ends here. Webster continues first in his own words and then in inverted commas as if quoting, but gives no authority. To this I shall only add thus much, that the man was accused for invoking and calling upon evil spirits, and was a very simple and illiterate person to any man's judgment, and had been formerly very poor, but had gotten some pretty little means to maintain himself, his wife and divers small children, by his cures done with this white powder, of which there were sufficient proofs, and the judge asking him how he came by the powder. He told a story to this effect. That one night before day was gone, as he was going home from his labor, being very sad and full of heavy thoughts, not knowing how to get meat and drink for his wife and children, he met a fair woman in fine clothes, who asked him why he was so sad, and he told her it was by reason of his poverty, to which she said, that if he would follow her counsel she would help him to that which would serve to get him a good living, to which he said he would consent with all his heart, so it were not by unlawful ways. She told him it should not be by any such ways, but by doing of good and curing of sick people. And so warning him strictly to meet her there the next night at the same time, she departed from him, and he went home. And the next night at the time appointed he duly waited, and she, according to promise, came and told him that it was well he came so duly, otherwise he had missed of that benefit, that she intended to do unto him. And so bade him follow her and not be afraid. Thereupon she led him to a little hill and she knocked 3 times, and the hill opened, and they went in, and came to a fair hall, wherein was a queen sitting in great state, and many people about her, and the gentlewoman that brought him presented him to the queen, and she said he was welcome, and bid the gentlewoman give him some of the white powder, and teach him how to use it. Which she did, and gave him a little wood box full of the white powder, and bade him give 2 or 3 grains of it to any that were sick, and it would heal them, and so she brought him forth of the hill, and so they parted. And being asked by the judge whether the place within the hill, which he called a hall, were light or dark, he said indifferent, as it is with us in the twilight. And being asked how he got more powder, he said when he wanted he went to that hill, and knocked 3 times, and said every time I am coming, whereupon it opened, and he going in was conducted by the aforesaid woman to the queen. And so had more powder given him. This was the plain and simple story, however it may be judged of, that he told before the judge, the whole court, and the jury, and there being no proof, but what cures he had done to very many, the jury did acquit him. 1655. It might be here very seasonable to inquire into the nature of those large dark rings in the grass, which they call fairy circles, whether they be the rendezvous of witches, or the dancing place of those little puppet spirits which they call elves or fairies. 1661, Janet Watson of Dalkeith. She confessed that 3 months before the devil appeared unto her, in the likeness of ane pretty boy, in grain clothes. As also about the time of the last Bailey fire night, she was at a mighting in Newtown with the devil, who had grain clothes pon him, and ane black hat pon his head where scood denied Christ, and took herself to be the servant of the devil. 1662, Isabel Gowdie of Aldern. I was in the Downy Hillis, and got meat there from the Queen of Fury, more than I could eat. The Queen of Fury is brawly clothed in white linens, and in white and brown clothes, and the King of Fury is a braw male, well favoured, and broad-faced, and see. There was elf bolus routing and scoiling WP and down there and affrighted me. As for Elferohitis, the devil shapes them with his awin hand, and sign deliuris thame to elf boys, who witties and ditus them with a sharp thing like a paking needle. We went into the Downy Hillis. The hill opened, and we came to an fair and large braw round in the daytime. There ar great bolus routing and scoiling there, at the entry, quilk feared me. The devil wold gow ws the brawest like money that ewer wes coined. Within 4 and 20 hurries it vold be horsemeuk. 1662, Janet Bredheld of Aldern. He gaw me ane piece of money, like a testine, and gaw me an third piece of money, like the first, but they both turned red, and I got nothing for thame. 1662, Bute. The devil gave her ane elf arrow stone to shot him, a child of 7, which she did 10 days thereafter that the child died immediately thereafter. Janet Morrissound declares the devil told her it was the fairies that took John Glass' child's life. Mcpherson in Carroll his doctor lay sick of a very unnatural disease. The disease whilk ailed her was blasting with the fairies and that she healed her with herbs. Item being questioned about her hiling of Alistair Bannatyne who was sick of the like disease answered that he was blasted with the fairies also and that she hiled him thereof with herbs and being questioned anent her hiling of Patrick Glass. Dr. Barbara Glass answered that she was blasted with the fairies also. Being inquired what difference was betwixt shooting and blasting says that Silvain they are shot there is no recovery for it and if the shot be in the heart they died presently but if it be not at the heart they will die in a while with it yet will at last die with it and that blasting is a whirlwind that the fairies raises about that person which they intend to wrong which may be healed two ways either by herbs or by charming. 1664, Alice Duke of Wincanton, Somerset. When the devil doth anything for her, she calls for him by the name of Robin, upon which he appears. 1664, Elizabeth Style of Wincanton, Somerset. When she hath a desire to do harm, she calls the spirit by the name of Robin. 1670, Jean Weir of Edinburgh. When she keeped a school at Dalkeith, and teach children, ane tall woman came to the declarant's house when the children were there. She had, as appeared to her, ane child upon her back, and on or two at her foot. And the said woman desired that the declarant should employ her to speak for her to the Queen of Faery, and strick and battle in her behalf with the said Queen, which was her own words. 1677, Inverary. Donald McKilmacoll was tried for that horrid crime of corresponding with the devil, the whole evidence being that he entered a fairy hill where he met many men and women and he played on trumps to them Silvain they danced. 1697. Margaret Fulton in Renfrewshire. She was reputed a witch, has the mark of it, and acknowledged that her husband had brought her back from the fairies. 1697, James Lindsay, alias Curate, in Renfrewshire. He was called the Glade, or Squinty-Eyed Elf. 19th century. It was the common rumor that Elfin Irving came not into the world like the other sinful creatures of the earth, but was one of the cane-bairns of the fairies, whilk they had to pay to the enemy of man's salvation every 7th year. The poor lady fairy, a mother's a mother, be she elf's flesh or Eve's flesh, hid her elf son beside the christened flesh in Marion Irving's cradle, and the auld enemy lost his prey for a time. And touching this lad, ye all ken his mother was a hawk of an uncanny nest, a second cousin of Kate Kimmer, of Barfloshan, as rank a witch as ever rode on ragwort. Appendix II. Trial of Silvain Nevillon and Gentien le Clerc at Orleans, 1614–15. This trial is included here as a specimen of purely ritual witchcraft, without spellcasting. Arrest and procedure faked par le lieutenant criminal d'Orleans, contre Silvain Noyan, Gentien le Clerc dit Neuel, and Mathrin Ferrin du village de Noyan en Saloin, Conuancus de Sortilege le 20 juin 1614. Le vendredi 20 juin 1614 ledet lieutenant procedent à l'audition didit Noyan Commerer and Masson, auge de 77 ans. Ledet lieutenant criminal li iant dit chuil li veloit faire rare on razor le poil and changer de habits, a fin chuil dict verite. L'accuse s'escria nces mos, comment me vout en faire mourir, messers, sie vous confesse la vérité, vous ennemi feres par razor. A confesse avoir este en sabbat pres noen, nvn lu nami aliuet. Dit que le sabbat se tenoit don vin maison, oil vit a la chemini com, ledet sabbat se faisoit, vn noir duquel on any voyoit point la test. And du jours en books and la maison iant grand poil moire. Ily oit 200. Persons tons masqué, except vn nomini ferend. Chualant a elefrand aucens bailent de l'argent comme à l'église. Vit aussi vn grand noir à l'opposite de celui de la chemini, que regardoit don vn lura, don't les fuelets estoyant noirs and bloods, and marmotoit entre ses dents sans entendre ce chuil de soit, loit vin hostin noir. Pus vn calis de mescient estain tout crasseux. Vit K tons les assistants dan coyant en bransels dos a dos, and du books ou shures oic yus. Ily oit devians si fades chu ilnn put aller, and croit K c estoit de la chair de chul, and K let it ham, in war parloit cum si la voix fut sorti divi en poinsen, edivid in urine dus infans portes par de femmes. And K le diable batit veen fem oic vn baston, de ce chu en oit pa port son enfant cum el oit promis, baloit letit noir de gasto oxtits petit infans. Dit K suc anivant o sabbat, payant huic souls, chu ilya de processions oil of you parfois 6 cents persons, K les du diables que estoyant o sabbat, lvns appeloit elorthon, and elotra trazensac. And chu ilsse bisoyant inures succolur eminoyant lurs infans cum por les remercier, and bisoyant lurstits infans o col. Dit chu il of you le diable en plusieurs facens, tantost cum vn book, iant vn visage duant in vn autre derrière, ors cum vn gros mouton. Quon baptized de infans au sabbat oic du cresum, que de femmes apportant, and fraten la verge de quelcum, and enfant sorter de la sentence quels amassent, and la meslant oic le cresum. Pus mettent sela sur la test de l'enfant en prononcant quelques paroles en Latin. Dit aussi avoir vu de sorciers and sorcières que apportoyant de hosties en sabbat, lesquels els orient garde lors quon leur oit bailey à communier à l'église, and que le diable faisoit de gestes cum en dependent sur isels hosties. Desquels on faisoit de lit poudre, and quelquefois on les mettoit don lo, and que le diable estoit fort ice quand on li apportoit lestites hosties. Dit awar oue dire a Guillaume le Clerc dit nid el, que pour awar fake mourir vn le diable donoit de recompense huic souls, and pour vin fem 5 souls. Dit que le diable les bat ale sabbat, quand ils en scouant rendre compte d'awar fate quelques mal, and chu il leur dit en se separant venges vous, autrement vous mourez. Dit que lier quon a este a la messe, on any put ester in sorcel, on quon a vn agnes de sur soy, que bien sunt ils appellant el hosti en le blanc, que les femmes chantent de chassens en eleanor du diable. En chue el entre en sorti de table au sabbat, on dit au diable nous vous recognoissens pour nostre maester, nostre dieu, nostre créateur. Que le diable dit le semo au sabbat, mais quon enenten ce chu il dit, parce chu il parle comme, en grodent, and chu il yet de la poudre par tout l'Assemblée, comme, en fait de lo benist. Vit quon frappoit don lo divine Becket, and aussi tost vit cum il li sembloit que si estoit de la gressel. Dit ester les sunt en sabbat de sun pied tout eswil, and se grassoit point, diotant que si estoit folit se gracer quand on ti va pauloing. Dit que le diable monstra un for me de member viral au sabbat, on cum vin chandel, and chu il vit vin fem que le bisa par la. Dit que les sorciers en puant faire mal le vendredi, cause que du oit suffert la mort, and estoit venu au monde l'editure. Dit chu ilya de sorciers canarissant de marionnettes, que sont de petits diaboltos en fermi de crapaud, and leur font manger de la bille composée de lait de farine, and leur donnant le premier morceau. And enos orient es absentir de leur maison sans leur demander congé, and li faut dire combien de temps ils seront absents, cum trois ou quatre heures, and ils dissent que c'est trop, ce que les gardent. Innocent faire leur voyage New York ou trépasser leur volant. Quan ils violent aller en marchandise ou iour, and scawar saly farabon, ils regardant si lestites marionnettes sont iouses, nce cas ils vont en marchandise, ou iour, mais ils sont massades and tristes, ils en bougent de la maison. And le plus sunt lestites marionnettes centenures use de grandes menaces. Interroge letit nolion par letit lieutenant criminal, si a sonna duis vn yuj puroit faire prendre lestites marionnettes, bu que ce sont demons familiars. Respond Chuvien bon yuj poroit bien faire importer les dites marionnettes, dioten quels cranent fort les bones yuges, mais Chuvien yuj que any feroit pas bien laistis, New York gagneroit reign. And que les sorciers puant in sorceller vien meschant yuj, parce que du la abandon. Dit chuil a vu bailier au sabbat du pain benest, and de l'ensens, mais ilne sentoit bon cum celui de l'église, and que si estoit vien de diables nami orthan que ludanoit, lors tramsabat desoit la messe. And chuant la commencer il yetoit de lo benist que estoit fake de pisat, and faisoit la reverence de ball, and desoit, asperges diaboli. Let it nullian estoit connuencu par le procès, diawar empoisoni, and faked mour plusieurs personnes and bestios, and diawar faked diotres mo. Gentien ou gentai, n, le clerc dit, ksa mer le presenta, dit on, l'eloge de trois ans au sabbat, a vien book, quon appelloit l'aspic. Dit chuil fut baptize au sabbat, au curwar dialiuet, oec quators ou quins autres, and que yen gerat porta du cresum que estoit John don vien pot, and que letit nullian yeta de la semence don letit pot, and vien nami semel. And bruiloyant sela oec vin petit quillier de bois, and pousse leur en mirent à tout sur la teste. Il vit marquer plusieurs personnes, mais les femmes principalement entre les tétins. Quon bailey a baiser la paix cum l'église, and que cela semble vin tuile, and quon y bailey vien denier ou vien double allant a elefrand, lo benist est yon cum du pisat diasni, and chuapre quon la yeti on dit la messe. And que se le diable que la dit, chuil a vin chasuble que a vin croy, mais chuel na que chuabars, and torn le dos a elodal quan il vut luer el hosti in localis, que sont noirs, and marmot don vien liora. Duquel la courture est tout velu cum divine pot de lou, oec de fuelets blancs and rouges, diotres noirs. E quand letit noire yet, ou yet de lo benist, chacun de assistance, se yet en terra cum on faked à l'église sur la fosse de trespasses, oec vien morceau de hoca a trois fuelis obout. Après la messe on danse, pousse on couche ensemble, homs oec homs, and femme oec de femmes. Pousse on se met à table, oilna ims vue de celle edny à autre viande que grenouille en anguilles, and point de vin ins de l'eau. Dit chuil a cogna de homs and ss de couple oecus, chuil oet vin cupo u gondal par le moyen de laquelle touts les femmes le suyant pour y boyer. Chuo sabbat on y blasphemoit sunt, disons chardieu. Se vin bel chose chuils font blancher pour quon la voix de plus loing, and pousse la mangent, and quan ils eloanti mange ilny and a plus, que les prestres font cela pour amuser le monde. And que se vien beau ianicat, chuil y oet plus diaquest nsa marionnette chuendieu. Edi oet vu sunt la marionnette dudit nolian, que est cum vien gros crapot tout noir, cum divine fourrure noir, and estoit don vin boet cache saubs vien coro, que sautoit and loit quand on veloit dormer a manger audit crapot. Chuil la vu encore pousse six sepmains en la ruelle du lict judic nolian, and chuil a vu chuil elaportoit vin autrefois don son manto, chuil li a dit vin desain de foi, ksl veloit il li en feroit al war vin. Chuil y oet plus profit nisel chuendieu, and chuil any gagnoit reign a regarderdieu, mais ksa marionnette li apportoit toujours quelques chose. Confess avoir faked mourir plusieurs personnes, and chuil skate fair dancer les buffs don vien circle chuil fate, and chuvin va li aprins. Ils ferent condamnes par sentence a estupendis and Brussels. Appel en la cour, au rapport de Monsieur Barreau, consiler en la seconde chambre de enquests, du sorciers mourant. Cependant Gentien le clerc sol, fut condamné par arrest du 4 Furier 1615. Appendix III. A. Names of witches in covens. I. 1440, magical. 3 were executed, of 4 equally guilty 2 fled, and 2 had died previously. 1. Antonio Prelati. 2. Bertrand Pullian. 3. Etienne Correlot, executed. 4. Edionette Blanchot. 5. Eustache Blanchet. 6. Gilles de Rais, executed. 7. Gilles de Sille, fled. 8. Henri Griart, executed. 9. Jean Rossignol, dead. 10. Lenano Siva. 11. Perrine Martin. 12. Robin Romulart, dead. 13. Roger de Brickeville, fled. 2. 1582, Essex. Saint Osyth. 1. Alesh Hunt. 2. Alesh Manfield. 3. Alesh Newman. 4. Annis Glascock. 5. Annis Heed. 6. Cicely Sellis. 7. Elizabeth Bennet. 8. Elizabeth Eustace. 9. Joan Pesci. 10. Joan Robinson. 11. Margaret Greville. 12. Marjorie Sandman. 13. Ursley Kemp. 3. 1590. North Berwick. Those marked with a star are the 9 who took part in the great attempt on James VI's life. Of these 4 were tried and executed. Of the rest of the covens, Christian Todd, Donald Robson, and Robert Grierson were executed as witches in 1594, and Begues Todd in 1608. The others appear to have escaped altogether. 1. 2. Agnes Sampson and her daughter. 3. Agnes Stratton. 3. Alexander Quitelaw. 5. Annie Richardson. 6. Barbara Napier. 7. Begues Todd. 8. Bessie Brune. 9. Bessie Gulleen, Cowan. 10. Bessie Robson. 11. Bessie Thompson. 12. Bessie Wright. 13. Catherine Campbell. 14. Catherine Duncan. 15. Catherine McGill. 16. Christian Carrington. 17. Christian Todd. 18. Donald Robson. 19. Duncan Buchanan. 20. Euphemia McCallion. 21. Gilles Duncan. 22. Gilbert McGill. 23. Helen Lauder. 24. Helen Quite. 25. Isabel Giler, Giloun. 26. Isabel Lauder. 27. Janet Blandelands. 28. Johnette Campbell. 29. Johnette Gall. 30. Johnette Logan. 31. Johnette Nicholson. 32. Johnette Stratton. 33. John Couer. 34. John Fian, officer. 35. John Gordon, Graymeal. 36. John McGill. 37. Kate Gray. 38. Kate Wallace. 39. Mollie Getty. 40. Margaret Atchison. 41. Meg Begton. 42. Meg Dunn. 43. Meg Stillcart. 44. Margaret Tomsown. 45. Marion Balesy. 46. Marion Congilton. 47. 48. Marion Linkup and her sister. 49. Marion Nicholson. 50. Marion Patterson. 51. Marion Shaw. 52. Marion. Irish Marion. 53. Macy Atchison. 54. Michael Clark. 55. Richard Graham. 56. Robert Grierson. 57. 58. Thomas Bunhill and his wife. 59. 60. Staubeyes, 2 women. 61. Archie Hanilla's wife. 62. George Mott's wife. 63. John Ramsay's wife. 64. Nicol Murray's wife. 4. 1597, Aberdeen. The following were executed. 1. Andro Mann. 2. Kristen Reed. 3. Isabel Oig. 4. Isabel Ritchie. 5. Helen Rogie. 6. Jonet Grant. 7. Jonet Spaldarg. 8. Jonet Wishart. 9. Catherine Gerard. 10. Margaret Bean. 11. Margaret O.G. 12. Marion Grant. 13. Thomas Laius, officer. The following took a leading part in the ceremonies and were tried, 7 were banished, no record as to the fate of the rest. 1. Agnes Wobster. 2. Beatrice Robbie, banished. 3. Bessie Tom. 4. Kristen Mitchell. 5. Ellen Gray. 6. Elspeth Laius, banished. 7. Isabel Cokie. 8. Helen Frazer. 9. John Laius, banished. 10. Jonet Davidson, banished. 11. Jonet Laius, banished. 12. Jonet Lucas, banished. 13. Violet Lucas, banished. 5. 1613, Lancashire. 10 were executed. Elizabeth Demdike died in prison. Janet Preston was acquitted, but was executed later. I suggest Janet Hargreaves as the 13th, for she was the only one who was first at Malking Tower and afterwards in prison. 1. Alice Nutter. 2. Alison Device. 3. Anne Redfern. 4. Anne Whittle. 5. Elizabeth Demdike, officer. 6. Elizabeth Device. 7. Isabel Roby. 8. James Device. 9. Jane Bulcock. 10. Janet Hargreaves. 11. Janet Preston. 12. John Bulcock. 13. Catherine Hewitt. 6. 1617, Guernsey. 1. Collis Beckwith. 2. Colette Dumont, officer. 3. Isabel Beckwith. 4. Marie Beckwith. 5. The Woman Falaise. 6. The Woman Hardy. 7. A Woman She Did Not Know. 8 to 13, 6 others there she did not know. 7. 1644, Queensferry. 7 were executed. 1. Catherine Logie. 2. Catherine Thompson. 3. Elspeth Cant. 4. Helen Hill. 5. Helen Thompson. 6. Isabel Young. 7. Janet Lowry. 8. Janet Mowbray. 9. Margaret Brown. 10. Margaret Dolan. 11. Marion Dolan. 12. Marion Little. 13. Marion Stein. 8. 1649, Hearts. St. Albans. 1. Anne Smith. 2. John Lehman Sr. 3. John Lehman Jr. 4. John. Joan Lehman. 5. John Palmer. 6. John Salmon, Sr. 7. Joseph Salmon. 8. Judith Salmon. 9. Mary Bykins. 10. Mary Lehman, Sr. 11. Mary Lehman, Jr. 12. Sarah Smith. 13. Widow Palmer. 9. 1658 Aloe. 1. Barbara Erskine. 2. Bessie Payton. 3. Elspeth Black. 4. James Hudston. 5. James Kirk. 6. Jonet Miller. 7. Jonet Patterson. 8. Jonet Reed. 9. Catherine Black. 10. Catherine Rennie. 11. Margaret Demperstown. 12. Margaret Duckhall. 13. Margaret Talesier. 1661. Forfar. The two covens were led, one by Helen Guthrie, the other by Helen Cotthills. I have put in the first coven the names which occur most frequently together. 1. 1. Agnes Spark. 2. Andrew Watson. 3. Elspeth Alexander. 4. Elspeth Bruce. 5. Helen Alexander. 6. Helen Guthrie, officer. 7. Isabel Dorward. 8. Isabel Shirey. 9. John Talesier. 10. Jonet Howitt. 11. Jonet Stout. 12. Catherine Portar. 13. Mary Rind. 2. 1. Bessie Crockett. 2. Kristen White. 3. George Ellies. 4. Helen Cotthills, officer. 5. Isabel Smith. 6. Jonet Berry. 7. Catherine Wallace. 8. Margaret Nichol. 9. Marjorie Ritchie. 10. Finlayson. 11. Hebron. 12. 13. 2 unnamed women mentioned by Catherine Portar. 11. 1662, Aldern. 1. Barbara Ronald. 2. Bessie Hay. 3. Bessie Wilson. 4. Elspeth Nishi. 5. Isabel Gowdie. 6. Isabel Nichol. 7. Janet Bredhade. 8. Janet Burnett. 9. John Taylor. 10. John Young, officer. 11. Jean Martin, the maiden. 12. Margaret Brodie. 13. Margaret Wilson. 12. 1662, Kinross-shire. Crook of Devon. 1. Agnes Brew. 2. Agnes Murray. 3. Agnes Pittendrake. 4. Bessie Henderson. 5. Bessie Nell. 6. Christian Grieve. 7. Isabel Rutherford. 8. Janet Brew. 9. Janet Peyton, of Crook. 10. Janet Peyton, of Kilduff. 11. Margaret Huggan. 12. Margaret Litster. 13. Robert Wilson. 13. 1662, Hartford, Connecticut. Though the published records are incomplete, the number of names surviving suggests that a coven existed here. 1. Andrew Sanford. 2. Elizabeth Seeger. 3. James Walkley. 4. Judith Varlett. 5. Mary Sanford. 6. Nathaniel Greensmith. 7. Rebecca Greensmith. 8. William Ayres. 9. Goodwife Ayres. 10. Goodwife Grant. 11. Goodwife Palmer. 12. Goodwife Sanford. 14. 1662, Butte. 1. Agnes. Ingortinis. 2. Annie Hayman, the maiden. 3. Surstein Ballantyne, the maiden. 4. Donald MacArthur. 5. Elspeth Gailey. 6. Elspeth Gray. 7. Elspeth N.C. William. 8. Elspeth Spence. 9. Isabel Moore McCaw. 10. Isabel N.C. Neal. 11. Isabel N.C. Nichol. 12. Jonet McConaughey. 13. Jonet McNeil. 14. Jonet McNichol. 15. Jonet Isaac. 16. Jonet Morrison. 17. Jonet Nichol. 18. John Gailey. 19. Catherine Christel. 20. Catherine Frissell. 21. Catherine McWilliam. 22. Catherine Moore. 23. Catherine Stewart. 24. Margaret McNeil. 25. Margaret McNichol. 26. Margaret Nsildui. 27, Margaret N.C. Levin. 28, Margaret N.C. William. 29, Margaret Smith. 30, Marie McCaw. 31, Marie Moore N.C. Quill. 32, Marie Stewart. 33. Patrick McCaw. Besides 11 other incomplete names, of which 5 can be identified as being already mentioned above, leaving 6 to add to that number, i.e. 39 in all. 15. 1664. Somerset. In the first coven I have put the names which occur most frequently together in the evidence. 1. 1. Alice Duke. 2. Alice Green. 3. And Bishop, officer. 4. Catherine Green. 5. Christian Green. 6. Dinah Warburton. 7. Dorothy Warburton. 8. Elizabeth Style. 9. Henry Walter. 10. Joan Sims. 11. Mary Green. 12. Mary Penny. 13. Mary Warburton. 2. 1. Christopher Ellen. 2. James Bush. 3. John Combs. 4. John Vining. 5. Julian Cox. 6. Margaret Agar, officer. 7. Margaret Clark. 8. Rachel King. 9. Richard Dix. 10. Richard Larmen. 11. Thomas Bolster. 12. Thomas Dunning. 13. Durnford. 16. 1673, Northumberland. 1. And Dryden. 2. And Foster. 3. And Usher. 4. Elizabeth Pickering. 5. John Crawforth. 6. Lucy Thompson. 7. Margaret Ainsley. 8. Margaret, whose surname she knows not. 9. Michael Ainsley. 10. William Wright. 11 to 13, and 3 more, whose names she knows not. 17. 1697 Renfrewshire. Bargarin. 1. Agnes Naismith. 2. Alexander Anderson. 3. James Lindsay. 4. Janet Rogers. 5. Janet Wogg. 6. Jean Fulton, officer. 7. John Lindsay. 8. John Reed. 9. Catherine Campbell. 10. Margaret Fulton. 11. Margaret Lang. 12. Margaret Rogers. 13. Martha Semple. B. Names of witches. Guernsey being a law unto itself in the matter of names, the following remarks refer only to England and Scotland. The lists of witch names bring to light several facts as regards the women. One of these is the entire absence of Saxon names, such as Gertrude, Edith, Hilda. Old Testament names are so few in number as to be negligible. Scandinavian names are not found. The essentially Puritan names, such as Temperance, hardly occur. But the great mass of the names fall under 8 heads with their dialectical differences. 1. Anne, Annis, Agnes, Annabel. 2. Alice, Alison. 3. Christian, Kristen, Surstein. 4. Elizabeth, Elspeth, Isabel, Bessie. 5. Ellen, Eleanor, Helen. 6. Joan, Jane, Janet, Jonet. 7. Margaret, Marget, Meg, Marjorie. 8. Marian, Mary. At first sight the list suggests New Testament and Greek influence, and though I am not prepared to dispute this, I would point out, 1. That there was a British goddess called Anna, which may account not only for all the forms of Anne but also for the terminations in Alison and Marian. 2. That the name Christian clearly indicates the presence of another religion. 3. That there is at present nothing to prove that Isabel is a variant of Elizabeth. It is quite possible that Isabel was the original name and that the missionaries Christianized it as Elizabeth. 4. That Helen was a pre-Christian name in Great Britain. That Margaret may have been originally Margaret, the spelling and pronunciation being influenced by the Greek form. And as G and Y are dialectically interchangeable, Margit would be the same as, or closely allied to, the Finnish Margata. If Christianity had obtained the hold on the people which the ecclesiastical writers would have its believe, the name Mary should surely have been the most common, but it hardly occurs in Great Britain before 1645. While Marian is hardly used after that date. This looks as though Marian were the earlier form, and Mary may therefore be merely the contraction of the longer name. As regards the name Joan, I can offer no explanations or suggestions. I can only call attention to its overwhelming preponderance in comparison with the others. In the lists the names are arranged without regard to local differences of spelling. The surnames are in alphabetical order. Abra Grinset. Dunwich. 1663. Agnes Aline. Crook of Devon. 1662. Agnes Beveridge. Crook of Devon. 1662. Agnes Brodie. Aldern. 1662. Agnes Brown. Northampton. 1612. Agnes Brew. Crook of Devon. 1662. Agnes Finney. Edinburgh. 1644. Agnes Forbes. Aberdeen. 1597. Agnes Frame. Aberdeen. 1597. Agnes Grant. Aldern. 1662. Agnes Murray. Crook of Devon. 1662. Agnes Naismith. Bargarin. 1697. Agnes Pittendrake. Crook of Devon. 1662. Agnes Rostern. Lancs. 1613. Agnes Sampson. North Berwick. 1590. Agnes Sharp. Crook of Devon. 1662. Agnes Spark. Forfar. 1661. Agnes Stratton. North Berwick. 1590. Agnes Torrey. Aldern. 1662. Agnes Williamson. Samuel's Tun. 1662. Agnes Wobster. Aberdeen. 1597. Agnes. Ingortinis. Bute. 1662. Alistair McNiven. Bute. 1642. Alexander Bell. Aldern. 1662. Alexander Elder. Aldern. 1662. Alexander Hamilton. Edinburgh. 1630. Alexander Hunter. East Lothian. 1649. Alexander Leddy. Aldern. 1662. Alexander Quitelaw. N. Berwick. 1590. Alexander Shefford. Aldern. 1662. Alexander Sue Sums. Suffolk. 1646. Alice Dixon. Essex. 1645. Alice Dixon. Northumberland. 1673. Alice Duke. Somerset. 1664. Alice Goodridge. Burton-on-Trent. 1597. Alice Gray. Lancs. 1613. Alice Green. Somerset. 1664. Alesh Hunt. St. Ossith. 1582. Alice Hewson. Burton Agnes. 1664. Alice Keitler. Ireland. 1324. Alesh Mansfield. St. Ossith. 1582. Alesh Newman. St. Ossith. 1582. Alice Nutter. Lancs. 1613. Alice Priestley. Lancs. 1613. Ulse Young. Connecticut. 1647. Alison Device. Lancs. 1613. Alison Dick. Kirkcaldy. 1636. Aylsound Pearsound. Fifeshire. 1588. Alan McKeldowie. Orkney. 1616. Amy Dooney. Essex. 1645. Amy Hindman. SNR. Bute. 1662. Amy Hindman, JNR. Bute. 1662. Andrew Mann. Aberdeen. 1597. Andrew Sanford. Con. 1662. Andrew Watson. Forfar. 1661. Anne Ashby. Maidstone. 1652. Anne Bates. Northumberland. 1673. Anne Baker. Leicester. 1619. Anne Bishop. Somerset. 1664. Anne Blampede. Guernsey. 1629. Anne Bodenham. Salisbury. 1633. Anne Kate. Much Holland. Essex. 1645. Anne Cooper. Clacton, Essex. 1645. Honest Craigie. Crook of Devon. 1662. Anne Crunkshire. Lancs. 1673. Anne Desborough. Hunts. 1646. Anne Dryden. Northumberland. 1673. Anne Foster. Northumberland. 1673. Anne Foster. Northampton. 1674. Annis Glascock. St. Ossith. 1582. Anne Grutt. Guernsey. 1614. Annis Heed. St. Ossith. 1582. Annie Hayman. Bute. 1662. Anne Hunnam. Scarborough. 1651. Anne Leach. Mislay. Essex. 1645. Anne Martin. Maidstone. 1652. Anne Mask. Guernsey. 1617. Anne Parker. Suffolk. 1645. Anne Partays. Northumberland. 1673. Anne Pierce. Suffolk. 1645. Anne Redfern. Lancs. 1613. Annie Richardson. N. Berwick. 1590. N. Smith. St. Albans. 1649. Annabel Stewart. Paisley. 1678. Annie Talesier. Orkney. 1633. Annabel Thompson. Borostonis. 1679. And Usher. Northumberland. 1673. And West. Lawford. Essex. 1645. And Whitfield. Northumberland. 1673. And Whittle. Lancs. 1613. Anthony Hunter. Northumberland. 1673. Archibald Mann. Aldern. 1662. Arthur Bill. Northampton. 1612. Barbara Erskine. Allow. 1658. Barbara Fries. Aldern. 1662. Barbara Napier. N. Berwick. 1590. Barbara Ronald. Aldern. 1662. Beek Tice. Aberdeen. 1597. Bages Todd. N. Berwick. 1598. Beatrice Lang. Pittenweem. 1704. Beatrice Robbie. Aberdeen. 1597. Surstein Ballantyne. Bute. 1662. Christian Carrington. N. Berwick. 1597. Christian Carrington. N. Berwick. 1590. Christian Graham. Glasgow. 1622. Christian Green. Somerset. 1664. Christian Grieve. Crook of Devon. 1662. Christine Harnon. Guernsey. 1617. Christian Lewingstone. Leith. 1597. Kristen Miller. Aberdeen. 1597. Kristen Mitchell. Aberdeen. 1597. Kristen Reed. Aberdeen. 1597. Christian Sadler. Edinburgh. 1597. Christian Todd. N. Berwick. 1590. Kristen White. Forfar. 1661. Christian Wilson. Dalkeith. 1661. Christian Young. Crook of Devon. 1662. Christopher Dixon. Northumberland. 1673. Christopher Ellen. Somerset. 1664. Christopher Hargreaves. Lancs. 1613. Christopher. Howgate. Lancs. 1613. Cicely Sellis. St. Ossith. 1582. Cecile Vaultier. Guernsey. 1610. Collis Beckwith. Guernsey. 1617. Colette Beckwith. Guernsey. 1617. Colette de l'Estel. Guernsey. 1622. Colette Dumont. Guernsey. 1617. Colette Gascoigne. Guernsey. 1563. Colette La Jolie. Guernsey. 1624. Colette Robin. Guernsey. 1622. Colette Salmon. Guernsey. 1563. Colette Savage. Guernsey. 1639. Colette Tourtel. Guernsey. 1576. Deliverance Hobbs. Salem. 1692. Dinah Warburton. Somerset. 1664. Donald MacArthur. Bute. 1662. Donald. Robesown. N. Berwick. 1590. Doll Bilby. Burton Agnes. 1664. Dorothy Green. Northumberland. 1673. Dorothy Warburton. Somerset. 1664. Duncan Butchquanane. N. Berwick. 1590. Bessie Aiken. Edinburgh. 1597. Elspeth Alexander. Forfar. 1661. Elizabeth Astley. Lancs. 1613. Elizabeth Atchinson. Northumberland. 1673. Bessie Bathgate. Eyemouth. 1634. Elizabeth Bennet. St. Ossith. 1582. Elspeth Black. Allo. 1658. Bessie Brown. N. Berwick. 1590. Elspeth Bruce. Forfar. 1661. Elspeth Cant. Queensferry. 1644. Elizabeth Chandler. Hunts. 1646. Elspeth Chisholm. Aldern. 1662. Elizabeth Clark. Manningtree. 1645. Elizabeth Clausen. Con. 1692. Bessie Crockett. Forfar. 1661. Elizabeth Demdike. Lancs. 1613. Elizabeth Dempster. Crook of Devon. 1662. Elizabeth Device. Lancs. 1613. Elizabeth Dickinson. Knaresborough. 1621. Bessie Dunlop. Ayrshire. 1576. Elizabeth Duquesne. Guernsey. 1610. Elizabeth Eustace. St. Ossith. 1582. Elspeth Falconer. Aldern. 1662. Elspeth Findlay. Aberdeen. 1597. Elizabeth Fletcher. Knaresborough. 1621. Elspeth Forbes. Aberdeen. 1597. Elizabeth Francis. Chelmsford. 1556. Bessie Freese. Aldern. 1662. Elspeth Gailey. Bute. 1662. Elizabeth Garlick. Con. 1657. Elizabeth Govian. Guernsey. 1639. Elspeth Gilbert. Aldern. 1662. Elizabeth Godman. Con. 1653. Elizabeth Gooding. Manningtree. 1645. Bessie Graham. Kilwinning. 1649. Elspeth Graham. Dalkeith. 1661. Elspeth Gray. Bute. 1662. Bessie Guilin. N. Berwick. 1590. Elizabeth Hare. Essex. 1645. Elizabeth Hargraves. Lancs. 1613. Elizabeth Harvey. Ramsey. Essex. 1645. Bessie Hay. Aldern. 1662. Bessie Henderson. Crook of Devon. 1662. Elizabeth Howgate. Lancs. 1613. Bessie Hewshins. Aldern. 1662. Elizabeth Knapp. Groton. 1671. Elspeth Laird. Aldern. 1662. Elizabeth Lohardy. Guernsey. 1631. Elspeth Lais. Aberdeen. 1597. Elspeth Macbeth. Aldern. 1662. Elspeth Macamee. Aldern. 1662. Bessie Moffat. Dalkeith. 1661. Elspeth Moyniss. Aberdeen. 1597. Elspeth N.C. William. Bute. 1662. Bessie Neal. Crook of Devon. 1662. Elspeth Nishi. Aldern. 1662. Bessie Peyton. Allo. 1658. Bessie Paul. Aberdeen. 1597. Bessie Peterkin. Aldern. 1662. Elizabeth Pickering. Northumberland. 1673. Elspeth Rioch. Orkney. 1616. Bessie Robson. N. Berwick. 1590. Elizabeth Sawyer. Edmonton. 1621. Elizabeth Seeger. Con. 1662. Elspeth Smith. Aberdeen. 1597. Elspeth Spence. Bute. 1662. Elizabeth Style. Somerset. 1664. Elizabeth Style. Windsor. 1579. Elspeth Strathquin. Aberdeen. 1597. Bessie Tom. Aberdeen. 1597. Bessie Thompson. N. Berwick. 1590. Bessie Vicar. Borostonis. 1679. Elizabeth Weed. Hunts. 1646. Bessie Weir. Paisley. 1678. Bessie Wilson. Aldern. 1662. Bessie Wright. N. Berwick. 1590. Elizabeth Wright. Burton-on-Trent. 1597. Bessie Young. Aldern. 1662. Ellen Beerley. Lancs. 1613. Ellen Gray. Aberdeen. 1597. Ellen Green. Leicester. 1619. Eleanor Shaw. Northampton. 1705. Euphemia McCallion. N. Berwick. 1590. Francis de Conson. Lancs. 1613. Francis Moore. Hunts. 1646. George Ellies. Forfar. 1661. Gideon Penman. Crichton. 1678. Gilbert Fiddler. Aberdeen. 1597. Gilbert McGill. N. Berwick. 1590. Giles Fenderlin. Leven Heath. 1652. Gellis Duncan. N. Berwick. 1590. Gillis Hutton. Crook of Devon. 1662. Girette Le Parmentier. Guernsey. 1620. Gracien Gusset. Guernsey. 1563. Grace Hay. Lancs. 1613. Grisel Gairdner. Newburgh. 1610. Grisel Sinclair. Aldern. 1662. Guillemine La Busse. Guernsey. 1622. Guillemine Voltaire. Guernsey. 1610. Helen Alexander. Forfar. 1661. Helen Clark. Manningtree. 1645. Helen Cott Hills. Forfar. 1661. Helen Frazer. Aberdeen. 1597. Helen Guthrie. Forfar. 1661. Helen Hill. Queensferry. 1644. Helen. Inglis. Aldern. 1661. Helen Jenkinson. Northampton. 1612. Helen Lauder. N. Berwick. 1590. Helene Lebrun. Guernsey. 1609. Helen Mackey. Aberdeen. 1597. Helen Penny. Aberdeen. 1597. Helen Rogie. Aberdeen. 1597. Helen Thompson. Queensferry. 1644. Helen White. N. Berwick. 1590. Henry Graver. Knaresborough. 1621. Henry Walter. Somerset. 1665. Hugh Crozier. Con. 1693. Isabel Adams. Pittenweem. 1704. Isabel Andrews. Northumberland. 1673. Isabel Berdye. Edinburgh. 1649. Isabel Brown. Aberdeen. 1597. Isabel Becket. Guernsey. 1617. Isabel Black. Crook of Devon. 1662. Isabel Burnett. Aberdeen. 1597. Isabel Cokie. Aberdeen. 1597. Isabel Condie. Crook of Devon. 1662. Isabel Crawford. Irvine. 1618. Isabel Dorward. Forfar. 1661. Isabel Forbes. Aberdeen. 1597. Isabel Fries. Aldern. 1662. Isabel Gairdner. Edinburgh. 1649. Isabel Gibson. Crook. Of Devon. 1662. Isabel Gaudy. Aldern. 1662. Isabel Griersown. Edinburgh. 1607. Isabel Gilles. N. Berwick. 1590. Isabel Haldane. Perth. 1607. Isabel Inch. Irvine. 1618. Isabel Johnson. Northumberland. 1673. Isabel Lauder. N. Berwick. 1590. Isabel Menteith. Aberdeen. 1597. Isabel Moore N. Seacaw. Bute. 1662. Isabel Moore. Aldern. 1662. Isabel N. C. Neal. Bute. 1662. Isabel N. C. Nicol. Bute. 1662. Isabel Nicol. Aldern. 1662. Isabel Oig. Aberdeen. 1597. Isabel. Ramsay. Edinburgh. 1661. Isabel Ritchie. Aberdeen. 1597. Isabel Robbie. Aberdeen. 1597. Isabel Roby. Lancs. 1613. Isabel Rutherford. Crook of Devon. 1662. Isabel Shirey. Forfar. 1661. Isabel Sidegraves. Lancs. 1613. Isabel Smith. Forfar. 1661. Isabel Strathaquin. Aberdeen. 1597. Isabel Thompson. Northumberland. 1673. Isabel Young. Queensferry. 1644. James Bush. Somerset. 1664. James Device. Lancs. 1613. James Hudson. Allow. 1658. James Kirk. Allow. 1658. James O.G. Aberdeen. 1597. James Walkley. Con. 1662. Jonet Anderson. Edinburgh. 1657. Jane Bates. Northumberland. 1673. Jonet Berry. Forfar. 1661. Jean Bichot. Guernsey. 1619. Janet Beerley. Lancs. 1613. Janet Blandelands. Edinburgh. 1590. Janet Bredhade. Aldern. 1662. Janet Brown. Edinburgh. 1649. Janet Brew. Crook of Devon. 1662. Jane Bulcock. Lancs. 1613. Janet Burnett. Aldern. 1662. Jonet Campbell. Edinburgh. 1590. Jonet Campbell. N. Berwick. 1590. Joan Carradine. Faversham. 1645. Joan Carrington. Con. 1651. Jonet Clerc. Edinburgh. 1590. Jonet Clerict. Aberdeen. 1597. Jennot Cook. Dalkeith. 1661. Johann Cooper. Much Holland. Essex. 1645. Jonet Corset. Pittenweem. 1704. Janet Cronkshaw. Lancs. 1613. Janet Cunningham. Edinburgh. 1590. Jonet Davidson. Aberdeen. 1597. Jean de Bertrand. Guernsey. 1626. Jeanette de Garris. Guernsey. 1631. Jonet de Jeds. Aberdeen. 1597. Janet Device. Lancs. 1613. Jennit Dibble. Knaresborough. 1621. Jonet Drever. Orkney. 1615. Jeanette Dumarisk. Guernsey. 1570. Janet Finley. Aldern. 1662. Jean Fulton. Bargarin. 1697. Jonet Gaw, Gaul. N. Berwick. 1590. Jonet Grant. Aberdeen. 1597. Jonet Grant. Edinburgh. 1590. Jean Gignan. Guernsey. 1570. Jonet Gissett. Aberdeen. 1597. Janet Hargraves. Lancs. 1613. Jonet Hurd. Crook of Devon. 1662. Jonet Hood. Crook of Devon. 1662. Jane. Hopper. Northumberland. 1673. Jane Hott. Faversham. 1645. Jonet Howitt. Forfar. 1661. Jonet Hunter. Ayrshire. 1605. Jonet Isaac. Butte. 1662. Jonet Caw. Perth. 1607. Jean King. Innerkip. 1662. Jean Le Cornu. Guernsey. 1620. Jeanette Le Gallies. Guernsey. 1570. Jonet Leask. Aberdeen. 1597. Jonet Lais. Aberdeen. 1597. Jonet Logan. N. Berwick. 1590. Janet Lowry. Queensferry. 1644. Jonet Lucas. Aberdeen. 1597. Joan Lucas. Northampton. 1612. Jane Makepeace. Northumberland. 1673. Janet Mann. Aldern. 1662. Janet Matthey. Paisley. 1678. Jonet McConaughey. Butte. 1662. Jonet. Msilmartine. Butte. 1642. Jonet McNeil. Butte. 1662. Jonet McNichol. Butte. 1662. Jonet McTire. Butte. 1642. Janet Micklejohn. Dalkeith. 1661. Jonet Miller. Allo. 1658. Jonet Morrison. Butte. 1662. Janet Mowbray. Queensferry. 1644. Jonet McTire. Butte. 1642. Jonet Nicholson. N. Berwick. 1590. Jonet Nicol. Butte. 1662. Jonet Pius Tun. Dalkeith. 1661. Jonet Patterson. Allo. 1659. Janet Peyton. Crook of Devon. 1662. Janet Peyton. Kilduff. 1662. Joan Pecci. St. Ossith. 1582. Joan Peterson. Wapping. 1652. Janet Preston. Lancs. 1613. Jonet Reed. Allo. 1658. Jonet Reed. Orkney. 1633. Jonet Rendell. Orkney. 1629. Joan Robinson. St. Ossith. 1582. Janet Rogers. Bargarin. 1697. Janet Scott. Innerkip. 1662. Janet Smith. Aldern. 1662. Jonet Smith. Aberdeen. 1597. Jane Southworth. Lancs. 1613. Jonet Spaldark. Aberdeen. 1597. Jonet Stewart. Edinburgh. 1597. Jonet Stout. Forfar. 1661. John Stratton. N. Berwick. 1590. Jean Sutherland. Aldern. 1662. Joan Sims. Somerset. 1664. Janet Thompson. Edinburgh. 1649. Jean Turgis. Guernsey. 1622. Joan Vaughan. Northampton. 1612. Janet Wagg. Bargarin. 1697. Joan Walliford. Faversham. 1645. Joan Wallace. Hunts. 1646. Joan Waterhouse. Chelmsford. 1556. Jonet Watson. Dalkeith. 1661. Jean Weir. Edinburgh. 1670. Janet Wilkinson. Lancs. 1613. Joan Willamot. Leicester. 1619. Jonet Wishart. Aberdeen. 1597. John Brew. Edinburgh. 1643. John Bulcock. Lancs. 1613. John Carrington. Caen. 1651. John Clerc. Hunts. 1646. John Combs. Somerset. 1664. John Coeur. N. Berwick. 1590. John Crawforth. Northumberland. 1673. John Damiot. Edinburgh. 1597. John Douglas. Tranent. 1659. John Fian. N. Berwick. 1590. John Gailey. Bute. 1662. John Gordon, Greymeal. N. Berwick. 1590. John Layman, SNR. St. Albans. 1649. John Layman, JNR. St. Albans. 1649. John Lais. Aberdeen. 1597. John Lindsay. Bargarin. 1697. John McGill. N. Berwick. 1590. John Palmer. St. Albans. 1649. John Ramsden. Lancs. 1613. John Reed. Bargarin. 1697. John Robertson. Aldern. 1662. John Salmon. St. Albans. 1649. John McWilliam Sclater. Edinburgh. 1656. John Stewart. Irving. 1618. John Stewart. Paisley. 1678. John Talesier. Forfar. 1661. John Taylor. Aldern. 1662. John Vining. Somerset. 1664. John Whitfield. Northumberland. 1673. John. Winnick. Hunts. 1646. John Young. Aldern. 1662. Joseph Salmon. St. Albans. 1649. Jozen Deblick. Hainaut. 1616. Joyce Bones. Saint Osyth. 1645. Judith Moon. Thorpe, Essex. 1645. Judith Salmon. St. Albans. 1649. Judith Varlet. Con. 1662. Julian Cox. Somerset. 1665. Catherine Blair. Glasgow. 1622. Catherine Black. Allo. 1658. Catherine Campbell. N. Berwick. 1590. Catherine Campbell. Bargarin. 1697. Catherine Carruthers. N. Berwick. 1590. Catherine Craig. Orkney. 1633. Catherine Christel. Bute. 1662. Catherine Duncan. N. Berwick. 1590. Catherine Earl. Yorks. 1654. Catherine Allott. Northumberland. 1673. Catherine Eustache. Guernsey. 1581. Catherine Fernsche. Aberdeen. 1597. Catherine Ferris. Aberdeen. 1597. Catherine Frissell. Bute. 1662. Catherine Gerard. Aberdeen. 1597. Kate Gray. N. Berwick. 1590. Catherine Green. Somerset. 1665. Catherine Haludis. Guernsey. 1622. Catherine Harrison. Con. 1662. Catherine Erst. Lanks. 1613. Catherine Logie. Queensferry. 1644. Catherine McGill. N. Berwick. 1590. Catherine McTeer. Ayrshire. 1605. Catherine McQuillian. Bute. 1662. Catherine Miller. Orkney. 1633. Catherine Mitchell. Aberdeen. 1597. Catherine Moore. Bute. 1662. Catherine Oswald. Edinburgh. 1629. Catherine Portar. Forfar. 1661. Catherine Praise. Guernsey. 1563. Catherine Rennie. Allo. 1658. Catherine Robert. Guernsey. 1639. Catherine Scott. Innerkip. 1662. Catherine Soter. Aldern. 1662. Catherine Stewart. Bute. 1662. Catherine Thompson. Queensferry. 1644. Kate Wallace. N. Berwick. 1590. Catherine Wallace. Forfar. 1661. Lawrence Hay. Lanks. 1613. Lawrence Jahan. Guernsey. 1570. Lawrence Eustache. Guernsey. 1617. Lilias 80. Tory Burn. 1704. Lily Wallace. Pittenweem. 1704. Lucy Thompson. Northumberland. 1673. Lydia Gilbert. Con. 1654. Malia Getty. N. Berwick. 1590. Monier Halliburton. Durlton. 1649. Marable Cooper. Orkney. 1633. Margaret Agar. Somerset. 1664. Margaret Atchison. N. Berwick. 1590. Margaret Ainsley. Northumberland. 1673. Margaret Barclay. Irvine. 1618. Margaret Bean. Aberdeen. 1597. Meg Begtown. N. Berwick. 1590. Margaret Beveridge. Crook of Devon. 1662. Margaret Brodie. Aldern. 1662. Margaret Brown. Queensferry. 1644. Margaret Clark. Somerset. 1664. Margaret Clearocht. Aberdeen. 1597. Margaret Craig. Paisley. 1678. Margaret Dolan. Queensferry. 1644. Margaret Demperstown. Allow. 1658. Margaret Duckhall. Allow. 1658. Margaret Duncane. Ayrshire. 1605. Margaret Duncane. Crook of Devon. 1662. Margaret Down. N. Berwick. 1590. Margaret Fulton. Bargarin. 1697. Margaret Greville. St. Ossith. 1582. Margaret Hamilton, Mitchell. Borostonis. 1679. Margaret Hamilton, Polwart. Borostonis. 1679. Margaret Home. Innerkip. 1662. Margaret Hewshins. Aldern. 1662. Margaret Huggan. Crook of Devon. 1662. Margaret Hutton. Crook of Devon. 1662. Margaret Innes. Aberdeen. 1597. Margaret Jackson. Paisley. 1678. Margaret Jennings. Con. 1661. Margaret Johnson. Lanks. 1633. Margaret Kelty. Crook of Devon. 1662. Margaret Keeley. Aldern. 1662. Margaret Lang. Bargarin. 1697. Margaret Landish. St. Ossith. 1645. Margaret Litster. Crook of Devon. 1662. Margaret Loy. Liverpool. 1667. Margaret McGuffock. Ayrshire. 1605. Margaret Mackenzie. Innerkip. 1662. Margaret McNeill. Bute. 1662. Margaret McNichol. Bute. 1662. Margaret McNish. Crook of Devon. 1662. Margaret McWilliam. Bute. 1662. Margaret Moon. Thorpe. Essex. 1645. Margaret Morton. Yorks. 1650. Margaret Nsildui. Bute. 1662. Margaret N.C. Levin. Bute. 1662. Margaret Nichol. Forfar. 1661. Margaret Neen Gilbert. Thurso. 1719. Margaret O.G. Aberdeen. 1597. Margaret Pearson. Lancs. 1613. Marguerite Pico. Guernsey. 1629. Margaret Pringle. Borostonis. 1679. Margaret Roach. Aberdeen. 1597. Margaret Rogers. Bargarin. 1697. Margaret Skewer. Aberdeen. 1597. Margaret Simpson. Hunts. 1646. Margaret Smith. Bute. 1662. Margaret Smith. Aberdeen. 1597. Meg Stillcart. N. Berwick. 1590. Margaret Talesier. Allo. 1658. Marguerite Tardif. Guernsey. 1624. Margaret Thompson. N. Berwick. 1590. Margaret Waite, SNR. Knaresborough. 1621. Margaret Waite, JNR. Knaresborough. 1621. Margaret Wallace. Glasgow. 1622. Margaret Wilson. Aldern. 1662. Margaret Young. Crook of Devon. 1662. Margaret, surname unknown. Northumberland. 1673. Marion Balesy. N. Berwick. 1590. Marion Congilton. N. Berwick. 1590. Marion Dolan. Queensferry. 1644. Marion Frissell. Bute. 1642. Marion Fife. Crook of Devon. 1662. Marion Grant. Aberdeen. 1597. Marion Hockett. Ramsey. Essex. 1645. Marion Linkup. Leith. 1590. Marion Little. Queensferry. 1644. Marion Nicholson. N. Barrick. 1590. Marion Patterson. N. Barrick. 1590. Marion Richart. Orkney. 1633. Marion Shiel, Shaw. N. Barrick. 1590. Marion Stein. Queensferry. 1644. Marion Thompson. Crook of Devon. 1662. Marion Wod. Aberdeen. 1597. Marion, Irish Marion. N. Barrick. 1590. Marjorie Dunbar. Aldern. 1662. Marjorie Mann. Aldern. 1662. Marjorie Much. Aberdeen. 1597. Marjorie Ritchie. Forfar. 1661. Marjorie Salmon. St. Osyth. 1582. Marjorie Stokes. St. Osyth. 1645. Marjorie Taylor. Aldern. 1662. Martha Semple. Bargarin. 1697. Martin Tolauf. Guernsey. 1563. Mary Barber. Northampton. 1612. Mary Barnes. Caen. 1662. Marie Beckwith. Guernsey. 1617. Mary Bykins. St. Albans. 1649. Marie Cluett. Guernsey. 1631. Marie de Calais. Guernsey. 1617. Marie de Calais. Guernsey. 1631. Marie Dumont. Guernsey. 1617. Marie Gouvion. Guernsey. 1570. Mary Green. Somerset. 1664. Mary Greenlife. Alsford. Essex. 1645. Marie Gilbert. Guernsey. 1639. Marie Guillemot. Guernsey. 1634. Mary Hunter. Northumberland. 1673. Mary Johnson. Wivenhoe, Essex. 1645. Mary Johnson. Caen. 1647. Mary Lehman, SNR. St. Albans. 1649. Mary Lehman, JNR. St. Albans. 1649. Marie Lamont. Innerkip. 1662. Marie Mabille. Guernsey. 1631. Marie Martin. Guernsey. 1588. Marie McCaw. Bute. 1662. Mary McNiven. Bute. 1662. Marie Mortimer. Guernsey. 1631. Marie Moore N.C. Quill. Bute. 1662. Marie Patterson. N. Barrick. 1590. Mary Penny. Somerset. 1664. Mary Phillips. Northampton. 1705. Mary Read. Lenham. 1652. Marie Rowland. Guernsey. 1601. Marie Rowland. Guernsey. 1634. Mary Rind. Forfar. 1661. Mary Sanford. Con. 1662. Marie Shuttleworth. Lancs. 1613. Mary Sykes. Yorks. 1649. Marie Sawyer. Guernsey. 1626. Marie Spencer. Lancs. 1613. Marie Stuart. Bute. 1662. Mary Trembles. Biddeford. 1682. Mary Warburton. Somerset. 1665. Macy Atchison. N. Berwick. 1590. Mercy Disborough. Con. 1692. Mesley Hurdall. Aldern. 1662. Michael Ainsley. Northumberland. 1673. Michael Clerc. N. Berwick. 1590. Mildred Wright. Maidstone. 1652. Nathaniel Greensmith. Con. 1662. Nicholas Jennings. Con. 1661. Patrick Lowry. Ayrshire. 1605. Patrick McCaw. Bute. 1662. Patrick Watson. Durlton. 1649. Perrine Marist. Guernsey. 1622. Philippine Le Parmentier. Guernsey. 1617. Rachel King. Somerset. 1665. Rebecca Greensmith. Con. 1662. Rebecca Jones. St. Ossith. 1645. Rebecca West. Lawford, Essex. 1645. Richard Dix. Somerset. 1665. Richard Graham. Edinburgh. 1590. Richard Larmen. Somerset. 1665. Robert Griersown. N. Berwick. 1590. Robert Grieve. Lauder. 1649. Robert Wilkinson. Lancs. 1613. Robert Wilson. Crook of Devon. 1662. Rose Cullender. Berry. 1664. Rose Hallibread. St. Ossith. 1645. Sarah Barton. Harwich. 1645. Sarah Cooper. Essex. 1645. Sarah Hading. Ramsey, Essex. 1645. Sarah Smith. St. Albans. 1649. Susan Cock. St. Ossith. 1645. Susanna Edwards. Biddeford. 1682. Suzanne Prudhomme. Guernsey. 1629. Suzanne Rouen. Guernsey. 1631. Temperance Lloyd. Biddeford. 1682. Thomas Bolster. Somerset. 1665. Thomas Bunhill. N. Berwick. 1590. Thomas Durning. Somerset. 1665. Thomas Lais. Aberdeen. 1597. Thomas Weir. Edinburgh. 1670. Thomas de Calais. Guernsey. 1617. Thomasine Ratcliffe. Suffolk. 1645. Thomas Salmon. Guernsey. 1570. Thomasine Watson. Northumberland. 1673. Ursley Kemp. St. Ossith. 1582. Violet Lais. Aberdeen. 1597. Walter Letty. Aldern. 1662. William Ayres. Con 1662 William Barton Queensferry 1655 William Barry Rutland 1619 William Coke Kirkcaldy 1636 William Craw Borrowstones 1679 William Wright Northumberland 1673. Appendix IV. Joan of Arc and Gilles de Rais. These two personages so closely connected in life and dying similar deaths, yet as the poles asunder in character have been minutely studied from the historical and medical points of view, and in the case of Joan from the religious standpoint also. But hitherto the anthropological aspect has been disregarded. This is largely due to the fact that these intensive studies have been made of each person separately, whereas to obtain the true perspective the two should be taken together. This individual treatment is probably owing to the wide divergence of the two characters. The simplicity and purity of the one is in marked contrast with the repulsive attributes of the other. Yet anthropologically speaking the tie between the two is as strongly marked as the contrast of character. The case of Joan is easily studied, as the documents are accessible. Anatole France has realized that behind Joan there lay some unseen power, which Charles VII feared and from which he unwillingly accepted help. M. France sees in this power a party in the Church, and in his eyes the Church was a house divided against itself. Though agreeing with the view that Joan was the rallying point of a great and powerful organization, I see in that organization the underlying religion which permeated the lower orders of the people in France as in England. That religion which I have set forth in the foregoing chapters. The men-at-arms, drawn from the lower orders, followed without hesitation one whom they believed to have been sent by their God, while the whole army was commanded by Marshal Gilles de Rais, who apparently tried to belong to both religions at once. 1. Joan of Arc. The questions asked by the judges at Joan's trial show that they were well aware of an underlying organization of which they stood in some dread. The judges were ecclesiastics, and the accusation against the prisoner was on points of Christian faith and doctrine and ecclesiastical observance. It was the first great trial of strength between the old and the new religions, and the political conditions gave the victory to the new, which was triumphant accordingly. "We have caught her now," said the Bishop of Beauvais, and she was burned without even the formality of handing her over to the secular authorities. After the execution, the judges and councillors who had sat in judgment on Joan received letters of indemnity from the Great Council. The Chancellor of England sent letters to the Emperor, to the kings and princes of Christendom, to all the nobles and towns of France, explaining that King Henry and his councillors had put Joan to death through zeal for the Christian faith, and the University of Paris sent similar letters to the Pope, the Emperor, and the College of Cardinals. Such action can hardly be explained had Joan been an ordinary heretic or an ordinary political prisoner. But if she were in the eyes of the great mass of the population not merely a religious leader but actually the incarnate God, then it was only natural for the authorities who had compassed her death to shelter themselves behind the bulwark of their zeal for the Christian religion, and to explain to the heads of that religion their reasons for the execution. On the other hand, the belief that Joan was God incarnate will account, as nothing else can, for the extraordinary supineness of the French, who never lifted a finger to ransom or rescue Joan from the hands of either the Burgundians or the English. As God himself or his voluntary substitute she was doomed to suffer as the sacrifice for the people, and no one of those people could attempt to save her. In comparing the facts elicited at the trial with the Dianic cult as set out in the previous chapters, the coincidences are too numerous to be merely accidental. I do not propose to enter into a detailed discussion of the trial, I only wish to draw attention to a few points in this connection. The questions put to Joan on the subject of fairies appear to the modern reader to be entirely irrelevant, though much importance was evidently attached to her answers by the court. She could not disprove, though she denied, the popular rumor that Joan received her mission at the tree of the fairy ladies, Iohanna separat factum summa pud arborem dominarum fatalium. And she was finally forced to admit that she had first met the voices near that spot. Connection with the fairies was as damning in the eyes of the Bishop of Beauvais and his colleagues as it was later in the eyes of the judges who tried John Walsh and Ailsun Pearson. The names of Christian saints, given to the persons whom Joan called her the voices, have misled modern writers, but the questions showered upon her show that the judges had shrewd suspicions as to the identity of these persons. That the voices were human beings is very clear from Joan's own testimony. Those of my party know well that the voice had been sent to me from God, they have seen and known this voice. My king and many others have also heard and seen the voices which came to me. I saw him, Saint Michael, with my bodily eyes as well as I see you. She refused to describe Saint Michael. And bearing in mind some of the descriptions of the devil in later trials, it is interesting to find that when the judges put the direct question to her as to whether Saint Michael came to her naked, she did not give a direct answer. Later the following dialogue took place: if the devil were to put himself in the form or likeness an angel, how would you know if it were a good or an evil angel, asked the judges. Again Joan's reply was not direct, I should know quite well if it were Saint Michael or a counterfeit. She then stated that she had seen him many times before she knew him to be Saint Michael. When a child she had seen him and had been afraid at first. Pressed for a description, she said he came, in the form of a true honest man, tres frae prudam, forma unius verissimi probi hominis. The accounts of the trial prove that Joan continually received advice from the saints. The person whom she called St. Catherine was obviously in the castle and able to communicate with the prisoner. This was not difficult, for the evidence shows that there was a concealed opening between Joan's room and the next. It was in the adjoining room, close to the opening, that the notaries sat to take down Joan's words when the spy Loiseleur engaged her in conversation, and it was evidently through this opening that St. Catherine spoke when she awoke Joan, without touching her, and again when Joan could not hear distinctly what she said on account of the noise in the castle. A remark of Joan's that she often saw them, the voices, among the Christians, they themselves unseen, is noteworthy for the use of the word Christian, suggesting that the voices were of a different religion. The remark should also be compared with the account given by Bessie Dunlop as to her recognizing Tom Reed when those about him did not know him. And with the statement by Dianus that I among a great company of men, the sorcerer only knoweth Satan, that is present, when other do not know him, although they see another man, but who or what he is they know not. The points of mortal sin, of which Joan finally stood accused, were the following: 1. The attack on Paris on a feast day, 2. Taking the horse of the Bishop of Senlis, 3. Leaping from the Tower of Beaurevoir, 4. Wearing male costume. 5. Consenting to the death of Francois d'Arras at Lagny. Of these the most surprising to modern ideas is the one referring to costume, yet it was on this that the judges laid most stress. Even the severest of sumptuary laws has never made the wearing of male dress by a woman a capital crime, yet, though Joan had recanted and had been received into the church, the moment that she put on male attire she was doomed on that account only. Whether she donned it by accident, by treachery, by force, or out of bravado, till extraordinary fact remains that the mere resuming of male garments was the signal for her death without further trial. On the Sunday she wore the dress, on the Monday she was condemned, on the Tuesday the sentence was communicated to her, on the Wednesday she was burned, as an idolater, apostate, heretic, relapsed. If, as I suppose, she were a member of the Dianic cult, the wearing of male attire must have been, for her, an outward sign of that faith, and the resuming of it indicated the relapse. The inscription on the high cap, which she wore at her execution, shows that the judges at least held this opinion. Throughout the trial questions were poured upon her as to her reasons for wearing the dress, and she acknowledged that she wore it, not by the advice of a human man, per concilium hominis mundi. Totum quod feci est per preceptum domini, edsi alium praecipirat assumere ego assumrem, postquam hoc esset per preceptum Dei. Asked if she thought she would have been committing mortal sin by wearing women's clothes, she answered that she did better in obeying and serving her supreme Lord, who is God. She refused to wear women's dress except by command of God, would rather die than revoke what God has made me do. On her letters were placed sometimes the words Jesus Maria or a cross. Sometimes I put a cross as a sign for those of my party to whom I wrote so that they should not do as the letter said. Though the mark was merely a code signal to the recipient of the letter, it seems hardly probable that a Christian of that date would have used the symbol of the faith for such a purpose. She also consistently refused to take an oath on the Gospels, and was with difficulty persuaded to do so on the Missal. When she was asked whether she had ever blasphemed, blasphemavit, God, she replied that she had never cursed the saints, maledixit sanctum vel sanctum. When pressed whether she had not denied, denegavit, God, she again refused a direct answer, saying that she had not denied the saints, denegavit sanctum nec sanctum. The general feeling towards her among the Christian priesthood is shown by the action of Brother Richard. When he first entered her presence, he made the sign of the cross and sprinkled holy water, and I said to him, approach boldly, I shall not fly away. Another point to be noted is her answer that she learned the Paternoster, Ave Maria, and Credo from her mother, thus proving that she was not of a witch family. According to Reginald Scott, it was sufficient evidence to condemn a woman to death as a witch if her mother had been a witch before her. At the same time, however, Joan refused to say the Paternoster except in confession, when the priest's lips would have been sealed if she had proved herself not to be a Christian. She was very urgent to confess to the Bishop of Beauvais, but he was too wary to be caught. She first heard the voices at the age of 13, the usual time for the devil and the witch to make pactyon. One of her followers, Piran, was burnt as a witch, avowing to the last that she had spoken with God as friend with friend, and describing the costume of her deity with a detail which shows the reality of the occurrence. If also there is any weight to be attached to certain names, as seems likely after studying the lists given above, then we have in this history 4 of the chief witch names, Joan, the daughter of Isabel, and the 2 saints Catherine and Margaret. These coincidences may be small, but there are too many of them to be ignored. There is evidence from Joan's own words that she felt herself divine, and also that she knew her time was limited, but she never realized till the last that end meant death. This, however, the voices knew, and it was for this that they were preparing her. At the beginning of the trial, she said she had come from God, and had nothing to do here, asking to be sent back to God from whom she came, dixit quod venit ex parte, et non habet quid negotiare quidquam. Petens ut remitteriter ad Deum a quo venerat. Many times she said to him, the king, I shall live a year, barely longer. During that year let as much as possible be done. The voices told her she would be taken before the feast of St. John, and that thus it must be, and that she must not be troubled but accept willingly, and God would help her. They also said it was necessary for her to be captured, receive all willingly, care not for thy martyrdom, thou shalt come at last to the kingdom of paradise. On the fatal Tuesday when she learned her doom, flesh and spirit quailed at the prospect of the agony to come, and she cried out that her voices had deceived her. For she had thought that in her imprisonment she had already suffered the promised martyrdom. Yet within 24 hours she went to the stake with courage unquenched, acknowledging that her voices were from God. Like John Fian nearly 2 centuries later, her spirit had sunk at first, and again like Fian she endured to the end, dying a martyr to the God who had exploited her confidence and simplicity and whom she had served so well. To her de Lanker's words might well apply, the witches are so devoted to his service that neither torture or death can affright them. And they go to martyrdom and to death for love of him as gaily as to a festival of pleasure and public rejoicing. The ashes were collected and thrown into running water, a common rite, in religions of the lower culture, after the sacrifice of the incarnate God. It is also worth noting that Rouen was one of the French cities in which there was still a living tradition of human sacrifice. 2. Gilles de Rais. Like Joan of Arc, Gilles de Rais was tried and executed as a witch, and in the same way, much that is mysterious in this trial can also be explained by the Dianic cult. On the mother's side he descended from Typhane de Champtos, and on the father's from Typhane de Husson. This latter was the niece of Bertrand du Guesclin, and called after du Guesclin's wife, who was a fairy woman. The name Typhane appears to come from the same root as Fine, Fin, and Fian, all of which meant fairy, in Great Britain, and probably in Brittany as well. There is therefore a strong suggestion of a strain of fairy blood, and with that blood there may also have descended to Gilles many of the beliefs and customs of the dwarf race. The bond between Gilles and Joan was a very close one. She obtained permission from the king to choose whom she would for her escort. Her choice at once fell on Gilles, for she would naturally prefer those of her own faith. He held already a high command in the relieving force, and added the protection of Joan as a special part of his duties. Later on, even after he had reached the high position of Marshal of France, he still continued those duties, remaining with her all day when she was wounded at the assault on Paris. It is an interesting point also that Charles VII granted permission to both these great leaders to bear the royal arms on their escutcheons. It seems incredible that a soldier of Gilles's character and standing should have made no move to rescue Joan by ransom or by force, when she was captured. She was not only a comrade, she was especially under his protection, and it is natural for us to think that his honor was involved. But if he regarded her as the destined victim, chosen and set apart for death, as required by the religion to which both he and she belonged, he could do nothing but remain inactive and let her fate be consummated. If this is so, then the Mystery of Orleans, of which he was the author, would be a religious play of the same class as the mystery plays of the Christians. The extraordinary prodigality and extravagance of Gilles may have been due, as is usually suggested, to profligacy or to madness. But it may equally well have been that he took seriously the belief that as the incarnate God, or at any rate as a candidate for that honor, he must give to all who asked. He rode a black horse, as also did Joan and the devils of later centuries, and on 2 separate occasions he attempted to enter into a compact with the devil. He could not decide to which religion he would belong, the old or the new, and his life was one long struggle. The old religion demanded human sacrifices and he gave them, the new religion regarded murder as mortal sin and he tried to offer expiation. Openly he had Christian masses and prayers celebrated with the utmost pomp, secretly he followed the ancient cult. When he was about to remove the bodies of the human victims from the castle of Champtos, he swore his accomplices to secrecy by the binding oaths of both religions. On the other hand, members of the old faith, whom he consulted when in trouble, warned him that as long as he professed Christianity and practiced its rites they could do nothing for him. An infringement of the rights of the Church brought him under the ecclesiastical law, and the Church was not slow to take advantage of the position. Had he chosen to resist, his exalted position would have protected him, but he preferred to yield, and like Joan he stood his trial on the charge of heresy. The trial did not take long. He was arrested on September 14, and executed on October 26. With him were arrested 8 others, of whom 2 were executed with him. Seeing that 13 was always the number of witches in a coven, it is surely more than an accidental coincidence that 9 men and women, including Gilles, were arrested, 2 saved themselves by flight. And 2 more who had played a large part in the celebration of the rites of the old religion were already dead. Thus even as early as the middle of the 15th century the Coven of 13 was in existence. Gilles was charged with heresy before a court composed of ecclesiastics only, and like Joan he was willing to be tried for his faith. He announced that he had always been a Christian, which may be taken to mean that there was some doubt as to whether he was not a heathen. He suddenly gave way to a curious outburst against the authority of the court, saying that he would rather be hanged by the neck with a lace than submit to them as judges. This can only be understood by comparing his reference to hanging with a lace with the method by which Playfair in 1597, page 204, John Stuart in 1618, page 202, and John Reed in 1697, page 203, met their deaths. The sudden change of front in this haughty noble may be accounted for by the excommunication which was decreed against him, but this explains neither his passionate haste to confess all, and more than all, of which he was accused, nor his earnest and eager desire to die. How much of his confession was true cannot be determined now, but it is very evident that he was resolved to make his own death certain. His action in this may be compared with that of Major Weir in 1670, who also was executed on his own voluntary confession of witchcraft and crime. Gilles's last words, though couched in Christian phraseology, show that he had not realized the enormity of the crimes which he confessed. "We have sinned, all 3 of us," he said to his 2 companions. "But as soon as our souls have left our bodies we shall all see God in his glory in paradise." He was hanged on a gibbet above a pyre, but when the fire burned through the rope the body was snatched from the flames by several ladies of his family, who prepared it for burial with their own hands. And it was then interred in the Carmelite church close by. His 2 associates were also hanged, their bodies being burned and the ashes scattered. On the spot where Gilles was executed his daughter erected a monument, to which came all nursing mothers to pray for an abundance of milk. Here again is a strong suggestion that he was regarded as the incarnate god of fertility. Another suggestive fact is the length of time 9 years which elapsed between the death of Joan and the death of Gilles. This is a usual interval when the incarnate god is given a time limit. It required 25 years before an action of rehabilitation could be taken for Joan. In the case of Gilles, 2 years after the execution the king granted letters of rehabilitation for that, the said Gilles, unduly and without cause, was condemned and put to death. An intensive study of this period might reveal the witch organization at the royal court and possibly even the Grand Master to whom Joan owed allegiance, the God who sent her. Gilles, the king's favorite, was executed as a witch, and Joan's beau-duc, the Duc d'Alençon, was also of the fraternity. Appendix V. Flying Ointments. The 3 formulae for the flying ointment used by witches are as follows. 1. Du Persil, de l'eau de l'aconite, de Fuilis de Pupil, et de la Suie. 2. De la Burley, de Elicorum vulgaire, de la Quintafiole, du sang de chauchuries, de la Morelle endormant, et de el Heil. 3. De Grace d'Enfant, de Suc d'Aic, d'Aconite, de Quintafiole, de Morelle, et de Suie. These formulae may be translated as follows. 1. Parsley, water of aconite, poplar leaves, and soot. 2. Water parsnip, sweet flag, cinquefoil, bat's blood, deadly night. Shade, and oil. 3. Baby's fat, juice of water parsnip, aconite, cinquefoil, deadly nightshade, and soot. These prescriptions show that the Society of Witches had a very creditable knowledge of the art of poisoning. Aconite and deadly nightshade or belladonna are 2 of the 3 most poisonous plants growing freely in Europe, the third is hemlock. And in all probability persil refers to hemlock and not to the harmless parsley, which it resembles closely. The other ingredients have no marked toxic action, unless burley and ache refer not to the harmless water parsnip but to the poisonous water hemlock or cowbane. The baby's fat and bat's blood would of course have no action. Aconite was one of the best-known poisons in ancient times, indeed it was so extensively used by professional poisoners in Rome during the Empire that a law was passed making its cultivation a capital offense. Aconite root contains about 0.4% of alkaloid and 1/15 of a grain of the alkaloid is a lethal dose. The drug has little effect upon the consciousness, but produces slowing, irregularity, and finally arrest of the heart. The use of belladonna as a poison was also known in classical times. 14 of the berries have been known to produce death. A moderate dose will produce wild excitement and delirium. Hemlock is also a well-known and ancient poison. The fruit may contain as much as 0.9% of alkaloid, and 1/4 grain of the alkaloid may produce death. The action of hemlock usually is to produce a gradual motor paralysis, consciousness being unimpaired, and death being caused by paralysis of respiration, but sometimes hemlock may produce delirium and excitement. There is no doubt, therefore, about the efficacy of these prescriptions and their ability to produce physiological effects. They were administered by being rubbed into the skin, which is not an efficient way of introducing most drugs into the body. Indeed, some have denied that alkaloids can be absorbed from the unbroken skin. But there is no doubt that alkaloids can be absorbed when rubbed into scratches or into the quick of the nails, and it must be remembered that an unbroken skin is only possessed by those who are free from vermin and who wash regularly. And neither of these conditions would be likely to apply to a medieval witch. Cases of poisoning associated with delirium have actually been recorded following the application of belladonna plasters to the skin. Of the 3 prescriptions, the first is a watery solution and would not be very efficacious when rubbed into the skin, but the second and third are ointments. And if they were rubbed into the skin in sufficient quantities, definite physiological results would be produced. The first preparation, which contains hemlock and aconite, would produce mental confusion, impaired movement, irregular action of the heart, dizziness and shortness of breath. The belladonna in the second ointment would produce excitement which might pass into delirium. The third ointment, containing both aconite and belladonna, would produce excitement and irregular action of the heart. I cannot say whether any of these drugs would produce the impression of flying, but I consider the use of aconite interesting in this respect. Irregular action of the heart in a person falling asleep produces the well-known sensation of suddenly falling through space. And it seems quite possible that the combination of a delirifaciant like belladonna with a drug producing irregular action of the heart like aconite might produce the sensation of flying. A. J. Clerc. Bibliography. Abbotsford Club Miscellany, Volume 1, Edinburgh, 1837. Audie, Thomas. A Candle in the Dark. London, 1656. All Scooterage, the most wonderful and true story of. London, 1597. Arnott, Hugo, Criminal Trials. Edinburgh, 1785. Baines, Edward. History of the County Palatine and Duchy of Lancaster. London, 1836. Bannatyne Club. Memoirs of Sir James Melville. Edinburgh, 1827. History and Life of King James VI. Edinburgh, 1825. Diary of John Nichol. Edinburgh, 1836. Spottiswode's History of the Church of Scotland. Edinburgh, 1847-50. Baxter, Richard. Certainty of Worlds of Spirits. London, 1691. Beaumont, John. Historical Treatise of Spirits. London, 1705. Bede, Venerable. Ecclesiastical History, ed. Giles. London, 1843. Bernard, Richard. Guide to Grand Jury Men. London, 1627. Berwickshire Naturalists Club, Volume 11. Alnwick, 1887. Black, G. F. Scottish Antiquary, Volume 9. Edinburgh, 1895. Blackwood's Edinburgh Magazine, Volume 1, Edinburgh, 1817. Bowden, Jean. De la Demonomanie des Sorciers. Rouen, 1604. Le Flot de Démons et Sorciers. Niort, 1616. Becket, Henri. Discours de Sorciers. Lyons, 1608. Bourignon, Antoinette. La Parole de Dieu. Amsterdam, 1683. La vie extérieure. Amsterdam, 1683. Bounon, Jacques. Chroniques de la Lorraine. Nancy, 1838. Bovet, Richard. Pandemonium. London, 1684. Bough, Edmund. Dr. Lamb revived. London, 1653. Bromhall, Thomas. Treatise of Spectres. London, 1658. Burns Beg. Proceedings of the Society of Antiquaries of Scotland. New Series, Volume 10, Edinburgh. Burr, George Lincoln. Narratives of the Witchcraft Cases. New York, 1914. Burton, John Hill. Criminal Trials. London, 1852. History of Scotland. Edinburgh, 1873. Caliph, Robert. More Wonders of the Invisible World. Salem, 1861. Calendar of State Papers. Domestic, 1584. London, 1865. Cambrensis, Giraldus. Itinerary, Bond's edition. London, 1847. Camden Society. Lady Alice Keitler. London, 1843. Campbell, John Gregerson. Superstitions of the Highlands. Glasgow, 1902. Cannart, J. B. Olym Procès de Sorcières en Belgique. Gand, 1847. Chambers, Robert. Domestic Annals of Scotland. Edinburgh, 1861. Chartier, Jean. Chronique de Charles VII, edition Valet de Vireville. Paris, 1858. Chetham Society. More Rental. Manchester, 1847. Potts, Discovery of Witchcraft. Manchester, 1858. Chroniken de l'Anarchost, edition Stevenson. Maitland Club. Glasgow, 1839. Collection of rare and curious tracts relating to witchcraft. London, 1838. Cooper, Thomas. Mystery of Witchcraft. London, 1617. Pleasant Treatise of Witches. London, 1673. Cotta, John. Infallible, Trite and Assured Witch. London, 1625. Trial of Witchcraft. London, 1616. County Folklore, 3. Orkney. London, 1901. Cunningham, Alan. Traditional Tales of the English and Scottish Peasantry. London, 1874. Dalyell, John Graham. Darker Superstitions of Scotland. Edinburgh, 1834. Denius, Lambert. Dialogue of Witches. London. 1575. Davenport, John. Witches of Huntingdon. London, 1646. Davies, J. Ceredig. Welsh Folklore. Aberystwyth, 1911. De la Martiniere. Voyage de Pius Septentrionaux. Paris, 1682. De Lanker, Pierre. L'incredulite et mescréance du sortilège. Paris, 1622. Tableau de Ellen Constance de Mauvais Anges. Paris, 1613. Denham Tracts. London, 1895. Detection of Damnable Drifts. 1579. Era, J. Honorb. Key to Witchcraft and Demonolatry for Guidance of Ye Slayers. The Watchers' Society, Cambridge, 1751. Elvin, Henry van. La Tradition, Volume 5, Paris, 1891. Examination of Certain Witches at Chelmsford. Philobiblon Society, 8. London, 1863-4. Examination of A. Baker, Joan Willamot, and Ellen Green. London, 1619. Examination of Joan Williford, Joan Carradine, and Joan Hull. See Collection of Rare and Curious Tracts. London, 1645. Examination of John Walsh. London, 1566. Fairfax, Edward. Demonologia, Edition W. Grange. Harrogate, 1882. Flower, The Wonderful Discovery of the Witchcrafts of Margaret and Philip. London, 1619. Forbes, William. Institutes of the Law of Scotland. Edinburgh, 1722-30. Foster, Trial of Anne. Northampton, 1881. Fountainhall, Lord, Decisions. Edinburgh, 1759. Fournier, Alban. Epidémie de sorcellerie en Lorraine. Nancy, 1891. French Intelligencer, No. 21. Thomason Tracts. London, 1652. Full Trials of a Notorious Witches at Worcester. London, N. D. Gowell, John. Select Cases of Conscience. London, 1646. Girish, William Blythe. Relation of Mary Hall of Gadsden. 1912. The Devil's Delusions. Bishop Stortford, 1914. The Several Practices of Johann Harrison. 1909. Gibbons, A. Ely Episcopal Records. Lincoln, 1891. Gifford, George. Discourse of the Subtle Practices of De Villes. London, 1587. Dialogue Concerning Witches. Percy Society, 8. London, 1843. Gilbert, William. Witchcraft in Essex. London, 1909. Giraldus Cambrensis. Itinerary, Bohu's edition. London, 1847. Glanville, Joseph. Saggicismus Triumphatus. London, 1681. Goldsmid, E. Confessions of Witches under Torture. Edinburgh, 1886. Goodcole, Henry. Wonderful Discovery of Elizabeth Sawyer. London, 1621. Gooderich, The Most Wonderful and True Story, of a Certain Witch named Ulse. London, 1597. Green, Samuel Abbott. Groton in the Witchcraft Times. Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1883. Hale, John. A Modest Inquiry, Edition Burr. New York, 1914. Hale, Sir Matthew. Collection of Modern Relations. London, 1693. Heroux, Alfred. La Tradition, Volume 6. Paris, 1892. Hector, William. Judicial Records of Renfrewshire. Paisley, 1876. Hibbert, Samuel. Description of the Shetland Isles. Edinburgh, 1822. Highland Papers, Volume 3. Witchcraft in Bute. Edinburgh, 1920. Holinshed, Raphael. Chronicles. London, 1587. Hopkins, Matthew. The Discovery of Witches. London, 1647. Horneck, Anthony. Appendix to Glanville's Saggicismus Triumphatus. London, 1681. Howell, Thomas Bailey. State Trials. London, 1816. Hamburg, Ludwig. Die Hexenprozess in der Stadt Münster. Münster. 1882. Hunt, William. History of the English Church. London, 1901. Hutchinson, Bishop Francis. Historical Essay. London, 1718. Hutchinson, John. History of the Province of Massachusetts Bay. 1828. Inch, Trial of Isabel. Ardrossan, 1855. James I, Demonology. Edinburgh, 1597. James VI, History and Life of. Bannatyne Club. Edinburgh, 1825. Journal of Anatomy, Volumes 13 and 25. London, 1879, 1891. Journal d'un Bourgeois de Paris. Panthéon Littéraire. Paris, 1838. Justiciary Court, Edinburgh, Records of the Proceedings of. Edinburgh, 1905. Kinloch, George Ritchie. Reliqui Antiqui Scotici. Edinburgh, 1848. Lamont, John. Diary. Maitland Club. Edinburgh, 1830. Law, Robert. Memorials, Edition Sharp. Edinburgh, 1818. Laws Against Witches and Conivration. Published by Authority. London, 1645. Leah, Henry Charles. History of the Inquisition. London, 1888. Lemoyne, Jules. La Tradition, Volume 6. Paris, 1892. Mackenzie, Sir George. Laws and Customs of Scotland. Edinburgh. 1699. Maitland Club. Chronican de Lanercost. Glasgow, 1839. Lamont's Diary. Glasgow, 1830. Maitland Club Miscellany, Volume 2. Glasgow, 1840. Manchester Oriental Society's Journal. Manchester, 1916-17. Mather, Cotton. Wonders of the Invisible World. London, 1862. Increase. Remarkable Providences. London, 1890. Melville, Sir James. Memoirs. Bannatyne Club. Edinburgh. Michaelis, Sebastian. Admirable History of the Possession and Conversion of a Penitent Woman. London, 1613. A Discourse of Spirits. London, 1613. Monnoyer, Jules. La Sorcellerie en Hainaut. Essays d'Histoire et d'Archéologie. Mons, 1886. Monceau, Eugene. Le Folklore Wallon. Bruxelles, 1592. More Rental. Chatham Society, Volume 12. Manchester, 1847. Moore, Henry. Antidote Against Atheism. London, 1655. Moret, A. Mystères Egyptians. Paris, 1913. Murray, T. Douglas. Jeanne d'Arc. London, 1902. Narrative of the Sufferings of a Young Girl. Edinburgh, 1698. Nichol, John. Diary. Bannatyne Club. Edinburgh, 1836. Notestein, Wallace. History of Witchcraft in England. Washington, 1911. Pearson, Carl. Chances of Death. London, 1897. Percy Society. Gifford's Dialogue of Witches. London, 1843. Perkins, William. Discourse of the Damned Art of Witchcraft. Cambridge, 1608. Peterson. Trial of Mrs. Joan. Thomason Tracts. London, 1652. Peto, Samuel. A Faithful Narrative. London, 1693. Philobiblon Society. Examination of Certain Witches. London, 1863-4. Pinkerton, John. Voyages. London, 1808-14. Pitcairn, Robert. Criminal Trials. Edinburgh, 1833. Pittenweem, A True and Full Relation of the Witches of Edinburgh, 1704. Pleasant Treatise of Witches. London, 1673. Potts, Thomas. Discovery of Witches. Chatham Society. Manchester, 1845. Prodigious and Tragical History. See Collection of Rare and Curious Tracts. London, 1652. Quibble, James Edward. Hierakonpolis, 2. London, 1902. Quicherat, Jules Etienne Joseph. Procès de condamnation et de réhabilitation de Jeanne d'Arc. Paris, 1841. Ravaisin, François. Archives de la Bastille. Paris, 1873. Records of the Justiciary Court of Edinburgh. Edinburgh, 1905. Registrum Magni Sigilli Regum Scatorum. Edinburgh, 1886. Rehearsal Both Strong and True. London, 1579. Remigius, Nicholas. Demonolatria. Hamburg, 1693. Roberts, Alexander. Treatise of Witchcraft. London, 1616. Ross, William. Aberdour and Inchcolm. Edinburgh, 1885. Reimer, Thomas. Fodera. London, 1704. Saggicismus Debilatus. London, 1698. St. Ozzies, A True and Highest Record of All the Witches Taken at. London, 1582. Sandys, George. Relation of a Journey. London, 1632. Sawyer, Wonderful Discovery of Elizabeth. 1621. Scott, Reginald. Discovery of Witchcraft. London, 1584. Scott's Magazine. Edinburgh, 1772 and 1814. Scott, Sir Walter. Demonology and Witchcraft. Morley's Universal Library. London, 1883. Scottish Antiquary, Volume 9. Edinburgh, 1891. Scottish History Society, Volume 25. Edinburgh, 1896. Sharp, Charles Kirkpatrick. Historical Account of Witchcraft in Scotland. London, 1884. Shaw, Eleanor, and Mary Phillips. Northampton, 1866. Sinclair, George. The Hydrostatics. Edinburgh, 1672. Satan's Invisible World Discovered. Edinburgh, 1871. Sinclair, John. Statistical Account of Scotland, Volume 18. Edinburgh, 1796. Sinistrari de Amino, Ludovico Maria. Demoniality. Paris, 1879. Society of Antiquaries of Scotland. New Series, X. Edinburgh. Spalding Club Miscellany. Aberdeen, 1841. Spottiswoode, John. History of the Church of Scotland. Edinburgh, 1847-50. Spottiswoode Miscellany. Edinburgh, 1844-5. Stern, John. Confirmation and Discovery of Witchcraft. London, 1648. Stevenson, J. Chronican de Lanercost. Maitland Club. Glasgow, 1839. Stewart, William Grant. Popular Superstitions of the Highlanders. Edinburgh, 1823. Surtees Society, Volume 40. Durham, 1861. Taylor, John. Tracts relating to Northamptonshire. Northampton, 1866. Taylor, John. The Witchcraft Delusion in Colonial Connecticut. New York, N. D. Thomson, H. A., and Miles, A. Manual of Surgery. Oxford, 1913. Thorpe, Benjamin. Monumenta Ecclesiastica. London, 1840. Tradition, Law, Volume 5. Van Elven's Les Procès de Sorcellerie au Moyen Age. Paris, 1891. Volume 6. Heureux Sorcières et Sorcières. Paris, 1892. Volume 6. Lemoyne's Sorcellerie Contemporaine. Paris, 1892. True and exact relation of the several informations, examinations and confessions of the late witches executed in the county of Essex. London, 1645. True and highest record of all the witches taken at St. Osses. By W. W. London, 1582. Trials of 4 notorious witches at Worcester. London, N. D. Wagstaff, John. Question of Witchcraft. London, 1671. Walsh, Examination of John. London, 1566. Webster, John. Displaying of supposed witchcraft. London, 1677. Wellhausen, Julius. Rest Arabischen Heidenthums. Berlin, 1897. Whitaker, T. D. History of Whalley. London, 1818. Wilson, Daniel. Memorials of Edinburgh in the Olden Time. Edinburgh, 1891. Witch of Wapping, The Thomason Tracts. London, 1652. Witchcraft, collection of rare and curious tracts on. Edinburgh, 1820. Witches of Northamptonshire. London, 1621. Wonderful Discovery of Elizabeth Sawyer. London, 1621. Wonderful Discovery of Margaret and Philip Flower. London, 1619. Addendum. 1324 Kilkenny, Ireland. This is the earliest record to give the names of all those who took part in the ceremonies. 2 of the poorer women were burned. Dame Alice Keitler returned to England. William Outlaw, her son, was imprisoned for a time. Nothing is known of the fate of the rest. 1. Alice Keitler. 2. Alice, wife of Henry the Smith. 3. Enoda Lang. 4. Eva de Brownstown. 5. Helena Galrison. 6. John Galrison. 7. Petronilla de Meath. 8. Robert de Bristol. 9. Robin, son of Artis, the devil. 10. Sarah, daughter of Petronilla. 11. Cissik Galrison. 12. William Payne of Bowley. 13. William Outlaw. The End.